say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
hidden by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Luka one-on-one against Max Christie, driving toward the bucket. Luka got there, throws up a reverse. Good, and he's got 40. 40 points for Luka Doncic in his return to Dallas.
Oh, that is Lakers radio with the call, and that is how we start the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden alongside. And last night was just a reminder of how stupid Nico and the gaslighter in chief, Patrick Dumont, are. That's all it was.
Last night ended Nico Harrison's career.
I mean,
he wasn't going to stay here long. This is the kind of thing that I think nationally is such a public embarrassment. Everything that happened last night.
it would not stun me if he resigns today. If he just says, "I'm out."
I'd be surprised if it was today, but I mean, I would not be stunned if it's right after the season. That's it. You have become a public embarrassment, and last night was just a bright light shone upon it. That coward, the way he stands in that tunnel and just looks on at every game after pulling the trigger on probably the most devastating single event that's occurred for Dallas sports fans. And the way they won't answer for it, the way that they continue to, like you said, gaslight and, finger point and blame and look outwardly and refuse to take any sort of blame for what's occurred here. It was all on display last night, and just a wound that hadn't even healed over yet. You just ripped it open more, and it was bad. That was bad. From Luka seeing the tribute video and breaking down to just publicly being embarrassed with every time he touches the ball early, they're cheering for him. Every time he scored, that was a Luka crowd last night. We told people yesterday on the YouTube and the fan text and everything else, the handful of them who were like, "Oh, real fans will be cheering for it." Well, there weren't real fans in attendance last night then, because they were cheering for Luka. That entire arena.
A lot of them were, yeah. I had a couple buddies that were in the crowd that said it was a very weird crowd. It wasn't electric.
We've never seen anything like that game last night.
No, but he was disappointed the crowd wasn't electric, and I was like, well, what do you want them to do? They can't root for their own team, right? And then Luka's not playing in a portion of the game, and he's not touching the ball at times to score in a portion of the game. So you have a very odd. They're not going to root for the Mavs. They're not going to root for the Lakers, but they are going to root for Luka. Mm-hmm. And he's not going to. I mean, he's going to take 20% of all the shots in the entire game for both teams. It was like a Super Bowl atmosphere.
I genuinely don't think, like, not just here in Dallas, not just with the Mavericks, not just in the NBA, period, in sports. I don't know of a dynamic that existed like the one we saw last night.
Very odd. Very, very odd. But look, and the sad thing is that I'm more angry today. Way more angry today after seeing his reaction.
I saw a lot of people yesterday who said this was almost worse than the trade night. This was almost worse than the night he got traded, where it's all on display. You get to see all the stuff that you assumed, but you didn't get to see. Like you probably assumed he was sitting at home crying when he got traded, and you assume that he was devastated by it, and he was. I mean, that was a guy who was a complete emotional wreck before the game, and somebody who clearly was beloved by the city. A fan told me last night while we were out in the plaza, had said that it's similar to the feeling of Luka being traded felt similar to them as the feeling you get when you're a kid, like you're 8-9 years old, and the first time your best friend moves out of state. And you're like, it feels like the end of the world. It's like, I'm never seeing them again. Like this was your favorite person, and they get moved, and the Mavericks managed to take, and that's the most unforgivable thing about this whole thing. They managed to take one of the very base level, core, stereotypical type of traumatic early life events for people, and they managed to evoke that in adults with a single trade.
Yeah.
And then they won't stand up there and own it.
Nope.
And
They
last night, they got everything they deserved. But it still hurt. We talked about what did you ultimately want to see? What did you want to get out of this night? What did you want to get out of this game? It was always going to hurt. I think it hit fans in a way last night, especially those who were in attendance, that they didn't quite anticipate how much that was going to be. Oh, it's cool to see him again. It's great to see him go off for 45, hit the over on his point total in the first half. It sucks that he's gone though, and how real it is. Like, he's not here anymore.
It doubly sucks. The fact that the tears showed the dude was never leaving. All the crap that they gaslighted us with we don't know that he was going to sign here, or he didn't care. People who don't care don't break down into tears over emotion, over like something like that. They don't break down into tears. They don't care. If they don't care, they don't care about that. So, like, that whole thing was that was a lie. It was a lie that he wasn't going to sign here. It just continued. It made it even worse. Last night was, if it possibly could have been worse. Last night was worse.
You had
and the amount of fans that I saw, they were like, "We're done. I'm done. I'll see you next year. I'll see you next year."
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that you're even getting to see you next year. There were people.
I'll say for me. I'll see. you next year. I'll talk to you next year.
There are people who tweeted at me last night who were just saying, like, we got one. I'll pull it up right now because I asked fans last night. I was like, okay, on Twitter, tell me what your general reaction is now that the game's over. What you thought. And we got one from Jay. He replied and said, "Only way I will be over this is to never watch another NBA game again, and that's what I intend to do."
Yeah, see,
there's a lot of people I think it's just like, I can't watch Mike got to that point.
No one's going to actually do that. No one's actually going to do that.
I don't know, man. We heard
people say that, I'm not going to watch football again. I'm not going to do this again. You always wind up doing it again because someone gives you free tickets. Someone, whatever, you're
but for
scrolling
a product
past
that's already struggling. I mean, the Mavericks, we heard yesterday in the Tim McMahon piece, they're losing millions hand over fist with this deal. And they're losing sponsorship opportunities. And then, I mean, for you to go in an entire game, it's almost like ESPN was stunned. They kept waiting for the stamina to run out. For you to go the entire game with these chants reverberating through the building is insane.
Yeah.
That's the very end of the game. That's from Nick Harris's video. That's the very end of the game, and it's as strong as it had been all night. And you heard ESPN, Breen talked about it, like, well, you wonder how long they're going to keep this going. I actually saw a Lakers fan last night tweeting that, I would have cheered early on, I would have booed, I would have done all this stuff, but at some point I would have just settled in and started cheering for my team. I don't know that we've seen a team lose their entire fan base for an evening like that in any sport.
Oh, but they lost it for more than an evening.
Oh, sure, but I just mean the crowd rooting interest. That was a Luka crowd.
Oh, for sure,
100%,
for sure, and it's deserved. The Luka deserves the accolades and the cheers, and Nico deserves the Fire Nico chants, and Patrick Dumont deserves to see his entire organization, his empire, being basically burned to the ground right before his very. This is Nero.
Yeah, he's fiddling, or Nico Harrison's fiddling.
Nico's fiddling.
Every time they'd cut to him standing in that tunnel and just what. I mean, seriously, I don't know how you can do that every game. You know how soft it looks. You know how weak it looks. That you just stand there hiding in your little troll tunnel and watching on as everything you lit on fire is now doing exactly what it does when you do that. It burns to the ground.
It burned to the ground.
And you've got a bunch of people weighing in on the fan text already. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. 817 says, at one point, the broadcast turned the crowd noise down. Another 817 said, Luka was bringing me into basketball. I was a potential fan. Now I'm not. Somebody else says they haven't watched. 972 haven't watched since the Luka trade. 903, I didn't have the stomach to watch the game. The Mavs threw him away and then treats it as if it was Luka's choice to leave. That was the bizarre energy surrounding last night. It was just how much it felt like a tribute to a player that had left in free agency. Rather than, you just set this on fire 2 months ago. This was you.
Yeah, they did it to themselves. They did it to themselves. At the end of the day, that's what happened. And that's what's going to happen. And the best way I saw it put last night was on Twitter. It said, I'm on IR. And that's exactly how I feel. I'm on IR for the rest of the year. They put me on the 60-day DL. And
IL. Come on.
Yeah, whatever. And I'll see you in September or October. That's how I look at it.
It's one of those where I'm so aggressively against this franchise until they lose their GM and owner. Until that changes, it very much feels like, and I said this when the trade first happened, I think I get the people who said, like, I can't forgive you for letting Landry go. Like those people who had that take, who years later, I mean, there's still people today that were around for that decision.
They're still angry with it, but they went back and watched games.
Not all of them, though. And maybe they watched games, but they really did stop being fans. There are people who held that against Jerry and the organization forever, even through the 3 Super Bowls. They existed. And there are people who, the Mavericks, I don't think are ever going to win 3 and 4 with this group, especially, and some of the dumb things that they do.
3 titles and...
Yeah, it's never going to happen.
No, absolutely not.
So if that's the reality for them, they're not even going to be able, even with the Cowboys having that as the reality and becoming the biggest brand in the sport, they couldn't win everybody back with that. It's the same thing. They're not going to win everybody back for that. Nico Harrison will be a pariah in Dallas for the rest of his life.
Yeah,
and past his life. Yeah. This will be something that you invoke in sports talk media 60 years from now when he's gone. Yep. But, I mean, at least Anthony Davis can run wind sprints.
Yeah, he had 13. He didn't get hurt. On the good news is he didn't get hurt. That's the good news. And I bet you Nico was sitting there like through that entire game when Luka's sitting there scoring 45 points and lead his team to victory. That Nico was holding on to the, sometimes a little late getting up that floor, or he just checks out of the play on offense just to get himself a breather. I guarantee you that's what he was looking at, because that was the only reason for him to make that ridiculous decision to trade him.
Other than they just hate him. They hate him.
Yeah, for whatever reason. Like it showed last night that they could not stand him. For whatever reason, they could not stand him. It's a crying shame.
I'm sure you were following along with it the same way that I was, some of the stuff that was being said on social media last night. But, I mean, you had Dan, what's his last, is it Woike from the LA Times?
I have no idea who you're talking about.
Woike. He's a longtime LA Times reporter. I think it's Woike. But he said that he asked Luka about what's this notion that the Mavericks seem to put out there about your work ethic and some of your habits. And Luka told him yesterday, they have no idea. I didn't end up here by mistake. I worked my ass off to be here. So it's kind of, I would say, disrespectful, just sad that people say that. I will never understand it. And you watched him last night, how committed he was to this city and how important a lot of people think that is. When you're talking about you got to be the face of a franchise, you have to embrace the city on a real level that goes beyond just the sport, which he does. He blew into town last night, and his Luka Doncic Foundation went to Cook Children's Hospital in Fort Worth and visited all the patients that they had worked with before. It's devastating the way that he embraced this city as his home, his American home. This was home. And you had these out-of-towners blow into town with zero respect for the people who lived here and the people who supported it and the people who built that franchise and gave the middle finger to all of them. And that's unforgivable, and that's why they have to sell. They have to fire Nico.
They're not going to sell.
No, but
they're not going to
honestly, for this to ever be something that the city embraces again, ever, this city will not embrace this franchise again until Nico Harrison is fired and then until Patrick Dumont and the Adelson sell.
If they're good
100%.
again and they win, they'll get embraced. It's the reality of sports.
They're not going to be good again as long as Nico's calling shots like that, because they will always blow it up.
Well, I mean, look, he's made every right move until this one.
I don't think so.
Pretty much. I mean, his track record's pretty solid until this one. Now he's an idiot.
214. If people want to turn their back on the city, they're not real Dallas fans anyway. But that is Patrick Dumont and Nico Harrison. They turn their back on the city.
Yeah, they're not real. I mean, they're not real fans, I guess.
This wasn't about the sport. This wasn't about the sport. This was about being disrespectful, straight disrespectful to the people who live and work in this city.
Rangers avoid the sweep. Hits keep on coming, not just in the batter's box. Get into that coming up next on 105 through the Fan.
Let's keep it real.
Starting your day.
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
Call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car insurance attorneys in Dallas.
2-1. Seager hits one in the air down the right field line, hooking towards the wall. That ball is just out of here. Into the basket just above the ivy. And it's a multi-home run game for Corey Seager. A solo shot that just sneaks out. And the Rangers increase their lead at 6-1.
I do believe that is Jared Sandler with the call.
Dude, I like Jared's home run call. I really do. The out of here. But like, if you're not sure as the ball's going out, it's okay not to do the home run call.
Just out of here.
It's hooking, and then it's like he had to transition from the foul call to gotta get the last.
Yeah.
That's fine. I love you, Jared. I know you're listening right now, and you're punching air.
I think he's
listening to me. Oh, he's always up playing his basketball, criticizing Jesse Holly's prayers at 5 a.m.
He's in Seattle right now.
Oh, but you know him. He's gonna be up. He's gonna be running around doing his. At the very least, he's rewinding on the Odyssey app.
He's rewinding on the app.
But yes, I do like that. He's like, oh, it's hooking for just out of here.
Just out of here. There we go.
I love you, Jared. You're doing a great job.
6-2 Rangers get the victory over the Cubbies as they avoid the sweep. And they got a really nice effort from Mahle. That's as good as you're going to get. I mean, that's a tough spot. Cold weather, can't grip the ball. You see a lot of pitchers. We saw a lot of Rangers the previous 2 days. That was a little bit warmer. But the previous 2 days, we saw a lot of Ranger pitchers, kind of lose command a little bit. Fingertips get a little bit, dry and cold, and just
the whole finger or just the tips.
Just the tip.
Oh, okay.
And 7 innings, 2-hit ball. That's how you do it, man. Terrible weather, and the wind was blowing out too, because I don't think the first Seager home run definitely doesn't get out of most parks on a normal day.
Mm-hmm.
That thing barely got out. I mean, they both really barely got out. But because it was funny on the I was on the way home. What?
It was funny.
Oh yeah, I was on the way. I got my windows tinted yesterday, and I was on the way home from that, and I was listening to the game, and Sandler brought up that I think it was Josh Young's flyout was the longest hit ball that Imanaga had given up all year. And he had already given up a home run in the same game. Yet the fly ball he gave up was almost 30 feet further than the home run he gave up.
400-foot fly ball.
Fly ball by Josh, and then a 360-foot home run by Seager.
Boy, I will say that, by the way. You want to talk about, gosh, it makes such a difference when Josh Young's in the lineup.
Of course it does. I mean, he deepens the lineup.
But I feel like we obviously know Corey Seager's your best player. We feel like Wyatt Langford is the which we'll get to Wyatt here in just a sec. You feel like Wyatt Langford is the up and coming superstar that you're going to get. You've obviously got Marcus Semien, who's the leadoff hitter, and that's important to what they do and different things like that. Josh Young feels like the X factor in the lineup, where it's like if you're getting meaningful contributions from Josh Young, if Josh Young's healthy, this lineup just operates different. What was in 23? I seem to remember he was the one that when he was in the lineup, they were way above, and the games he missed, like in 23, I think they were a few games. I'm going to look that up.
Major part of it. And last year, major part of not being there. I think for absolute certainty, he is a tremendous addition to the lineup. And when he is out, you can absolutely feel the effects. Seager, maybe this was a breakout game for him. You hope. Couple of home runs. He had some pops coming in, but those, who knows, right? Who cares if that 360-foot home run, this is one stat I hate. Well, it's only a home run in 6 ballparks. I don't care. They weren't playing in the other 24. What does that matter? I've never understood why that matters. I think
it's just like an analytic data point where you can go like, okay.
Barrel it up, that matters. Like whether it's a home run in that ballpark today, because the wind is not always the same on every ballpark. I've seen infield singles get guys out of slumps. I don't care if it's a 360-foot home run.
By the way, 2023, the Rangers were 73-49 with Josh Young in the lineup. They were 17-23 when he was out.
Okay, that's a good little nugget there. Semien 1 for 4. Well, you're not having a great year when you go 1 for 4 and you increase your batting average. That's not the greatest start.
But, he basically tripled it.
Yeah, he's got to start barreling up, man. Maybe switch him and Higgy's bat and see if that works.
I was going to say, I did feel like telling Brett Boone yesterday when he was like, yeah, but Marcus Simeon's bat speed is still there. It's like, you have not looked at Baseball Savant yet this year, Brett.
I'm pretty sure my freshman's bat speed's faster.
It's because we looked at it the other day. It was 67 miles per hour. Let me see what the updated number says on here. His bat speed is 67.8. That's in the 7th percentile in baseball.
Hey, it's not 5. It's not the 5th percentile. It was the 5th the other day. Now
That's
it's
true.
the 7th.
He's moving on up. And
yes,
so though that's a good thing. Now, what you are getting from from Marcus Simeon during this series here against Chicago is he was starting to hit the ball harder. So that's again, we talk about some of the different analytic data points that exist. That's a big one that I think consistently shows if you're hitting the ball hard routinely, things are going to start falling for you eventually. And luckily, that's starting to be the case now.
TV broadcast seemed to think the wind was blowing in. I mean, it might have been. I mean, I thought it was blowing out. Well, I didn't think that ball was getting out at all.
I
suppose it could have been a crosswind.
Well, and it's not the factor there at Chicago, I wouldn't assume. But that used to be at the old Globe Life Field, the old ballpark. That used to be when the wind was blowing in was when the ball would shoot out. Because you get
right, yeah, Wrigley. If it's blowing in, it's blowing in.
Yeah, right.
I thought they said on the radio broadcast that it was blowing out. Because I heard the Seager home run on the radio.
I would trust Nadell and
it was
Sandler and Hicks. I would trust those three before Mike.
I'll tell you this about Mike. I said this to you yesterday.
He has been great.
Look, and this is with all due respect to Tom Grief, who I think is fantastic, and I love Tom. I think Tom is exactly what you want out of a local TV analyst. He's relatable. He's soft-spoken. What are you filming me for?
I'm gonna text this video to Mike. Go ahead, say it.
Grief was relatable and soft-spoken, and I will defend him to the end of times. That the cookie bit was a good bit. It was good. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's exactly the local baseball broadcast is you need to appeal to grandmas, grandpas, and kids. But Mike Bassick is without question the best Rangers analyst on TV we've ever had.
Oh, you hear that, Mikey?
It is not. I mean, the debate is over.
You've been good.
And I might be a little biased. I like Mike, but the debate is over, man. Like, he sees the game, steps ahead. He's got a voice, authoritative. It's not even close. I watch a lot of baseball around the country. I watch a lot of Met games. I love their booth with Keith and Ron and Cohen. I watch a lot of Yankee games. I think David Cohn's fantastic. I see a lot of Dodger games.
Mike loves it. You can hear it too. He loves baseball.
If Mike was the analyst for the Mets and Ron Darling was here, Mike's on TBS. And not Ron. There's no difference. Same with David Cohn. Like they're all great.
Ron Darling has better hair.
Darling's got much better hair, man. Mike's great though.
Mike has been very, very good. And so, I hate to say that. I know he's sitting there fist pumping right now, loving it, but yeah. He's been very good.
I actually texted him that the other day.
Look at you. That's so sweet.
He's been fantastic.
We did get some bad news yesterday in regards to the Rangers, though. We were waiting on that Wyatt Langford MRI, and he is now going to have a 10-day stint minimum on the IL. He lands there with an oblique strain, which this is what you were concerned about was an oblique strain because those can be pesky.
They can be pesky. They happen. Cold weather. This is why you can't be playing games in April in Chicago. There's no reason for that. That's how guys get hurt, man. That's how guys get hurt. But it's and that stinks because these things. I know it's the 10-day, but I would I expect him back in 10 days? It's like why bother? Why risk it?
Yeah. Now, how much is?
Because you need him.
Josh Young, for instance, apparently didn't need 10 days when they put him on they just had to do it for a roster move.
Yeah.
Like, basically just for roster jumbling, they couldn't afford to just have him resting. They needed to put him on the IL. I wonder if that's similar what they were just looking at with Wyatt. Is just, hey, we got to put him on here to kind of juggle the roster a little bit. But, because Wyatt said he wasn't overly concerned with it. The Rangers didn't sound overly concerned with it. Now, this is a franchise that is known in the Chris Young era, I feel like, for being one that just is not going to tell you the truth about injuries. They're the kings of, it's not that bad. Then all of a sudden it's like, oh, they're shut down for the year?
Yeah, look,
I don't think that's happening with Wyatt Langford. But
no, I would err with him on the side of caution. He's eligible to come back on, the 20th? I mean, I would just... look at the schedule, see how it works. Do you really need him before May 1st? See how you're playing.
Ooh.
It's 10 more days. It's probably 8 more games. Do you really need him? Like, yes, you do really need him, but like, would you not rather have him get this thing to 100%?
I mean, as long as they hit like they did yesterday, sure, he can rest. But I mean, gosh, what was it? I looked at the numbers yesterday. I think it's over the last 39 games. If you go back to last season, he's got like 13 home runs. I mean, he's on a 50 home run pace over his basically a quarter of a season. He's been really, really good.
40-1 MVP ticket. I mean, I want him back as soon as possible.
By the way, we didn't mention it in the first segment. How much were you just pissed at the lack of good looks for Luka in the second half with your 50-point ticket?
Well, pretty upset about it. I mean, I hit the 31. I hit the over 31 and a half. That was just even money. I was looking forward to the 6-1 I got on the 50+ points. That would have been nice. That would have been nice.
325 OMG, you just boosted Mike's ego 100 times.
I did, but he deserves it, man. He deserves it, I'll tell you that. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Oh, baby, they are on the course. They let the patrons in. I can't say fans.
No, you can't.
No, I can't, because I still want to be a member. But I can't even say I want to be a member. If you even say you want to be a member, you'll never be a member. So I can't even say that.
I think in order to be a member, you have to say you thought Kendrick Lamar's halftime show was just really distasteful and disgusting. So just make sure you get that quote out there.
Somebody, I mean, isn't Roger's a member? I'm sure he loved Kendrick's halftime show. So there you go. What is coming up next in the payload?
Guys, you won't believe what items were left behind in an Uber. Plus, we also talk about how Detroit continues to suck. That's right, Jake Rima. That's next on The Fan.
Coming.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
suppose.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Tree Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
Oh, baby.
Had to be done. Look, I mean,
I think it'll be done today.
My night was ruined so much last night. I can't even start my segment with my generic. That is right.
Oh, that's true.
Right. Yeah.
Man, that's how much Nico has destroyed things.
Dude, I'll admit it. And I don't care if I'm called soft because I think a lot of fans also had this way, diehard Mavs fans, but I teared up watching Luka cry because that was real man tears right there. That wasn't just the emotions overtaking the moment right now. That was, I wanted to be here for the rest of my life.
Yeah, that
hurt me so much because those tears, he was trying to fight back so much. And I knew it was going to happen because I don't know if you guys saw, but when the video was about to play, he called something. He said, "Hey, throw me that real quick." It was a towel. I think he knew he was about to just burst with tears. So.
I'll tell you this. I think there's a non-zero chance Nico just quits today.
Man, he's been so defiant.
He's been so defiant.
I think the day
he's
after,
such an egomaniac that he might just stick around for the end of his contract.
That's why.
That he might not even resign at all. I am fascinated to see if Kid retires. I'm sorry, it just quits this offseason. Steps down.
Man, I guess it would just come down to how much did he really know and how much was he really against it.
Because that would show how against it he was if he just is like, hey, I'm out of here.
Yeah, like I didn't sign up for this.
Yeah.
Well, guys, let's hope Nico gets left behind in like an Uber or something, the Lost and Found, because Uber has released their 2024 Lost and Found Index from last year. These are items that were left behind during Uber rides that drivers report. When we've all lost, or we've heard of people losing, keys, wallets, phone, the generic items. Mm-hmm. But this list was quite interesting, quite unique. The unique items that were left behind, and they included, and stop me when you've heard this before, a 5-gallon bucket of beans was left behind.
I could see that. Yeah, I mean, I always carry around 5 gallons. Yeah.
Why not 4? 5.
Maybe they don't come in 4.
I will say if you need to use an Uber to take you to the grocery store because your car's and then you got a bunch of groceries and you forgot the 5-gallon bucket of beans you set on the floor or something, I could see it.
Yeah, I guess if you work at like a restaurant and you were told, hey, go to the store and get this, this, and this. And one of the things that you went and got was a 5-gallon bucket of beans. I can see that.
Yeah.
I just can imagine the scene from The Office, Kevin dropping the chili bucket, chili pot. Like I could just see that happening to someone because what's that cleanup fee going to be? I mean, that's beans. I think that's worse than throw up.
Wait, you would rather clean up just a random amount of vomit versus, or just a normal amount of drunk girl vomit on a Friday night? You would rather clean that up than 5 gallons worth of beans?
5 gallons is a lot.
It's a lot, but did they spill or they're in the bucket?
No, they're in the bucket. I'm just saying, if it did spill.
Yeah.
What was also left behind last year in Uber rides, fresh breast milk. Fresh.
Cambodian?
I'm not sure, but fresh is different than just breast milk.
Come on, you have had a bad week of catching my references. That is a Chappelle Show reference. I want pure Cambodian breast milk.
I never saw it.
Gosh, guys, a chainsaw.
I've seen the show, but I don't remember that episode.
A chainsaw was left behind. Some blue collar guy was just trying to get from point A to point B with a chainsaw, left it behind the Uber ride. Now, how do you leave that behind and not realize you walk into the ride with it and then leave without it? I'm not sure, but
Yeah,
a
because I would
chainsaw
think
was
if
left
you
behind.
have a chainsaw on your person, you have a very distinct purpose for the chainsaw.
Mm-hmm.
So you're taking the ride share to use the chainsaw, or you're taking it home for what you just used it on.
Mm-hmm.
So you would think you would want to bring it with you. And if you did anything nefarious with it, I mean, you absolutely want to keep the evidence.
Do you think OJ would have Ubered back if he did that? If that was something that happened today? No. Do you think he would? Do you think he would have? Yeah. Do you think he would have just called an Uber instead of potentially like banging his head on the back door and having Kato Kalin hear it? Do you think he in modern times he would have had a quicker getaway?
I don't
with
think
an
so.
Uber?
They did that. Now they get your footprint.
It's true. Now they have all the forensic file stuff.
Yeah.
Guys, we had an Uber that had 15 hookahs left behind. I guess that was Luka's Uber ride to the airport.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Going from Dallas to LA.
I don't get the hookah thing.
Okay, so I get I never enjoyed it, but I do get the, like, I wouldn't take part, but sitting in the group, if a group of you goes and it's like, oh, we got these flavored hookahs or whatever, it's BYOB, we're all in here drinking, it's just a hangout thing. It's kind of like
communal.
Yeah, it's a communal thing. Yeah, so I mean, I kind of get that aspect of it, but yeah, the actual activity I don't understand.
Guys, someone's Ozempic was left behind. I guess this might have been San Antonio.
Probably
Charles
also
Barkley.
Luka.
Wow. Yeah, probably
Because
also.
clearly not taking it, Nico.
And then last thing here, 10 live lobsters. Not one, not two, not three, LeBron, Dwayne Wade. 10 live
Yeah, that's a good one. Very good. I got four dead lobsters yesterday.
How?
Sean sent me a Wild Fork, sent me a delivery for a little wedding gift. Some 4 lobster tails, frozen, and he had like 3 pounds of a tenderloin, like the whole leg of a cow.
Goodness.
And shrimp, steaks.
Are you a big seafood
sea
guy?
bass? Oh, we eat seafood 5 nights a week. The mercury poisoning is just piping through me. That's why I didn't get your references today. I have mercury poisoning.
And I just want to know, because look, we have a large Uber audience from the Tolos. Any Uber drivers have an experience like this where you just, you let someone off and you look behind and just see 10 live lobsters, baked beans?
Have y'all ever left anything in an Uber? I don't remember ever leaving something of my own.
Gosh, yeah, really bad. We drove to Austin, one of the worst trips I've ever had. Drove to Austin with my brother-in-law
I can see why.
to see the 1975. And we got down there, we got to the hotel. Everything went wrong with that trip. I had booked the hotel accidentally for the day before, so when we arrived there to check in, it was like, no, your reservation was for yesterday, so I had to pay for 2 nights. Bunch of different things went wrong. We were right up front. We ended up having to leave because my brother-in-law shared some of his substances down there.
What do you mean?
And he shared it with a 90-pound girl who was overheated and then fainted and then got accused by everybody in a very angry pit of lacing it with something. It was a bad trip. But the worst part of that trip was I accidentally brought the rental car keys with me in the Uber as we were going because we were going to drink. And I left them in there and I didn't realize it until hours later. And it took me a while to figure out how do I get in contact with this guy to see if he can bring him back. But he did. He brought him back at like 1 a.m.
How did you get in contact with him? Were you able to text him still?
There was like this, you had to go through this backwards like mediator that Uber has, and they would contact him and try to get in touch with him, and eventually it worked. But yeah, that was going to be the cherry on top. It was like, okay, after all this, I now lose the rental car keys.
All right, it's the Payload every Thursday at this time. And guys, look, we've all been affected by food poisoning one way or another. And this is for Jake Rima, because this is a shot at Detroit. This was Cody Bellinger of the New York Yankees. The other day, he had a bad case of food poisoning right before his game because of chicken wings he had at a hotel in Detroit. Look, Detroit doesn't have good water or chicken wings, apparently. Thanks a lot, Jake.
Or pizza.
Or a lot of
Pizza's
things.
terrible,
That's right.
I'll tell you that right now.
That's right. But thank goodness our buddy Chris Russo had an alternative meal for Cody Bellinger to have instead of the chicken wings. Listen to this on his radio show.
Cody Bellinger got sick on some chicken wings. Cody eating them. Why would you have chicken wings from a hotel? That's make yourself a grilled cheese sandwich and call it a day. I mean, geez. I mean, he got sick on a grilled cheese, tomato, on some potato chips, and a glass of milk. That should carry you as far as that is concerned.
Glass of milk.
Did he say grilled cheese on potato chips on a glass of milk?
He threw the tomato. I think he meant to throw soup at the end of tomato, but he just said grilled cheese with tomato, potato chips, and a glass of milk. The milk threw me off.
The milk threw me off, and the whole make yourself a grilled cheese. Does he have a stove? Did you bring a hot plate with them?
I bet these professional athletes, they stay at nice hotels.
They
all
stay. I think the league rule is you got to stay at a 5-star.
Yeah,
has to be a 5-star hotel.
5 stars have.
I mean, I don't
burners.
I don't think so.
No, I can't remember. Like usually the ones that have burners are like the extended stay ones.
You stay in with the Cowboys. That you stay in the same hotel they do.
Yeah.
Those are usually 5-star.
I don't know if they're 5-star. They're always nice. I don't know if they're exactly 5 stars, but they're nice.
Yeah, I would doubt they have a burner there.
I've never seen one. By the way, I will say, bad take from Russo, because the Lowe's Hotel here in Arlington makes some great wings.
Really?
Holy, that's a good pregame spot. If you just go into that bar that's downstairs in the lobby area, they make great wings.
I am surprised with, a professional athlete I wonder how common it is with the just ordering room service, just getting the food from the hotel.
I would imagine every night.
Really? You think they get tired of going out and about and, I guess to get bugged in public?
I assume they get done with the game. It's 11 o'clock at night and they're hungry. And they go to the room and they get room service.
I would say a lot of the, I don't know. It feels to me like just kind of anecdotally looking around the hotel when we're on the road with the Cowboys, like maybe half of them go out for dinner, but the other half will just order something.
Yeah,
because they're just like, I don't want to go anywhere. Like they'll just deliver to the room. I don't want to go out.
Yeah, especially if you're like certain teams, if you're the Cowboys, if you're the Lakers, if you're the Yankees, like you can't go anywhere.
The city matters too. Like
they were Detroit.
So in New York, a lot more of them I think go out and just like, oh, there's a restaurant here. Let's all go out as a group. So yeah, Detroit. I mean, you can't go out without a police escort.
I would rather take the risk on chicken wings from Detroit or any city that you name in the United States than a grilled cheese with milk.
The milk threw me off. I don't get the milk. I don't get the milk.
Is Russo, he's from Jersey, Northeast. Maybe is milk a big thing there? You eat with the grilled cheese sandwich? I don't know. Do you have a Reuben sandwich with the glass of milk?
I haven't had a glass of milk in 40 years, 35 years.
Wow.
Why?
Because I'm an adult.
Do you still eat cereal? I do. But do you?
I do not eat cereal with milk.
What do you eat it with? Just dry?
Just my hands. Yeah, I just eat my hands, throw it in.
That's
right out of the
what
box.
What a waste.
No.
What a waste, dude. The milk is like crucial.
I'm an animal.
Dry cereal's fine as like a little snacky thing, but milk in cereal just hits.
I'm an animal. I don't have time for that. I have one speed. Go. I am always focused on the next task.
Guys, last thing here. Look, we're big fashion people, especially Bobby Bell.
Big time.
To his brother's wedding. Society is banning the T-shirt from nice restaurants. This solid color tees that you can wear with jeans. I have a couple solid colored tees that I've been getting into. Some black shirts, brown shirts, and you throw with the khaki pants or jeans, some nice shoes, and it's a good fit. But society is banning that look from nice restaurants.
I have noticed that they are really, and I've seen articles about restaurant owners saying, we don't even enforce our dress codes anymore because we'll just find a table in the corner for you. We don't want to turn people away.
That's right. And don't turn anybody away.
It does suck that we've gone so I like it because it's more comfortable, but we've lost some of the charm of dressing up. I've been told that we're going to Europe for the honeymoon. I've been told they can spot an American over there based on what they wear. They'll wear sports gear, like all the clothes I'm not bringing any athletic wear.
Because you don't want to be spotted as an American?
I want to blend.
RJ, I'll give you a heads up here. A little tip going into Europe.
Oh, give me a tip.
They do not tip over there.
I've been told.
No pun intended.
I've been told.
But they will, if they know you're American, because they did this to me and my family when we went over there, they'll put a service fee at the bottom. They'll say, oh, and then you can give us a service fee. They just call it a service fee or whatnot. Don't fall for it.
Don't fall for it?
They do not, because they get paid a lot more over there. They get paid, hourly or whatever their wage.
Okay.
So don't fall for the service.
Apparently the service is very different. By the way, I saw a TikTok the other day. It was service at a restaurant in the U.S. versus Europe, and the U.S. one was obviously, how's everything tasting? How's it? And just it's good, it's good. But then they showed them, and it's where do I find a server? I need my check or that they are not as attentive and on top of things.
No ice in the water. No ice in the water either out there.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I'm a lukewarm water guy. My buddy Ricky texted. He goes, be prepared for 3-hour dinners.
Oh, because of how slow the service is?
That's the way it is. Be prepared for a 3-hour dinner. I can't stand. I want to be in and out of there in an hour. I hate 3-hour dinners.
Yeah.
I can't stand it. There's the payload here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden alongside. It's Sean and RJ. I get you set for the Masters today. They are about to be on the course. Albert Breer says a major change is coming to the NFL. It's the 7 o'clock hour next on the
they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course not. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I didn't know your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The Fan.
It was night putting. Just putting at night. The 15-year-old daughter of the dean.
It is today. It is today. It is starting right now at Augusta, Georgia. Bobby Belt. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden alongside. And Jason Kidd said what? He said what? That's at 7:20. But let me get you set for today because they're on the first tee. They're on the first tee at the 89th Masters Tournament, as they would say in North Georgia. What are you looking at me? Very, very funny.
No, I was looking back there, and I like your... Part of it was a bit, but now I do think you're just kind of naturally in the Masters mood, and
I kind of am.
You're talking a little softer.
I kind of am in the Masters mood, and that is starting today.
You want a fun fact about the Masters?
Yeah, let's give one.
At the Masters, the rules that were in place at the very first one, including regarding people, are still in place today, 89 years later.
Some of those are not in place. In fact, all of those are not in place.
I want to read the policies of the Masters, the very first Masters.
The very first?
Or even maybe like the 63rd, which probably looks kind of similar.
Let's see. It's 89th. So I would say, no, I think after the 39th. This is the 50th anniversary of Lee Elder.
Oh, okay.
Breaking the color barrier.
Okay.
So that was 50 years ago. And look, some of the things that you will not hear this week, I find this pretty funny. Just to get you set for this Masters tournament, which I have, by the way, placed a few wagers on. If you want to get on board with these, you can. You can do this along with me, and I will give you those bets that I made here coming up in just a second. But because, golf odds, you can get like 40 to 1, 50 to 1. You can get some good odds on some players.
How many people are in the field?
86, 87. It's a small field. It's the smallest field of the majors. But
realistically, how many people do you think have a shot to win that each time?
This is the easiest tournament to win.
So it's a wide field.
No. It's when I say it's the easiest tournament to win, I mean there's only about 20 guys that can actually win this. You go to the U.S. Open, there's 100 guys that can win that.
Oh, okay. So this is a chalk. This is chalk.
Well,
okay.
It's not chalk. It's you either play well here or you don't. There's no in between. Like, this is one of those courses that, like, if you play well here, you almost always play well here. And if you don't play well here, you almost never play well there, unless the conditions change. So, my buddy Chad Campbell, who finished tied for first one year, lost in the playoff to Anel Cabrera.
Well,
he said when the course was playing fast, he always played well. And it was playing slow, like got a lot of rain, he never played well.
So would this be a tournament where or a tournament, as he said?
Tournament.
Would this be a tournament where your betting approach might be...
It changes.
But you'd be like, I feel confident placing bets down on maybe 5 or 6 different people to win because I feel confident I'm going to be able to narrow this one down more than a typical tournament.
Right. So, like, Scheffler plays well here. I mean, he plays well everywhere, but he plays really, really well here. Patrick Reed plays really well here, so I placed a bet on him at 80 to 1. Cameron Smith placed a bet on him at 60 to 1. He was playing in a sport jacket yesterday. Joaquin Niemann's just playing really well this year. He's at 30 to 1. Ludwig Oberg went to Texas Tech. He played there last year. He played tremendous. So he's at 20 to 1. And then Koepka has had interesting times where he's been in the top 5, and then others where he's very ho-hum. But I think anytime you get him at 25 to 1, I'm going to take him.
Why does he not consistently play well? If you said typically it's a course where you either play well or you don't, why is he the outlier?
That might be one of the situations where, like, if it's playing fast or slow, he doesn't play well there, depending on what it is. He's not the greatest putter in the world. I mean, he can putt, but he's not the greatest, and that sometimes these greens will they'll come and bite you. They will come and bite you.
How offensive is it that, RJ Ochoa from Blogging the Boys? How offensive is it that RJ Ochoa once told me, he said, you're not going to understand this, but you're kind of like the Patrick Reed of Cowboys coverage, I feel like.
How offensive is
how
that?
offensive is it to say that? He said it like it sounded like it was offensive.
It's not offensive if you're Patrick Reed.
He meant it was a personality thing, not a quality thing.
Patrick just doesn't. Nobody likes him.
No, well.
And he's a cheater.
Okay, but I'm not. I'm gonna play by the rules. I'm gonna play by the rules.
Gentlemen.
I'm just gonna be a jackass about it.
Yeah, that's Patrick Reed. Scotty Scheffler, obviously 2-time champ, best in the world. Course fits him well. It should surprise nobody if he wins. I don't know if the guys from Live are going to show up or not. They'll probably get a couple of the top 10. Phil, he's another guy. He always plays well here. So does Reed. Like I said, Brooks sneakily getting in the top 5 at this course, besides not always being great. There is no Tiger this year. There's no Tiger juice. That's always going to hurt the sport in general. What?
Tiger juice.
No. And then Rory. Rory here's a little fun fact for you. The last 3 Masters champs, they all had the most wins on tour heading into the Masters. Rory has the most wins on tour this year, heading into the Masters. So, if history continues and the 3 straight make it 4, Rory would be the winner, and this would complete the career Grand Slam for him.
Is our buddy Henrik competing this weekend?
I don't think Henrik is in this. I have not seen Henrik's name.
By the way, somebody on the fan text is saying this year the tournament is 95.
It's 95? Okay, it's so that's what it is. I thought it was either 85 or 95, so it's 95. But that's a lot lower. Like the U.S. Open's like 150 something, and the PGA is high, and the British is very, very high. So the Masters is the smallest field. But something that they do that nobody else does is they do not allow you to bring cell phones on the golf course. So every fan is engaged. This is, like I said, Texone Ludwig Oberg talking about the cell phones at the course.
I think one thing that's very underrated about Augusta, it's not underrated, but I think just because of the fact that the patrons don't have their phones out, it actually makes it feel like they're so much more engaged, and it's a lot more eye contact with the fans. It's a lot more, you can really tell that they watch and appreciate good golf. And I remember walking up a couple holes where, like yesterday when we played, it almost felt like a tournament round because there were so much people. And the fact that no one's on their phone, no one's taking pictures, no one's doing that, it feels like they're a lot more engaged, which I, as a player, really appreciate. I think that's very cool.
Man, I am dead set on this. Some team is going to ban cell phones from a playoff game.
Who would do it?
I don't know.
That seems like a Yankees thing.
Yeah, it might be.
Like they didn't do the beer. They did the beer policy for forever.
Right, they did. Someone's going to do that, and they're going to create the greatest home field advantage in the sport. For a playoff game, some team's going to do that. I remember seeing a photo. I can't remember. Pedro Martinez was walking out the field, and like everyone's eyes were on him as he was walking out the field. Nobody's eyes were on their phones. This is like 04, 03, something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how it should be. That's how it should be. So it's kind of I kind of like it. I kind of like it. You will not hear the announcers say fans. They're called patrons. Augusta will kick you off. They have suspended announcers for this. You will not hear it be called the rough. It's the second cut. It is not a sand trap. You will not hear that. You will not.
They are so. I don't understand how you love this like you do. They are so insufferable with their rule. That's taking yourself way too seriously.
Yeah, you'll never hear it called the back nine. It's the second nine. It is not the driving range. It is the tournament practice area. It's not a country club or a golf course. It's Augusta National. They're not called that.
One of these days, you could only get to the practice round. I'm going to use every connection I have, Chop, to get to this tournament one day, just so I can take your list and do all of this.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
No cell phones.
None.
Calling them patrons.
Yeah.
So all of those things, if you say those, if I say the back nine, they'll kick me out?
No, they'll just slap you on the wrist.
Why do they kick you out for saying fans instead of patrons? Why is that a thing?
Fans are short for fanatics, and there's no fanatics at Augusta.
There's nothing in there that says I can't say fire Nico, though.
That's right. That's right,
chant
Peyton.
That.
That's right. Augusta. There's nothing in there that says you can't say fire Nico.
Mm-hmm. That would be amazing.
Dude,
if,
could you imagine if there was a fire Nico chant? Please, if you're going this weekend, if you live here, if you're listening on the other side, you're going this weekend, please start a fire Nico chant. Yes. Bobby is begging you.
I will absolutely.
Please. You'll start a fire Nico chant.
We'll talk about you if you can do it. We'll talk about you. Send us the audio. We'll talk all about it. Please do.
I can't. I hope it happens. I really, really hope it happens. So that's the Master. That's getting started this morning. Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. You were out at the arena last night. How long did you stay?
I was out there. So I got there around 5:15, 5:20. And so I hung out there till a little after tip off. So I didn't actually go to I didn't go inside the arena. I had just been in Victory Plaza, walking around, talking to fans, hanging out. I missed Kid Muse, apparently.
Was he out there?
He was out there. He was part of the ones who started the Fire Nico chant during Tim McMahon's stand-up, and also tried to start the Fire Tim chant during his stand-up, which then that quickly got shut down. But they had about a dozen of them doing that to McMahon. I felt a little bad for Tim when they did that, but Tim can take it. He's used to it. He's got big shoulders.
Was it more than a normal Mavs crowd? Like out at Victory?
Yes.
Was it more?
Yeah, I mean, there's a guy out there. He had bought a box with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of clown noses, and he just opened the box and was handing them out to people. I was like, "Do you want a free?" I think they took them going into the arena.
Put it in your pocket, dude.
But they probably didn't think anything of it. Fans just probably thought, "Oh, I can walk out." A lot of them, I would assume, haven't been going to the games consistently and are not familiar with stuff getting confiscated. But yeah, I would assume that they took it. We had, I saw a complete fight with one person and security. I don't know what they got into, but the fan was getting pretty loud, and at one point was like, this BS ass security. And I mean, he poked his finger right in the security guard's face touched him. And I thought we were about to have a fight. I was about to take my phone out and start World Star in it, but no, it was.
Does anybody still go to World Star?
No, I don't think so.
Is that even a website?
No, it is still a website for sure. It's just World Star. That's probably an older reference still in terms of the fighting. But
that was one of my Legends calls.
Was it World Star?
World Star.
You just say that World Star. No, I'll say, and we'll play some of the audio from the fans later on that I talked to. I expected angry and venomous. It was not. These were people going to a funeral. Now they were excited to see Luka. They cheered him on, everything else, but man, it was much more somber. There was not a whole lot of F Nico or anything like that. It was just they turned their back on our city.
God, what a weird, strange situation that front office put us into. What a strange situation that front office put us into, man. And it was so unnecessary.
9:03, I was there. It was like a playoff atmosphere, but Lakers home game.
It's funny. It's like you. If he had asked out and you got bad, if he had asked out and you got a bad contract or a bad return for him, at least you could say, hey, you know what? We had our hands tied behind our backs. He asked out. We had no leverage. Nobody asked for this. Literally, nobody asked for this, and here we are, just sitting here on April 10th. One day away from Sean and I's 14th anniversary on the radio show.
Oh, and he's not even going to be here for your anniversary.
He needs to call in.
He had that slip and fall at the Rangers game.
That's right, slip and fall at the Rangers game.
I said it yesterday. The only thing crazier than someone being desperate to trade Luka Doncic is two people being desperate to trade Luka Doncic, and they just so happen to be the two people that were the ones that could prevent it.
They were the wrong two people. And Laker fans are the benefactor. Laker Mike was already hitting me up this morning. Last night, text, Luka put on for the city.
On for my city.
He did.
The most predictable outcome. He was going to go out there.
It was absolutely the most predictable outcome.
And
you know what? The most hurtful.
You had people up there yesterday at the arena wearing Lakers jerseys that said N. Harrison on them. Like Nico was one of their players almost, with giving him the assist. So we had Nico Harrison Laker jerseys yesterday. That was good. It was brutal. I can't tell you. We'll talk about it next segment a little bit. You're going to be stunned at how many people I talked to that flew into Dallas for this game.
Well,
and the reason they flew in.
Well, okay. That's I can't wait to hear about that. So it is Sean and RJ. It is the commercial-free expressway. Coming up next, we're going to have the neighborhood watch. Jason Kidd said what? What did he say? The Mavs somehow managed to get us all to have even more hate in our hearts. Coming up next.
Lakers are up 105-94. To not get complacent, and that guy won't. Shaking his head. Not tonight, Dallas. I'm a member of the Lakers, and we're going away with a victory.
That is Lakers radio with the call as the Mavericks fall to the Lakers 112-97. I mean, it's like I feel like this is like a spring training game where when I was doing updates and I would talk about the spring training. It's like, do you even need to bother giving the score? That's not even remotely the story of the game, of the Maverick Laker game. That the score doesn't matter. The result doesn't matter. By the way, the Mavericks, for the record, Robert, have clinched a play-in berth.
Thank God.
With the loss, they clinched the play-in berth.
Thank God. I was really worried about that. I was really hopeful that they would do that, and so I'm glad they figured that out. What a success! Nico got them to the playoffs.
They still could, I guess, host the game. They still could host the game against Sacramento, but as of now, they would go on the road to Sacramento. Golden State would host Minnesota, and then the loser of Golden State, Minnesota would get the winner of Mavs, Sacramento for the right to hold the 8th seed. So you could have a rematch of the West Finals last year in a one-game single elimination if Minnesota loses and the Mavericks win on, I guess this would be either Tuesday or Wednesday of next week when they would play that game. It'd either be the 15th or the 16th when they would play that game.
Boy, can you imagine them if they do get a home playing game? There will be empty seats there. They're going to be playing what is essentially
it would be
a playoff game, but they're going to be people who are not. There will be empty seats.
I wonder, I wonder how much interest there would even be in the game.
No, I don't think anybody's going to care.
I would think none. I would think no interest.
I bet you the TV ratings for it locally would not be very good.
I would assume not. And we love stakes. That's a high stakes game. Win or go home.
Yeah. Win or go home for another chance to win or go home and then get your ass kicked by Oklahoma City or something.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It is.
It's objectively stakes.
I honestly think that there would be
a first for.
I think there would be fans who would say, just lose the game because I want this season to be over.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I don't want. I want to move on. I want to be past it.
All right, let me ask you this: would there be more people watching the game, or higher percentage of people watching the game, or a higher percentage of people watching the game but rooting against the Mavs?
So I don't think it's the same as the Luka game last night. We're gonna have a bunch of people rooting against them. Like, it would just be the rooting interest being against them would just be, I want it to be over. I want to be done.
Yeah, I'll enjoy the ride, but you're not gonna break my heart if we lose.
Yeah. So I think that's sort of what it is. Although I'm sure there's a decent percentage of fans who are saying, no, I want them to lose instantly. I want this to hurt for them.
Yeah.
I want it to hurt for Nico. I want it to hurt for Patrick Dumont. I want it to hurt for Miriam Adelson and anybody else who had anything to do with Luka getting dealt.
So we do know they make the play-in. We do know they will play Sacramento. We just don't know where the game would be, and we will find that out over the next two games.
We'll find out.
2 games left. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. So obviously yesterday was Luka and his return to the American Airlines Center. And we have basically mentioned at some point today, we've mentioned that in every segment, basically. And we'll probably continue to do that at some point today.
It's the biggest story.
Yep.
Right now, and it was a mass funeral. In fact, last night, just for a little sampling. Pete, do you have that clip I put in your folder?
Yeah.
So this is why I was a little late coming in here. I just was chopping up some of the different things, some of the different reactions that I got from fans last night. But you're going to hear just the number of people who are still devastated about this outcome and about this reality and who were happy to see him last night, but were still very much in mourning. So this is just kind of a collection of 5 different fans that I talked to last night. What's your name?
Reese.
Chase. Christopher.
Michael. Paul. Luka was done wrong by this organization, and as an extension of that, the city of Dallas and its fan base was done wrong. Because to me, Luka Doncic is more than a basketball player. He's an icon of the city.
I'm representing Luka, not the Mavericks.
This season, I want Luka to win, so I won't be mad if the Lakers...
tonight you want him to win?
Yeah, and I want Luka Scored 77 points.
How did you feel when the Luka trade actually went down?
I was hurt. Life goes on. You got to, wake up and move on to the next situation.
What are your thoughts just in general on Nico Harrison?
Hate him. I would probably wish anything harmful to him. Anything he gets, he deserves.
I don't think they should be here. I don't think Dallas DPD, our finest here, can do everything to hold all these people back. They still have some anger issues, but, you got to move on.
I'm helping out my baby bro in his movement for sell some Nico Clown No shirts.
Nico hasn't exactly been the most forthright during this whole ordeal. A lot of times he's been hiding in the tunnels, staying home entirely. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him not here tonight.
So there's a lot of vitriol. It's all directed at Nico. I will say, have you found, Chop, that Patrick Dumont's not getting a pass at all? People are blaming him too.
Right.
But do you find that people say, I feel like the Maverick fan base is saying this was not a joint decision or anything else. This was Nico convinced Dumont to do this. And Nico just convinced a guy who's a dummy and didn't understand anything about basketball. That's how this ended up happening. And so I feel like a lot of the vitriol, when you ask fans, who are you angry with? It's all focused on Nico. Dumont's kind of secondary.
Dumont is he's just along for the ride. My problem with him is that he didn't read the room right.
None of them did.
Well, none of them did. But, look, Nico's job is not to give a crap about the fan base. That's not his job. I have no problem with Nico making any move that he feels is in the best interest of the team. His job is not to care about the fan base. His job is solely to put a great product on the floor that has the best chance to win. It's Patrick Dumont's job to care about the fan base. He's the marketing. He has to be. You're the owner. You're the marketer. He should have, when he got wind of this, and if he was a basketball guy, he would have. If he had a shred of brain in that head of his, he'd have called Mark and said, hey, how's this going to play?
Yeah. I mean, honestly,
it's not Nico's job to do that. That's not his job. His job is to field a basketball team. End of story.
Maybe in theory, if that's it, but Nico clearly doesn't feel that way. Because Nico
genuinely
used to sit dead center in the middle of all the fans over there, and now he hides from them. And so what I'm saying is, he clearly does feel like he's hiding from something right now.
Of course he is.
That he feels like that. Previously, he didn't have a problem with sitting in here beating this, and now he's hiding off with his little gaggle of security guards around him, which is just absurd. I mean, I think that Nico's job maybe isn't to worry about marketing or dollars or different things like that. But I think if you're going to tell me that Nico is not partially responsible for fan engagement and fan excitement, that he is responsible for. And here's the biggest thing,
I mean,
too.
like Howie Roseman. Let's just take Howie.
And I'll tell you what he is responsible for. He's responsible for talking condescendingly to every Mavericks fan since the trade happened whenever he's made any sort of comment.
That's for sure.
That's fine if he's not responsible for it. Then don't speak on it when you're trying to pitch fans. He's trying to tell fans all the time, defense wins championships, you idiots. Just I think I'm going to be proven right in the long run.
Yeah.
Okay, how long a run that you're not even planning to be here for?
Yeah, so, but look at Howie. Like, Howie's job is not to, put a team of guys that the fans really love to root for on the field. His job is to win Super Bowls. Nico's job is to win NBA championships. He believes he got better. He's wrong.
Do you think the team has been impacted? They clearly have. The players have been impacted. The team has been impacted by the fan
and that's
reaction.
on him.
And that's something that he has to weigh.
That's on him. I think he misread it, obviously. But Dumont is the guy that allowed himself to be played.
Yeah.
He allowed himself to be convinced to drop Cuban, and he allowed him, to however that happened with him and Nico to push Mark out. So he allowed himself to be convinced to drop Mark, and then he didn't have the basketball IQ to make a phone call or two and say, are we insane for wanting to do this?
Right. And the fact that they didn't anticipate the blowback, to me, is still one of the most insane aspects of this. And
yeah, what were you thinking? What were you expecting?
Yeah. I mean, Rick Welts, who, dear God, got his start in the NBA as somebody who worked with the Seattle Supersonics and is from Seattle and knows what that kind of blowback looks like. Sonics fans, he saw that. He saw that up close, the move from Seattle to Oklahoma City, and still didn't anticipate what fan blowback can look like. It's tone deaf at best, and at worst, it's defiance, and it's just straight disrespect for your fan base. The number of people last night on Twitter, like, NBA analysts, various people like that, the number of reaction of people who are not even Mavericks fans, whose reaction was, I feel genuinely bad for Dallas Mavericks fans. This fan base was absolutely destroyed overnight with one reckless move that nobody managed to get in the way of, that nobody managed to stop. And I still, to this day, we've talked about how Luka, like we think Nico Harrison basically just does not like Luka. He doesn't like his lifestyle. He doesn't like his, what he believes is a lack of work ethic, a lack of caring. By the way, how about that Mamba mentality, hiding in a tunnel? Yeah, with security guards around you. He thinks he's fat and lazy or whatever. And look, the fact I say, come on, Chubby, it didn't help the Mavs get better. I know it didn't. I'm saying he thinks it did. That's why he made the move. He genuinely thought the defense that AD was going to bring was going to help the Mavs over the top. Now, that's a problem. That's a problem that he thought that. But that's what he thought. Whether it's his job or not to care about what the fan base thinks or anything else, he hated Luka. Yeah. I think given every last bit of reaction we've seen from him and everything he does, I think Nico Harrison hates the people of Dallas almost. Like, he hates being questioned by them. He hates being questioned by this fan base. He has some sort of vitriol for them that I can't explain, or some sort of just burning, seething dislike. But I think that Luka and the fans being connected like they are and being so inextricably linked, there's naturally going to be that same level of disdain that he has for Luka, that he has for the people that are paying his salary. Such disdain. He thinks we're rubes. I mean, honestly, I think that's part of what it is. And he also just thinks you don't understand standards. You don't understand what standards need to look like if you think Luka was acceptable. Mm-hmm. You don't get. I mean, that's their whole tone. That's been it the entire way. And it is something where this city will not accept that basketball team ever again if Patrick Dumont and Nico Harrison are with the organization. Sean and RJ here on The Fan. This is Jason Kidd. Boy, you want to talk about another L? And this team just stop doing press conferences. Just stop talking to the media, please. This is Jason Kidd in the pregame.
This is a business. It happens, right? Trades happen. This won't be the last trade. Someone compared it to Babe Ruth, which is kind of cool.
Why? Why is that cool?
You know, the Mavericks aren't the Yankees in this situation, right? The Mavericks didn't get Babe Ruth. The Mavericks are the Red Sox. They traded him away. That's not cool. This isn't cool.
I wish somebody was. What do you mean? He may have just.
Have you ever look? We say a million things on the radio.
Dying.
The amount of times that I've said things and I throw in something at the end that's completely unnecessary and makes no sense,
as just like a transition point. Like, let me get to my next thought, and so here's some filler words.
Yeah, I do it all the time. Especially when, like if I'm in a conversation and it's like I don't know if nervous is the right word, but it's an anxiety-driven conversation, right? I'm sure that's
kind of cool.
Yeah. So I don't know if that was it. This team has completely lost the benefit of the doubt, though, with everything. It's not cool. You're not the Yankees in this. You traded Babe Ruth.
Yeah. And when we've talked about the analogy before, the Babe Ruth sale, the Gretzky trade, those are from organizations that at least they can
Edmonton was like, yeah, we're not going to be able to sign.
Well, they can claim
this is a business.
They can claim financial hardship and just like, we needed money.
Yeah.
Like, that's what we needed.
Yeah, he was trying to finance a movie.
This is one of the richest owners in basketball now.
No, in all of sports.
In all of sports, one of the richest.
I think they're the fourth richest owner in American sports.
They clearly don't have the financial problem. So that's not a concern. This is just complete recklessness, and still to this day, it doesn't feel real when you watch it. It's like this doesn't. There was an image yesterday.
We're gonna wake up and realize this is all a dream.
Somebody from the Washington Post was at the game last night and had tweeted this image of Luka at the free throw line, and he's in this Lakers jersey, and Anthony Davis is standing there getting ready for the rebound in a Mavericks jersey, and you just see in the background people holding up signs that say "Fire Nico," and it's just like when you look at that and go, if I would have sent you that 3 months ago, you would have been like, you would not have even conceived that as a reality. There's so many different aspects of it.
You really wouldn't have. It's a insane situation that we're in.
Patrick Dumont and Nico Harrison clearly have so much spite or hatred or whatever else for this city that the city's going to continue to turn it back on them until they leave.
Well, speaking of this,
you have to leave.
Speaking of the city, here's Mike Breen and Doris Burke on the broadcast talking about the animosity towards the front office.
The more he scores, you get the Mavs fans, the little less they're cheering, and now they're starting the anti-front office chants again. They've been chanting "Fire Nico" throughout most of the first half.
Mike, it's a fan base that feels cheated. And he expected, and I think he feels like he was stabbed in the back because of the way it was done. There wasn't the word. It is so atypical in the modern NBA to have a trade that doesn't leak out early. And you can feel it in this arena, the love they've got for this guy.
Well, I really hope, and it won't resonate with him because he's a moron, but I really hope that Nico saw the tears, then saw the professionalism, that he would go out there and just absolutely wreck shop for the next 48 minutes.
Mark Johnson.
31
Mark
in his first about 20 minutes of action.
Mark Johnson on the YouTube. Bobby is so fake, it's like Avatar. No, Mark, I don't
get it. What does that mean?
I actually give a damn about this city and the state of Texas and growing up here like I did and have spent my whole damn life here and raised my family here. I give an S about Dallas. And I care about this community, and I care about people who embrace it and then people who try to run over it. And Nico Harrison and Patrick Dumont have consistently tried to run over it. So if you don't have respect for that, you're either not from here or you don't have a love for this community either. That's the biggest thing. This is not just about basketball to me. Like, I know that's what the context, the backdrop is for it, but this is also just about a level of respect and love and assimilation for what this community is, and those two just refusing to do it and refusing to have any respect for the people who have been here and built that damn team. And so to me, there's nothing fake about it. That this is genuinely upset and angry on a level that's deeper than basketball. It's on a level that's about just disrespecting where I live and the people that I live next to.
Very nice, Bobby.
Stop it, Peyton.
Go get him. Get Mark.
Well done. Well done. Let's hook you up.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Arlington Renegades on Saturday, April 19th at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Guys, just want to tell you, Bobby's on one right now. Bobby is on one. Might get a little bit testy. Might get a little testy up here over the next 2 hours of the show. This HOV portion is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. It is time for the Neighborhood Watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news. So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
That's right. It's time for the Neighborhood Watch. That is the segment where Nico Harrison, Patrick Dumont, and Mark Johnson on the YouTube tune out because they don't give a damn about DFW.
Oh, baby.
All right, let's get into it. So, sorry, cover your
ears. For the
ears.
940, Bobby with the angry white man voice.
It's not angry white man voice. That's angry Texan voice.
Go on.
All right.
This is going to be good.
Yeah, I don't know how good it's going to be necessarily. I'm going to sit down, Aiden, because I'm tired of standing now because I'm too much energy ready to pour out.
He's aghast.
That's what it is. Okay, so we've been following over the last couple weeks the awful story out of Frisco involving the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf. Carmelo Anthony, the student there at Frisco Centennial who was arrested for it. And we've gotten more details since it initially came out. We talked about the story right after it had happened, but we've got more details since then that when he got arrested, he apparently said, like, no, I'm not alleged. I did it. And it's because I was defending myself. He put hands on me. I told him not to put hands on me. Some of the stuff that's come out in the report since then, the police officer noted that he had asked if, like, hey, is he going to be okay? Is he going to make it? And so some of the details that have come out in the report have said there's basically a little bit of a split. This has become a very divisive issue online right now.
What a surprise. It's in America in 2025. Things are divisive.
Due to people just saying, hey, Austin Metcalf died in this situation, should not have. Carmelo Anthony was somewhere he wasn't supposed to be. He wasn't supposed to be sitting with that team and taunted him and did this. And then you've got another side that says, no, what you have, given the details that we have in this case, sounds like somebody who was trying to be a bully and trying to intimidate and was egging it on and was told stop and continued to press it. And at that point felt threatened and responded to it. But this is something that, because of all those different views on it and because of all the intensity of emotions that have been behind it and been tied to it, Texas police are now weighing in with statements and saying, look, we've got a ton of misinformation where somebody's sharing a detail that's not true or spreading this and that.
And that's the part that bothers me the most about everything that happens right now. I cannot go online and try. I go to Twitter or whatever you want to call it, or I go on and I start seeing updates to these stories. I don't know what's true and what's just made up. There's no repercussions for just making things up anymore.
No. Especially on the internet.
On the internet. But you go on Twitter, what you have, and this is why you can be a troll on social media.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you say something to somebody's face in real life, man to man, you say something like super off-putting to somebody, like there's a realistic chance that you are going to get punched.
Mm-hmm.
There's no
that's why Nico's in the tunnel.
There's no repercussions online. So you can say whatever you want. That's a problem with it. That's a problem with social media. And the same thing with this. What is the repercussion for spreading a false rumor? There's none. Especially when half of these accounts, you don't even know who's running them.
Well, and I think a lot of instances, too, you get people who then share them and they don't know it's false, regardless of what it is. And Frisco police have said there have been various bits of information that have been incorrect or have been basically not outright lies, but sometimes it may be that there's a hint of dishonesty to it or a fact that's wrong that then changes the whole context of it. But it's something that's existed apparently in both contexts, where the side that has said, hey, Carmelo Anthony is a murderer who needs to be thrown in jail for the rest of his life, that side it has had some issues sharing disinformation, and that on the other side it says, no, Carmelo's defending himself, that side has had issues with different disinformation. So it's something that has been problematic enough that now Frisco police have said we've seen way too many instances of stuff being shared that's not accurate and is causing probably a bubbling of tension that doesn't need to exist around an already tense situation. But that ultimately, I think a lot of times it's somebody sharing something maliciously knowing it's wrong, and then at that point you get people who share it who they don't know it's wrong, and then it's the old Winston Churchill line of a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth has time to get its pants on. And that's what you're seeing in this instance. So Frisco police are trying to make clear, don't trust anything you're seeing that's being pushed out there unless you see it as a department release. All right, would you like to have a little bit of levity here?
Yes, absolutely.
RJ Choppy. This is a pretty funny clip. This is from the Texas State Capitol earlier this week. They are talking about Dan Patrick's got a bill right there, has got a bill right now that people are calling the THC ban bill, is kind of colloquially what it's being called. It's not the official name for it, obviously, but that these different restrictions that are going to be put in place would basically cause a lot of issues for hemp farmers and THC producers here in the state of Texas. So one individual went to the state of Texas and decided to fight for his THC earlier this week.
My name is Madison Wickham. I'm a native Texan, a father to 3 young Texans, and the owner of a Texas-based, mission-driven company called Chill Country Cannabis. We manufacture and sell organic, lab-tested cannabis edibles that are 100% compliant with the 2018 Federal Farm Bill. This bill would certainly disrupt my business, but that is not why I'm here. I've been building businesses in Texas for 15 years, and I know how to navigate around roadblocks. I'm here for the millions of Texans, it's millions, not thousands, it's millions, of Texans who enjoy or rely on access to safe, natural hemp-derived products, most of whom have no idea that their rights and personal freedoms are being threatened. Unfortunately, very few people pay attention to the Texas legislative process. Cannabis is a literal gift from God. If you believe in God, He made the plant. If you don't believe in God, you should eat one of my gummies and contemplate that belief.
That's amazing.
It's a pretty strong, but he's just like, I think he had eaten some of his gummies when we look at it because he's just like, yo, I'm here to talk about the benefits of THC, but he got a lot of, he actually got he got bipartisan chuckles up there when he threw out his, you should try one of my gummies.
Look,
line.
man, I'm a big fan. I'm a big proponent of it. I think we should. I would like to legalize it. My dad was going through his dementia crap when the early part of it. I was trying to get him to take like the CBD or they have the Delta stuff they have here, right? It's like
the Delta 8,
the fake THC or whatever. But it just, I would have loved to have given him regular stuff, psychedelics. If you want to go down that road. Not you really want to talk to God? But
it's not God. That's a light post you're talking to.
Like I have talks with my kids all the time about like pills and stuff. Like stay away from that stuff. Like pills, no. But like it comes from the ground, man. I don't know. That's just my take on it.
The happiest big city in America, and big city is an interesting term.
Big city is an interesting term. What is that? Is that top 50?
So this is
top 10.
Smart Asset ranked 90 of the largest U.S. cities across 11 happiness metrics spanning the categories of personal finance, physical well-being, quality of life, in order to determine the happiest cities in America. And the number one happiest big city in the United States is it's here in North Texas.
Oh,
Mansfield, Texas.
No, you're from there. That's enough to.
So we're happy.
Okay, so say again would
the metrics?
Yeah, would Denton be considered a big city?
I would
in this metric.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not just over the. I don't know.
So some Melissa, Texas.
Yeah.
No. Plano, Texas is the happiest big city in America. They say Plano ranks among the top 10 for various happiness metrics, overtaking Arlington, Virginia for the number one spot this year. Notably, it ranks first study-wide for the highest rate of marriage at 55.9%. Its residents also report the fourth most mentally healthy health days at 84.8%. Poverty is also the fifth lowest at 7%. So that's what's interesting to me. This is part of the thing that I found fascinating about this research here. Is that out of 90 cities that they consider big cities, the highest marriage rate among adults is 55% in Plano?
That
would not have been anywhere close to the highest if you're talking about probably even 30 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there's just more and more people who are just saying either
not getting married
not
divorce,
getting married, not getting into a relationship, divorce. I got to say, this is not totally local, but it does tie in here to the marriage discussion. I had mentioned this to you the other day when we were talking about different prep and things like that. So you have talked before about how dementia runs in your family. That was something that Big Chop had dealt with. They found a fascinating study recently that had been taken in the UK. An 18-year study of dementia among more than 24,000 older adults found that all of the unmarried adults, whether divorced or widowed or never married, were at significantly lower risk of developing dementia than the married adults. Which that would seem, I would feel like, counter.
I truly believe this. I noticed my dad, now maybe he started to slip beforehand, but I noticed him really slip when he stopped working and he stopped using his brain every day.
Okay.
Right? It's like a muscle.
So do you think
you got to keep training, otherwise it goes in? Is it atrophy? Atrophy.
So like you think a single person might be more willing to work longer?
Either you work longer, or you don't have somebody else to split the daily tasks with you. You have to help yourself survive. You're your only hope of survival. You can't rely on anybody else to help you. I wonder if like that plays into that situation.
The risk of single
maybe that's why I'm just going to work forever.
The risk of single individuals was at least 50% lower.
That's a lot
than those who were. That's a big drop.
Number. Now stress. They say stress is a leading cause. Trauma events.
Yeah, but so that's interesting though, because of the widowed. You would think that would be a stress or trauma event but like even the widowed had lower rates than those who were presently married, which seems a little counter. I would think that, if you have a partner and somebody that, you talk to and your mental health and you have those interactions, that would keep it sharp focused. But your theory is interesting. I think if you're having to use it as a muscle like every day and actively use your brain, then
it's going to stay sharper. I would think so.
Now, we're not actually doctors here. We're literally just throwing out theories of why that might be, because there's no suggestion here of to why that is.
But like, have you seen somebody who is let's just take a 75-year-old. Like my dad was 75. When he was 78 when he died. But he was very active. Like he played golf. Have you seen somebody who physically doesn't do anything? They never take walks. They don't have it, and they look 20 years older than somebody who's very, very active at the same age.
Yeah.
Like, I think if you stay active and if you keep working or you keep your brain active, that maybe your brain develops a cognitive disability at a slower, I don't know. Again, I have no idea. I'm just talking about that experience I had with my old man. And my mom. And yes, I am working forever from 907. Chubby, you're working forever because of child support. Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Yeah, well,
right.
Your dad worked for forever because he kept having to send the checks to New York.
I know he did. God,
that is still insane. That was
50 years of alimony. 50 years.
One more local story, really quickly here. DFW, RJ Choppy, DFW Airport, according to a new study, is number one of all major airports in the United States in cancellations. Does that surprise you?
Knock on wood, I've never had a canceled flight.
I have.
I feel
we're going to Denver for a ski trip and it canceled.
I had one canceled. It was coming back from Oxnard. When I'd stayed later than you guys in 22, I had to stay at like an extra day. I had to get I had to like talk to Tim. I was like, I gotta get a hotel tonight. They just said there's no way to get back to Dallas tonight.
Now I only fly, twice, maybe 3 times a year, but like I've never experienced a canceled flight. Delayed, yes, but
it sucks. It sucks, man. They try to do a good job putting you on a new flight, but I mean, there's not always. I mean, if you're going on vacation and you have like a weekend getaway and they cancel your flight, I mean, there's a chance your vacation's canceled.
This feels a bit much. 1 out of every 5 flights in the U.S. as part of this research, according to the U.S. Department of Transportation's Bureau of Transportation Statistics, 1 out of every 5 flights last year was delayed.
I get it with us because I think we're the second busiest airport in the country behind Atlanta.
It's a whole damn city, dude.
So, like, the volume of flights would lead you to believe that we would have a lot of cancellations, but also we have such severe weather here that I could also see. Atlanta rains a lot, but they don't have like I don't think. I assume the weather in Atlanta is very similar to what it is in Knoxville. It's only a couple hours away. And it wasn't severe. It would rain, but it wasn't severe like this. And this is treacherous weather you can't fly in a lot of times. So, Neighborhood Watch here on 105.3 The Fan on Sean and RJ. Albert Breer says a major change is coming to the NFL. And we always talk about how great the Cowboys are at drafting. But are they? Are they truly great at drafting? Let's do a little NFL coming up next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, sweetie.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ on 105 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Bell. Peyton and Aiden alongside. We have got Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram at 9:20. He was at the Maverick game last night.
He was. Yep. He is obviously a guy that we're going to talk a lot of draft with. But he was also there with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram covering the game. He was in attendance, was out there in Victory Plaza. I ran into him. So I was like, hey, you want to jump on tomorrow, talk about draft and some other stuff? And he was like, sure. So 9:20, he will join us. Was supposed to be in studio. He got home a little late from Mavericks coverage. So he ended up saying, I think I'm gonna Zoom it tomorrow. So we're gonna do Zoom. And Aiden, I'm telling you that now because I just remembered to tell you. But
how young is Peyton Russell? 1 hour from now.
9 o'clock, and we'll have a special lifeline. Neither one of you are aware of who it is, as usual. It's meant to be a surprise. I think the listeners are going to be excited to hear who it is.
Okay. All right, very good.
Really quickly, a reminder that with Nick Harris coming up and a lot of different draft stuff, and we're about to talk draft here, and who are the most successful drafting teams, and does it actually correlate to a lot of success? It is our staple draft event coming up on April 17th. 6:45 is when the doors open. With you, the Tolo, it's Draft 101 in our fan showroom. That's 4131 North Central Expressway in Dallas. Our Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, myself. We're We're going to team up with DallasCowboys.com for a night of draft talk, debate, and questions. Not only that, dinner on us thanks to Whataburger, plus plenty of giveaways, completely free. And we can't wait to see you for Draft 101 on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. You don't have to sign up. You just show up on April 17th. Have a good time. Again, it's 4131 North Central Expressway in Dallas.
All right, very nice, very nice. It's a great. It is good for educational purposes.
Yes,
very, very.
I have to underline the Dallas part, just so Mark Johnson on the YouTube knows that he's not going to be able to come around because he doesn't like Dallas.
No, of course, very nice, very nice. So remember how I had said Adam Schefter told us that the tush push was likely to happen, and that the Detroit playoff seeding rule proposal change was not likely to happen. Albert Breer has a different take on this. He's reporting something different. He says Roger Goodell really wants this to happen. He really wants to pass this through. And it's with that, he wants to restore the end of the regular season. So if you go look at the end of the regular season, okay, Houston, Green Bay, the Rams, Washington, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the Chargers. Okay, these were teams that would be playing for a different seed in Week 18.
Mm-hmm.
Under the current format, Houston was locked into the 4. Philadelphia was locked into the 2. Under Detroit's, Houston could have been the 4, 5, or 6, or 7 seed. So the only teams that played their quarterbacks in Week 18 was the Chargers and the Steelers. Philly sat, Washington sat, Rams sat, Packers sat, Houston sat. The Rams could have been 4, 5, or 6 under Detroit's proposal, or 7. Washington could have been 4, 5, or 6. Green Bay could have been 4, 5, or 6. And I assume part of Detroit's proposal is that they had to play a 12-win team in their second round game, whereas a team that finished below them in Philadelphia had to play a 10-win team. So what they might do, and Roger knows this, is what they might keep the seeding the same for the first round, but then reseed after that to protect your 1 seed.
Okay, I could see that. If anything that gets more potential intense outcomes, or the league is going to be a fan of.
Yeah.
So that makes some sense.
Because if you have those 7 teams and 5 of them are sitting their quarterbacks, how much more unwatchable are Week 18 games?
Yeah, exactly. It completely changes that is going to be in large part the biggest factor in terms of the quality of it.
So Roger knows. He knows that he doesn't have the votes right now. That's why he's tabling this thing till May. Draft is coming up, like you said. 10 days?
No, not quite. We're about 2 weeks out. 2 weeks out.
Today.
2 weeks from today. 2 weeks. So over at FTN, FTN Fantasy, which is a really cool site. That's where
they moved DVOA over to.
Yeah, that was the what was it? What was their? It was Football Outsiders.
Football Outsiders.
So Football Outsiders had moved a lot of their stuff over to FTN Fantasy, and I liked this article over there. It was the least and most successful first round teams in the NFL draft over the last 10 years. Because we've talked about this. The first round pick is so crucial because of the 5th-year option. You're talking about locking into somebody for half of a decade at a cheap rate. If you nail those picks, you're generally thought of as being, hey, we're going to have sustained success here. And if you miss them, you can really dig yourself in a hole. Mm-hmm. More so than even if you were to, if you were to hit your first round pick and have good picks or have bad picks the rest of the way, that can sometimes be more helpful to you than if you have a bad first round pick and some solid picks the rest of the draft. That's how crucial that gap can be. But over at FTN, they decided to take and rank over the last decade how good teams have been at their first round draft selections. So they say there's a couple notes here. First, this is just about the players selected. They're not evaluating trade ups, trade downs, how much a team gave up to make the pick. This is just you selected a player. How did he do? Second, this is only how players performed in their original tenure with the team that drafted them. So Sam Darnold made the Pro Bowl and got MVP votes last year with the Vikings, but the Jets get no credit for that in terms of was it a successful draft pick.
All right.
Third, there is not much in the way of objective criteria here, just because it's extremely hard to compare a tackle drafted 8th to a wide receiver drafted 27th to a quarterback drafted 2nd. Mm-hmm. So if you look at all the first round picks as a group, successes and failures definitely start to kind of come into focus. So they started it by saying let's look at the least successful team. So part 1 was a breakdown of the back 16. So from 17 to 32, the worst drafting team in the first round over the last 10 years is who, RJ Choppy?
The Raiders.
NFC team.
The Giants.
The Chicago Bears.
Okay.
Whose first round picks include Kevin White, who played 14 games with the team. You've got Darnell Wright, who hasn't necessarily been a big success. Justin Fields, Roquan Smith, who they traded. Mitchell Trubisky, who ended up busting. You were close. The Las Vegas Raiders were second on this list, followed by the Titans. The Patriots are fourth last. But here's the one that's relevant to the Dallas Cowboys. Number 26 on this list of the worst drafting teams in the NFL is the New York Giants. That's also the only NFC East team in the back half of the league on this list. They've obviously had some swing and miss picks with not Andrew Thomas, Kadarius Toney. Evan Neal has not played well. Deonte Banks. So Daniel Jones, they got into that contract and then immediately walked away from it. So that's been a failure for them. The one that's interesting on this side of the list, 23. So we're talking about bottom 10 in the league in terms of success over the last decade with their first round picks. Who do you think it would be? It's a good team. And definitely an outlier around all the other teams.
Kansas City.
The San Francisco 49ers. San Francisco's been very fortunate to hit Purdy. Fred Warner was a late round pick. Dre Greenlaw was a day 3 pick, I believe. When you look at some of their first round picks.
Was Ayuk a second rounder?
Ayuk was a first.
Okay. So he was a first. Bosa was a first.
Trey Lance was in there. Javon Kinlaw didn't play totally well. Mike McGlinchey was okay, but left. Reuben Foster spent 16 games with the team. Solomon Thomas, who's now here with the Cowboys, he didn't ultimately pan out the way you would expect him to. They ended up trading DeForest Buckner before his second contract. Joshua Garnett was not exactly a successful player. He only played 22 games there. So their first round picks, they've missed a lot. They've been really fortunate to hit on some stuff on day 2 and day 3. That's been
Parcells used to say it doesn't matter if you hit on your first round picks as long as you hit on other picks. Like if you hit on if you missed on a first but you hit on your 7th. But I think the flip side of that though is that you hit it on your first gives you what is hitting on your 7th? Like
so,
if you hit on your first round pick, you're getting a difference maker. If you hit on your 7th, you're just getting a starter to me.
Yeah, if I draft Brock Purdy in the 7th or the 1st, I'm considering Brock Purdy a success at that pick, right? Whereas, Jock Reeves, the old corner for the Cowboys, he would be considered a success as a 7th round pick. If you drafted him the 1st, that's a bust.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I agree. You got to tailor it a little bit. So that's why I say,
yeah, because I think he was using the Jay Ratliff example. I think
Ratliff was a really good player. Yeah, that's a success.
That's a success. But he was now. If you drafted him in the first round, you're still like, okay, you know what? We hit on Jay Ratliff in the first round.
Yeah, because that was a guy who's a 5-6 time Pro Bowler and was really, really good. All right, we get to the front half of the list where the NFC East teams all are. Number 16 is the Washington Commanders on this list, which is
mid-pack.
Yeah, I mean it's right in the middle. They say the Commanders' recent first-round history has very little middle ground. Brandon Sheriff, Jonathan Allen, Deron Payne, and obviously Jaden Daniels are success stories, while Josh Doxson, Dwayne Haskins, Jahan Dotson, and Emmanuel Forbes have not necessarily been big-time successes. But that was 16 on the list, the Washington Commanders. Number 13, the Philadelphia Eagles. Said if you do this exercise again in 5 years, the Eagles might rise a lot because their recent, hey, let's get all Georgia defenders strategy has led to a lot more success. Since 2021, their first-round haul of Devontae Smith, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, and Quinyon Mitchell, which Devontae Smith was not a Georgia player or a Georgia defender, and Quinyon Mitchell went a long way toward their Super Bowl title a few months ago. But before that, things were worse. Nelson Aguilar was a first-round pick for them. Carson Wentz, obviously. Andre Dillard was a bust on the offensive line. Jalen Reagor didn't do very much with them, the old TCU product.
Reagor.
So that has not necessarily been a success. Quickly, let's go to the top 10, which the Dallas Cowboys are in.
Okay.
Number 10, the Minnesota Vikings. 9, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Sounds like successful teams for the most part right now. 8, Baltimore Ravens. 7, this is an outlier. The Cleveland Browns are the 7th team on this. Their biggest issue is they've hamstrung themselves with awful contracts, namely the Deshaun Watson one. Number 6, The Dallas Cowboys. CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons are the home runs in Dallas, but there haven't been many out-and-out misses. Maybe Mahle Smith, and the jury's out on Tyler Guyton. I would say Taco Charlton was an outright miss. Before that, it was a bunch of good picks. Not over the moon, not busts, just guys you like. Even Ezekiel Elliott, who's great for a long while, has the downside of going 4th overall, right ahead of Jalen Ramsey, Ronnie Stanley, and DeForest Buckner. These have been their first-round picks over the last several years. They had a great run. Byron Jones, Ezekiel Elliott, Taco was not great. Leighton Vander Esch was a Pro Bowler, CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons, Tyler Smith, and then the last two have been Mahle Smith and Tyler Guyton, where you're a little shaky on there. Rest of the top 5 on this list: 5, the Atlanta Falcons; 4, the Kansas City Chiefs, 3, the Los Angeles Chargers; 2, the Los Angeles Rams. So for all the bleep them picks.
Hang on. How are they the best? This is just first rounders?
It's the quality of their picks, yeah. So they've only had 3 in the last decade. They've made 3 first-round picks. Those picks are...
So they made Goff.
Uh-huh.
I don't...
Gurley.
Oh, my God.
Todd Gurley, Jared Goff, and Jared Verse. Which Jared Verse was the defensive rookie of the year.
I mean, I know they traded Goff, but he's turned out to be a successful player.
Yeah.
Gurley, they gave him a second contract. He was successful.
Goff made a Super Bowl with him. So, yeah, he was successful there, too. The number 1 drafting team in the NFL is...
Detroit?
MCDC. Motor City, Dan Campbell. They are the number 1 team. Early part of the decade wasn't bad. They got 2 of their current starting offensive linemen, plus an upper-tier tight end. That alone would have had the Lions flirting with the top 10, but after whiffing on Jeff Okudah in 2020, the Lions took off in the 2020s. Penei Sewell, Aiden Hutchinson, Jameis Williams, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Jack Campbell in 21 through 23. And then
Has
last
Campbell
year's
been a good player? Has Campbell hit?
Yeah, Campbell's been good.
They killed that draft. The pundits killed that draft, the Gibbs-Campbell draft.
Yeah, and those 2 have been really successful.
Yeah.
I remember the Cowboys area scout, Justin Stuckey, for Jack Campbell. He came on with us the second day of the draft show, and we were like, what was your favorite pick of the first round? What was one where you were like, nuts? And he said Jack Campbell. He's like, that was a wonder. I loved him. I thought he was really good. Detroit got a good player, and he's proven to be that.
Wow. All right, there we go. A little NFL draft as we took a slight break from the misery of last night. The misery of last night. Rangers avoid the sweep. Terrible news on Wyatt Langford. The Mavs somehow made us all more angry than we were before. It's all next on 105.3 The Fan. But...
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freak Herb?
No. said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
The 1-1 hit high and deep out into center. Crow Armstrong ranging back to his right. He's looking up, and it's out of here. Jonah Heim blast one up into the bleachers above the 368 marker in left center. It's his third home run of the year. Texas back on top, 3-1.
Told you. 96.
That is Hixie with a call on a game you heard right here. Rangers get 6-2 winners. Get a 6-2 win over the Chicago Cubs. They avoid the sweep, and they've got a needed day off for that bullpen today as they get back at it tomorrow on the road in Seattle. That was a big start by Tyler Mahle yesterday. He went 7 innings, only had a couple of hits, the 1 run. But as important as the win was the fact that the bullpen got pretty taxed on the previous 2 games. So they get basically that day off for the most part, and they get today off. Huge.
Dude, the Mahle start, the first one of the year against Boston, was so concerning. Just how much trouble he was having throwing strikes.
He didn't even get out of the second inning, right? Start?
Just an inning and 2/3, and he walked 4. It was a rough start. But these last 2 games, dude, he gives you 5 innings against Tampa, solid pitching, and he gives you 7 against Chicago. So over the last 12 innings, he's allowed 3 hits and 1 earned run. Struck out 9, walked 3. You can live with that. Yeah, you'd like to see a little bit more strikeout stuff probably than 9 strikeouts in 12 innings. But overall, I'm not going to be complaining. If he's getting weak contact, if he's getting to a spot and not walking players or walking batters and being like really out of sync and not able to command his pitches, that's a bigger problem to me than just not having a bunch of strikeouts. So he threw 19 strikes looking yesterday, so he was really pinpoint with everything that he wanted to do, but I thought he was really good yesterday.
Seager gets a pair of home runs. That was good to see. The first one, they both were like just over the wall into that little, as Bassett called it, the net thingy they have there. In Wrigley, and then Heim with the home run as well. So they are back at it tomorrow. Marcus Semien went 1 for 4 in the game. We need to get him going. Got to get him going, but it is what it is with him at this point.
Yep. By the way, 36-year-old Kevin Pillar also picked up a hit in this game and scored a run. And he was in there because Wyatt Langford obviously was getting the MRI. And there was some concern about the right side tightness, and we found out it's an oblique strain chop, and he is headed to the 10-day IL now.
That really stinks. I do think that, obviously the 10-day IL will be retroactive to the 8th, I suppose. So he could probably come back on the 18th, maybe the 19th, depending on which they make it to. I would only bring him back there if he literally is 100%.
Yeah.
Like literally go back and MRI that stupid thing again and make sure it's not like there's not like any kind of scar within the muscle tissue. Just go ahead and get him healthy. If those obliques, it's like, well, if you get those to start the year, you might have a chance of running the risk of having them all year.
Right.
So really, especially if it's cold out, let him just take a rest.
Would you like an Evan Carter update since we're like, we've got a spot in the outfield now?
An Evan Carter update.
7 games into his stint at Round Rock, he is 2 for 25 with 2 singles. Baseball go. 8 walks, 8 strikeouts.
When did those 2 hits come? Were they the recent games or were they early on?
He got a base hit in his second game on March 29th, and then he went hitless for a while. The 3 games ago against Toledo, he had a base hit. But I mean, he's been walking more. He hasn't been striking out as much. So he's got the last 3 games. He's got a hit, 5 walks, and 1 strikeout. But he's also got 2 stolen bases in that time. But he's not hitting the ball yet, and that's a little bit of a concern.
That is a concern.
But he stopped at the strikeout issue. So he had some issues. He went it was like he had in 3 straight games. It was like 2 strikeouts, 3 strikeouts, 2 strikeouts. So I mean, he was struggling there for a little bit with that.
Yeah, I don't. Like, it doesn't bother me much if he's not putting up great numbers in the minors. I just care about his health. I assume his eye is going to be okay.
But I don't want to see a contact issue with him.
No, I don't.
Where he's striking out 3 times in AAA. That shouldn't. This is the guy who came up and set the major league record for doubles in a postseason.
Yeah,
and you've got 2 singles at this point, and you're having some games where you're striking out 3 times. That's a little bit concerning, and he's got me a little worried at this point.
Yeah, a little bit. Not gonna lie on that one.
254. Can we talk about how bad Garcia has been for over a year and a half now? I think we talked plenty about how Adolis Garcia was awful last year.
We talked a lot about that last year. This year, now look, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I feel like he's been hitting the ball hard this year.
Average exit velocity, he's in the 95th percentile right now. On average, he's hitting the ball 95 miles per hour. He's been smoking the ball. It's just it's not landing for him yet.
A lot of ground balls, a lot of hard hit ground balls.
Yes.
And that could be the way they're pitching him. It could be that he's getting on top of the ball because he's got that launch angle swing and he's just a little, I guess, early with it. But yeah, he's only hitting 190. His OPS is just below just below 700. He is not having a great year, but he is hitting the ball hard. I would not worry about him based on the peripherals at this moment.
When you look at his numbers, so his average exit velocity, he's 95th percentile. The hard hit percentage, he's 86th percentile.
Right. So look, I mean, the numbers show that if you have a consistent string of hard hit balls, even if you don't have a high batting average, eventually that's going to even out, and you will over time get more hits than you would not. If you get a lot of jam shots, but they're dinks and dunks, and you're still getting hits over time, that's going to even out the other way.
And look, it's early, obviously, but if you look at his K percentage, his strikeout percentage, this is what it's been throughout his career. 41%, 57, 31%, 27, 27, 27. So that's kind of where he's settled in. This year, he's at 9% strikeout rate. That's 96th percentile in baseball. He's making contact, and he's hitting the ball hard. In fact, his expected batting average, according to Baseball Savant, is 286. Like he's handling it.
It's good.
It's the ball's obviously got to fall. I understand that, and he absolutely was not good last year. So you're right about that 254. But I'm encouraged by his approach right now. He still chases pitches. He'll still swing and miss and stuff, but he's making much more consistent contact than he did last year, and he's hitting the ball a hell of a lot harder.
Yeah, he is. Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Phantom. RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Sean is back next week. He's on paternity leave. He did not get Nico'd. But no. Nico, we would love to see Nico.
He got more Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
Somebody on the text called him Street Clothes Sharif.
Street Clothes. We would love to. We saw Street Clothes last night. He did play. That was nice of him. The Mavericks.
That 4 points he put up in the first half to Luka's 31. But
I mean, it almost
damn good doing it.
It almost made the trade a wash. I mean, look, I'll tell you this. He ran up and down the floor really well.
What was that, 2% body fat?
And he didn't get hurt. He did not get hurt. 13 points for Anthony Davis in 33 minutes. I mean, you'll take that kind of game. And then it's nothing against AD. He didn't do anything wrong. He's just, he's collateral damage.
I'll say this, though, and Sean pointed this out on Twitter yesterday.
Well.
And there were I saw a lot of people chirping about this afterwards. The fact that this is supposed to be revenge game for AD, too. Like, this is his game against the Lakers. This is supposed to be like, all right, I'm going to show you what you missed. And he did look like he was just... Doris Burke called him out at one point. She's like, you can't just be 35 feet from the basket, dude. You got to be engaged in this. And he did look pretty passive at times. I wonder if... You know how he talked about a couple weeks ago how he's been in a bad headspace, basically. Mentally, this whole thing's been tough on him. Were you here when we played that clip from him after one of the games? So he's clearly had some issues adjusting, I would imagine, to this new reality. If that's the case, I imagine last night was probably also pretty difficult of walking into an arena of like, oh, here's just how obsessed everybody is with the guy I was traded for. Like, and they are chanting fire Nico because they think that I was such a paltry return. I could see that potentially getting in his head.
Yeah, whether or not he wants to admit it, when you hear an entire arena chant fire your GM for trading away the guy that you were traded for, that has to hit. Whether or not the fans are even intending it in any way to be directed at you, they're telling you they want the other guy back, regardless of you. That's got to hit hard.
Can I share?
No.
Well, it's something Derek Holland had wanted us to talk about. So yesterday I had put up a tweet when Luka was crying, very emotional, during the pregame when they had the tribute video. And I had tweeted that and I said, the Mavs are such hot garbage. And Derek Holland had an issue with that. But he thought it was, he and I both agree, it's a good example of how we can talk through different perspectives. So Derek had said his perspective, obviously, as an athlete, he said, I'd have to disagree. I think it comes from somewhere else. The players have no say in this, so to call the Mavs themselves garbage is dumb. It comes from a higher up. people who don't know basketball or sports in general, people who don't understand what you had just to watch it go off in your own arena and realize how stupid you truly are. Not the players with Mavs on their chest. The people who make the final decision, that's who's garbage. People who think that being book smart, not sports smart, is garbage. People who think someone is overweight after just taking the team to the NBA Finals the year before is dumb as S. People who think he's out of shape after almost being MVP is bleeping stupid. People that don't realize you had a bleeping icon in your lap and decided trading him was better are garbage. Those are the people who are garbage. And trust me, they know who they are. They made the mistakes, not the fans or the players or the people who work at the arena selling tickets to the fans. That's my 2 cents. And that's when I told him, I said, totally respect where you're coming from, especially as somebody who was an athlete who felt like I don't represent the decisions that are being made above me.
Yeah, the team, it's not the players. The players have no say in this.
Well,
and you know, I've never liked the idea of looking at somebody's body and telling you they're out of shape based on their body structure.
Sure.
There are different types of bodies that simply will be more shredded than others. You could eat the same thing. You and I could have the same workout regimen. We could eat the same thing, and one of us might look more cut than the other one.
Don't talk down about yourself like that.
Your body structure is your body structure.
Mm-hmm.
If James Harden worked out like LeBron, he might look like LeBron. He also might not because of his body type. It's just the way it is. Like, it's just the way it is. So I never like to look at somebody and just say, "Hey, look, they're out of shape because he looks like Luka and Joker and not like LeBron James."
Yeah, and I mean, I told Derek, I respect where he's coming from, but like I told him that I said that's semantics to me. The Mavs in this particular context, if somebody says the Mavs, you're clearly talking about the organizational operations, which without question, they have been garbage. And they have been cowardly about their approach and the way they've bullied the fan base from their ivory tower. And it's all without ever standing up and really taking the criticism head on. Instead, they resort to the authoritarian muzzling, taking the clown noses, taking the shirts off, whatever else it'll be. And I told Derek, I was like, I just think that in and of itself is disgusting. And you can't divorce that right now from the catch-all name of the Mavs. Players have been admirable, and it sucks that they're playing right now for what is a bad, trashy organization.
What is coming up next in Below the Belt?
Oh, baby. Let's talk about Ashton Genty and why he is pretty much the perfect prospect and worth breaking your running back rules at pick number 12. That's next in Below the Belt right here on The Fan. But first...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Why Ashton Genty breaks all of your rules for running backs. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt. Before we do that,
the belt.
Exactly, below the belt. Let's talk a little bit about, want to tell you guys, and we mentioned this earlier this hour, but you're going to want to head over here to the station on April 17th, 6:45, doors open for Draft 101. No sign-up required. You just show up. It is our staple draft event with you, the Tolo, Draft 101, in our fan showroom, 4131 North Central Expressway in Dallas. Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, myself. We team up with DallasCowboys.com for a night of draft talk, debate, and questions. Not only that, dinner's going to be on us thanks to Whataburger, plus plenty of giveaways completely free. And we can't wait to see you for Draft 101 on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And I imagine one of the things we'll get into there at Draft 101 Chop is one Ashton Genty. Now, Ashton Genty is the Boise State running back. A lot of carries, a lot of touches over his career. More than you'd want probably out of a running back, especially if you're going to take one in the first round. So that's been a concern for some people. And a lot of people don't want to take running backs in the first round, period. No matter if it's the 32nd pick or the 6th pick or whatever it is, they don't want to take a running back in the first round.
I'm generally against it.
So here's my thought process on running back in the first round and why I'm okay with it usually. The time to maximize a running back is probably the first 5 years.
Right.
And you're going to get him, that first round rate, wherever you pick him, is probably still going to be well below top of the market running back value. So, like, you may have Zeke, for instance.
Well,
his first several years here in Dallas, Zeke his average contract value those first few years was like 4.5. And then they signed him to like a $15 million deal, and that's when he wasn't any good. 4.5, he'll take Zeke's production all day long when he was 2016, 2017, 2018. So to me, I think when you can get that cheaper value and say, all right, can I get a top 5 running back in terms of production for $5 million a year? Okay, I'll take that. And he's fresh, and we can use him up. All right, let's do it. That's the time to me. That's why I think I can see the argument for first round pick. I still probably wouldn't want to go top 5 or anything like that on a running back, but yeah, absolutely. First round, I can be talked into that.
Zeke in 2016 was, like you said, was 4.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So he's 12th. He was 12th in salary at running back.
And he was arguably the best one in football. Arguably the best running back in football that year.
He was. Yeah, look, I get it. I understand. My thing is, if I'm going to draft a first rounder, like I need 2 contracts from him. That's my. I don't want 4 years. I'm looking at 10. I'm trying to draft a 10-year starter in the first round. However,
but you need a running back.
Yeah,
right. So if you look at it and say at the 12th pick, the best player by far is a running back. We need one.
I don't have a problem if they draft Genty. I don't have a problem with it. It's just not my first choice of what I'd like to do. Like, if I could get 80% of Ashton Genty in the 4th round, I would rather do that.
We talked about Genty a couple weeks ago, so we had a really good experience. One of the things we do with Jared Sandler's charity, the Sandlot charity, is we will, we'll talk to, we'll have different experiences, dinners, different things like that you can take part in. And one of the ones that we had was a scouting experience up here on the weekend. So Broadus and I sat up here, ate pizza with a couple people. John Hall came through.
Suck it for charity.
He was the one who wanted his buddy Joe came with him. And it was great. We sat there for 2 hours and just watched tape and explained scouting and things like that. It was an awesome time. And one of the things we did was we brought up Genty. And we talked about, here's an example of somebody who checks all the boxes. And we're going to show you all the different examples in the ways that he checks the boxes. And we watched various things. Go back and watch, if you get the opportunity to, go watch his tape against Oregon. In fact, I'll probably do a more in-depth video on this that we can look at where there will be clips to back it up. But if you watch the way Ashton Genty plays against Oregon, you're going to see every single last thing that you need to see from a running back. So you're talking about burst, the initial quickness, the body control, the lateral quickness, the creativity, the vision, the way he sets up his blocks, his play temperament, his physicality, his ability to finish. He checks all of it. It shows up on his tape. One of the things that's really exciting, and you'll see this on the fan cam here in just a sec if you want to look up at it, it's almost as much fun watching Ashton Genty pass block as it is to watch him run. His rushing highlights are really exciting and things like that. But if you're a fan of just watching somebody pick up a blitzer, like look at that shot. Like he is just so strong. There's a couple plays up here that you'll see. He is such a fantastic pass blocker. He's great chipping. He's always looking for work. He is really stable, really quick mental processor in terms of the way, how quickly he sees where a blitzer is coming and the way that he steps up into that block. Fearless. Love him. I think he's fantastic as a pass protector and somebody that can make a real difference for your passing game, especially if you have some concerns about the way that your offensive line is blocking things up. So I think Ashton Genty as a pass blocker is really good. As a receiver, he's impressive. He was not so much this past year, but in previous years, Boise State has used him split out wide, running legitimate routes as a receiver. And he's done runs legit routes. It's not just
because most running backs aren't out there winning routes.
You're running a smoke route, or you're taking a screen, or maybe
you're not winning your route. You're finding a gap in the zone.
You might be motioned out just as a diversion or something like that. Genty is genuinely used at times, especially previous years, not so much last year. Like I said, he's genuinely being used as an option in the progression, and will take advantage of things. Now, he's a little on the shorter side, 5'9", so a lot of times it's motion him to the slot, and he runs slot-like routes like the Y receiver, which is the slot receiver. But he's somebody who can contribute in that way. As a runner, this is the way that I evaluated Ashton Genty. So if you look at what his plus traits are, body control, vision, balance, yards after contact, all of that is really impressive. He looks, you legitimately watch him carry the ball sometimes. He looks like a pinball. So when you play pinball, you just see that quick bounce and change of direction. That's the way he runs. He will bounce off of defenders.
Do you think Peyton's ever played pinball?
No. I don't know if Peyton knows what pinball is. Do you know what
the arcade machine thing where you pull the right side and it goes up around?
Do you ever sit there and just bang it?
How do you do it? No, you got to hit the table again like you did. That's a lot of thrust.
Choppy is giving y'all a show of the fake it. That's ended up on Carter Freeman's highlight reel.
Yeah,
at the end of the year.
You gotta just bang the side.
It is incredibly rare to see Ashton Genty go down on first contact. I don't know if I can think of many instances where he was taken down the first time he was contacted with by defenders. It's generally second defender and usually more than that. He processes a step ahead of everybody else. The other 21 players on the field are not seeing things as quickly as he is. He reads his blocks. He anticipates holes and cutback lanes a beat before they've even developed. He's got really high marks in terms of his short area quickness, the footwork, the acceleration. All of it is really, really good. He consistently put out prolific output against efficient run defenses like San Jose State, UNLV. He also did it against top-end talents like Oregon in 2024, Washington in 2023 he was great against.
All right, let me ask you this. Okay, so with your concern level, look, Zeke played 10 games against the Big Ten or whatever the 9, maybe it's 9. Does it concern you at all that he didn't have to go through a grind of a power conference? Where, he played well against Oregon, but the following week he didn't have to play USC. And the following week he didn't have to play Ohio State. And then he didn't have to go play Indiana. You know what I mean? Like every week it's another one coming at you.
So I understand why it might be. You can only...
Or do you look at it like, hey, he's fresher now?
He was averaging 10 yards per carry for a lot of the season. We're talking about he got to 1,000 yards rushing before he got to 100 carries. That's just insane. I don't care who you're doing that against, but if you're doing that against essentially mid-level competition. Okay, but the issue is then, like, when you look at the way he performs against Washington and Oregon, and you can only couple it with those performances, then I think it's really easy to look at it and go, all right, that's a stud. That's a really top player. I mentioned in my notes, pass protection highlights are almost as fun as the running. It's teach tape technique, top-end mental processing when identifying incoming blitzers. I will say this. If you're looking for just slight things that you could ding him for, just to say he's not just a slam dunk, there are some concerns there. For such a physical runner, he occasionally struggles to get movement in short yardage and goal line situations. So if you're first and goal on the 1 and it's stacked up, the leg churn he gets, he doesn't move the pile necessarily. And he's kind of a thick-built guy. He's a strong guy. I expected to see more of that than I did on his tape. He shows better instincts, I think, running between the tackles than he does to the corner. So when he's running inside, I think the instincts are fantastic. And they're still good to the outside, but it doesn't happen as quickly for him. More when he gets stuff outside, it's him bouncing off of tacklers, being really difficult to bring down. He does have some impressive speed. Like, you'll see him ramp it up a gear when he gets to the second level and can outrun people. And so I think if you want to say, how do I know, how can I see a player and go, all right, this is what it's supposed to look like? Daniel Jeremiah has this quote that he said before, and I'm going to paraphrase. Daniel Jeremiah from NFL Network had said that every year after the draft, or even before the draft, he will watch tape of the best players in the NFL. Because he said, you see so much football during draft season. You're watching so many different players. You need to recalibrate your eyes. You need to remind yourself what the standard looks like. You need to remind yourself what great looks like so that you can properly put into context what you're watching during draft season. And Genty's a guy who, if you want to get a start on just, let me see what the standard should look like, if you can get your hands on some Ashton Genty film or just go watch his highlights, that's what the standard is supposed to look like at running back. That's everything that you were supposed to do at the position, Ashton Genty does. And that's why he breaks your rules when you say, I don't mean you, but just in general, if you have a rule that says, I can't draft a running back in the first round, Ashton Genty is the reason why. Okay, there's the exception.
He's the rule breaker.
He's the exception. That's Ashton Genty. Really quickly before we wrap up here, just final minute before we roll into how young is Peyton Russell with a surprise lifeline whenever Peyton needs it. The Cowboys did sign another offensive lineman yesterday. It's a guy who recently came out of retirement, but I'm actually excited about this. Signing an offensive lineman in April who came out of retirement doesn't sound like an exciting player. This is Sadiq Charles.
Okay.
Offensive tackle from LSU a few years back. Ended up getting drafted by Washington. Retired last year. Dude, he was drafted in 2020, I believe. He is 25 years old. He is young still, and he had some great tape at LSU. He put up some decent work at times with Washington and Tennessee Titans. It was not always consistent, but there's tackle and guard flexibility there. Todd Archer reports that he's likely to play on the interior for the Cowboys, but that's somebody with some flexibility who had a really high ceiling they liked a lot. Duke Manyweather, who trained him leading up to the draft, I remember him telling me in 2020 that he was like, there are some flashes. It's not exactly it, but the way that he plays with strength and power and the build he has, there's some flashes at times like, oh, you can see some Tyron Smith glimpses here.
Okay.
Like you see some of that with him. And so high upside, I think for an April signing, it's a fantastic one. So really excited about Sadiq Charles.
Very nice. Below
D-Belt
here on 105.3 The Fan. 9 o'clock hour. Heading your way next with a little how young is Peyton Russell. That's
gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. This is the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden alongside. And it is time for a little game show. We love a good game show. Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram in. He's going to be joining us at 9:20. He was in the American Airlines Center last night for the game. Luka's return. Just a depressing, crushing, anger-filled game for me and many others out there. We'll do that at 9:20 and then crosstalk at 9:40. But it's time to make fun of one of our dearest young friends, young Peyton Russell, who he's so cute and innocent, and he doesn't even know who
very cute
Pope John Paul is.
Oh,
but we'll
That's
see what he
right.
knows today for
It
money.
is time for How Young is Peyton Russell. And I think it should be clarified, Chop.
Yep.
You say this is one of our favorite things because we get to make fun of Peyton, and that's certainly part of it. But also, there's real stakes for him here. He
Yeah.
can win money. He's won money from this.
A lot of money.
So it can be a good experience. We have the secret lifeline on hold. Somebody that I think listeners are going to be excited to hear from when Peyton goes to our guest. But it is time for How Young is Peyton Russell. The object of the game is simple. We try to figure out if Peyton Russell actually knows significant cultural figures from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Peyton is going to get 6 names that he has to identify. He will pick a decade, RJ will then pick a category, and Peyton will then select the subcategory. For every answer Peyton gets right, I give him $20. At the end of the game, Peyton will get the opportunity to double his money or lose everything, so he can make as much as $240 or have as little as 0. And we've got Corey Majors, it looks like, joining us in here too.
Bobby, turn up his mic.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I
want
did.
to play,
Thanks.
guys.
Yeah,
I don't have my headphones in yet, but
That's
I want
fine.
to play. Is that all right?
All right, yeah, you can be part of it. Absolutely.
I love this game. This is my
It's
favorite
fun.
game.
It's a fun game.
Yeah, any chance to help prop up Peyton?
Are you my lifeline?
No,
Okay.
you are not.
Absolutely.
All right, Peyton Russell, are you ready?
I'm going to try a different strategy. I'm going to start writing the names down and see if that helps my memory.
Oh,
you know how
okay.
sometimes you can write
Yeah.
notes and you remember that you wrote the name? Okay, I'm going to try that
Maybe
this time.
somewhere in the name, it will give you a clue as to what they are.
Boom.
All right, let's see if you're ready. Peyton, 70s, 80s, or 90s?
My favorite decade was the 80s. Why? Great music. But that's
Great
about it.
music.
Great music. Let's start with the 80s.
Great music.
I gotta say, I think Peyton's done pretty well in the 70s, actually, oddly enough. Okay, we're doing 80s. Chop, we're doing sports, society, or entertainment.
You know, he said great music, so let's go society. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, you know what? We'll give him music.
Well, it's entertainment. He gets to then pick if it's music, movies, or TV, Peyton.
Talked all about the music. You know what? Let's go with the music.
All right.
Nice.
Peyton Russell. Who is Steve Perry?
Steve Perry.
Steve Perry.
He,
Steve Perry.
R.I.P.
Nope.
Oh,
No.
Still
I
with
don't
us.
believe so at all.
Dang it. Steve Perry. What was his famous song? The name did not help me. Steve Perry. This was I should have got this one. My lifeline is
I believe in him,
mine.
and I'll never stop.
Corey, who is Steve Perry?
Hold on. You're not even going to give me a guess as to who he is.
Rock and roll.
Yes.
Okay,
yep.
but
That's correct.
I can't name a song.
Big Giants fan.
San Francisco?
Let's go to Corey Majors. Corey Majors, who is Steve Perry?
Don't stop believing.
Lead singer Journey.
See, who knows that though? You just know Journey. That's
Literally probably everybody on the fan text.
Everybody now knows.
Journey.
Yeah, I would guess that everybody knew that one. All right, so you've lost $20. That is now out of your pocket. You can still max out at $200 though, Peyton. 70s, 80s, or 90s?
70s.
70s. Okay, Chop, you want sports, society, or entertainment?
Society.
Society. Corey Majors, do you want crime, politics, or miscellaneous?
Politics.
Politics. Peyton Russell. Who's Jimmy Carter?
Former president.
There you go. Man, if you had gotten that one wrong. All right, hang on. What did he?
Which one?
What is he most? What is he most famous for creating?
He invented.
What charity?
He invented
or whatever you want to call it.
Jimmy V Foundation. I have no idea.
I promise you.
I have no.
Habitat for Humanity.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Also a big fan of peanuts. He loved peanuts. It's true. This is not a joke. I'm not being sarcastic.
I don't think I ever knew that.
Peanut farmer.
I thought that was George Washington Carver.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that.
God.
No, he created the peanut.
That doesn't mean he's the only
Okay.
one who's allowed to be involved with peanuts, Peyton. He didn't have a patent on them that he enforced regularly. Jimmy
Folks
Carter was
out
allowed
there,
to
we
farm
had a
peanuts.
George Washington Carver reference on the show today.
All right, $20 for Peyton Russell.
There you go.
70s, 80s, or 90s, Peyton?
I have not done the 90s, but let's go back to 80s.
All right. Chop, sports, society, or entertainment?
Society, baby.
Peyton, Corey, crime, politics, or miscellaneous? Crime. Peyton Russell. Who's John Gotti?
John, all right. John.
Yeah, now spelled Gotti.
Goddy.
Yep, nailed it.
Okay, ring me up. I have not used my lifeline.
You have not. The lifeline is still there.
Let's go to Mr. Lifeline or Mrs. Lifeline. I have no idea.
It's Mr. Lifeline.
Okay.
Let's go to Mr. Lifeline, who is just because you have a lifeline, Peyton, doesn't mean that the lifeline doesn't end up being younger than you.
Oh no.
That would be embarrassing.
Maybe significantly younger than you.
Oh no.
Welcome on the D&M Leasing Hotline, none other than our favorite, no offense, Aiden, video producer of all time, Ryan Cottrell.
Oh my God.
Is on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
How is the cartel there in Midland or wherever you live now? How are things?
It's tempered down. We've been addressing it. A lot of them are locked up.
They found out Ryan.
A lot of them are locked up.
They found out.
We're working on it. We're addressing it.
They knew ORC had hit the streets. They're like, we better wrap up our operation here. All right, Ryan, you are here to answer for Peyton. You may or may not know. Who knows? Ryan Cottrell, who is John Gotti?
John Gotti.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
This is in the 80s.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, 80s crime. Who is John Gotti?
So he killed someone.
So it's a recognizable name.
Yeah.
He actually might be in the cartel as well. You never know.
Maybe close. Who is he?
He was a prominent figure in the, am I pronouncing this right, Gambino crime family?
Wow, yes.
Right.
That's fantastic.
Ryan.
You get your job back.
We chased Ryan off. That's why he's not here anymore. Yeah, totally. Ryan, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sit tight
Hey,
because
thank you. How's everyone doing over there? How's everything going?
Sean's baby is 18 years old and he is still on paternity leave. So he's got all those
I heard
exercises.
about that.
Yeah. So but it's good.
I did hear about that.
I know the Twitch was happy to see you in there the other day. Sit tight for us, Rai. I know you love that nickname, and we're going to come back around you potentially for the final question. $40, Peyton.
I believe it was December 16th, 1986 is when he killed Paul Costa.
A day that will live in infamy.
How do I remember that? Well, I'm Italian. That's how we do it.
Yeah, exactly.
$40, Peyton. 70s, 80s, or 90s?
All right, we'll do it. 90s.
90s. Okay.
You know what?
Wait.
Let's go sports.
Sports, all right. Corey, do you want MLB, NFL, or NBA?
90s NBA. Ooh.
Dang it. Peyton, you might get this.
A lot of names.
You might get this. Peyton Russell. Who is Latrell Sprewell?
You didn't know Stephon Marbury, but you got to know Latrell Sprewell.
He was a former Maverick.
Peyton. I've literally referenced Latrell Sprewell, I think, 6 times in the last week when we were talking about Ja Morant.
PJ Carlesimo.
He coached he choked PJ Carlesimo, New York Knicks, Golden State Warriors. Peyton, we're very disappointed.
L-E-T. How do you spell his name?
L-A-T-R-E-L-L. Latrell Sprewell. No, not Latrell. All right.
Like the cartel.
Peyton, that's rough for you. So far, the only one you've gotten on your own is Jimmy Carter, a very famous U.S. president.
That was politics, too. That's my weakest subject.
Blind spot.
All right. 70s, 80s, or 90s. Peyton, you got 2 more answers left. You have $40.
70s.
70s. Sports, society, or entertainment shop?
You know what? Let's go. Let's go back to sports for him. I'll go back to sports.
All right, MLB, NFL, or NBA, Corey?
70s NFL.
Oh, God.
Peyton Russell.
Oh, no. I thought I was helping.
Who is Chuck Knoll?
This is easy. You got this.
It looks easy for him.
Oh,
you got to remember, Corey, nothing is easy for Peyton.
What are the chances he spells his last name right?
Too much faith.
N-O-L-L?
Good.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Is it?
There's no K.
Yeah.
Offense or defense, Chop?
I would say he errs on the defensive side.
He was a linebacker. AFC, NFC.
Was he?
You know, it just...
Hey. All right, Corey, who's Chuck Knoll? Steelers head coach.
He's got like 4 rings.
Did he ever play, though?
He might have. He did in college, I'm sure. But he may have had like a Bill Belichicker. All right,
Alex
Peyton.
Bedford shaking his head yes, so I assume he played.
Peyton, all right, here you go. Last one before we get to the final round, the walk-off, where you have the option to go with Corey, RJ, or our special guest, Ryan Cottrell. 70s, 80s, or 90s?
80s.
80s, we're going with. All right, Chop, sports.
Society.
All right. Okay, so we've already done crime. Corey, do you want politics?
Miscellaneous.
There we
Miscellaneous,
go.
okay. Peyton Russell. Who is Sally Ride?
Sally Ride. She was
What's
kidnapped.
that jingle you said?
When was she?
Hang on.
Oh, you said society, not crime.
Finish that thought. She was kidnapped by him.
I thought this was crime. I was trying to
know where he was going with that.
Peyton, finish that thought. Who kidnapped Sally Ride?
I don't know.
I want you to finish that thought. Who did
I
it?
had an answer, but I'm not going to say it. No idea. Corey.
Corey, who's Sally Ride?
She's the first woman astronaut?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh.
So, remember last time, Peyton just thought the only weapon we would name in this game.
Was she on Apollo 13?
Oh my gosh.
First
All right, Peyton,
lady.
you end up with, you don't have to make notes. This isn't history class. You've already lost. Peyton, all right, do you want, or actually, no, we're in the final round question. You can double your money or you can lose it all. Do you want to double it?
Double it.
Do you want to go for the double or nothing round?
I'll double it.
Double it.
Okay, do you want RJ Choppy, Corey Majors, or Ryan Cottrell to be your answer for a name from the 60s? I'm not going to give you a category, just a name from the 60s.
Not Corey. Ryan was not born in the 60s.
No, he was not.
I was
Thank
close.
you, Ryan, for
I
the
was in the 70s.
Thank
not
you.
the
Get
60s.
Childish Gambino earlier, though.
Thank you.
That was pretty impressive.
Thank you for the $20, Ryan. But I'm going to go with RJ Choppy.
All right, before you go with RJ Choppy, then, we're going to quickly say goodbye to Ryan Cottrell. Ryan, thank you for joining us, being our special guest.
Thank you, Ryan. We miss you.
Everybody still loves you. Aiden has been, he's got a little shrine to you over here as our new video guy. He's been told to worship at the altar of Ryan Cottrell. So hopefully everything is great over there. And let us know next time you're in Fort Worth so we can all drink Moscow mules together. It'll be great.
Absolutely. That sounds like a good plan.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. All right,
Sorry to
RJ
wake you,
Choppy. It is up to you now. I'm going to give you a name. Let's see if you know it. RJ Choppy, this name from the 60s.
60s.
With no, yeah, from the 60s. RJ Choppy, who's Robert McNamara?
Yeah, I should know this.
You should.
Oh, no. Did
I should. He's giving me these Robert McNamara. I know this one. It's he was an actor. He was in one of the James Bond movies.
No. No, that's not true at all. Robert McNamara. Ask Hagee if he knows who Robert McNamara is.
Oh, wait a second. Hang on.
Hagee, ask him if he knows who Robert McNamara is.
He.
No, just stop guessing. Ask Hagee, because Hagee doesn't have to
kill somebody or something.
No. He was the Secretary of Defense for JFK and LBJ.
During the Cold War and Vietnam. He was a big part of why Vietnam happened.
Yeah.
Man.
Senseless war.
So Peyton is distraught leaving here with no money. He leaves here similarly to his bank account from last Friday when they took the down payment out for his new house.
I got to go get ready for my show, guys.
Yeah, enjoy. Thank you so much, Corey. Peyton, get back in here. You loser. You leave with nothing. You get nothing, sir. Just like little Charlie Bucket.
I'm sorry, Peyton. I thought I had that one. Bobby has gotten me twice here in the 60s. With random political people that I just don't know.
2 JFK tie-in, too.
See, you know what? I don't really consider Bob McNamara to be part of the JFK
Oh, now you're Bob
theory.
McNamara?
Yeah, we're on our first name basis.
I love you go from being like, he's an actor, he was Bod, and now you're just like, you're transitioning to Bob.
We're on a first name basis here, Bobby and I. Old Bob and I here. We're on a first name basis. I don't really consider him to be part of the whole conspiracy theory. JFK, I never saw his name pop up in any of the podcasts I listened to or the videos and movies that I watched. Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram, is next. He was at the Mavericks game last night. Tell you about the atmosphere he saw next on the.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babies.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
That right there, RJ Choppy, is a Fire Nico chant.
Is it really?
That was
I couldn't
captured.
make it out. I couldn't make that out.
That was captured by our next guest, who, even though he is a football man, he is also a basketball man. He is a big-time basketball fan. We already know about his love for Jimmy Butler, and he was in attendance last night covering the game, so he is here to talk to us about not only the return of Luka Doncic and what he experienced there, but also a little bit of Cowboys and NFL draft as we get closer and closer to draft day. We're actually 2 weeks out as it stands right now. It is Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram joining us here on the DNM Leasing Hotline on 105.3 The Fan. Nick, how you doing, man?
Yeah, doing good. How are you, fellas? It's definitely been an interesting 24 hours. I took a side mission away from draft work just to have some fun last night and see the event, and it was certainly one of them.
Where did you sit?
So they had me in the press box, and then I just kind of roamed around and found a story, wrote a story on the fan perspective, and a lot of fans are grieving. It's almost like there's a loss, and it makes sense, right? And I met up with this family that flew in from Slovenia last night to be at that game, and
really?
They had connected with us. They had connected with the city of Dallas throughout Luka Doncic's career. They had flown to Dallas multiple times for games, and they were looking around like, "This is our last time to come here. This is the last time we have a reason to be here." And we love this city too, and now we have to walk away as well. So there was a lot of emotions in that building last night. It was definitely one of the stranger events I've ever covered.
So. From I've heard a couple of people say it was they were expecting they didn't know what to expect going in to the type of atmosphere that it was. There were some people said it was electric, and others have said I was expected to be electric, and it was very odd because it felt like a Super Bowl crowd where nobody really knew who to root for. How would you describe it?
Yeah, certainly in those first 10 minutes, it's every time Luka touches the ball, cheers. Every time the Mavs score, cheers. And he was touching the ball on every possession. So they were just cheering up and down the court. I think that's fair. I don't think anyone knew what to expect walking in. And I think that included Luka Doncic. I mean, you see the video tribute whenever it started playing. You could see the emotion just kind of take over him. And he eventually had to look away from the Jumbotron before the end of it. I mean, it's honestly credit to him, and JJ Redick, Lakers head coach, said it after the game. Credit to him to be able to compartmentalize his emotions and then go out there and have the performance he did. And you take away the jitters at the free throw line, you take away those first 3-minute jitters. He's dropping 50 in that game last night. But regardless, it was a special performance. It was a special night at the AAC.
You kind of just mentioned it. You said you've never really covered an event like that before. Just the energy in the building and some of the, whether that's just the fan intensity, the emotions of Luka Doncic, what to you stood out about just how unique it was and the aspects of it that when you look back on it, you just go I don't know that I've ever encountered anything like that, and if I'll ever encounter anything like that again.
Yeah, return games have happened. This is probably the first one I've covered, quote unquote, but it doesn't feel like the overwhelming support for a return game was as high as it was for Luka last night, right? Because you think about when other stars depart their city, LeBron leaving Cleveland, LeBron leaving Miami, Dwayne Wade leaving Miami. Maybe there's a little bit of similarity there, but that had the writing on the wall for a long time, so that felt a lot more like closure. Dwayne Wade going back to Miami. This felt a lot more like acceptance. I think closure is still a long ways away for this fan base. It may never come. I mean,
right.
You talk about it being compared to Babe Ruth and that trade. Closure didn't happen for Babe Ruth until 2004 when the Red Sox finally got it done. And so could we be looking up?
Yeah, it took a couple years.
Could we be looking at 2108 or however long it took until this fan base can finally have closure on this? I don't know, but I'd be curious to know how Luka has been able to compartmentalize these last 24 hours, especially given that they are in the heat of a playoff run right now to try to clinch a third seed. So fascinating night, just a unique night all the way around.
And I wonder if that closure or whatever you want to call it, happens as the next after a generation, right? And you have a new generation of Mav fans that come up that don't remember this trade, or if it's simply as much as, hey, as soon as Nico is gone, or Patrick Dumont and the ownership group is gone, that's when it changes. Or never.
Yeah. I'll say one thing about Nico Harrison. He learned his poker face from the Adelson and Dumont families. So those casino people, they put that poker face right on him. He was in that tunnel and did not budge the whole night.
Dude, he absolutely did not move. Couldn't be bugged to move out from there. One last question here on this before we get into some Cowboy stuff. I'm curious. You know, anybody who's stood next to Nick Harris, he's got the sleeves on right now. But anybody who stood next to Nick Harris, Nick, you got the D tattoo right on the inside of your wrist. That I assume it is. I've never asked you, but it looks like the Dallas logo.
It is.
It's the City of Dallas logo there that you got there. And to me, that's
with the three.
Yeah, that's the one. So there's the. I think we felt like this goes deeper than basketball. Like this felt like a city felt like they were betrayed by somebody who blew into town, did not understand the community, didn't have respect for the people that lived here and helped build that. So when it comes to that, is that the sense you got last night from people? Was just not only like this is about something bigger than just my favorite player's gone now. This is a punch to the gut of a city and its fabric of the way it views itself as a community almost.
Yeah, 100%. There was this group of buddies. They were probably mid-20s that were in Victory Plaza last night, just kind of hanging around. And they were diehard Mavericks fans their whole lives, and now they're Laker fans. And they pointed to the Dirk statue and said, "Loyalty never fades away." He's like, "That's not true with this organization anymore. I can't be loyal to that." So it's a heartbreak. It's a devastation. It's a betrayal. There was even one of those preacher guys in a megaphone out at Victory Plaza last night, talking about hope and forgiveness and being able to overcome oppression. And people were walking up to him and talking to him about Luka Doncic. It literally felt like someone died. It literally did, and it's something that's going to take a long time to heal. I don't think it happens during Luka Doncic's career because he's going to win a ring. He might win 2, he might win 3. Every time that happens, that's just going to be another gut punch in the chest to Mavs fans, whether Nico Harrison has a job with the Mavericks or not.
Nick Harrison from the Fort Worth Star Telegram joining us here on 105 through the Fan. All right, draft is 2 weeks away. Simple question, I guess, but it's the one I think everybody's trying to figure out right now. Your odds-on favorite today, if I made you place a bet and say this guy is going to be the pick at number 12, who do you think ends up being the first pick for the Cowboys here in 2 weeks?
Yeah, I still think it's going to be Teteroa McMillan, receiver out of Arizona. My only holdup is, does someone take him before Dallas gets the chance? I think if he's on the board, I think he's the pick. And if he's not on the board, I think Matthew Golden is the pick. Matthew Golden is on a 30 visit with the Cowboys today. They had the majority of their 30 visits in over the weekend. But scheduling conflicts, Matthew Golden is a hot request. So he comes in individually, which I think could benefit the team at the end of the day. Just try to get a one-on-one view of him. Everyone can see how he walks around the building. And then tomorrow, Teteroa McMillan is in the building on an individual visit. So they'll be able to get both of these guys, sit down with them, and see what that looks like. It's going to be a fascinating 48 hours to look at those two prospects. But if you're asking me, I think it's McMillan right now.
Why are people so? Does it seem like he's more split? People are more split on him than others because it just seems
McMillan?
like I've seen people have him in the top 8 and then others outside the top 20.
Yeah, I think there might be a couple of things going on with Teteroa McMillan. Draft fatigue is very real. And that's in the sense of, hey, we've heard Teteroa McMillan's name as a first rounder since August. And so that you could kind of attribute that to Kelvin Banks, too. I think Kelvin Banks is one of the best offensive linemen in this draft, but it's kind of just fatigue. You get tired of talking about a guy. And everyone wants to have like the hipster first round. Hey, this guy's good, too. And that's the Matthew Golden, which he is. Don't get me wrong. I think that's one element of it. And I think, 2, you could also look at some bigger receivers that have not panned out in the first round. I mean, you can look more so in recent years with Quentin Johnston and see that. And I think you can look back even as far as a decade ago and see some bigger set receivers that didn't quite pan out as first round guys. But I think Teteroa McMillan is an exception. I think he's a clear wide receiver 1 in this draft. If you take away Travis Hunter, you talk about the possession skills, you talk about his downfield ability. His route tree at 6'4" is one of the best that you'll see for a guy that size. He can get it done in the short to intermediate game and give you yards after the catch. He can take that top off of a defense and be that downfield presence. To me, at his best, he looks like Michael Thomas. And I think if he lands in the right system in the league, a team will certainly be able to take advantage of that. And if you're looking at it from a Dallas Cowboys perspective, his possession skills, his ability to go up and get those 50-50 balls, make them 75-25 at times, they haven't had that since Dez Bryant. This is a guy who was the #1 volleyball player in the country coming out of high school. I mean, he's got athleticism that can jump up and go over a net and play above the rim. He's an athletic presence that you would love to have on the outside of your receiving core.
Nick, when you look at, you mentioned McMillan, Golden, those I think are two names that we're seeing a lot. We've heard Omarion Hampton some, that's been a chic pick. I think probably just trying to pair need with, what the Cowboys might have there on the board at the time. But, in recent years, Mozzie Smith wasn't frequently mocked to Dallas ahead of the draft. Tyler Smith was somewhat of a surprise. They're started to build some momentum the day of. Who's the name or two names you think that you're like, hey, this might be a sleeper name where if it's not McMillan or if they decide, okay, McMillan's off the board, we don't necessarily want to go Golden this early, we're going to go this direction. Who's a name or two that you think fans need to keep an eye on?
Yeah, I would keep an eye on Armand Membu out of Missouri, the offensive lineman. And they haven't done a ton of work on offensive linemen in the pre-draft process, but Membu is a guy that they brought in for a 30 visit. It's a guy that has versatility, that can play on either side of the line. He could maybe even slide inside. I think that's a guy to maybe keep a look at. Would Emeka Egbuka count in this category too?
I think so.
I think that is a potential trade back scenario where if McMillan, Golden, Genty, these guys are off the board, and you have a player at say 18 with Seattle or 20 with Denver, you fall back and you go get Emeka Egbuka and you pick up a day 2 pick. I think that would be a phenomenal scenario for the Cowboys if they were able to land on that. I would keep an eye on that, but also one thing I just keep coming back to is the amount of edge rushers that they are doing work on these first 2 days. Whether it's Shamar Stewart out of Texas A&M, James Pierce out of Tennessee, they have continued to look at a lot of these top edge rusher guys. They brought them in for 30 visits. They've gone to their pro days. They had formal meetings with them at the combine. It's something that I'm definitely keeping an eye on going into draft weekend.
Hey, Nick, we appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks, fellas. Y'all have a great one.
Nick Harris. We're Star Telegram at the Mavericks game last night. A little bit of draft talk here on the Fan,
covering all the beats. He's all over
beats,
him,
man.
He is a Jimmy Butler fan. He is a Jimmy Butler patron. Let me tell you what, Chop. He loves him some Jimmy. That was when he sat up with us for
Jimmy Butler too.
Well, I mean, he wanted to throw hands with Sean over Jimmy Butler.
Really?
Yeah, they were ready to scrap over it.
Jimmy had a 5-year run in Miami where they went to 2 finals and 3 Eastern Conference finals. That's a pretty good run.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
he's a pain in the butt.
But you gotta call. I can't call Nick a Jimmy Butler fan, as you've told me. I gotta call him a Jimmy Butler patron.
He's a patron. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
I don't want to get thrown out.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation off day for the Rangers. We'll
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, cool.
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. We have reached Crosstalk, the KNC Masterpiece. Good morning, boys.
Hello.
What up, y'all?
Corey. Hello again.
I'm very depressed from you, Corey.
He's sad. Peyton didn't win, and we couldn't have helped him.
I wanted Peyton to be a little bit richer.
We did find out that he was screwed either way because none of y'all had the answer.
Kevin was the only one.
Yeah, I didn't know what Bob did.
Kevin even said whenever I got into the other room, he was like, that was a tough one for everybody.
It was.
So,
yeah, I mean, look, it's supposed to be, I would assume that is supposed to be as tough for you guys as some of the 70s, 80s stuff is supposed to be. That's the thrust of why I picked. I'm not going to throw out to you like, who's Lyndon Johnson? Because that's...
Yeah, see, I think...
That's a highway, right?
It is. That's correct.
Bring yourself up.
LBJ.
$20.
I don't like the emphasis you put on that.
I happen to think that the Secretary of Defense, that's kind of it's a figurehead job as far as I'm
Who's
concerned.
Secretary of Defense? Who's the Secretary of Defense in West Wing, Kevin?
Was it Josh?
I don't know.
Okay.
He was unimportant.
If the president's the commander-in-chief, why do I need some underling?
Yeah.
Let him do it.
I'll be honest.
Because you're too busy banging broads at night to
Oh
worry
my
about the Cuban
gosh.
Missile Crisis.
Is that a Kennedy thing?
Yes.
Prove it.
Yes,
Prove
it was.
Where's the proof?
Yeah.
That he was banging broads.
show me
as
the
you said.
babies.
Yeah. Show me the babies.
I'll show you plenty of interviews that confirm that's exactly what was happening.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if
He said, she
if
said.
there was one Secretary of Defense that I probably wouldn't say was just a figurehead, it might be the one that was helping with the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Cold War, and Vietnam. That might be the one that would stand
When you say
out.
helping, it
He's
sounds
a
like he
pretty
was
big
getting us
deal.
into all these things.
Yeah, because I thought
I
at
told
that
you
time
Kennedy was busy.
At that time, I would have thought it was Alan Dulles that was getting us into all those things.
No, it was not.
As soon as you started to say, was he that one actor?
Yeah.
And did he kill somebody? I was like, oh my God.
He was Bond. He was one of the Bonds.
No. He was in a Bond. I didn't say he was one of the Bonds.
Was that just you pulling something out, or
Yeah.
did you think that was it?
I thought that there was a Robert. Isn't it Robert Brock? Oh yeah, that's what it is.
Robert Goulet?
Yeah, Robert Goulet.
The singer?
That's what it is, Robert Goulet.
No, I will say though,
Roger Moore?
No. I
What
know
are you
all the
thinking
Bonds. I don't have to worry about that. I was
All
thinking
right,
it was like
name
an
all
actor.
the Bonds.
Well, you had Roger Moore, like you just said. You had Sean Connery. You had Timothy Dalton.
Oh, that's
You
a
had
good one.
George Lazenby.
There you
Oh,
go.
very good.
He was in one of them. He's an Aussie though. You had Pierce and then Daniel Craig.
Very good.
Damn.
And I don't know who they have now. Is it Benedict Cumberbatch? Is he the
Have
new
they
one?
picked a new
they haven't
one
picked
yet?
one yet.
Oh, I think they're already filming. Are they
Did
not?
they?
Oh, I don't know.
I thought they picked one.
Benedict Cumberbatch isn't
I
a
always
bad
thought I always
choice.
thought Tom Hardy would be a good one.
I would have liked Tom Hardy too. It's not Cumberbatch. It's not.
There's no official announcement. Aaron Taylor Johnson is widely considered the front runner, and I don't know who that is.
Isn't
I don't either. But I didn't know who Daniel Craig was before he
That's
got
right.
the Bond thing either.
That's true, and he was fantastic.
Aaron Taylor Johnson was kick-ass.
Oh, that
That
kid?
seems weird.
Oh,
He got jacked, dude.
good for him.
He like
He's
married
this
one of his
scrawny
directors or something from one of his early movies. He was like 19. He married this one who's like 41.
He said that when he wrote that word started with a D, I thought he was going to say daughters. I was like, what?
No.
The
Oh.
introduction
This isn't Wilson
theme song
Phillips.
for Kick-Ass is the
Oh my
introduction
God.
theme song for this show.
Oh,
Is it?
really?
Yep. Stand Up by the Prodigy. It's,
I did not know that.
Really?
Look, you learn something new every day.
This show. What is coming up on this show?
Guys,
Bochy again?
right
Bochy
out
again?
of, no, we don't have Pochi again today. Right out of the gate, we do. How did watching the tribute feel last night for you? And how did you feel watching Luka watch the video? And then at 10:20, Tyler Mahle is saving the world.
He is.
He is saving the world, baby, because he is fantastic at baseball. We'll get into all that today. And also at 11.
Oh,
Kevin.
oh.
I'm struggling to enjoy this Rangers start
Why?
because I just can't trust
With the offense?
everything.
Yeah.
All of sports in DFW has made me unable to trust sports in DFW.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you, it is.
The Stars just lost 6-5 in a game they
I
were
know,
up.
It is. It is funny though when you see
That's
that
pretty
when the
bad.
Rangers were 8-2 and they had the lowest batting average in Major League Baseball,
Yeah.
and they had scored like fewer runs than just about every team.
51-39 is their run
Yeah,
differential.
it was like, all right, okay, it's just enjoy it. Enjoy that you're 8-2, like because
I'll try.
you very easily could be 3-7 at the same point.
So Tolo's trying to help me out at that at 11 o'clock today.
Okay, very nice, very nice. I don't want you to give away all your Mavericks segments, but I tell you, I felt more enraged by the tribute video and Luka's reaction than I was going in.
Okay, because I think I was sad, not mad. Like I saw a lot of people that were mad. I feel like I was more sad than mad.
Well, I was sad for him. I was mad. It was like seeing his reaction and the tears. It made me more angry that they actually dealt him. It was like, this guy was never going anywhere.
Yeah.
This guy didn't want to leave. He's still, like, how weird does it have to be on the Laker bench seeing this guy crying that he really doesn't want to be there either?
Yeah.
He wants to be over. I just made me even more angry at the whole situation.
I was furious as the game started. Like, I was really mad watching every dribble. I was mad.
Part of their whole pitch on why they did the trade was he didn't care.
He didn't care.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care enough. And it's like, that looked like he cared a lot.
looked
like
he
that
really
looked like
cared.
it mattered to him.
Yeah.
And that
He
was
never
just
wanted to leave.
No, he never wanted to leave. This is where he thought he was going to be forever. He was As somebody, we were talking to different fans in Victory Plaza yesterday, and I was talking to this one guy, and I didn't record him. He just walked up and was just chit-chatting. And he said, it's kind of like when you're a kid and like your first real best friend like moves out of state. Like it's that same sort of almost feeling of just helplessness. Like, why? Like why is this being taken? He said that kind of just helplessness and that feeling of just being distraught. It is so much deeper. And the thing they don't understand, they keep talking about basketball. It's so much deeper than basketball for a lot of people.
A really good explanation of it because you can't do anything about it. Like we couldn't, as the kids, we can't do anything to change it.
What do you do when one of your friends changed homeschools?
Yeah. I mean, typically I would just walk to their room and I would just knock on the door. Typically, we would change those. So,
golly, Chop.
There are a lot of homeschool kids out there.
Yeah.
And you can
a lot of them are just like Bobby.
Colby Sapp was.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, Colby Sapp was homeschooled for a very different reason than I was. I was homeschooled because of Columbine. He was homeschooled because he was
kicked out of the ring.
He was because
even Votech said get out of here.
he got the way Colby tells it, he was homeschooled because he was just too much of a rebel, and they were like, we need to keep an eye on you.
So you were really homeschooled because of Columbine?
Not because of that. I do remember my mom saying the day of Columbine though. She goes, "If you guys weren't homeschooled today, you would be tomorrow."
We had an intern.
Man, I'll tell you, I was in college when that happened. I'll never. My buddy was he was from Denver. He was like the town over from Columbine, and it was I will never forget that.
We had an intern that later went on to work in radio, who around that time, after that time, he was walking around his high school telling everybody they're on his list, and
my gosh,
and he thought it was a funny joke. And then he got expelled. And where did he get homeschooled for a while too? Was that
I assume. I don't know if I remember that last.
My
He's still around.
I could picture my 12-year-old saying something like that in a joking manner.
Oh yeah, but he just
nothing of it.
He was so dry. He was the dry person that would walk up and do it, and you thought it was for real. And he also had the look.
Wow.
Hang on.
Holy moly!
I have a follow-up.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, you know the look.
What is the look?
You know the look.
Just say the microphone. Say the microphone.
I get we all have to react that way. Y'all know exactly what he's talking about.
I know exactly what he's talking about.
Kevin's saying that because he knows who he is and he knows I'm right.
I mean, I know who he is.
And I'm right?
It just feels really harsh.
Hey, so I'm curious.
He said it too.
Do I know him?
You've heard of him, I'm
definitely
sure.
heard of him. Oh yeah.
He thought it was a funny joke, right? And it was not funny. Everybody else that got him in trouble. We have those discussions off the air all the time of like, oh, I'm going to say this, like, don't say that. That's bad. Or we couldn't say that in there. What's
you put them in a group chat and then you read them on the air.
Do you remember? Yeah, and then you cry about just one little out of a step word or whatever.
Joke.
Yeah. All toxic masculinity over here. What is there a time that stands out to either of you, either on the air or just in a social setting where you're like, this is funny to me, and it like painfully was not funny to anybody else, and it maybe got you in trouble?
Yeah. It was when Corey responded to that one guy on our Facebook page about the biking thing.
Oh, yeah. I thought it was a joke. I was making a joke, and then all of a sudden,
there was that.
It was not a joke anymore. I was like, oh crap!
I was so growing up, we had 9 kids. My dad got asked all the time. One of the standard questions we got was, "Are you Catholic or Mormon?" People just assumed because we had 9 kids, we were probably Catholic or Mormon. So my dad's standard response just became when they would ask that, he'd go, "We're neither. We're just white trash." And somehow that naturally came up in a discussion one time when I was on a job interview, and I just repeated that line to them, and it did not land with them at all.
Okay.
And I think it may have cost me that job.
So this isn't as like bold as that, but my grandfather, I would always say, "Grandma, these beans are great." Like she would make great beans.
Mm-hmm.
And my grandfather would say,
"Shut up."
She mashed all the poot out of them. And so so you weren't going to have gas later. And I was like, oh, so I always thought that was funny. So one night we're sitting at dinner with all of Adrian's family, and I'm in high school, right out of high school. Nice dinner, and somebody says the beans are great. And I went, yeah, they mashed all the poot out of them. not a single person laughed. And Adrian kind of looked at me like, the hell are you doing right now? And I was like,
awful.
oh, crap.
I mean, I have probably countless of these. I mean, I wanted to say at my dad's funeral that he was so pale, even his ashes are white.
I do remember you
great
workshopping that in crosstalk,
but
that would have gone over with a thud.
It would have gone over with a thud. I had this the other day. My buddy in a group chat, and we give each other crap, and it's about his father. His father-in-law is a total jokester, but his father-in-law lost a leg.
Did he approve you telling this group chat, by the way?
Well, he's on the radio.
Oh, okay.
And this is about me, not about him. I'm not saying his thing. But anyway, his father-in-law lost his leg, but he's got a great sense of humor about it, right? So he was doing this thing where he has a walker and he like lifts himself up. So his like body is like doing a handstand, like it's super strong. And my kids realize what a dark sense of humor I have, because when I said, I mean, it's not that impressive. He's got 60 pounds missing.
Oh, wow.
60-pound leg.
That's about what a leg is on an adult male. Hold
on.
And the dude laughed. The father-in-law laughed.
Now, what are you basing that on?
Don't worry about it.
Do you have
Don't worry about
any idea if that is accurate or not?
My leg weighs 28 pounds.
I assume each leg is about a third of your body weight.
Are we sure that it was
Thanks to
a
Men's Tea Clinic?
Are we sure if it's a he's not lifting as much weight thing and maybe he was just using his brain like Professor Xavier?
I don't get it.
Golly, dude.
Hey, he does. That's all that matters.
There's also that time with Roger Staubach.
It's a good joke. It's a good joke. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if it's a good joke. My jokes are dark humor.
Did he laugh?
He did. He laughed. And that's all that matters. That was the audience.
All that matters.
Is it weird that feels like you're off the hook then? They're like, well, he laughed at it. So.
No, I don't think it does. You can't get offended on behalf of somebody else.
Right.
Exactly. If they're not.
Exactly.
Have you not seen Society?
I don't care.
I don't accept it.
I don't accept it.
Good.
I just don't accept
if the
somebody
person
getting
that
offended.
I'm directing the
hell
joke
is
to
Society
found funny.
anyway?
That's all that matters to me.
Okay.
That was for them. And I'm bringing you inside the fourth wall into the group chat.
Yeah. So maybe like if you would say something on the radio typically though, you maybe you don't go tweet it to everybody maybe like 13 years ago when the Mavericks lose a game.
Oh my God.
Dang, oh my
dude.
God. What is the matter with you?
Jeez.
My God.
Oh, okay, all right. I take back my answer from earlier. That was the joke that didn't land,
right?
That's the joke that didn't land. Jeez. The
I
fancy
love you if you're listening.
Is next.
Stars fans,
Fancy masterpiece. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. What was happening right up until that moment is we were trying. Don't worry, I'm not going to say it.
We're fine.
We were trying to shake down the details.
But if you want to go to his wedding.
Of RJ's wedding. And we asked, I think we just asked one too many questions.
It's because I was writing it down.
Okay.
It was because I was writing the information
down. See, you were writing it down. And so we asked one too many questions. And then he was like, don't announce that on the radio. Because my question was, so we could just like walk by and,
cheer.
Yeah.
I'm going to cheer for his wedding.
Me too.
That's what I want to do.
From the 972, as a 33-year-old man who's mostly numb to feelings, I like that. Watching Luka get sad like that broke me. And I guess that's kind of my question for y'all to start this thing off. We can dive into the game. The fact that the Mavericks clinched a play-in spot. They're going to match up with Sacramento. Still looks like that will likely be on the road, but we'll see how it goes. And I want to remind everybody that if you are in the play-in and don't make the actual tournament, you are still eligible for the draft lottery.
Okay.
So I just wanted to throw that out
there.
there.
So we could still get Cooper Flag.
Exactly. So you would have to beat Sacramento and then beat the loser of the 7-8 game to make it into the actual playoffs.
We just got to agree to the NBA's terms by losing in the play-in
I
game.
mean, look, if they win both of those games, I'll be astonished in and of itself. I do not believe a 9 or 10 seed has made the regular playoffs yet. Off of that. I mean, I agree. Yet.
What is Jimmy Butler? Were they the 8 seed and they played in the play-in game?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And then they went on their run. So I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying it's unlikely. However, if the Mavericks don't make their way into the field of 16, they will still be eligible for the draft lottery. But how did you feel watching the Luka tribute video? Or probably more importantly, how did you feel watching Luka watch the video? Because I don't know, Alec and Corey, I don't know if this was y'all's experience at all. I probably, upon first inspection, only watched maybe half the video because I was kind of just staring at Luka as well. I know they had it split screen and stuff, but I was just kind of staring at Luka as he kept, going to the towel. And you could see the telltale sign, and I don't mean this as a criticism whatsoever. I totally get it, is you could see the bottom lip quivering, and he was fighting to not kind of break down right there. And I think everybody can understand why that was. So I had to go back and watch the entire video because I think I only watched like half of it the first go round.
It was weird because I was doing the same exact thing. I was really disinterested in any of the kind of like fan service they were trying to do. The team was for him,
like the shirts and stuff.
Exactly, because I think Corey and his legendary rant that got posted all over social media yesterday. The reason I wasn't in that video was because I started hiding under the desk whenever Corey started raising his voice. Got a little scared there.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. Some trauma there.
I thought maybe this glass in front of me was about to shatter, but yeah, I was really disinterested after our conversations about that yesterday because I was like, it's all going to feel fraudulent. It's all going to feel phony. So I was watching the faces in the crowd of Luka, of his teammates, of his former teammates. I was watching everybody else and trying to take that in. And especially at the beginning of the game, I wasn't even really invested in some of the really good play that you saw in the first half from the Mavs, first half specifically. I was more interested in how are the fans feeling? How are the guys on the bench feeling? How is Luka getting amped up after he scores a bucket? I was really focused on the players and not really any of the fan service.
Probably smart. That was probably a smart approach.
The other person, I don't know if you did this, the other person I was focused in on was Sean Heath. So we've had Sean Heath on the show numerous times. He loves the Dallas Mavericks. You might be like, I love the Dallas Mavericks too. I don't dispute that. He loves the Dallas Mavericks. And I was really excited for him because I knew he was, we're still all bewildered about how this happened, but I know he was excited to be able to do that Luka announcement, and you could hear it. He gave it everything he had.
From 318, and this is exactly how it felt. How do you have a tribute video to a player that you traded away? Like, thank you for everything, but we didn't want you. That's it. You threw the dude to the garbage.
I don't know.
And so the rant that I said yesterday, I still stick by. And I was still furious watching the whole thing unfold. And I was furious that Mavs fans were rooting for a Lakers player. And knowing that the Laker fandom probably infiltrated half of that sucker anyway.
For sure.
They're already always there. So we already have to deal with that. So I was mad about all that. I did, however, as you said about Sean Heath, and I'm not exactly sure who made the video. I have an idea of a couple of different people, but I'm not exactly sure. They put their love into that.
Yeah.
Sean Heath put his love into it. The people in that arena that work there and that know Luka, they had a feeling of, we want to show Luka that we love him, because we do. The city definitely still loves him, and that was good. I understand that part of it. I'm not mad at those people, and I'm not mad at Luka. I'm not mad at the Mavs players, and I'm not mad at the Lakers. I'm mad that he was moved on and we still, they were disingenuous with the way that they were trying to thank him.
I agree.
And they've never given us a legitimate reason. How many different versions of the reason do you think we have still? About 70? I feel like I've gotten all these. Well, he was fat, he was lazy, he was this, he was that. Oh, the max contract, we're just getting ahead of it.
He didn't have the work ethic of Shaq.
Yeah, all these things. Yeah, exactly. All these things that I'm like, well, what's the real answer here? Nobody's ever really sat down and said, here's why, and given us all the facts behind it. So that's still frustrating to me. So I appreciated the work that the people that put into it last night did. I thought it was dumb that they had to do it. And it was dumb that the people on top didn't even see how disingenuous it was for them to do that video.
I wanted to
should have just emailed that video to him or something. Like,
shout,
hey, would you love it?
That's okay. I wanted to shout out, you hit the over. I think it ended at 69. So it was, first of all, it's sexy. Nice. And also, it wasn't even close. Like, we blew that one away. And if you would have followed that, done that. Alec, what did we say was the bet that, like, I'm not usually a fan of, but this was such a no-brainer, was to go with the Fire Nico chant, right?
Yeah, we talked about it. It was just a matter of when, not if.
It was a minus 500, which means you'd have to bet 500 to win 100. Usually, not a huge fan of those kind of bets. But this was such a no-brainer. It took 4 seconds. And I don't mean that hyperbolically. It literally took the quick tip, the foul, and then LeBron goes to the line. And 4 seconds into game time, you heard Fire Nico. Within the first 2 minutes, you heard it again. I didn't keep a running tab for that night, because you probably really could have racked up some money if you'd have been like, I think there's going to be 17 of those chants. It took 4 seconds to cash that.
If you don't mind me sharing some real moment in life, as you just said that.
Sure.
I didn't see the video live last night. I watched it, Kevin, moments ago.
I did know that.
And I didn't see in that moment, I didn't see it all, because I have a hard time understanding when start times are in sports now. Because sometimes they're like 6:30, but it's a 30-minute pregame show. And sometimes like 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, it's going to happen. So a lot of times I'm like, I don't know, I think it's a pregame show. I got to clean up the kitchen real quick, and then I'll hop in there. And so I did that. I finished cooking. By the way, you can see some of the burn marks from the grease jumping up on my arm last night. But I sat down, and as soon as I turned the TV on, it was like they were getting ready to start. Yeah. So I already, the first thing I heard is Fire Nico chants. Like, immediately, they just finished the video, and Fire Nico chants were firing up, and I was like, oh.
And that could have been from any sporting event around the Metroplex. I take it that was from the game. But that could have been from any number of things.
So that didn't surprise me, though, Kevin. That was the first thing I heard, and that bet was hit.
It's really funny that you say that, too, because, the thing started at 6:30, but you knew there was going to be some hoopla and stuff, and I think it was ESPN Plus at one point. I flipped it on, and it was like, the broadcast will begin at 6:43, and I was like, okay, so I'm going to have to go back, and they were, letting me know, so I was like, I'm going to have to go back to regular linear TV to check this out, because that's when the game was going to start. And then you've seen it with baseball games. Oh, yeah, when does it start? 7? Does it really start at 7? 7:05, and then they'll be like, first pitch, 7:08, or whatever the case is. It feels like the one that's not jacking around on this is hockey. And now I realize if you're the back half of a TV doubleheader, that could change it. But let's say you're just going to a game. If they say 7:30, we're going to trot out the national anthem, the colors, everything else. That puck is going to drop closer to 7:30 than
we're even going to get the Canadian anthem.
Yes. Yeah, we're going to knock it all out. And at 7:30, you're going to be like, no, I thought this was like a movie deal with the previews and stuff. And they're like, no. We did the previews early, and the game started at 7:30. Other sports, we got some time to do some
Kickoff's
stuff.
pretty accurate.
Football is pretty good about that, too.
And because I do watch the Red Zone with Scott Hansen, because he's phenomenal. If we ever
He's
get
up for
Scott
an Emmy.
Hansen on the show, hey, Alec, that's a name that I want to keep on the lid there, because that dude, I like him a lot. I don't know, on top of mind, Kevin, on the lid. I watch that, and they do the Octobox to start.
Yes.
And so you're watching all kickoffs happen at the same time, and it's usually right at noon. So
yeah,
that's cool.
no, I would agree with that. So I wanted to get to some of this feedback from the 817. I cried with Luka. I'm 33 years old. I've been to prison, but I felt that. From the 817, I'm kind of with Choppy. I'm more angry because it showed he did want to be here, and the Mavericks were like, well, sure, we're not going to re-sign him. That is one of the things that I thought. See, I said in the crosstalk, I was more sad than mad, but when you saw the reactions on his face, you can interpret them as, oh, it was a nice little moment, but it really did feel like in that moment that he was like, I was going to be here for 10 more years or whatever the case would be. You could see he never was going to leave or never wanted to leave.
Revisiting it this morning, Kevin, I told you this earlier, Alec, it was the moment in the video where he had hit that shot over Rudy Gobert, and you could see Rudy in the foreground and Luka in the background. And he said something like, I'm a good friend of yours, and I just made a shot. Thank you. You know, I think that's what he was saying there. But you could see in that moment, he thought that every single dude on that team and every single person in the Mavs franchise was on his side when he was saying what he was saying to Rudy Gobert.
Yeah.
You know what? I did it. We're doing this together. F you. You can't hold me. Nobody in this arena can hold this Mavericks team, and we're going to the NBA Finals. He thought everybody's with me on this. And you could see in that moment, he looked straight down, and that was a moment of him realizing the betrayal that he experienced with how this all went down. And he's probably sitting there looking around going, which one of you dudes has the knife? Is it you, Nico? Is it Dumont? Kid? Was it you? Maybe it was PJ.
I don't
Maybe
think
it was
Kid is
Dinwiddie.
innocent in this.
Like, I think that he's sitting there looking around going, and he still feels that way.
Yeah.
I don't know who put the knife in my back, but I can't believe. And it's probably, aside from his mom, like trying to get some, sponsorship deals or whatever,
right,
with some stuff. Aside from that, he's probably never experienced that type of betrayal in the sport as he's come along through this. So it was brutal, man.
It's interesting for the 817. Some of this feedback kind of goes more into what Corey was saying yesterday. I still don't understand why the Mavs are doing all these things like he retired or left in free agency. From the 972, yet again, the Mavericks made the worst PR decision. From the 401, I don't know where that is. I was so angry they did that. Why would you do the shirts in the video when y'all traded him? Unreal. I was yelling at my TV. That is an
Rhode
interesting
Island
thing. Okay.
Rhode Island.
Fascinating. It does seem like they posted this up like it was just some tragic, unavoidable fate that just unfortunately happened to them. And I'm like, I don't know. And the more you see it, like, I don't think you need to argue super hard that Nico's on board. Clearly Dumont's on board. And I've come around for a variety of reasons to believing that Jason Kidd was absolutely on board with this trade. So I do not think that there was a particular power struggle about this.
I mean, Jason Kidd did kill a bunch of his coaches along the way, so don't forget about that. The power struggle was definitely real while he was a player. So
and then there was cut 9. I thought this was, you know how when you go on social media now, you'll see these little like quotes with somebody's picture and you're like, that's not real. That's what I thought. I did not hear this Jason Kidd thing ahead of time. This is Jason Kidd, cut number 9.
This is a business. It happens, right? Trades happen. This won't be the last trade. Some are comparing it to Babe Ruth, which is kind of cool.
Oh, man. Okay. First of all, props to Jason Kidd for like going in a completely different direction than I expected. When he said, this is a business, trades happen. And I did kind of like his line of, this won't be the last trade. Clearly, Jason Kidd has been involved in a few of them.
Yeah.
But then when he made the crazy left turn of, I heard a guy compared to Babe Ruth. That's kind of cool. I was not expecting that at all.
Nobody in Boston ever thought that was cool.
No,
everybody
they
in Boston like hated it forever. And that was basically Jason Kidd saying, get over it. Right? Like, get over it. It's a business, guys. And somebody.
To be fair, the owner's mistress who got to have her starring role in the play, because Babe Ruth got sold off. She probably thought it was cool. Nobody else.
But it was him saying get over it, and from the 469, Luka is gone. Get over it. I'm still not over Firefly being canceled. Only one season though, so I get your point. And we had multiple seasons with Luka. So imagine how that feels, Firefly watchers.
All right. I don't know.
Colby's the other person. There's at least two.
That's true.
That person and Colby.
Yeah, they were like, it was like they were pirates, but they were in space. It was fine.
I get it. I understand it.
Maybe that's going to be a segment for
versions.
tomorrow. Sports or otherwise. What are you still not over? And it could be anything from Des caught it to Firefly got canceled to whatever the case is. We'll maybe consider that for tomorrow. Look, there are a lot of people sending
Jason
in.
Kidd left the court without saying anything to him. Huh?
Oh, is that right?
That's what somebody just sent us a video of Jason Kidd just walking off.
From the 469,
Oh, crap. That's loud.
definitely teared up. I don't think I can ever forgive the Mavericks front office for this. From the 214, I still feel betrayed by the Mavs for dealing Luka and the NBA allowing that crooked ass deal. I mean, look, there's a lot of people, and I have considered that conspiracy theory that the NBA not only allowed it, they might have had a hand.
May have pitched the idea.
I can't dispute that. I really can't. Look, we'll get back into Luka a little bit later. But if you want to be hyped up some more, how we feeling about 2025 Tyler Mahle? Plus, we power rank the MLB power rankings next on The Fan.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And the 1-2 is swinging a foul tip. Caught there by Higashioka. So Shaw out on strike. Mahle getting in with the fastball. And for Tyler Mahle, that is his second strikeout of the afternoon.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I want you to guess which member of 105.3 The Fan put the phrase hot dog earth into my head, because that has happened in the last few minutes, and I looked it up, and I am shocked to discover that there are actually quite a few articles and people speaking out about this, and whatever. We'll get to that, hopefully never. But right now, I want to talk about Tyler Mahle, and we can power rank the power rankings. But let's do that in a minute.
Okay.
So Tyler Mahle, his longest start in 3 years.
That's awesome.
Now, obviously, I realize he's been out because of injury a whole lot of that time. But still, these last 2 starts have done a ton for me in terms of confidence level. Because, look, what happened? Tyler Mahle was out. He comes back. He throws, 3 games?
Bad.
Then he has to be shut down. And you're like, oh, crap. And so he comes back, first start of the season. He didn't get shut down as much as he just did. He pitched poorly.
Bad. Yeah,
and they're like, well, you're out of the game because you are walking every single human in the world. And so these last 2 games have really done a ton for my confidence level.
He, yesterday, 7 innings pitched, 1 run, 2 hits, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk on 94 pitches. That's a fantastic outing.
Did you know in the 12 innings in these last 2 starts, he's walked fewer people than he did in that first start?
Really?
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure this thing. Okay. So yesterday was the first game where he threw at least 7 innings, allowed 2 or fewer hits in his career.
Is that right?
According to Jared Sandler.
Holy moly.
That is that's again.
Wow.
If you're going to dial it up for the bullpen every day and you're going to dial it up for what you want in the playoffs, 7 innings, holy cow. You got 7 innings out of your starter, you're looking really good. And so to get that in the regular season from Mahle, fantastic. But it's the way he's pitching, Kevin, that I'm liking so much. He's very in control of his fastball. It moves side to side. Everything else that he throws moves in lots of different directions, east, west, north, south. He's pitching well. It's not just I'm out there throwing and I'm guessing on where I'm putting it. He is in absolute control of his fastball. And I think that right now he looks as, you know how pitchers always tell us you have to have conviction behind every pitch. Faith that the pitch is going to work out. Like I'm throwing it. I believe it's going to work out. It's going to happen. He looks as confident as anybody in the rotation, even as confident as Evaldi. DeGrom doesn't look that confident right now because DeGrom's still trying to figure out his mechanics. But Mahle has found his groove on the mound, and it feels really nice to know that he's there because I had the same questions you had. I think this show was very apprehensive when it came to him being in this starting rotation, and as long as he is, I feel like he might be the kind of guy that needs a little something to prove all the time, and that one game where he kind of got knocked down gave him the, you know what, I'm not going to let that happen again. So I hope that this stays for a while. He gets knocked down and then he goes back after it again. I think that's going to happen to him this year.
I mean, and when you talk about, if you want to talk about something to prove, he has not been a full-time quality starting pitcher in 4 years.
Yeah.
And again, I realize he had glimpses of it in 2022. He got close-ish to pitching the whole season, and then injuries really do derail him. But Tyler Mahle is one of the things that we've talked about, like, hey, I can't wait to see what Leiter does and what Rocker does. And I understand all of that. But Tyler Mahle stepping into that role and being somebody you could depend on, especially depend on to be a quality starter, because that's like not really the way I feel with Patrick Corbin. I feel like the Rangers know they can depend on him to throw 6 innings.
Yeah.
And
look, today is a lose game.
Yeah.
But we're probably, we got a pitcher that can save our bullpen.
Exactly. Whereas hopefully Mahle can be a version of that where they're like, hey, we feel like we're going to be in this game. We feel like we can win this game.
And one of the other things that you may have noticed yesterday, he may have set the key to keep base runners from stealing. If you observed yesterday, he wasn't throwing at the same time in the pitch clock yesterday. He varied it up a lot of different ways. He had a lot of different approaches to the way that he would step off here. Basically, what he was doing was saying, I'm not going to give you a routine that you can go, all right, I timed it up. I know when to go on this guy. He varied it up so much that you kind of had to guess. And I think that might be a roadmap for all the rest of the pitchers to go, oh, I can just do this to adjust it a little bit instead of, I'm not even going to try and hold a runner on and try and help out Jonah. Jonah has a good arm. I mean, we talked about that yesterday. He has a good arm, but he needs a little bit of help.
And Boach said we need to help our pitchers out.
And they did. And I don't know if Maddox was like, hey, here's my approach, or if somebody else came in and said, just vary up the. It's kind of like if I'm quarterback and I snap it as the clock's running down every time, then the defense knows I can just jump whenever the clock runs. All I got to do is watch the clock.
Yeah. But I think about that all the time.
But if I vary it up at 7 seconds, 3 seconds, 12 seconds, I'm getting them off kilter the whole time.
Now, before we get to power rankings, I want to read this from the 254. Kevin, have you seen Ice Pirates? It's glorious. My response, is it? And they responded and said, it's awesomely terrible. Pretty sure you'd like it. That person gets me.
They do get you.
That is the kind. And I looked it up. It's a 1984 science fiction comedy, and it's called Ice Pirates. So I don't know how I didn't know this was a movie before today. All right, let's go to the power rankings. If you want to go ahead and send in your prediction for where the Rangers sit in the power rankings, I'm glad to hear it. In the meantime, who is the worst baseball team in all of the lands?
Oh, is it Seattle?
It is not.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to guess Seattle because
man, in your face, Seattle.
We get a chance to play them, and they stink. They do stink right now. Is it still the White Sox?
Tied for last place. It is indeed the White Sox. As for the second straight season, they have started the year 2-9. Consider this: they won their first game, so they've only gone 1-9 since then.
You know what? It really stinks that when they won that game, my buddy's a White Sox fan, and he was like bragging about it, and I was like, "It's the Angels, bro." And here they are I believe it is, they are at the top of the AL West right now, and I was like, "Oh crap!" So
you know what's really weird? Martin Perez has pitched well for the White Sox. Like, this would be a time that you're like, yeah, we could take that, but maybe pitching in a place where everyone assumes you're going to lose.
Yeah,
nobody really gives a damn about what happens one way or another. I imagine that's probably an easier experience. So the bottom five goes White Sox, Rockies, Marlins. That feels tough. Pirates and Nationals.
The Pirates with Paul Skeens?
Well, yeah, but their team still sucks.
They got Livy Dunn rooting for them.
Okay. Look, if we were putting together who has the best power couple, then look, the Pirates are pretty high up on the list. But that doesn't change their fortunes when it comes to win-loss.
Good question here. And I think it's still Travis and Taylor. I mean, I think so. I'm not sure. But what about Haley Steinfeld and Josh Allen versus Paul Skeens and Livy Dunn versus Taylor and Travis?
So,
which one's the power couple in sports?
It's tough because I don't know how many people who are just sports fans or whatever
I'm trying to think
know
of an
who
NBA
Haley
version.
Steinfeld is.
Oh, really?
That's just, they might still think when Ron Washington was making the lineup, that's Steinfeld, and you're like, no, it's a different thing.
Kate Bishop.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. Maybe everybody does. I mean, clearly she's doing well.
Yeah.
But I don't know how many people know who
she
that
loves
is.
her man.
All right. Do you want to go to the top of the list? Do you want to go to the Rangers? Or is that answer the same?
Oh my gosh. I feel like we need to go to the top of the list.
All right. Corey, who is the number one team in all of baseball?
The way you said that, it makes me think it's the Texas Rangers. Or the Dodgers. Still.
Corey?
Or the Padres. Alex.
Just go Dodgers.
Dodgers.
Okay, Alec, I'm going to go to you for a second.
Oh, no.
Riddle me this, Mr. Medford.
Batman.
Why would the Dodgers be number one? Let's take a look.
In the AL West.
Because they have the best record in the National League? Nope. Second best? Nope. Third best? Nope. Fourth best? Yes. So you're taking the fourth best team in the National League over the team that has the, by God, best record in the American League? That's what you're telling me?
Yeah, because it's ESPN.
Well, you know what?
Good point.
You made the right decision.
Hold on.
Because the Dodgers are, in fact, number one.
I do want to. What he just said makes a lot of sense because let's go back to the Mavericks game last night. Every time they went to break, it said L.A. Lakers on ESPN. I was like, what? There's two teams playing tonight.
No, there's not.
No, there's not.
No, there's not.
No.
We're there.
We're just
all right.
You're part of it.
We're the B side.
You're the you're the stormtroopers.
Yeah. Look. John Smoltz tried to make us the B side in the World Series against the Diamondbacks, like one of the most nondescript franchises in all of sports. And John Smoltz was still like, you know what? You're the B side. So that's just how it's going to be. Yeah, but you're right. It was, in fact, the Los Angeles Dodgers. They're number one. How do you think the power rankings go from there?
Standings wise, I feel like it should be the Padres.
Padres are third.
Huh?
Padres are third. Hey.
They have a really good record.
Keep this in mind. The Miami Marlins are 6-6.
Okay.
And they're third to last.
Phillies are hot.
Philadelphia Phillies are second. So check this out. Top four, all National League teams. The Dodgers, the Phillies, the Padres, and the Mets.
Okay.
But at number 5, there is, in fact, an American League team. I already told you that the Rangers have the best record in the American League. Do you believe Rangers are 5th in the power ranking?
I don't want to get tricked again, Alec. Do you think that he's trying to trick us?
I think he is, because I think they're probably a couple spots lower. And I bet if we're doing the whole it's ESPN thing that we just created, who do you think it is? I think it's the Yankees.
You know what, Kevin? Because we are all Tolos, and we agree that Best Buy Windows and Siding doesn't give you tricks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with Alec on this one. I think it's the Yankees. It's not in his face.
Now, that answer that you just gave is stupid. Because who has the best record in the American League? The Rangers. Do the Yankees have the second best record? No. Do they have the third best record? No. Do they have the fourth best record? Yeah, or else we're drifting into Bobby Belt territory where I just list every single thing, and our boss is going to be upset about that. Love you, Bobby.
Does anybody remember that?
The New York Yankees, who have the fourth best record in the American League, are in fact number 5 on this list. So consider this. In ESPN's power rankings, the team with the fourth best record in the NL is the top NL team, and the team with the fourth best record is the top AL team. Are they also the unquestioned top media markets in the country? Sure. Is that a coincidence? Maybe. Number 6, the Chicago Cubs. I feel like the Rangers really helped out a lot with this, as the Chicago Cubs rocketed up the list from 14 to 6. Now, who was 6 last week? The Rangers. They have now fallen all the way, brace yourself, to number 7.
2 games and they fall.
They only fell one
the most
spot.
ridiculous play
No,
in
it's
history.
not the
Thank
most
you, John
ridiculous thing in the
Smoltz.
history of baseball, John Smoltz.
Thank you.
And also, and what he was talking about was that he was biased against the Rangers. That's what he said was the most ridiculous thing in the history of baseball. Okay, but my point is this.
I don't think so. There's a lot of ridiculous things that have been said.
Yes, there are. The Texas Rangers are 7th on the list. They are the second highest rated AL team. And really, I get that it's just for fun and it doesn't totally matter. But I am really glad that the Rangers won that game yesterday.
Oh, absolutely.
So I know they didn't win the series, but you don't get swept. And you are in first place in your division. And you have the best record in the American League, despite having a negative run differential. Try not to worry about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. It's never too early to get you hyped up for the World Baseball Classic. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
2-1. Seager hits one in the air down the right field line, hooking towards the wall. That ball is just out of here. Into the basket just above the ivy. And it's a multi-home run game for Corey Seager. A solo shot that just sneaks out. And the Rangers increase their lead. It's 6-1.
You love to see it. You love to hear it. The Rangers, top of the AL West and the best record in all of the American League.
Is Seager back then? Does that mean there's no Rangers game today? By the way, they start in Seattle, but does that mean Seager's back? If he's hit what, 3 bombs now?
I think so, because he looked really disinterested after he hit that 7th inning home run.
There you go.
And that is classic Corey Seager. I'm only kidding. I know he cares a lot. He just doesn't usually show that in his face, except the World Series, which is why we were all like, I'll punch a hole in this wall right now. But right now, I guess I said that twice. Whoops. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Now, we just went through the... Do we need to have something for that?
No, This Week in Baseball, that's good enough. I'll leave it alone. My apologies.
Okay. Did you see that the Padres and the Dodgers were the first teams to get to 10 wins? Now, with the Dodgers, it was a little unfair because they got to play 2 extra games at the very beginning of the season. I know it'll all even out. But the Padres, look at the Padres go. They have the best record in baseball. They were the first team to 10 wins. I feel like they have been a huge story of the first couple weeks of the season.
Yeah, everybody, because that whole division has kind of captured everybody's what is going on. But the Padres definitely are one of those stories that you're like, man, they might just push the Dodgers the entire season.
I kind of feel bad. I don't know if I feel bad for the Rockies, but your season's over. All right. The Rockies, check this out. Okay, that feels too harsh. The Rockies have played 11 games. Consider this. They are 7 games out of first place and behind 4 teams. In 11 games, they're already 7 games back of first place. And you're like, well, maybe that's just because it's top heavy. Well, guess what? They're 6.5 games back of third place.
Kevin,
So they're done.
I need you to understand where we are here on this. The Rangers, if you look at go pull up the Rangers box score yesterday or their batting averages amongst the team. Just have those in mind. Luis Arias leads off for San Diego. That's a guy right there who likes to get base hits. Yesterday he went 0 for 5.
Oh.
He's batting .283. Okay?
Oh, dear. Hey, Josh
Xander Bogaerts
Smith might be better.
Xander Bogaerts is batting .304.
Okay.
Manny Machado, .340. Sheets is at .303. Gonzalez is at .400. Iglesias, so the bottom, and then Maldonado's at .333. There are only 3 batters in their lineup yesterday that are hitting under .300. Everybody else is over .300 and hitting with power also. So that is a benefit to why they are getting good pitching, and they're also getting powerful hitting at the same time.
Oh, yeah?
And they're getting on base.
You ready for my counterpoint? Did you know that Jock Peterson, Jake Berger, and Marcus Semien are combined negative 1.4 WAR already? Wait, that's not really how counterpoint works at all, is it? Whoops.
Yeah, so that's why. And the Rangers, we have faith that they're going to get back there, right?
Yes, I do. And here's why. Case study, Jackson Chourio. You remember what Jackson Chourio did on opening day?
Did he? No, I don't remember.
He got the rarely seen platinum sombrero.
That's right, the platinum sombrero.
With 5 strikeouts, all right? He took the tough love. He listened to your inspirational words, Corey. And since then, he has been on fire. His hit streak is now at 11. In that span, he's hitting .354 with 4 home runs and 16 RBIs.
Dang.
So you can absolutely bounce back and get it going quickly. He had a horrid start to the season. Like, it couldn't go much worse as a hitter start to the season. But he's back. It is just troubling that you bring that up about the Rangers because you're not wrong.
Rafael Devers is back a little bit too, Kevin.
Yes, after he struck out, 15 of his first 19 at-bats?
Yeah, since then he's had 8 hits in 4 games.
Hey, I think he had like 2 with 15 strikeouts, so it's...
Good for him.
It's better. All right. I know we're just kind of having some fun there, but the point is it can turn around quickly. And if you're wanting movement, we've talked about this, and we go back to the G-Bag Nation's interview with CY on Monday. He very clearly said it is way too early to be making any dramatic changes.
Oh, so for sure.
If that's what you're hoping for, I'm just telling you, the president of baseball operations is like, nope, not going to happen.
Like Kevin, the other day, I I let my mind drift for a second. When Corey Seager, there was a shot up the middle, and it looked like he didn't even try to bend over for it. And I was like, I just got mad. And I was like, well, it's cold. Nobody really wants to be there. You could see the whole team was kind of like that. But there was a moment when I was like, bring Sebastian Walcott up now.
Oh, my God.
And that's when I was like, okay, Corey, you were letting your emotions take over. And then I've gotten people message me, and they're like, why is it Walcott playing art? I'm like, I need to calm down on this. So, yes, calm down early in the season. Don't let your emotions take over. Let the math work its way out, and then you can put your new models together and get this economy back and rocking.
Oh, okay. Baseball economy.
Baseball economy.
Would you be disappointed if I told you that a prospect in high A had a game with 0 hits?
Probably so. Well, unless he was a pitcher.
Oh, that's a good point. This was not a trick question from that standard.
Okay.
Now I take you to Amarion Boyd. Now, he's a prospect for the Marlins, so you might be like, who cares?
Who cares?
He had 0 hits and 6 stolen bases last night in his high A game.
So he was walked multiple times?
Yes.
Or got on errors?
He did not hit a ball out of the infield. However, he is also super fast. I guess I should have revised that to say he didn't hit a ball out of the infield. My mistake. But he did, I believe he got a walk, but he also had infield hits. He stole 6 bases.
That's impressive.
That is crazy.
Was Brad Penny on the mound?
I don't think so.
I mean, if anybody remembers, there was a time.
I remember Brad Penny.
Brad Penny, and I can't remember which one of the catchers. It was the catcher that Tim Wakefield loved for the Red Sox.
Veritek?
It was Veritek. So Brad Penny and Veritek. And the Rangers had Julio Bourbon and Elvis Andrus, and they were just like, go. Every time they got on base, go. Bunt to get on, please. Just go. We're stealing bases all day. And that's how so Brad Penny, that was that game that I always reference here.
Now, the World Baseball Classic. I've been putting this off, but Corey demanded. He said, this can wait no longer. Tell me about the World Baseball Classic. Okay, I will. The United States is in Pool B.
Did we get our guy again?
What do you mean?
Who's managing this team? I know the answer.
I don't know the answer.
I've been informed, Kevin, via one of our favorite Tolos who sends us stuff. Mark DeRosa will be again managing Team USA in the 2026 World Baseball Classic.
Okay.
He was the one that was there at the helm last time. He's pretty good at this, dude.
I mean, why would you not bring that person back then? So in Pool B, well, that's probably true. In Pool B, United States is along with Mexico, Italy, Great Britain, who we have frequently defeated throughout history, and Brazil. Those pool games will take place March 6th through March the 11th next year in Houston. So if you wanted to go, this is just much more easily accessible than Tokyo, Miami, and San Juan, which are where the other pools.
Yeah,
for us.
People in Tokyo and
yes, if you live in Tokyo, then I'm sure it is significantly easier. The quarterfinals will also take place in Houston. So if you're like, hey, I love doing the spring training thing, but if you're like, I kind of want to make a trip to the World Baseball Classic, especially for folks in the Metroplex or listening across the state, it's pretty accessible.
I kind of want to do a show trip. What if we did a show trip down to Houston? We know somebody in Houston. He might let us stay on his floor.
Consider this.
I bet he has a palatial estate down there now.
With the timing that we have been going to spring training, we go to spring training, bounce back for the weekend. Our shows would then start live from Houston for the World Baseball Classic.
And then we head up to the Combine.
There's a little bit of that actually.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's just make this the most, you know what? We're countrywide now.
Okay, good. I don't run the
KNC Masterpiece everywhere.
The budget.
Let's talk to the boss about this.
Anything like that.
He's
but
gonna love it.
Yeah, I guess we could do that. By the way, for the Cardinals, Eric Fetty, he had a no-hitter going through 6 innings, but he also had 4 walks and already thrown 88 pitches. So he said he totally understood why he got taken out of the game. His first 2 starts, he had 65 pitches and 73 pitches. So he'd already seen a pretty big jump, but unfortunately...
They couldn't hit me. I mean, that's for
true.
Sure.
That is true. All 4 of his walks led off innings, which is usually like
that is, you don't want
for
to do
a
that.
pitcher.
Yeah, but he was able to get out of it every time. That's impressive.
He was. for the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Corey is struggling.
Help me.
To enjoy the Rangers' hot start. Does his reason resonate with you? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, you remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Razor Blades.
Saffron's what?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron's What?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line or the Twitch or the YouTube. Also, if you want to get involved in a week, we're going to have Draft 101 right here, 4131 North Central Expressway. You've got Wolchuk, Broadus, Bobby, reps from DallasCowboys.com going through all things draft. You don't got to sign up. You just got to show up, and it is free.
Are we doing anything on draft night, though? Like, would we just go?
Yes, we will be taking over all of the Pluckers. You can see me at the Pluckers in Dallas if you want to hang out as we dominate the draft and get all those specials.
All right, fantastic. I'll be in Allen, I believe, is where I will be. And I love that place. They got Petticola's Velvet Hammer there.
Ooh, how much do you think you're going to drink that night?
Probably just the one. So Michael Petticola's, who runs Petticola's,
that makes
sense. He anytime somebody tweets him a picture of a 20-ounce Velvet Hammer, he says, "Man, that's awesome. Have two." And so I think that's a really brilliant marketing strategy, but I think two is about enough.
Okay.
It's a pretty big beer. And so whenever you're dealing with the big beers, you kind of got to be careful with those.
Okay.
But I like the idea of have two.
Now, Corey, this is something that you brought up, and I'm curious to see what direction this goes, because we've talked about it. The Rangers have the best record in the AL to start. It's only been a couple of weeks. I get that. But you said that you're struggling to enjoy the Rangers' hot start. Can you walk us through why that is?
I can. I am enjoying individual performances.
Sure.
I enjoyed Jack Leiter's 2 starts. That was a blast. Dude.
Berger, Peterson, Simeon.
I'm gonna talk about the things I enjoy first, Kevin. Those things I've not enjoyed so much. Actually, Berger's defense has been pretty impressive. I've enjoyed that.
Fair.
I've enjoyed Nathan Eovaldi on the mound, except for against Chicago in freezing weather. Like that, he's been so much fun. Rocker finally getting to it. Mahle's run, that's been nice. And now seeing Corey Seager kind of come back to life and get into his groove, very good. But and let me know if you're with me on this. I'm waiting for something bad to happen. And maybe this is just my life and a lot of bad life experiences that I'm always waiting for. That you say they have peaks and valleys.
Yeah.
And I always feel like, man, the valley is definitely on the way. And I never let myself enjoy the peak. This has been my life for the most part. I always look back and go, man, life was better then. You got to enjoy that part. But I'm waiting for something bad to happen, something seriously bad. And the fact that the offense just isn't on fire right now has me feeling kind of apprehensive of when is the pitching going to fall apart. Like that's what's on my mind is the pitching's been so good, it can't be good forever. And if it goes bad, then the hitting's going to go bad. And then we're all going to be in a lot of trouble. Everything's going to fall apart if this happens. I'm just nervous and apprehensive about it all. And I think it has a lot to do with the way that DFW Sports treats me. Okay?
It's been a rough couple of days.
How good were things with Luka? Where were you in the standings? Were you like 3-4? You were cooking when Luka was here. You were on your way back you were running through the playoffs, probably making it back to the Western Conference Finals.
I hope
feeling
so.
very good, and the rug got pulled out from under our feet. Just gone. And it's been kind of a whirlwind since then. And then guess what? Anthony Davis shows up, and for 3 quarters, the Mavericks look like world dominators. Anthony Davis had 18 blocks alone, I felt like. Actually, the team had 18 blocks. But they felt like everything was going good. Oh my gosh, this is what we wanted to see to replace the idea that Luka, maybe this will be better. And then quarter 4 happens and he falls apart. I can't even have that for 3 quarters for a whole game. The Stars the other night.
Oh my gosh. We were just talking about this in the break. Obviously, huge game against Winnipeg tonight. And I was like, well, even if they're up 3 goals with a minute to go, I can't be comfortable.
Kevin, I was so confident that they were going to overcome Winnipeg going into the weekend. Remember, I was just like, guys, don't even worry about it. We're fine. And then over the weekend, they're like, no, we're blowing 2 games. we're going to have a hat trick in one, give up another hat trick. So this is why, like, the Rangers start, and then it kind of did happen. The Cubs, fortunately, Boach talked me off of it and was like, patience, everybody. You know, he's giving us that stuff. But I feel like the Rangers are a good baseball team, but I'm just waiting for the thing to go wrong. And again, their injuries last year didn't help me either.
No.
Last year, all the injuries, and then the season starts, and Corey Seager and Josh Young are already kind of hurt. And I'm like, no. So that's where I am. And again, maybe it is just me. Maybe it is just I was going great. Everything was going great. And then my parents got divorced,
Oh, my God.
Everything's going fine. And my dad has a heart attack, And then everything's going fine. Adrian graduates high school and goes off to college,
You probably should have been able to predict that.
So there's just a lot of things in my past that I think are affecting my sports love right now and my ability to really enjoy the moment when it's happening.
I'm going to attempt to cheer you up, Alec, unless you think we should just let him be sad and wallow in this. It's been... Look, the Vancouver comeback, all the Luka stuff last night, it's been a tough week. I feel like we should try to cheer him up, right?
Yeah, I'm scared of what he's capable of when he's upset after yesterday.
See, I didn't do anything to you.
I could be next.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense there.
Maybe I'm on the list. I don't know.
From the 903, do the Rangers have a dedicated coach for their first baseman? Didn't Nate Lowe struggle at the plate, and as his defense got better? Now Berger's playing a good D, but not hitting well. Is there something to this? Maybe, yeah. Kevin, I thought everything was going to go just great. I thought all the power with Jock Peterson and Jake Berger was going to be bam. And they're like, hey, torpedo Pats. That's the new story.
Look, and that has been tough to start out the season. I have good news, though. I have some reasons for optimism.
Arlington Renegades? Carter would know.
Yeah, I feel like they were just in a game where it was like 12-9 or something. I don't know. 12-11? Okay, there you go. So, couldn't tell you if they won or not. So, I wanted to point out a couple of players that should have you optimistic. Jonah Heim and Leody Taveras. So, Evan Grant was talking about how 3 players that you would think of that you needed either a bounce back or a step up season for.
Okay.
Heim, Garcia, and Taveras. Now,
Heim has done it.
Heim might be your best player right now. Or maybe it's Josh Smith.
Is he at 3 home runs right now?
Jonah Heim does have 3 home runs.
And, I mean, he's almost single-handedly won a start for Jack Leiter. And I'll admit, coming into the season, I was down because he just wasn't the same player that he was the year before in the World Series. Then again, the rest of the team was not. So Jonah Heim starting this season off saying, Corey, don't worry about it. I got this covered. I'm feeling good about that.
Okay, and so I think that's a positive because if you identified those 3, Leody Taveras has gotten off to probably a better start than some people would anticipate. He's also been at the forefront of the Rangers being more active on the base paths. He is their leader in stolen bases, which that makes a lot of sense. But he's had a nicer start to the season than maybe some people anticipated. Although I understand if some people want to complain about his OPS, I get that. I'm just saying I think he's been fine so far.
I've enjoyed the plays in the outfield that he's missed yesterday. The ground ball that he should have had, the ones in the air. Those are frustrating, and that was, Kevin, for the longest time my argument for Taveras was he's really good in the outfield.
Yeah.
And then he starts doing that, and I'm like, okay, I have no argument for you anymore. But he was on the bases twice yesterday. Simeon never brought him in. And that's a little frustrating is I want that. But yeah, Taveras, bounce back year. Let's go, baby. Keep Evan Carter in the minors so he can get his work out, whatever kinks going on there.
And that's actually why I wanted to present it to you like this. Because who are your best offensive players right now? Jonah Heim and Josh Smith? I like before yesterday.
Yeah,
I know
Seager turned it up. Yeah,
Corey Seager popped a couple of home
Langford
runs.
was,
yeah, but then he got
injured.
hurt.
Yeah, and that's another thing, Kevin.
Okay,
now we're doing whack-a-mole with our injuries, like Jared said.
But consider this. All right, Corey Seager, by his own standards, has been underperforming to start the season. Marcus Semien has way underperformed to start the season. Two of your big acquisitions, especially to help against the fastball, Jake Berger and Jock Peterson, haven't achieved yet. All right? All of that, you mentioned it. Leiter went on the injured list. Langford went on the injured list. And guess what? Guess where they sit today? They have the best record in the American League.
I know. It doesn't make any sense. And that's why, despite all those things, I feel like, because that's the reason I feel this way, that not everything's going well. And all it takes is one thing to go wrong and it could fall apart.
Okay.
But I got to just trust in Boch.
See, and that's what I'm going to argue. I'm going to argue the other way.
Jonah Hill.
Corey, all this stuff has happened.
Uh-huh.
And look where they are.
And that, I feel like it wears you out too much.
Oh yeah, and Gray and Bradford have already gotten hurt.
You know how it is in a basketball game whenever you're down by 20 and you come back all the way and then the other team goes, all right, but you're exhausted just trying to get to this point. And that's what I feel like they're going to wear themselves out. But maybe I'm wrong.
I saw a basketball game where the team was ahead by 14 points with about 9 minutes to go, and they looked exhausted, even though they were winning the whole game.
What team was that, Kevin?
That was Duke against Houston.
See, that doesn't help me either. Things go bad for the teams that we root for, Kevin.
Okay.
That's why I'm concerned. So a lot of people, Corey, that's what happens when you win a World Series. Your expectations change. It's harder to be happy with small wins. You're right. You're right about that. I understand, Corey, but have faith. We need 162-0, Corey.
No. Okay,
well,
yes.
It's too late. Now the best we can do is 158-4.
Which would be one of the most incredible feats in the history of baseball, if not the most incredible. Right now, do you know how many games the Rangers are on pace to win?
158, like I just said.
Okay.
Because if they don't lose any...
That is not how math works.
Since they won yesterday... Oh, my God. I'm just predicting that they won't lose again.
All right. Knowing the history of this show and the fan text and the Twitch and the YouTube, I have a feeling I'm going to lose this, but I'm going to just give this a shot one time. That is not how math works. Instead, you take what will be the entirety of the regular season at 162, you divide it by 13 because that's what percentage of the season you've played thus far. Then you can multiply that by 9, the number of wins the Rangers have, to determine how many wins they are on pace to do. You can double check your work by doing the same thing with the losses. That is how math works. Right now, and I hope you all accept this, the Rangers are on pace to go 112-50, which would be by far the best record in Rangers history.
And the best record ever in baseball?
No,
Then
it
it's
would be
not good
4 off of that record, I believe. And so I don't know why that got
It's
a
early.
text of why does Kevin root against the Rangers?
Yeah, you don't want them to go 158-4.
No, okay. I'm telling you right now, they're on pace to go 112-50. We should all be thrilled about that and not try to backtalk math.
From the 469, I don't want to hear math on why you're rooting against the Rangers, Kevin. Valid. They don't want to hear the math on that. That was a lot of steps. Did you have to do long division while you did that?
No, I mean, you can if you want. That is a needless step from the 817. Kevin, stop being such a nerd. Seager woke up, so we're just never going to lose again, okay?
All right, there you go. See, that's the kind of stuff I need right there for my confidence to come back, not this math stuff.
I don't want to hear your math about why you're rooting against the Rangers.
Yeah.
How is that?
Kevin, you literally missed your calling to be a math teacher or something, bro. Well, he didn't. He's teaching Noah some math right now, I'm betting.
Okay.
Do you ever
Still
sit
can't
down?
read.
Yeah. Well, but math, you know?
Hey, we're getting there. All right.
And this is true. From the 817, this is a great start team record-wise. You're absolutely right. Look at where they are. Not in the power rankings, obviously, because
Okay,
it's
but
not
don't
good enough
worry
to be at
about
the top
that.
of the power rankings. But look at where they are standings-wise. Kevin, tell me, are they behind anybody in the division right now?
No,
Or are they in the number one team?
And again, I know y'all's disinterest in math, but the Rangers are on pace to win this division by 12 games.
See, now that's the kind of math that I'm looking forward to.
It's the same math!
I like it, man. This
I really
this
shouldn't be
actually
shouting.
you changed my spirits about this all. With that thing and the thing about you being a nerd. That really changed Well, my heart about all
From the 469, here goes Kevin again, acting like he invented math or something. No! No.
I can always rely on the texters.
I do not believe this text. From the 214, hello, I'm new to the show. Why does Kevin hate the Rangers so much? You know what? I don't think you're new to the show at all. From the 321, Kevin thinks he's the arbiter of all math. From the 817, 2 + 2 equals Kevin hates the Rangers.
From the 716, doing the math you told me to got me to 158. So that's, I appreciate that. See, and somebody said the KNC listeners have got to be the greatest trolls on the fan text. I agree. And you know what?
Yeah, no, the greatest troll on the fan text sits right next to me. All right? That's who the greatest troll on the fan text is.
Hi, I'm new to the show.
No, you're not!
I love y'all.
Man, maybe you really are.
Y'all
and you're going to
changed my-
fit in. If that person really is new, you're going to fit in with our audience forever because it took you 1 second to figure out how this works.
So you carry the one.
Thank you.
You don't have.
Where's the decimal go?
You know what? Coming up next, how about it? I'm going to F up your segment.
It's time for AM on the FM.
Yeah, we'll see.
We got the question of the day. Plus,
do we?
Why Kevin Harlan is the GOAT next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Tree Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
ANC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm really excited to see how this next segment goes because maybe it goes well, maybe it doesn't. Somebody decides to throw it off just a little bit. We'll see how it goes because now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
I can already tell this is going to be a nightmare. It's time for AM on the FM right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, he just took his headphones out because I was messing with him.
My name is Alec Medford, and I can kind of hear things right now because Kevin was spamming the talkback button, which makes weird things happen in my ears. Yeah, it's time for AM on the FM. We got the question of the day, as always, 877-881-1053. And guess what? I finally have fan text access, so I can actually read these myself. And I don't have to ask y'all to do the heavy lifting for me. So thank you the past couple of days for doing that. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. Plus, just another one of the million examples why Kevin Harlan is the GOAT of broadcasting.
Really, I just don't want to gloss over that, and I know we'll get to the audio, but he really is, and he's great in interviews, and the fact that he can hit so many different sports, he is tremendous.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, he makes you feel like you're in the room whenever these things are. It feels like a conversation. You're watching the game with him. He's not describing the game to you.
He is brilliant at what he does. Everything that he sees, you're seeing, and I love it.
It is amazing. And the question of the day today, I was thinking about our path to the draft. It's brought to you by Pluckers. You can join us at all the Pluckers locations in DFW on the 24th for our annual draft party. I'll be at Fort Worth City View if you want to come hang out with me over by Hewlin Mall. But I was thinking about next weekend, Kevin, specifically. WrestleMania is coming up, and I'm starting to think about, okay, I'm already getting people texting me about what's the move for this. I'm thinking I'm usually the party hoster in the friend group. I'm the one that kind of carries the weight of planning everything and having to get everybody in the same place at the same time. So whenever you're having a big get together, what is the must-have on the food menu? 877-881-1053, because for me, it has evolved into pizza.
Okay.
That is the one thing that will never miss in a giant get-together. The pizza will be the first thing to disappear off the table.
I agree with you about all of that. By the way, if you decide any of y'all want to come over, I will be hosting for one of the nights of WrestleMania, Atolo, who won that package for Pizzathon. They have WrestleMania. So
you're inviting me?
There. You are always invited.
You know I'll be there.
No, you won't. And so I think it's pizza as well, because pizza, and I mean this in the best possible way, is the Chili's of food. You will find enough people who find it acceptable, or maybe they're super hyped about it, that you know that will take care of like a certain portion of your crew. So I'm with you on that.
I do like the Chili's example. Like that's the great way to say, hey, you know it's going to hit every single time. It's going to be amazing. Someone is going to be obsessed with it. Everybody else is going to be happy with it.
Yeah, and like You're not really going to find a whole bunch of people who are like, I can't find anything I like there. You know.
Let's see from the 817 Buffalo Chicken Dip. Ooh. See from the 682 Wings.
Wings are pretty consistent.
They are, yeah.
And you can get a variety of flavors, or you can go with just one. You know, you can go with the classic sauce. Is it Frank's Red Hot? I think on most of them.
Yeah, that's usually what I do.
Or do the Orange Magic. If you've never done the Orange Magic, the Gavin Dot, I think it's still out there on the internet. It's the recipe's out there. It's almost the perfect wing. Like, dead serious. I've made it plenty of times, and it almost comes out perfect. I'm a big queso person. I want some chip and dip action, and I'm not a huge salsa person, but I love queso. So make sure you got some queso. It needs to be there for me.
From the 254 jalapeno poppers and queso and chips. There you go. Jalapeno popper seems to be one, like, it's not one that you take out of the basket too often, but when you do make them, they seem to fly off the table pretty quickly. There's some foods like that, like for Thanksgiving. I remember a few years ago when I was working the Cowboy games, we kind of did like a potluck thing for the Thanksgiving game with, you know, Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, all of them. And my dad has this thing that he makes every Thanksgiving where it's just little like stuffing, bacon wrapped stuffing bites is essentially what it is. Uh-huh. So he'll smoke the bacon, get stuffing, and just form it into like a little pill shape, wrap the bacon around it, and then cook it.
Yes.
Made, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 dozen of those. Maybe by kickoff, they were all gone up here. So like a 3-hour pregame show was all they could handle. And that's one of those things that's like, we only do it at Thanksgiving. But if there's even a shortage of them, people are outraged every single time.
Oh, little Smokies. Definitely.
Yeah.
I always love to have some little Smokies. It is, though, like, little Smokies are difficult, though, for my service staff to walk around and, like, with the silver tray.
Well,
it's always difficult for them to keep that on the tray.
Sweet party you've got going on.
Not everybody. You don't throw a party like that where you have the
I
people.
do not have staff
They wear the
members
bow
at my
ties.
parties.
I'm
No,
sorry,
I don't.
sir. Would you like some bruschetta? And you're like, oh, that would be excellent. And then you're like, I don't
Would you
even know
call
if
me?
I like this bruschetta.
That sounds kind of awesome, actually.
Let's see, from the 214, fajitas and beer. That's my kind of party right there.
Okay, quick question about that, kind of based on y'all's last 2 answers then. Because you can put together a damn fine party meal without like a meal food. Like fajitas or pizza, that feels like a meal food, whereas jalapeno poppers, little smokies, some chips and queso, those are all like appetizers, but you could still put together a heck of a meal off of just appetizers.
Oh, you absolutely can. And it's great for the big get-togethers because 1, typically they're easier to make, and 2, it's easier to get volume out there to appease and to get variety, to appease the one person in the room that's like, I don't like pizza. It's like, okay, you're one of like 4 people on planet Earth, you loser. But you always have that one person in the friend group that you're like, okay, I got to remember that they don't like the one thing that everybody else likes here, so you got to kind of cater to them, even if it's just like a bag of chips for them to kind of, like peck at or something. You got to exactly.
Oh,
everybody's got that one person.
Fascinating decision that was.
I can't believe you said that, Kevin.
What a fascinating decision that was.
Everyone's got that one person in the family that has the specific allergy.
I hope he comes and walks by now.
Yeah, you got to work around those. You got to be cognizant of who's got what going on internally, and you got to have something available for everyone. Maybe they're avoiding something. Maybe it's a certain practice that they follow during a certain time of the year. They can't eat certain things.
Yeah.
So it's like you got to really plan ahead. You got to have that variety. That's why appetizers are always a really smart idea. But keep those coming in, 877-881-1053. The must-have food on the menu for a big get-together.
When I was in high school and beyond that, my mom, every time we had a party, she would make little ham and cheese sandwiches, little turkey and cheese sandwiches on little rolls. And I don't even remember what kind of rolls they were. Maybe they were the King Hawaiian rolls or whatever. But it was the thing that every time people came over for a party at my house, they were looking for those. And so I carried that over into my, like, as I became an adult, I was like, hey, we need to make these sandwiches because everybody's going to love them. And so that is one thing. I forgot all about those, though. I need to get back to that now. Because now I'm always like, oh, I got to make some brisket or, I got to do something. Oh, you don't have to do that. Make a little sandwich. People love sandwiches.
Are those King's Hawaiian rolls one of the most universally loved foods?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
I feel like they can never do any wrong in my life.
Could you just sit down and eat those without anything on them?
Yes.
Actually, they do work pretty well by themselves.
Yeah.
This has never come up before. As the resident rolls connoisseur, they can work.
This is news.
That's what Mike would say.
Okay, I've known you for almost 20 years now, and I did not know you were the rolls connoisseur.
That's what
here.
Mike would say.
Oh, because of what happened at Peace-a-thon.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
right.
having flashbacks now, and I'm not having a great time with it. That was a tragedy. From the 406 Nacho Bar, that's a great way to go because people can customize. I like that. You can get exactly what you want and not what you don't want. From the 469 Cold Sandwiches. The cold sandwich is the smart idea because it can be eaten at any time. If you do the burgers and stuff, it's like, well, if you're even 20 minutes late, you're kind of like, oh, then I got to make a trip to the microwave, and that's kind of awkward in the middle of a get-together.
Okay, weird thing about that. I think about that sometimes when ordering pizza. Like, if you're ever gonna, I don't know if people like frequently order the dessert food from the pizza, but like, do you want to go with something that you're like, ooh, that chocolate chip cookie can still work pretty well if it's not like piping hot, whether if you were going to get something else, you're like, oh, I got that hot, I got the pizza hot, I might have to eat like the Tasmaniac.
From the 903, you never know when someone who celebrates Christmas is going to be at your party.
Okay, shut up, whoever texted that in.
That is true, you never know.
Yeah, you never know, especially whenever you are talking to them for the first time. You got to find those things out,
Why
sometimes
are people still math dunking on me too? Oh, look, Kevin, you know math. You're not the only one.
I saw a text when we were in the break that was just like, all right, Kevin Einstein. I'm like, yeah, and it happened. He invented math. He is the arbiter of math, as we have dubbed him.
Somebody did say King's Hawaiian rolls are great, but until you've had the burger bun. Their burger buns are fantastic.
Hawaiian burger buns?
Yeah, they're
I don't
fantastic.
think I've had that.
I picked them up. It was kind of an accident. I just grabbed some and made them, and they were great. So that's a good option, too.
We talked about it a minute ago. Kevin Harlan. One of the greatest broadcasters of all time in my mind. The energy that he brings, the life he brings to a broadcast, and the way he makes you feel like he's sitting right next to you when you're watching on your TV, friend of the show, friend of the program.
Top 3 Kevin.
Yes, I would argue
Kevin
he might not be
Harlan's
number
better
3.
than me for
I
sure.
didn't say you were in the top 3.
Oh, I know. That's because Kevin Harlan's better than me.
You're in the top 3, buddy.
Yeah. Maybe that's a question of the day for
face,
like next
Kevin
week. Your top Kevins.
I didn't say that's top 3. That's the only 3 Kevins you can say now, though, okay?
In about 16 seconds, we'll get a text from him debating that. But Kevin Harlan was working a national NBA game over the weekend or Monday night. I'm trying to remember. I think it was featuring the Knicks. And, you kind of get handed these things. You guys would know this well. You get handed stuff and you get told to read them a lot, to pay the bills.
Yes.
Well, he got handed a read to do, and he even talks about it towards the end of this clip. Whenever a producer hands him something, he just reads it verbatim. He doesn't question it. He just reads it. And there was an ad read coming back from break that kind of didn't make any sense.
The NBA on TNT is brought to you by the new crispy tenders at CarMax. What? The way car buying should be. Can that be? What is that? Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm holding. Hold on. Are they serving tenders with cars? Are there tenders in the car? Because if there is, you're in. We just had the marriage of 2 different sponsors, and it was ugly. Who wrote that?
Only you can laugh about it.
Well, that just goes to show you, I literally will read anything they put in front of me without even looking like, holy cow, what does that say?
That was amazing.
I was working it was Champion Sports Radio. I was doing studio host and sideline reporting, and they handed me a card and said, read this one. And it was for Country Burger. And so I'm reading it, and I get to the very end, and I went, something along the lines of, get yourself one of these. It's country. And I left it at that. And they all looked at me and they went, turn the card over. And it said burger on the back. And I went, burger. So every time I would do it, I would go, it's country. Burger. And that was my bit. Why would you put one word on the back?
That's fair.
Man, there's a bit, I think it's Jeremiah Paprocki, the PA guy for the Cubs at Wrigley Field. There's a bit that he does with one of the sponsors. I think it might be for the lineups or something. It's a website. And he just says the name, and maybe like 45 seconds later, he goes, .com. And everybody goes crazy. I'm like, okay, I guess. Cool.
I love it.
I like it too. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Does this mean TJ Watt's leaving? Next on The Fan.
something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I mean like this is your haircut.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Corey has put pressure on me
you're fine.
to tell a joke in this segment.
To make me feel better.
We will see if that happens.
I kind of need it now. It was my own fault, though.
But right now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it. I'm going to try and make that a thing
for stepping on that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one of people's favorite pastimes has become interpreting things on Instagram. And so when TJ Watt put the two fingers up, people have, of course, decided that it meant peace or peace out. So I have betting odds for where he's going to go.
Or how many slices of pizza he wanted?
Yeah, that's disappointing, right?
Two's good. That's good. That's a good number.
If you order the pizza to your house,
you get 2 pieces. I mean, 3 is actually the amount you get.
Okay.
3's the amount. 2's fine.
Okay.
But 3's what you're good with.
Okay.
And
So
then maybe your kid doesn't eat their slice.
I got
Save
you.
it for later.
And what are we talking about? Is it a thin crust? Is it a stuffed crust? That changes the dynamics. All right. Where could TJ Watt go next? Now, remember, this is based strictly off of a deleted Instagram post in which he put up the 2 fingers. Who do you think is the favorite to get TJ Watt? No, it is not the Dallas Cowboys.
You ruined everything. The Houston Texans.
The Houston Texans are not high up on the list either, and I don't think you're going to like the direction this list turns.
The Eagles.
The Eagles are 3rd on the list behind the Patriots and the Seahawks. I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm just telling you where the early money
Patriots
has
make
gone.
sense. They have a lot of money.
They do.
And they have a variety of picks.
You know who else has a lot of money, Corey? The Dallas Cowboys, who have $38.5 million of salary cap space.
That is Micah's money.
No, that's not how the salary cap works, okay?
Settle down just a little bit.
I will. Okay, Jerry, that's fair. All right, I'm going to settle down. Right now, the Dallas Cowboys have $38.5 million in salary cap space for the 2025 season. And I'm going to say this again and again and again. Depending on how they structure the contract, the Dallas Cowboys can free up probably another $8 million in cap space if they give Micah a long-term deal. Now, are we going to have problems in future years? Yes. Let's be like the Eagles and deal with that in future years.
Exactly.
So you could have Micah signed to a long-term extension, $46.5 million of cap room, and if TJ Watt is mad for some reason.
Did you hear Bobby this morning rolling out the best draft teams? And he said the Rams are one of the best draft teams because of their hits in the first round.
Okay.
I was like, they don't have any first round picks. And he said, well, they have 3. Todd Gurley, Jared Goff, and Jared Verse. Those are all hits.
Jared Verse is very
They have no misses because they traded all of them away, and they're like, well, when we do hit, we do hit. Anyway.
Now let's talk about some of these visits. Jalen Milroe is making a visit to the Giants, Rams, and Seahawks. I think that's really interesting because you see the potential of maybe a high second-round pick. By the way, Amarion Hampton is visiting with the Giants today as well, if you were curious about that.
I don't think that's happening at 12.
I agree with you.
I think there are other things there, but I just don't think that's happening.
Alan Lazard has taken a massive pay cut. He's going to go down from $11 million to $2.25 million so he can stay with the Jets, Jets. Actually, you know what? I wish I had not have spelled that today because there's an important hockey game coming up tonight. Oh,
yeah.
I feel bad about that now.
Yeah, you going to go chant for them, Kevin, when the Stars are up 5-0?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because my team will still have a chance to win. Just kidding, people. But you need to acknowledge that that's pretty much how it happened. I know it's not exactly how it happened.
So he just admitted that his team is the Jets.
No, it's the Stars. but I know how this is going to
That's
go.
why he keeps calling them Winnipeg instead of Lose-a-Peg like we've been asking him to.
All right. I'm going to try to deflect by using Deshaun Watson, which has probably been helpful for a lot of people. But are you prepared for the return of peak Deshaun Watson? He said this, quote, "Everybody is doubting me. Everyone don't believe in me. Everyone don't think I can get back to where I was. But I know, and I believe the work that I put in, I believe in myself. The peace that I've been channeling the last couple of months, I know I'm going to be way better than before. Not just better, way better before." Corey, are you buying the idea that Deshaun Watson is going to be way better than before?
What does he mean by before?
When he was good. If
So
he just means last year, then
his last year in Houston, 4,800 yards, 33 touchdowns, 7 interceptions.
Wow.
That was a fantastic year. He missed the next year, then played 6 games, 7 games. That's the thing. Like, I don't know if you have the heart for it anymore. You can tell me that, but dude, everything we've seen so far is you don't really want to be out on that field. Even when you're out on the field, you don't look like you want to be out on the field.
Yeah.
And 7-5 touchdown interceptions, 7-4, 5-3. Like, that ratio is not what it was before. I don't believe it. I would love for him to prove me wrong, because Kevin, back then, we thought he was going to be great, and he hasn't lived up to that.
True. Now, I know this actually, I believe it came out yesterday during the G-Bag Nation. In case anyone has missed it, our audience hasn't heard it. The Cowboys signed a 1-year deal with offensive lineman Sadiq Charles. He came in for a workout. They like what they saw. He is only 25 years old. He'll turn 26 before the season, and I realize he was retired and football just wasn't going to be for him. But the Cowboys like the versatility that he can provide, particularly in the interior of the offensive
Position flex?
Yeah, yes.
Interesting.
Yes, that is pretty much. That is
Hold on,
exactly.
that dude can play 4 positions? You're kidding me right now? All right, let's get him on a team.
Is he good?
Yeah, he's like a D player. All right, but he can play 4.
We'll see how
Means you don't have
how
to
it
carry an
goes.
extra lineman.
I guess that is true. All right, let's go from that to Corey. We were talking about this list off air, and I know you sent it to me. Make or break time for these regimes in the NFL. I'm going to run down the list, and I'm going to ask: is it, I don't know, too pessimistic that I don't believe any of these 4 are going to get it right?
And I feel like that's the break point for all of them.
Yeah.
Like, for every single one of these teams, they are at that point, and I agree with you.
So the 4 teams in question, and then we'll go through them one at a time if you like. The Arizona Cardinals, the Indianapolis Colts, the Miami Dolphins, who are the most interesting on that list by far for me,
Agreed.
and the New York Giants. So those are the 4. And again, I don't have particular belief in any of them that they're going to get it right.
So let's go ahead and start with the team that's most interesting, and that is Miami. And that is a quarterback that the head coach is tied to. And the head coach has proven that he's good with that quarterback. But whenever that quarterback is missing for most of the season every year, it's a struggle.
Or the other thing that's really popped up over the last year and a half that I've finally understood the trend was how wretched Miami is in cold weather games.
Oh, yeah.
And that's going to be unavoidable in their likely path.
And there's really no way to simulate it to get them better at it either going into it. But their offense, they did struggle last year, interior offensive line, to get the running game the way they wanted to. And Achane was kind of the feature back, and I think he's better as the 2, but involved a lot. But he did still get his numbers up, so that was nice, especially if you're a fantasy owner. But I think like McDaniel this might be a break year for him. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that he has Tua. And what has he done? He told Miami, look, we got Tua. I'm going to make him a guy. And he's done it. A lot of times he's gotten that guy to that point where he believes in himself. You listen to Mike McDaniels talk to him, you got to believe in yourself. You're the dude. And then Tua will get hurt and is missing for 3 games. And now he has to go try and win games with whoever. They don't really ever have a good backup either. I think they do this year. I think Zach Wilson's there. There's another quarterback down there. But that team right there, I think, is the biggest make or break. Arizona, too. for Kyler specifically, and for his head coach. So these are all tied to quarterback and head coaches in a lot of instances.
No, you're right. You're right. And maybe the draft could change some of these opinions. All of a sudden, the Giants, like, they did some maneuvering, and they're like, oh, yeah, they did get Travis Hunter, and they're going to do all this and that. Okay, maybe. But I guess I'm just not particularly optimistic.
They're a year further along with Dable than I think a lot of people expected. Like, a lot of people kind of expect that last year would have been it for him, how terrible they were, and the way the year before was.
That's probably true.
Ownership in New York said, we're giving him more time because he had a crummy quarterback the whole time.
Okay, which is interesting. Are you okay if we dive into Puka now, or do you want to wait for it?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
All right, let's go to
fun.
Puka Nacua. I love this story. He's talked about how he wants to be retired by 30. What's he going to do then? Give me cut number 12, because he's got plans.
I want to go play overseas basketball. Like, I'm sure I could go to another country that only 25% of the world's ever heard before, get ownership in the team, and I'm going to get 25 shots up a night. I'm going to be the coach. I'm going to sub my own minutes in, and then I'm going to make sure that we're getting ticket sales at the end of it. I'm like, try to work some actual business.
But in order to go buy that team, they don't need to know that you're going to retire at 30.
Yeah.
Because we're trying to get them.
After we win that Super Bowl, hopefully it'll be a done deal. There's no questions about it. Like, they want me to stay here, hopefully make LA my home.
That's great. That's a genius idea. Own your own team, control every bit of it, and make sure you're getting up your shots. You're the guy, and you put the money into it. But I like the way he was like, look, I'm going to a place where 25% of the world's never heard of this place, and me. And so I'm just buying the team. So he's buying a cheap team overseas somewhere.
I wonder if he had a specific country in mind.
He probably does. He probably already has one in mind that he's like, that's the one, but I'm not telling him. Why would he tell everybody now?
It's a good point.
And then these guys that are retiring before him might try and steal the idea.
Now, Alec, I know this is gridiron, but the Masters has also started. Did you hear about that one golfer? Do you know why he was wearing 2 pairs of pants?
No.
In case he got a hole in one.
I'm going home.
Thanks, Kevin.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, back to the Mavs. Of course, we can talk more Luka, but also, where was Anthony Davis in this game? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You've made us number 1 in DFW.
This is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, we're going to go back to the Mavericks. You know what? Go ahead if you can. Give me cut number 4, because we talked a lot about the emotions and not quite as much about the fact that Luka had himself a hell of a game.
Luka one-on-one against Max Christie, driving toward the bucket. Luka got there, throws up a reverse. Good, and he's got 40. 40 points for Luka Doncic in his return to Dallas.
So the Lakers win 112-97, but more than most games, it felt like the result of the game felt not irrelevant, because with the Suns lost, because they all hate each other, this did get the Mavericks into the play-in, and obviously the Lakers still have their hopes and dreams about higher seeds. But like, you think about tonight's game with the Stars and the Jets, and I don't really care about all of the outside stuff. We need to win this game in regulation. Whereas last night, I didn't really care about the outcome as much as all the rest, right?
I would have honestly loved to see a win last night. And I know people have been texting in this morning and they're like, no, that's not what we want. We're more Luka fans than we are Mavericks fans. And I get that. I've always been a fan of my DFW teams, and I'm probably going to stick that way for a long time. I can still be upset about the way that my team did what they did.
Yep.
And I could still root for the guys on the court. And I was, but there were some other things that I didn't love. Luka went 7 for 10 from 3.
It was tremendous.
And there were some shots that you were like, how do you even get that shot up? And some of them you're like, there's no way. But as it's in the air for an hour, hey, this is Luka. This is one of those that he practices in his dreams, and it's going to fall. And it did. The things that I was upset about on the court, because the emotions of everything else really did. Kevin, the first 5 minutes of the game, I just sat there mad. And Adrian was like, are you okay? And even my kids came in and they were like, you look mad. And I was like, probably is not the time. I'm upset right now. So just let me live with this.
Deal with your emotions and stuff.
And then it looked like PJ was kind of like doing well. And it looked like some things were going. Their defense was clicking. I was like, okay, this could be the team that they envisioned. And I do hope that at some point the team they envisioned turns into a championship team.
Have you given up, and this might be a question for another day, have you given up all hope that could come together whatsoever this year, though.
This year, at this point, until Brandon Williams gets back on the court, and I know that seems ridiculous to say that a dude that was a two-way player, like I need him back on the court, but they don't have that guy. They don't have that. Everybody still looks like they're trying to fill roles that they aren't fit for, and he has that spark that really helps them out in a way. So I am until I see that, but that it might be too late by that point.
Yeah.
And then obviously, Kevin, in the fourth quarter, when they needed a Kyrie Irving, they had no Kyrie Irving. They didn't have a dude that could say, I'm putting the team on my back for the fourth quarter and we're not losing this game. And if a big shot needs to be made and I can't make it, there's going to be a double team on me to take away from the guy that is going to make it. But Anthony Davis did not show up the way I needed him to show up last night.
Okay.
This was his opportunity. This is his chance to do what he was starting against Houston. Guys, we're going to be the greatest defense you've ever seen. And don't forget, I'm awesome at scoring, and I can also pass in the paint. Now, I'll give the Lakers a lot of credit. They did a great job going at him with an extra guy. They really had him off. But I needed a performance from a guy that we traded for that said, oh, yeah, we can get on that dude's back and he can carry us. And I saw him stepping out of the lane when LeBron's coming to the basket and stepping out. I was like, dude, you only have 2 personal fouls. Why are you getting out of the way for these?
Right.
Take that. Go get a big foul on him. Make him afraid to come to the lane.
So just a little bit of shameless promotion. If you're listening to our spots, one of the plays I did say yesterday, underdog, go lower than 21.5 points on Anthony Davis. He didn't even come close to touching that. And by the way, one more shameless plug. Use the promo code MASTERPIECE up to $1,000 in bonus cash. Boom! Trying to help you out along the way. But to your point,
is AD known? Is that his MO? Is that he just disappears in these types of games?
And
he's really good in other games where you don't expect him to be?
I think that's the case, but it's not diminished as much as like Klay Thompson, because we can talk about Klay Thompson from last night as well. But some people who are expecting Anthony Davis to carry the team on his back defensively, I know you were talking about the offense as well. I just don't think that is a reasonable expectation whatsoever anymore. And if you've been watching Anthony Davis for the last couple of years, you know what? He's a damn good player, but also probably not the person who is going to carry everything through on the defensive end. And that's why I thought the Mavericks maybe tried to misrepresent that just a little bit. And you saw it last night as well. I was disappointed. I don't know if Anthony Davis would say disappointed outside of just the loss, because, we talked with Mike Curtis about this yesterday. He said, look, it's another game. I've been traded before. I've done this before. You guys are trying to make it bigger than it is. And so maybe for Anthony Davis, he strictly looks at it as, I'm disappointed. This is going to hurt our chances to get the 9 spot and have home court in the play-in against the Kings. And it's as simple as that. But when you looked at those fans and you listened to the broadcasters, whether you went ABC or ESPN last night, it was made the appropriate deal. Like, as big as everybody made it, that's how big it felt.
I cannot imagine what the Mavericks players were going through last night. It was like a road game for them in their own arena.
Yeah.
That's the most awkward thing. Like, I know Klay hasn't been consistently on fire this year. 2 for 7
Fair.
from 3, and some of the 3-shot selections, I was like, what are you doing, dude?
Was the 3 that got you? I think it was the transition 3, stop, get it, enough time
from the logo.
Yeah, well, no.
It felt like
this one on the corner, he had enough time to bounce the ball and take the shot with somebody flying into the screen, and he missed it. And you're like, you never missed it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was. They're just, if I can, being in that arena and knowing that it's going to be that big and emotional with Luka coming back, the players knew that. And now they got to go out there, and PJ looked like he was ready to play defense against Luka. They looked like they were ready to start that game. But as the game wears on and they're chanting Fire Nico, which is deserved. I'm not saying none of this is deserved. I'm saying I can't imagine being a player on that court and getting the energy in my own arena to go win.
Yeah.
And that's where I hate for the guys that are on that court, because they're sitting there chanting Luka, 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 and LeBron's waving his towel for everybody, and he's like, yes, it is all about Luka tonight. And I don't know if they're ever going to be able to recapture that. And it feels like nobody's ever going to love Anthony Davis enough because he was the guy replacing the guy.
Are you worried that now every Lakers game for maybe the next decade as well will
It's already bad enough that they fill up the arena.
That's true.
And now every time, if we play the Lakers in the playoffs, Kevin, what do you think's going to happen? Whenever they have a home game, the Lakers are going to walk in here, and it's going to be a home game for them because everybody in that arena is going to be rooting for Luka, not the Mavericks. Even though, let's say it was I don't know if the matchup would happen, Western Conference Finals. That would be a home game for the Lakers because everybody would be, yes, I am very concerned about that, and I don't know how long it's going to go on. Was last night we got it out of our system, and now we can go back to things? I don't think so because, Kevin, we've been listening. We've been looking at the fan text all morning. Everybody's still ticked off about it, and they're not going to let it go.
Man, and I don't know if this will come up in one of these cuts, but somebody said what really twisted the knife for them is when they got to hear Luka's like, what's it been like to be back here? And he goes, I got to sleep in my own bed. And you're just like, man, he still has his house is here.
Yeah, he still does.
So I want to go to cut 6 because I really loved his answer. This was Luka talking about the video tribute and the love from the city.
I don't know, honestly. Everybody saw me the way I reacted to the video. All these fans, I really appreciate it, man. All the teammates I had, everybody had my back. I'm just happy, this guy, I love these fans, I love the city, but it's time to move on.
And that last part, it's time to move on. I did also appreciate that he took a little bit of extra time, held his hands up, for people to cheer for him and kind of his way of saying thank you to the fans and everything like that. And so we'll probably talk about this a little bit tomorrow in terms of like, when is it going to be time to move on? I get that he has to say that. Like, Mavericks fans can be mad forever. But for Luka's career, like, let's be honest, Luka has not been Luka since he got to Los Angeles. Not to say that he hasn't been a quality player, not to say that he hasn't had flashes, but he hasn't been the same Luka with the Lakers. Now, that could be construction of the team and everything like that, but it's kind of like he had to tell himself that as well.
Alec, I don't know if you got this, but I kind of felt like the beginning of the game, he still wasn't quite Luka yet. And then I look at the halftime points, and he didn't look, it didn't feel like it to me, but there we are at 31 points at halftime.
It did take a couple of minutes, I think, for him to remember, kind of like, hey, who the F am I? And he kind of realized that after, 2 or 3 minutes, because like I talked about at the beginning of the show, the first half of basketball by the Mavs was actually really energetic.
Yeah.
And it was really good. Like, I was thoroughly entertained by that first half, and I felt like they had a chance to win that game. But then 77 woke up and said, oh yeah, I'm him. Let's go remind everybody what they're missing out on. Not their own fault that they're missing out on it, but yeah, it did take them a minute, and maybe some of the pregame theatrics of the million cameras on his face when he walks into the tunnel saying hi to a bunch of old friends, old coaches and whatnot. You got to get past that. It probably took him a couple minutes, a couple of transitions, and then he became exactly what we remember him doing here a billion times, it feels like.
It's funny because you talk about all the cameras and stuff. Like, you saw the shots. They're like, hey, Patrick Mahomes is here. Derrick Henry is here. Of course, Dirk is there. Like, it was a happening. And I want to go back to Luka again. This is cut number 7. Just again, kind of talking about the fans' reaction.
It was a little bit of both, happy and angry, but, it's nice to see some familiar faces here. I spent a lot of times with them. Like you said, it was a lot of emotions. When I woke up, I was tired. I didn't sleep much. I was excited about this game, and, I really appreciate the fans, the way they reacted to me.
Happy and angry. And I think it was right after the game. I appreciate it that he just kind of said exactly what was on his mind at the time. When he was watching that video, he goes, I'm like, there's no way I'm going to play this game. You know, like, and you have to Alex's point from just a second ago, you have to move quickly. Like, hey, everybody in the world is watching me. I'm trying really hard not to cry, but the normal human emotions have swept me up, and I'm starting to get upset. Oh, yeah, by the way, in about a minute and a half, you need to go play basketball for the biggest franchise probably in the basketball world.
And seeing Rui Hachimura, you know, having an interaction with him after a made three off of a pass that nobody else would have seen except for Luka.
Yeah.
And then they're at the timeout. They're like, you see, that's how we do. You know, the excitement that you saw, that's the excitement we got from watching good Luka. Yes, we complained about him. Yes, there were moments where we're going to complain about everything. We complain about Corey Seager sometimes, and we never complain about Boji. But like those things, we complain sometimes. But when you see the fun we had watching him play, that's where the thing that I missed last night. That's the part that I was like jealous of, watching my ex-girlfriend being so happy with her other boyfriend. And it was stuff that we used to do. You know, it was very deja vu, as Olivia Rodrigo once said.
So I guess kind of the question that can go along with all of this, and I'm sure people have a whole different set of answers. When Luka said time to move on, I wonder how many fans felt that way as well.
It's time to move on.
But moving on can look like a lot of different things, because I've seen multiple people text in and say, no, yeah, that was the closure I needed. I'm done with the Mavs and basketball. And I'm like, whoa, that's not me. I still love the Mavs. I am not feeling overly optimistic going into the play-in, but if they got off on a run, that would be incredible. I'm still going to follow the Mavs. I'm still going to root for the Mavs because this is where I was born and raised. And heck, I still cheer for the Cowboys, and they've put me through a lot of mental torture along the way as well. So I'm still going to root for the Mavs, but it is interesting seeing how many people are like, I'm glad I got my closure. Now I'm done with the Mavericks.
Kevin, I do have a quick stars update for you before we move on here. According to Pete DeBoer, Tyler Seguin is taking contact and participating in full practice, and he is, quote, knocking on the door. Okay. So I don't know when the door will open.
Probably not tonight.
But and then on Miro, you want a Miro update?
Yes.
He's a step behind Tyler. And it's weird that he say a step because you don't step in skates. So, like, is it I don't know exactly where to go with that.
Like a stride,
yeah,
maybe?
A stride or a glide. Or
Okay.
So
trying to figure out
step behind him. So he's knocking on the door.
All right. Tyler Seguin's knocking on the door. Not going to answer tonight. Not going to answer in the next game. Busy weekend. What I hear then is that means he'll be available Monday for that game against Detroit. And if you're a step behind, kind of sounds like you're also knocking at that door. So let's take another 2 games. And then that would put Miro in position to return for game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
There you go. Playoff.
Now, we might have done a lot of work with that last 30 seconds, but I appreciate DeBoer giving us the scoop on all of that.
I think you have to say the big hockey cup.
No, you can say the Stanley Cup. This is not an advertisement.
Good version.
And by the way, fun thing for you, if you've ever wondered, why do advertisers go, hey, are you excited for the big game? It's because they don't have a partnership with the NFL or they don't pay for the opportunity to use the term Super Bowl. It's the same thing with March Madness. Same thing. If you've heard my spots where I'm like, do you love college basketball in March? That's the reason that it is phrased like that.
And don't forget, whenever the draft comes up, whenever we're going to be at Pluckers for the player selection game.
You don't have to call it the big HR meeting. We do have the path to the draft.
It is
and you are allowed. Yes, shout out to Reggie on that one. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to move into the lunch rush and the expressway. This is based off of something that happened at the Masters. Is there a sports superstition or curse that you totally buy into? Next on The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. So this actually comes from something that is happening at the Masters, or I guess did happen at the Masters. So the Masters has begun, and Bryson DeChambeau, who is either a nemesis or personal hero to RJ Choppy, he called out one of the most challenging golf courses in the world. And he called it a personal par 67.
Yeah.
And so people were kind of bent out of shape. And since that happened, he finished 46th and then missed the cut twice.
Oh.
And so people are like, that's what you get for besmirching the grandeur of the Masters. And so he came out and said, I've always said since that I don't regret saying that 67 thing because I learned from that experience and it made me a better person. Side note. Do you ever have a conversation?
The purses on those other three would have been great, though.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
He does regret that.
For sure. Do you ever have a conversation with somebody who really wronged you, like really screwed you over, and they're like, I don't regret anything in my life, and you're like, really? Nothing? You couldn't have become the person who you were without really screwing me over there?
No, I have not had that.
Me neither.
I
definitely.
That's interesting. My rant yesterday, I don't regret that rant. Even though I know there are a lot of Sean Heath, a lot of people inside the American Airlines Center that work for the Mavericks
that worked really hard on
had a
it,
lot
yeah.
of heart and emotion that they put into yesterday. All right, so but I don't regret my rant because I felt correct in that part of it. No, I don't. I've never run into that person though, but
So-
we hear it a lot.
Yeah, and so that's kind of where DeChambeau landed, and he said, "Do I wish I hadn't have said it? I do. Really, I do. It impacted some people negatively, and I don't want that, no matter how much of a benefit it might have been to me maturing." So essentially, he's like, "Hey, things have gone poorly for me at Augusta ever since then." So some people think it's the curse of DeChambeau. Obviously, I understand a lot of people think it's going to be the curse of Luka, especially when Jason Kidd's yucking it up, and he's like, "Hey, compared to Babe Ruth, that's kind of neat." So what I want to know, what Corey wants to know is there a sports curse that you do believe in? Because from the 469, the Luka curse, based on Babe Ruth, we will win the championship in 21-11.
Oh, okay.
Hey, that'd be 100 years from our
I won't
first
be here. I'll be
championship.
dead.
You never know.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure.
You'd only be 130.
What if they brought back dire wolves? What if they bring me back, Ted Williams style? I'm gonna freeze my own head. Do I need that? Is it just the DNA? Does it have to be a frozen head now?
Okay, but you need to be willing to assimilate with the current world, because like if Walt Disney's head is really frozen, they're not going to unfreeze him because he'll still be furious about some things.
Yeah, that's
he has
valid
hate in his
point.
heart. Look it
Yeah.
up. All right, so what is the sports curse that you agree with? I changed my answer. My answer was going to be the curse of the Super Bowl loser. Because you remember for the longest time, like, oh, if you lost the Super Bowl, oh, you're screwed. And I realized that the 49ers had just a really terrible season, and they missed the playoffs. But if you look at some of the teams before that, the Eagles lost in the wild card, but made it to the playoffs. The Bengals lost in the AFC Championship. Chiefs lost in the AFC Championship. And so the Rams and the 49ers, after they lost in the Super Bowl, both missed. But guess what happened with the Patriots? They won the Super Bowl. The Atlanta Falcons lost in the divisional round. So, like, it's not a lost season, because for a lot of these teams, and I realize they expanded the playoffs too, you would just be looking at the possibility of a lost season. And now you see a lot of these teams that came back, and maybe they still lost in the divisional round or the championship game, but they made it back. They turned out to be just fine. So I've switched it from the curse of the Super Bowl loser to the President's Trophy curse.
Interesting.
Now, this is particularly relevant because mathematically, the Stars still have a chance to catch Winnipeg. Is it likely? Probably not. But since 2013, with the Chicago Blackhawks, no President's Trophy winner has ever made it to the Stanley Cup final, let alone won the Stanley Cup final. And if you go 2016 to 2023, no team who won the President's Trophy had even advanced past the second round.
You're kidding me.
Of the playoffs. So maybe you want Winnipeg to take this. Maybe you need Winnipeg to take this. And you'll be like, hey, good luck losing in the second round or whatever. So I think it's the President's Trophy curse, or that could be a coping mechanism for the fact that the Stars blew that lead against Vancouver, and I'm trying to set myself up not to be too disappointed.
Coping mechanisms are important.
True.
As long as you cope with them for a little while and then face whatever it is so that you can get over it.
Well, all we'd have to do to face that would be to win the President's Trophy and then win the Stanley Cup.
I think I do strongly believe in the Drake curse. That if he supports your team and he, did he wear the Texas hat with
now I'm going to need you to say it right.
Nope,
What?
I can't. I'll get in trouble on air.
He wore the adjusted hat
Yeah.
that nobody looked up the meaning of.
But he also bet a lot on the Mavs last year to win the NBA championship. Look what's happened since then to the Mavericks.
Do you think he bet that his career wouldn't get murdered by one person?
I don't know if he did that or not. The Mick Jagger curse, Kevin.
What is that one?
When Mick Jagger openly supports a team or attends a game supporting a team, the supported team has suffered losses. The 2010, 14, and 18 World Cups, the teams that he supported all lost. Also, it was up until last year, the Kirk Cousins curse. And that was any team that loses to Kirk Cousins in the regular season cannot win the Super Bowl. And so last year, the Philadelphia Eagles broke that curse whenever they won the Super Bowl. But there was a trend that was going on for about 3 or 4 years of Kirk Cousins screwing everybody over.
Do you think for Mick Jagger it kept going because he said they were going to retire like 1 million times and they kept performing, and finally The Rock and the sports gods got together and they're like, it's too much. It's too much. Taking you down a peg. No? Okay.
Dude, I just can't believe he still can get up on stage and do it. He's like 95 years old and he's still rocking.
The tough thing about this curse that some people have thrown out from the 469, the Jerry betraying Jimmy curse. The thing that's tough about that is you won a Super Bowl 2 years later.
Well, that was part of the original agreement with the devil.
Oh my gosh.
Was that you were going to get 3 Super Bowls. And so you got those 3. But since then, very minimal even luck in the playoffs. So that was part of that agreement, Kevin.
Okay.
I've always said that.
Have you always said that?
have, yeah.
All right. So for the people who are saying the curse of Jerry Jones, that's my only...
It still exists, dude.
Okay.
It still exists.
Okay.
And I think superstitions are very important. Think about this for a second. Do you think they continued doing the Austin Hedges thing because it was fun?
Because it worked?
Or because they were like, we can't stop now. We have to do it because it's gonna get us a World Series.
Because you have to be pretty early in that process, right? Where you're like, well, I guess we're seeing this through to the end.
Yeah, you absolutely have to.
Because you literally can't half-ass it.
This is tough, man. It's real tough.
You liked it, Alec. I could tell you liked it.
Don't put words in my mouth now.
Dang. Dadgum. That one's really tough. But I definitely always, and still to this day, believe in superstitions of my own whenever I was playing sports.
Okay.
Socks had to be a certain way. Never washed the jock strap. Like those things for sure. Wore the same hat. Why was it? I guess my high school era, our hat had to be dirty.
Yeah.
Remember, I know this is, John Wetland had the dirtiest hat. And that set a trend in that time where everybody was just like, dude, put pine tar on it, sweat through it, but this is my lucky hat no matter what.
And I look at it as, I don't know if intimidation is the right word, but you look at it as a certain level of, ooh, those guys are going to get down, they're going to get in the dirt, they're going to get after it.
Yeah.
Whereas if you just saw a whole bunch of people with brand new uniforms and hats, you're like, oh, you look so nice. How's that going to work for you?
The Kevin Hagelin math curse.
What?
Ever since Kevin forced his math on us, the Rangers have never gone 162-0. Fact.
Okay.
Will there be a Luka curse, I think, is the real question here. Are we going to have a Luka curse like the Babe Ruth curse? Because Jason Kidd pointed that out. He's like, oh, that's pretty cool. We might be cursed for the next 80 years.
Do you want to play that again? Go back. I know we played it earlier. Give me cut 9 again. If you think Corey is like joking about how flippant Jason Kidd was, listen to this again.
This is a business.
After that.
It happens, right? Trades happen. This won't be the last trade. Someone compared it to Babe Ruth, which is kind of cool.
It's not. It took a pretty, because he was like very convicted.
Anybody
with the
remember
beginning part.
the manager for the Red Sox in that trade? No. So is that kind of cool for you, Jason Kidd?
I couldn't remember that the owner's mistress either, who, remember, he sold Babe Ruth to get money to start a play that his mistress would front. The play was a flop. Shocker. And clearly Babe Ruth went on to do pretty damn well with the New York Yankees.
No one's dying.
Okay.
No, Nanette was the musical.
That sounds right.
1919 play My Lady Friends that's believed to have funded it. No, Nanette, however, is an adaptation of it. So that went on today.
Okay. So we don't know. Now, Alec, I don't know if you texted this in, but the curse of working with Charlotte Flair when you're a young talent.
Oh, yeah.
Ouch. What's the sports curse that you believe in?
There's 2 that come to mind instantly. Recently, the Ted Cruz curse. Not to get political at all.
Yeah.
But it seems like anytime he shows up to support a Texas-based team, they lose.
Didn't he just make a bet with? He was trying to make a bet with Florida's senator about the Houston and Florida game. And
yeah, and I brought it up in here, and Carter said, "Guess where he was for the national championship? at the game.
Yeah, he was.
You know who lost? Houston.
Remember when he was at that game when the Astros and Rangers played?
Exactly. So that one's very real. Whether he likes it or not, he has to wear that one. And then I think about the poor Detroit Lions, the Bobby Lane curse.
Yes.
That one is very real because, what was it, like 57, 58? He says they're not going to win a Super Bowl for 50 years after he gets traded. And look, they still haven't done it.
And we didn't even have the Super Bowl yet when that happened.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that more people haven't said this. I saw from the 972 and the 214, the Madden curse. Although some people think that's kind of morphed into the EA Sports curse. But like when I was...
the FIFA covers curse was a thing too with Kaka.
Kaka! So that's how we would say it. He was obviously used to be a really good player. Now, the two that I knew growing up were the Curse of the Bambino and the Madden curse.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of surprised that more people haven't said the Madden curse. Maybe we've just moved away from that.
Well, is it because, and I know there are a lot of Madden gamers out there, the physical copy isn't the big deal anymore.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if people are still collecting the physical copies as they're going along, but a lot of people are just downloading the games, and the cover isn't relevant to you that much. It's the game more than anything else. So I wonder how much that's changed it. And there've been a couple of instances where the guy has stayed healthy. So that's been a nice thing. So it's not everybody. It's just a select few of people who get on the cover and then get hurt.
So the leading candidate thus far is, in fact, as you guys talked about, the Curse of Jerry Jones. Some people take it even further than that to get that third Super Bowl without Jimmy Johnson. And so I hear you on all of that. It feels like Jerry Jones leads the way, followed by Drake, followed by Ted Cruz. Those are people's three biggest curses. And then you can't help but wonder, a lot of people speculating if this is going to be the Luka curse. I know there've already been columns about it in the Dallas Morning News.
Who was on the last Madden cover, Kevin?
I am not good at that. I don't remember. I'm sorry.
One Christian McCaffrey.
Ooh.
How much did he play this year?
No. Is my answer to that.
No. So that maybe the Madden curse is continuing to live on.
Okay, because you used to be...
Yeah, very adamant about it. And then there was 2 years where I was like, okay. I think even Mahomes got hurt late in the season that he was on. I can't remember or not, but a lot of times it's been pretty accurate.
Now, a couple of other things that I wanted to throw this out. We talked about TJ Watt earlier. With the firing of Michael Malone, which we talked about yesterday, maybe it was the day before, a lot of people speculated what would happen with Nikola Jokic. Don't think you're going to love this, but here are the two leading teams if he were to move. No, it's not the Lakers, don't worry. It's the Rockets and the Oklahoma City Thunder. I know there's a lot
for Jokic.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of focus on the Oklahoma City Thunder because what of an incredible regular season they've had. Shea's going to win MVP, but Houston has definitely got something going there as well. Do you shudder at the thought of Jokic with Houston or OKC?
Houston's really interesting, because, and maybe I'm wrong, but their identity is tough defensive style basketball.
They have some tough players in their team.
And
I agree.
I'm not saying that Jokic isn't tough. I'm not by any means. He is. He just seems a little slower than their game.
For sure.
I don't know if I'm...
yeah,
from what I see,
whether you're going to go with Jabari,
maybe that calms them down because they're young. They're still a relatively young team.
No, they are
maybe,
very young.
Maybe that would help bring some calm to them. It would infuriate DFW fans, obviously, because now we got to deal with that and Houston being good.
And I wonder if the argument is going to be because whether it's Green or Sengun or we already mentioned Jabari Smith, that they would have to move on from. The one that terrifies me is Oklahoma City. Because we went through that scenario of which they could have traded easily 7 first-round picks to get Luka. And I know people are like, oh, that's insane. But if you're the Oklahoma City Thunder and you're like, okay, no Jalen, no Chet, obviously no Shea. I get to keep all of those people. I don't give a damn. Send the picks away. And that team would just be, I don't know how long it would take to mesh. But, man, if it did... Holy freaking cow, that would be an amazing team.
Yeah, it would be a terrifying team, but Kevin, it's not going to happen because from the 972, Jokic to the Dodgers. So go ahead and book that.
Okay. I really thought you were going to say Jokic to the Mavericks.
Hey,
I'm not saying that would
Why would they do that? That dude has been out of shape before.
You know what? That is an interesting point. But if you traded for Jokic, I wonder how many Mavericks fans would be like, yeah, okay, I'll see how this plays out. Because I bet a lot wouldn't, right?
Because a lot don't. They thought Luka, and a lot of people still do think Luka's better than Jokic. That's still an argument and conversation, I think, because there was a lot of love for Luka. Absolutely,
Luka's a damn good player. He's not better.
They're both top 3 players in the league. Jokic has just proven like consistently, he can put up massive numbers over and over.
And by the way, if you're looking for the next Dallas Maverick, when we talked about still potentially getting in the draft lottery despite being in the play-in, Trey Johnson from Texas, somebody that we have talked about quite a bit. He's a local kid. He announced on NBA Today, I think it was yesterday, that he is going to declare for the draft. Not particularly surprising, but he's a heck of a player.
Would he be a fine consolation prize for the Mavericks if they were to be at the 10 and then lose and then get a hit in the lottery that put them at like 2?
Yeah, at 2, I wonder if they go for one of the
3,
kids from Rutgers. But if they're at 6,
Mafia,
I would be pumped about that. And I think Trey Johnson is somebody that people could relate to because, I mean, he's from the Metroplex. He played here. He played at Texas. Plus, he's just really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is he more of a combo guard? Well, maybe you're thinking Kyrie will be back for next year, and all of a sudden that will fall into place, and that would be great. Just that's a name to keep an eye out on that we talked about prior to the NCAA tournament. I wanted to throw it out there as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now, you want to do some My Buddies and Idiots?
Let's do it.
877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Or I'm going to go ahead and jump ahead. Are they still the Mavs? I understand a lot of people are probably going to throw that out there. Unfortunately, though...
Hold on, Kevin. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The 214. No chance Mavs get Johnson, you idiots. They didn't tank. Casuals. You coping idiots. There is a chance. Kevin just pointed it out. And he's pointed out multiple times on our show in the last few weeks they are going to, they could be in the 10 spot. Be in the 10 spot in the play-in game. If they lose, they're still in contention for the lottery pick.
And they will still be in the lottery.
So that is a chance. So who are you calling an idiot?
Yeah, I don't. All right. Okay, man. By the way,
I don't know what a chance is for most people, though.
This is fascinating because this person has a lot of fiery opinions today. I just found the other ones.
Okay.
You were never a real fan if you can still support the team. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. And they say you're a casual fan, Kevin. You're not a real fan of the Mavericks if you can still support the Mavericks?
That doesn't make sense.
That literally makes 0% sense.
Again, that means you're a fan of the player if you're done with the team and the organization.
I remember this team when it was Rolando Blackman, Derek Harper, Brad Davis, and then obviously you move on when it looked like Roy Tarpley was going to be the best damn player in the NBA. We see how tragically that turned out. And then you moved into the Nash, Fendog, Dirk era. All right, I've been here a lot longer than Luka has cheering for this team. It sucks that he's not here, and I'm still upset about it. But I'm not going to stop cheering for the Mavericks. And if that doesn't fit into your box of what a fan should be, too bad.
Oh, so you're a Nico fan.
I didn't say that.
Oh, so you're a Patrick Dumont fan.
More than one thing can be true at the same time, including this. I'm going to start off My Buddy's an Idiot by talking about Texas A&M football. You just have to know either that you change your slogan ahead of time or you don't say that out loud. So Mike Elko has had to step out and say he does not approve of the defensive line's slogan for this upcoming season. Corey, have you heard the defensive line slogan for Texas A&M this season?
Never ever quit, guys.
No, it's much more inflammatory than that.
Always quit, guys.
It is. Actually, that does kind of make sense. It's CBO. So, defensive lineman DJ Hicks was asked, hey, what does CBO stand for? And he said, choke. Then thought about it and was like, I need to adjust this. How he adjusted it I don't know if that worked out in his favor. Choke women out.
Oh, no.
So the defensive strategy and slogan for the year is choke bitches out.
Okay.
And you just don't say that out loud. You just be like, that's a team secret or whatever. And I know he pivoted to like what felt like a softer word, but then when you changed it to choke women out, that doesn't work either. So Mike Elko has said, hey.
Why does it mean women?
That's what he said.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
No, I'm saying that is literally what he changed it to and what he said.
Yeah, that's not any better.
So Mike Elko is either going to change it or he's going to tell us all that he did change it, and they'll still keep the exact same motto and we'll be none the wiser. All of which could happen. Just, you have to be prepared ahead of time. Hey, what do I say if somebody asks me what that stands for? Just say that's a team secret.
Mm-hmm. Hey.
Done.
So, remember we asked Bochy about Austin Hedges as they were going to the World Series, and he said, I'll have to wait to tell you that's a team secret. He told us that. He was like, I can't tell you all that right now.
Yes.
I still don't know what it was. I need to go back and research this. When the Heat won against the Mavericks many, many, many years ago, they had something in a kiddie pool under a blanket. And I need to go back and see what it was, because I think I just kind of checked out of it altogether. But they had brought a kiddie pool into the locker room, and there was a blanket over the top of it, and everybody put something into it, they said, or something like that. And Pat Riley was like, not going to tell anybody what it is.
Yeah.
So those things, you're right. Keep it to yourself on that one, dummy.
Now, and I saw some people texting in saying this is why they don't like A&M. I get it. Look, I tell people this all the time. When people say that A&M is a cult, and I say, I went to A&M, it's not a cult, but I can totally see why you would say that. Like, whenever people say that, I'm not taken aback. Like, what? How could you? I saw somebody get knocked over because they dared step on a piece of grass. Now, I know it's more complicated than that, but you could just say, don't step on the grass, instead of like just rushing that dude.
This person is right on this one. That's defensive holding. So you're not supposed to be able to choke somebody, because that would be holding or a clothesline. Yeah.
That is a very practical way of looking at things. Now, I want to bring up this story because I don't think I've ever referenced this specific site before, and I'm really excited about it. The source for this next one is per Football Zebras. So we go to Football Zebras, which track officiating, and they said that the league has fired 3 officials from NFL officiating, and instead they're going to work in Power 4 college football conferences next year.
Really?
So it kind of sounds like they didn't get fired as much as they got relegated, right?
Yeah, relegation.
Now, I don't know if they'll be eligible to like, hey, you did a heck of a job. You're back in the NFL portal. Or like, I'm not really sure how that's going to work. But I do think it's high time, and we've talked about this forever, for potential consequences for refs. And if they're like, hey, you do a crap job, well, guess what? You get demoted.
Yeah, get demoted. I like that idea. I prefer that idea to what's currently happening.
I think
you get to call the World Series.
Yeah, that is. And I know
get to
sometimes
be in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they'll be like, oh, it's random. That's why, who do we have as our officials? The 21st best, the 2nd best, and the 78th best. And you're like, well, how is that what we've come up with? But I want to go back to, Alec, I promise this is not a joke. I want to go back to clothing at the Masters.
Huh?
I can understand why you might think this is an elaborate setup for a joke. I promise it is not. Jason Day was told that he needed to tone down his clothing at the Masters. So he wore a sweater vest that said number 313, Malabong Golf Championship, in really big letters. And they said, hey, it's too much. And so they were like, hey, we're not necessarily against what's on the sweater. It's just maybe make it like half that big. This is an actual conversation that actually took place. Are the Masters idiots for, well, the answer is yes for a lot of this stuff in the past. And we know that, and Bobby has been trolling RJ with that all week. Were they idiots for saying you need to tone down your clothes? Or do you think Wimbledon's like thumbs up? Even about Wimbledon change some?
The Masters has a lot of unwritten rules. So many so that like there's no cell phones. You don't have cell phones there. You cannot take any pictures inside the grounds or post it on social media. When you do TV, according to Nick Faldo, our friend Nick Faldo, who still I owe him a 12 pack of beer. You can't talk about the speed of the greens, their tournament speed, and there's no such thing as mud balls.
That's what you have to. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I've ever noticed that.
Yeah.
Well, the greens are, of course, tournament speed today.
You have to wear socks to eat, according to Kevin Kisner. He said he was staying there and he got up to go to breakfast and didn't have any more socks, so he just went with his loafers. And they said, sorry, you have to have socks on.
Wow. The next generation of golfers are going to be in trouble then.
The Matt Kuchar said he was told that as an amateur staying in the crow's nest that it was a tradition to take home a towel. And he said, I have no idea if that's real, but I wanted to follow the tradition, so I did take home a towel. You can't take the green jacket off the property except when you're the reigning champion. So you have to leave it there. You can't sit on the range. His dad was Xander Schauffele's dad was lying on the range the Sunday before the tournament, and he sat down on that little step, and they said, nope, you got to get up. So there's just lots of things, and you're not supposed to call it a driving range. It's a practice area or something like that. There's a lot of them. Lots of them, dude. You can't wear shorts. That's a dumb one still, but I don't know. Some people are very against shorts.
And it's much like, I get that. It's much like Wimbledon for the longest time. They're like, we're the most prestigious tournament. What are you going to do? Not play here? And I get it. Like, it would be really weird if Scottie Scheffler was like, nope, it's too far. I'm going to go get breakfast with my family this morning with no socks. I'm going to sit on a driving range in my shorts, and I'm not going to play in the Masters. Like, that would be a shocking turn of events.
It would absolutely be shocking.
For the Masters. So, there you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
The real reason umpires don't want to be wrong. Next on The Fan.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Corey just said, I better like a show or else we're done.
Mm-hmm. And then Alex going to have to decide who to go with.
What show do you think he said?
Oh, good question.
Now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. I saw this story on the Big Lead, which was very surprising to me because I don't think I've checked the Big Lead in a long time. And
okay.
I didn't, because every time I went back, I was like, y'all have nothing new up here. But then I saw this one and it caught my eyeballs. When Major League Baseball introduced the automatic balls and strikes challenge system in spring training, it was kind of seen as a compromise between umpires.
Okay.
They've traditionally had free reign over the entire strike zone. And those who want the Hawkeye tracking system to be in charge, right? Like, so there's this, you get one or the other.
Yeah.
Either the umpires stay or the Hawkeye tracking goes and you just move on from there. The ABS was hey, look, we'll let the umpires still be there, but occasionally we'll let a player, catcher, whatever, check and see if it's a ball or strike. Now, I don't know how many they had during a game. I think you only had one in at bat, right? Or something like that. But the results came back pretty good. It was pretty impressive. The umpires were failing at a 50% rate, which is bad. And the computer system was doing very well. So they were like, the minor league baseball did the robo umps.
Yep.
And Rob Manfred, he looked at it and was like, okay, this is interesting. He wants the approval of the umpires, though. The umpires need to approve it. The umpires, however, said they would rather just let the robo ump exist rather than doing the automatic balls and strikes.
Huh. What is the logic for that?
Here's what Manfred said. I think the umpires were more receptive to using ABS on every pitch because nobody knows what the home plate umpire would have called. So every pitch, let it be the way it is because nobody knows what I would have called. The problem with the challenge system is it points out when you're wrong.
Yeah.
And I think nobody likes to be shown, especially in front of 48,000 people,
right,
that they just missed a pitch.
That's fair.
And that's what Rob Manfred said regarding this. And so, he's right. Think about, let's kind of put ourselves in this scenario for just a little bit. You're an umpire and you got this dude heckling you from the third row and he is just really ripping into you. What is the one way that umpires have always been able to control the environment? You know what? You don't like it? Your team's not getting any calls for the next 3 innings, maybe the rest of the game. You want to shut up for a little bit?
Now instead you got a robot saying, no, that was wrong too.
Well, yeah, and the robot says you were wrong, and at any point, any player can call you out and be like, they can hate you. And then they can point at you and be like, no. So that is a interesting place where they are now, is that you have the ability to get every single call right. But it might eliminate the job of umpires altogether.
Yeah.
Unless you make the compromise of, you know what, just do the automatic robot and the umpire's standing out there basically doing nothing but just saying what the robot tells them to. Do you think that's ultimately going to be what they decide, or are they going to keep the human element as part of it?
I think we're going to move to all robots in terms of I guess I should clarify, in terms of calling balls and strikes.
Just all robots all the time. Kevin has been, you have been kind of bowing down to the robot overlords for many years, though.
That's not what I meant. But because of those reasons, and I wonder what they're going to get umpires to do instead. Because I don't think they're just going to fire all of the umpires, or at least the home plate umpires. They're going to have different things for them to do. But then obviously you can't help but wonder, like, how long until you get rid of the umpires on the lines? And you're like, well, we can use the same tennis technology for that. I'm curious how they're going to try to fold them in and have them do something different. But yeah. I think this is a short-term compromise, and we're eventually going to go to that.
Kevin, this is producing on air at the moment. The Cody Bellinger wing story.
Yeah,
we're going to use that tomorrow.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Before I get to that, though, guys, don't get mad at me. for bringing math into our show again.
Oh, what are you doing?
This is math again, and I'm sorry, but it's not math that's going to kill the Rangers the way Kevin was trying to do earlier.
Okay.
I blame robots.
This comes from USA Today, and this is for Kevin more than anything else. All right? This is definitely for Kevin. If you're playing fantasy golf, specifically through the Masters app, you probably want to know the answer to the all-important tie-breaking question, which is, how many total putts will be made?
Oh, yeah, I do like
by the golfers this year. That's the tiebreaker. That's awesome. I love that that's a tiebreaker.
See, and what's interesting to me is it's not who's the winner's score. Like if you go to NCAA tournament stuff, that's usually like, what will the combined final score be? What if it was how many points will be scored in the NCAA tournament? Then you'd be like, well, hold on. Let me think about that for a second. There's 63 games time. But like that's what the Masters is doing here.
The average number of putts for the winner is 114.
Okay.
So then you extract a number from there. There are 94 players in the field and 50 make the cut.
Okay, so you're going to multiply that 50 by 114 because they're going to play all 4 of the rounds.
That's right. And
Okay.
Kevin, if you multiply 50 and 114, what number does that give you?
5,700.
There you go. From the 817, it's called in the majors math, it's all positive. Kevin rhymes with negative. And from the 214, son of a B, because they thought there wasn't going to be math on this test. I always told my professors.
That's fair.
All right.
This is a math class.
So you got 5,700 putts.
Okay.
Subtract 50 from 94 and you get 44. All right.
Good job.
And we're going to say make that around 57 putts total.
Because again, that would be half. Now, I don't totally agree with this mathematical theory because they're going off of the winners, but we'll see if they add something to the end. And that's how you get the
44
rest
and
of it.
57 multiplied equals
2,508.
2,508. More math. Here it comes. 2,508 plus 5,700 equals
8,208.
So add a little bit more. They are figuring, USA Today, that the winners will hit a few more putts and land at 8,300 putts during the Masters. That's wild. I never even thought about that.
Yeah.
Like and these dudes are good putters. This morning, Jordan Spieth hit a birdie from 41 feet away on hole 1, which Choppy said that's the most difficult hole. And Choppy knows stuff like that because he's a golfer.
Yeah.
Not about holes, but the golf holes.
Right.
So that's a lot of putts.
I think I would. I love, obviously, I'm the nerd. I love the math involved with this. I would create a little bit more of an addition at the end. So I would have it more like in the 83-75 range because that feels like a low addition to add on there. But I am fascinated by this tiebreaker for sure.
What about the new name of the show? The KNC Matherpiece. No, we don't have a list.
No, because
that'll be our tagline.
But somebody just said I ruined the show with math.
Sorry. Okay, we'll take that away then. No more math shots for the rest of this segment.
From the 972, whoa there, KNC. Let me get my scratch pad out before y'all start the math club segments.
Alec, I ask you this question. Have you ever sworn off of food because of a bad experience? Cody Bellinger is taking drastic measures after wings that gave him food poisoning at the Yankees team hotel. He said, wherever the quote is, no flavor. I don't even want to think about wings. I was down bad yesterday. I will not eat wings for 5 years, I swear.
5 years?
The thought of it makes me sick. So he won't eat wings, which we just discussed is a huge party favor, especially if you're doing Gavin Dawson's Orange Magic. So he's swearing off wings because he had a bad experience with them. 877-881-1053. No math involved. Have you ever had a bad experience with food and said, never again? I will lead things off. Arby's. I got food poisoning from Arby's once and was like, I don't think I ever want to eat that again. Then Adrian and I were very hungry one day and she said, let's go to Arby's. And I was like, I don't know. And I got food poisoning a second time from them. So badly, Kevin, that while I watched the movie Punch Drunk Love, I thought I was going to die, and I hated the movie Punch Drunk Love. I love Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
You know this.
Yeah.
I love Adam Sandler, and I wanted to love this movie, but because he was so weird and my guts were so messed up, It made me feel uncomfortable, and so now I didn't like the movie. Thanks a lot, Arby's.
Okay, I have a question. Can drinks be folded into this?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, too much vodka?
No.
Okay.
I'm out on tea, and here's why.
Okay, you've said this, and I always just like, I understand Kevin doesn't like things.
Not men's tea. Sounds like men's tea is the best. I'm out on TEA, the drink, and it's a twofold reason. Back in the day, I'm old, you used to have those like brown containers for the liquid, and you couldn't see through them, and they had that weird top on them.
Yeah.
I grabbed one of those thinking it was apple juice, and I kind of looked in, and you could see how, like, if you're not really totally
Doesn't
locked
smell
in.
anything like apple
I know,
juice.
but I didn't smell it. I looked at it, and I was like, yeah, that looks like juice. And so I took a big old swig of it, and it was tea, and I remember I was just like, oh, I just let it all fall out of my mouth on the floor in the kitchen. I was a kid, okay? All right, I was a kid. So that's reason number one I don't like tea. The reason why it's carried over into my grown-up days is, especially if you work in this industry, and obviously I've had a ton of throat issues, is you have to drink throat coat if you're going to help out your voice, like if you're starting to lose your voice or whatever. So to me, I got tricked. I got pump faked on the apple juice when I was a kid. And now I only think of tea as what you drink when there's something wrong with you.
Only whenever you need to coat your throat.
Yes.
Weird. From the 469, Arby's got deadly sick after eating there and haven't eaten there since 95. Will never go back. That's the unfortunate situation. I'm not saying I hate Arby's. I love Arby's. Unfortunately, it's left it's sat unwell with me.
See, but this dude's taking it even one step further. He didn't just say a restaurant. He said no wings. That would be like if you're like, you know what? I'm never eating roast beef or sandwiches
How's he
again.
going to enjoy the draft at Pluckers? Or the player selection?
No, you could say path
That's right.
to the draft at Pluckers, man, because they have the biggest mozzarella sticks you've ever seen. You could club somebody over the head with those.
But he's not going to be able to. Well, I guess he could have the wing. He could have the mozzarella sticks and not have the wings. He'll be okay there.
Exactly.
From never ate churches after finding a curly. Well, okay, that's different than that's. Yeah, I guess kind of finding a curly hair on my fry or on my chicken.
Oh no!
When you find hair, it ruins the meal. It definitely ruins the meal unless you're that hungry. You know what I mean, Alec?
Crazy enough, I have a tea story as well.
What?
Yes!
Here in Texas?
I have. The thing is, I'm not totally against it. It's just, this story has stuck with me. Back when people actually used to like eat inside of fast food places, you know, they would just put the food on the counter whenever your order's ready. They yell the number. So my dad and my grandpa was in town visiting, and we were just running errands as the boys and the girls were running their errands. So we stopped in between errands to go to Taco Bell. My dad sends me to go get the food because I was the kid. So he's like, hey, go get our food off the counter. I got Pepsi. He got tea. He switched the cups, thinking it was hilarious. I came back, took a giant swig of that Pepsi, even though it's not Pepsi. It was tea. And there was no ice in it either, so it was warm, and it was just putrid to me at that moment. And then like 6 months later, he does the same thing, and I fall for it again. And I was like, all right, I'm never drinking tea again. And I've had it since then. It's not my favorite thing on the planet, but I will drink it. And again, like Kevin said, whenever something's wrong with the voice, what do I reach for first?
Yes.
Tea.
Throat coat.
Not exactly that, but tea, yeah.
From the 214.
Oh, that's what the tea is called.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
From the 214, no more cotton candy for me. It tastes way worse coming up. From the 682, ate too much peanut butter fudge. Took me 20 plus years to get where I could eat it again.
Okay, and see, I'm intrigued by the idea of washing out the food. Like, I hear people saying specific restaurants, and I get that as well. But like, this idea of, no, I'm done. It's not the place. I'm done with the food for good. That's amazing to me.
There was also a bad experience I had, and I have never eaten what's the funnel cake since. We went to Six Flags the night before. My sister was sick, and we didn't, like, she was like, no, I'm not missing Six Flags, so she went the next day even though she felt bad. Not thinking, at one point I just said, hey, can I have a drink of your Sprite? And I took a drink of it and went around about my business. And then whatever she had, I got it immediately, like within that day, because On the way home, the last thing I did was eat some funnel cake, and we went on the pirate ship right before we left.
Oh,
and then I got in the car, and I still felt like I was on the pirate ship. And I was telling my dad, I was like, Dad, I don't feel good at all. And my mom was like, just lay down on the couch when you get home. We'll get you some water. And as soon as I laid down on the couch, everything came up. And I was like, Dad, I still feel like I'm on the pirate ship right now. So I've not eaten funnel cake since, and I've ridden the pirate ship once since then. That one time, Avery floated on the pirate ship, and I had to pull him back into it. So I've not ridden the pirate ship since then either. So
that's fair.
Lots of bad experiences.
That is pretty darn terrifying.
A lot of texts coming in. A lot of people used a Twizzler as a straw. Ate it after it was mushy and disgusting. Never ate another one. Taco Bell? Nope. Jägermeister and red meat. Not a good combination.
And see, but hold on. But some of these are your own doing. Like that's your own fault
Sometimes
for doing
it happens.
that. That's not the restaurant's fault or the food's fault or whatever. So I don't know about that.
Best of luck to Cody Bellinger as he tries to enjoy the player selection at Pluckers that we'll all be hanging out at here in the future.
It's we literally call it the path to the draft.
Is the hold on real quick before we go, Kevin. Let me get this out. For the player selection at Pluckers, Sean Sharif will be at the Mesquite location. Giafalo will be at the Grapevine location. Plano, Christy Scales. Gavin Dawson will be at Addison. Lucius will be at Arlington. I'll be in the Allen location. Kevin will be at Dallas.
Oh,
it was going to be choppy. It looks like he's going to be on his honeymoon. So Fred Davis will be at Fort Worth Alliance, and then Alec Medford will be at Fort Worth City View.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, hot takes. Dare I say, scorching hot takes. 2 weeks into the MLB season, including one about the Rangers next on The Fan.
Stars fans, we have the top hockey podcast in DFW. Check out Spits and Suds on the Honest.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 1-1 hit high and deep out into center. Crow Armstrong ranging back to his right. He's looking up, and it's out of here. Jonah Heim blast one up into the bleachers above the 368 marker in left center. It's his third home run of the year. Texas back on top, 3-1.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, got some hot takes. Dare I say, scorching hot takes 2 weeks into the MLB season, including one about the Rangers. Let's start with the standings in the AL West. And I realize that it is a tie right now, but still, the Mariners will finish the season right where they are now, in last place.
Somebody texted in the other day when I was saying that the cure for bad hitting is pitching, and they were like, ask the Mariners about that. I was like, oh crap, yeah, good point there. And you kind of have to have good hitting to go along with pitching sometimes. Like you kind of, or timely hitting at least, or maybe your opponents just aren't good enough. But yeah, I think Seattle, they're going to struggle, man. Every year, Kevin, they get hyped up, excited about, and you said it. You'll see it when you believe it, as Patrick Mahomes once said. And this Seattle team looks like they're going to stay stuck in a bad place for a while. But they could go on one of those runs late in the season like they did last year where you're like, hold on, where'd they come from? And then they just disappeared again.
By the way, side note, Marty Smith is 48 years old, and his hair is still incredible. I remember when Dawson got his head shaved for a payoff, and he goes, don't worry, I have the hair follicles of the gods. I think that's sometimes about Marty Smith, who was just throwing sandwiches around the course at the Masters. All right.
That is spectacular hair.
Will Mike Trout finally win his first Gold Glove as a right fielder? So a Gold Glove is pretty much the only individual accolade that Mike Trout has not attained. We don't need to talk about team success because obviously there's a lot there that he hasn't attained. He's 33. He's now playing right field. What do you think about the idea that Mike Trout as a right fielder will win a Gold Glove?
If he plays enough games to qualify, yes.
Yeah.
Because he's still a very talented outfielder. The dude still has the ability, the tracking to go along with it, the arm to go along with it as well. He definitely has all those things. It's just whether or not he can stay on the field. So, hot take, I like it.
Okay. I hope this one's wrong. Hot take. The Rangers offense might still be worse than last season.
Alec, I'll let you take this one.
Now, keep in mind, we were hoping that it would not only be better than last season, but significantly better than last season, and hopefully better than 2023. So, hot take. No, it will still be worse than last year.
Yesterday's game gave me hope that that's not going to be the case. You're starting to see Corey Seager come to life a little bit. Jonah Heim seems like he's, at least early on, he's really turned a corner from last season. And again, last year it was career awful lows for most of the guys throughout the lineup. So I'm hoping that they're not going to replicate mediocrity in that case. And I think that it's a motivated team that realizes that, hey, we do have the starting pitching to win games when we're totally healthy in the rotation. We got to give them run support. So, I mean, you're even seeing, like, for Cincinnati, Hunter Green went 8 2/3 the other day and got the loss.
Yeah.
No earned runs. That's going to be the key. If they can just get a couple of runs of support for these guys when they give you 7-8 innings. You saw it with Nathan Eovaldi, with the Maddox last week now. So, I think that they're going to do just enough to be better than last year. Do I think they're going to be world beaters like I hoped? No. But I think that hot take is a little too hot for me. I'm feeling good after yesterday.
Yeah, I'm with Alec on this too. And my friend Michael Talbot from Talbot Plumbing messaged me the other night, and he said the Rangers are going to win. Why? Because Josh Young is back, and they're going to score 5 runs. The Rangers scored 6 runs in that game and lost 10-6. That being said, he was right that Josh Young being back meant that more runs were going to happen. And now that you've seen the life of Corey Seager again, and Josh Young is in the lineup, yesterday he had a couple of really hard hit balls and one double as well that he hit into what Mike referred to as the unleafed ivy or something like that. Because the ivy out in the field, he was like, it's just more like, like vines. It's all dead out there. He was like, can you call it ivy if it doesn't have leaves? Because it's all dead because it's 30 degrees.
That does sound like something Mike would say.
and so when you watch, though, it was like, yeah, Josh Young's a little bit back. He's back. Maybe that'll help Berger and Jock get into their groove. And when we get Wyatt back, that was another bat. So these bats are going to get rolling again. I have faith.
My next hot take for you. Could Aaron Judge post a 500 on-base percentage for the season? Now, might think that is an outrageous thing to say. Do you know who the last right-handed hitter was to have a 500 on-base percentage?
Aaron Judge.
No. He has not done it yet. Josh Gibson in 1943.
Holy cow.
All right, so it's been a really long time. But consider
Right-handed
this.
hitters are terrible.
What's that?
Right-handed hitters are terrible.
I mean, yes, because Mantle did it and Bonds did it. All right. Consider this. Last year, Aaron Judge's on-base percentage was .458. This year, he's already on pace for 81 home runs, 270 RBIs, with an average of .354 and an OPS of 1.238.
Dang, dude.
He's on pace to have a WAR of 13.9, which that would obviously be amazing and preposterous all in one. So will teams eventually be like, hey, let's stop throwing it to him like they did with Bonds and just walk him, and that's what's going to be what gets him over the edge, because his on-base percentage was fantastic last year. Can he take it one step further?
I'm going to say Aaron Judge can't do it, just like I said last year, Kevin, and it's still on the wall. Aaron Judge couldn't hit 63. I don't think Aaron Judge can do it. And I'm basing this on history. This is just history's on my side here.
That is fair. All right, Corey, I think you're going to like this next one. Hot take. Luis Ariz will be the first player in more than 30 years to have at least 600 plate appearances with fewer than 20 strikeouts. Now, he's had fewer than 20 strikeouts before, but hasn't gotten to 600 plate appearances. Clearly, he's going to get up to bat a ton. Right now, he's on pace for like 650 at bats.
That's a lot of at bats to not have.
He has
20
one
strikeouts.
Strikeout in 13 games.
Really? Even going 0 for 5 yesterday?
One strikeout.
That's
I think that
impressive.
actually was his first strikeout.
Really? He's a dude that it's contact for him. And he has great hand-eye coordination, and he doesn't get himself into bad situations at the plate. Now, again, he went 0 for 5. That's a bad day.
It is.
But the one strikeout was yesterday. Kevin, I think he can do it again.
Okay.
Or for the first time?
For the first time.
I think he can do it for the first time.
Okay, so right next to Aaron Judge can't do it would be Luis Ariz can do it.
Yep.
All right. Now I'm going to go to ESPN for this one. This is not a Kevin hot take. I want to make that very, very clear. Hot take alert, though. The Angels will win the AL West.
Who wants to punch Kevin right now?
No. Did you not hear the setup? That's for ESPN. That is not my hot take.
But it came out of your mouth. And that's unfortunate.
It's true. Does that mean all the news people that had to say what Kanye said? They had that's not fair.
I don't think the Angels are going to. I don't think they have the talent. I love Ron Washington, and he is probably the best at getting mediocre talent to be better and great talent to be its best. I really do agree with that, because he is all about the work and the reps and getting the practice in. He's very strong on, hey man, let's just go do some work. Let's go play some pepper. Whatever it is to keep playing the game and be a dirtbag. But I think the talent level on the Rangers is just a little too much to let them invade and take that over.
Now, we're going to cross sports a little bit here. I want to see if you think any of these hot takes are as scorching hot as the Todd McShay mock draft. Have you seen his mock draft?
I have not seen
All right,
Todd McShay.
don't look it up. I want you to be surprised.
All right.
let's just talk about quarterbacks and where they're going to be taken. Hey, Cam Ward, number 1. Great. That makes sense. Shedeur Sanders falls all the way down to number 15 when he is selected by the Cleveland Browns, who have traded up to make that pick. In the meantime...
And they didn't pick him higher up?
Nope.
Interesting.
You know why? Because Shedeur Sanders is not the second quarterback off the board. I take you to New Orleans, where Todd McShay is predicting that Jackson Dart will go to the Saints at the number 9 pick because Kellen Moore is looking for, quote, a bigger, mobile, stronger armed quarterback.
I mean, all three of those things that you just said, that is Jackson Dart.
And there's one more quarterback to get taken in the first round. Jalen Milroe, who will go to the New York Giants, who will trade up to pick number 24. So I know those baseball takes were pretty scorching hot, but that feels like nothing compared to Todd McShay's mock draft of, we just put aside Cam Ward to number 1. It feels like most everyone's on board with that. But Jackson Dart at number 9 to the Saints, Shedeur at number 15 to the Browns, who are trading up, and Jalen Milroe at number 24 to the Giants, who have also traded up.
Kevin, the Milroe thing sounds a little far-fetched to me.
Are you on board with the rest, though?
The other things I think I can see happening. I think I can see those things happening. I do wonder, though, where Jerry would stand if they're sitting at 12 and Shedeur's there. And he's just like, I can't resist. And then Steven has to throw him up against the wall like that other time, like we were told on that one. I'm just always, curious on the splash. He just loves it, and we kind of have a fun time with it too.
Because there's no bigger splash that could be made just in terms of national headlines than let's do it.
Exactly.
It's still fraught with all kinds of problems.
Yeah, but the rest of it, I mean, those are some things that I think could happen. Definitely, for sure.
Interesting. Well, I just wanted to throw that out. Spicy mock draft to go along with the spicy MLB thoughts thus far. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, good. Yeah, a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And now the Lakers are up 105-94. To not get complacent, and that guy won't. Shaking his head. Not tonight, Dallas. I'm a member of the Lakers, and we're going away with a victory.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
In a weird place, Hagee. Devastated, to hear that play-by-play guy of the Lakers, so joyful about it, and to see the pain on Luka's face last night, it's just, it's torn me up,
And then to hear him say it's time to move on.
Yeah, I guess it is. I guess it is for him. I think somebody wrote that last night Luka became a Laker. And I'd probably agree with that. I think that's one of the takeaways. So how do we proceed from here? Hopefully they got big plans to get Kyrie healthy and make a push to bring pro basketball back to life here.
And I've heard rumblings that y'all's show might help out with that today in terms of upping people's spirits.
Yes.
There are rumors of some semblance of a clapback today. What can you tell us about this?
Clapback Thursday action. Yeah, I guess you're right. Now that you mention it, I forgot we were doing that today.
Pew, pew, pew.
Bobby Belt, the nosebleed seats, is about to put you to sleep, I think, is what's going to happen. I don't think there's going to be a return. And I am a little bit nervous that potentially lines were crossed here in the midst of this punchback.
By the nosebleed?
Us. Okay. By us.
I don't think it's possible to cross any lines here, Eric. I think the lines have been crossed. And when you're doing a diss track response, you got to go full gusto. Mm-hmm. We didn't hold anything back.
And does Bobby have lines?
That's a good point. So. That's a good point. We're dealing with a lineless man.
That's true.
Yeah.
I thought he had pretty good punchlines in his.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard this one, so I'm kind of nervous for my guys.
Will you let him know if it doesn't live up to your standards?
Because we are out of our depth a little bit. You know what I mean? Like Bobby is, he's certified. He can do pretty much whatever. At the drop of a dime, I guess, offended him. He got way too crybaby about the honorary stuff.
Yeah.
And then within seconds, dude, this guy can spit something out, ready to go at the drop of a dime. And we had we were grinding away at what is hopefully
with each other.
Just the two of us.
Thank you.
Now
just the two of us.
That particular Bobby Note may or may not be making an appearance.
It could be the star of the show.
Oh my gosh!
I don't know. I think his mom might be Wolchuk.
Oh. Yeah, that's a good point there, Eric. I will say, thank God, Eric's got a voice that's a mixture of Fergie and Jesus, and he was able to handle the vocals here because that was my biggest fear.
Walter was like, dude, I got the arrangements, I got the melodies, I got the inflections. Here's the lyrics. Here's the beat. Put it together.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And that's how we grinded away. There they went.
Look hot.
So behind the music. I think we'll play this a couple of times today.
Maybe 17.
I'd like to debut it at 420 right before Wolchuk's top 10. And then maybe replay it in the 6. Obviously, it's going to be up on social media for people to find stuff a little bit later on. So, I think it's exciting. And we'll see how they do. I think Bobby did set a pretty high bar.
He did.
For a sports radio host diss track.
Man, Alec, if I would have thought of this sooner, we could have dropped in the MJF line to add into there.
Oh, man.
I'm going to diss you like you never heard it before. And then MJF's like, guess what? Your mother. Well, and see, that
he actually said it. Yeah.
That would have actually.
The video of it, yeah.
That was stone cold, bro.
I did not know.
Don't edit it out. No, leave it. It's even better that way.
I think Medford's got a little. Have you got a little piece of this? Have you heard it yet?
I did. I heard it this morning. Peyton Russell gave me the preview of it.
And that was still before it got
totally fine-tuned. Like we were taking this thing right up to the finish line in terms of just, we're detail-oriented.
I did see y'all
we're
in
buttoned
there just
up.
a few minutes ago talking and chatting it out.
Grinding.
What did you think, Bedford?
I thought it was beautiful. I can't lie.
Really? Yes.
Yeah. No, it was like overproduced to perfection. Yeah. It's amazing. Yeah. It really is.
That's what a couple of rookies can do, man.
What we like to hear.
We're going to be probably one and done at this. We're going to hopefully reach the mountaintop with this one, and then we'll just look down on Bobby and those alike for the rest of time.
What's the vibe? How are we feeling about Stars and Lose a Peg tonight?
We are going to talk with Mike Heike at 3:20. He's DallasStars.com, and he's going to help answer that for me. Right now, I think it's a team that can have some defensive breakdowns. We've known that for years.
Yeah.
And they're just going through it a little bit. So I'm going to have confidence they're going to snap back because they're just too dang good. But I'm worried that it might be in their heads. I think you're going to have to get through a couple of games, maybe an entire series where you're holding a 1-goal lead in the last 5 minutes and have it go your way before I'll be able to really relax.
Rod, it's a huge game for the Stars tonight, especially coming off of literally the most catastrophic loss in NHL regular season history.
Oh yeah, that's what the hockey historians in Toronto will tell us. But I think you're going to get what bothers me the most is that they've been on this chase to try and win this division.
Yeah,
and they've come up bad.
Yeah,
they've come up bad, and so that's something that's going to carry over into the playoffs. And, the Hockey Hawk is telling me that, Colorado is not playing particularly well, but it's still Colorado, and they still got premier players on that squad. And if you're going into this thing playing poorly and giving up goals and taking penalties a lot of the way, my confidence level right now is not very great.
We talked about this a couple of weeks ago, like how amped up I get up for the beginning of the NCAA tournament. You're in your Masters garb today. How excited are you for this particular day and it's starting off?
Yeah, I'm really disappointed that management did not have a Masters pool, which I won last year.
Oh,
yeah, we didn't bother to have that this year because they were disappointed that I just dominated the field. But no, I do love the Masters. Every year I apply for tickets. I've been twice. And I highly recommend that you get on the Masters app, and as a one-day sporting event bucket list thing. If you can somehow get tickets, you ought to go, even to a practice round.
Do you remember what days you were able to go?
I went on Tuesdays. I went on practice rounds days.
Okay,
is what I did, and it's worth that to walk around and kind of see a relaxed element. I can only imagine the intensity that goes on the 4 days that they anticipate. But it's off to a great start. It looks like, great for Freddie Couples to be 65 years old and, just going on a casual walk today and firing a 1-under. So good for him.
Absolutely.
Is the course in person as immaculate as it looks on TV?
It is. There's not a blade of grass out of place. And we talk about the concessions and, the gift shop and everything about it is just so first class in the way it's done. The people of Augusta have just embraced it for 89 years. They're so friendly about it. They're very helpful. It is one of those experiences you need to go, even if you're not a sports fan, just to say you went to Augusta, if you can somehow get in the lottery and win a ticket.
Now, what I really like off air is Chiafalo was telling us about the thrift shops around Augusta and how you can score some sweet deals.
Yeah, dude, that's kind of a pro tip. If you ever find yourself just driving through there at any given time, I don't know if there's a particular time, maybe right after the Masters is when it's the hottest, but at any given time throughout the year, you drive through there and pop off at like the Goodwill or whatever it is, you can really clean up with like the cheapest Masters gear that has actually got a lot of value to it.
Yeah, they do. It's funny, if you see Masters gear, you have to get it on the grounds. But these stores,
you can't get it on Amazon Prime or something like that?
No, you can't.
Wow.
You absolutely can't. So, they do over 70.
Even Bezos doesn't have these things, man.
They do over $70 million a year on merchandise sale at the Masters.
Holy moly.
Pretty smart to do, have it all. Kind of like George Lucas with the toys.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I can see that.
You can have the movie rights. I just want the toys.
Now, we heard from Dawson about how it was a very confusing experience watching that game last night. What was y'all's, I don't know if it was a takeaway. Did it make you mad, sad? Because I know people have said mad. I was just sad watching Luka's face when he was watching that video, and it felt like, guys, I was never going to leave.
It was all of the emotions. I think I underestimated really how I would feel watching that. It was sad. I got teary-eyed along with Luka watching that video. But
did your lip quiver too?
Yeah, it was quivering, man.
I was trying so hard not to cry. I appreciated that.
I had to go get a towel and put it over my head.
Did it say traitor on it?
It did.
Yeah.
And then I got angry
I've
as hell.
seen that towel.
I heard y'all talking about that, and I was like, I got to go check this out.
What'd
and I was
you
like,
think? It's true.
I was like, I don't know if this was planned, but it is there. It's a little bit of a reach, but it is there.
Nike leaves no stone unturned.
Why would there be an AI next to each other on a Gatorade towel if you're spelling Gatorade?
Valid. I thought it was maybe just the way that it was folded, but the more I think of it, he was giving a middle finger to the Mavericks front office people.
Absolutely. I still think the first matchup when we were in Surprise and it was in LA was actually more just disorienting for me. But I mean, we did it in real time because the game, look, I hated the start time of that game last night. We're still in studio when the tribute's going on.
Right.
But we got to actually pot it up. Lucius jumped in there on ESPN, so we got to get the sounds of the tribute and then watching him. And I was surprised that it hit him that way.
Yeah.
But it makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I love that line of like, last night was when Luka became a Laker. I think for sure. Like I don't think we will ever really get the closure that we want, but for him, that was probably the closest thing to it.
And it was the line that he dropped in there, like rather casually, like now it's time to move on. And I get it for him. Like it's definitely
He has
time
to
move
try.
on. Yeah, absolutely. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. We'll be talking about all the big stories right out of the gates here in about 5 minutes. Chief has a full-on Masters report at 2:40, and then of course the reply to Bob Belt coming up 4:20.
Are you guys imagining a lot of math on the show today?
No,
just because you don't like it, I don't want to bore you.
All right, roll home.
Probably no Rangers either.
With the mathless
Because of
G-Bag
that.
Nation. We have in the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Matherpiece.
The KNC Masterpiece.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. General at your service, see me, bear me, N.A. It is a thirsty Thursday. Hope you get an opportunity to enjoy it as to your best ability. There's Broadus in his Masters get-up. Former Cowboys scout, Super Bowl champion, Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup there. Master Control here, 75 and fits you. Fixing to go 5 flawless for the first time this week. That is right, it is a full show with no Rangers baseball today. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are reunited, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video along with you. You're at the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, so a lot going on in sports. 214 says if the Mavs want the fans to move on, they need to fire Nico. I 100% agree. I think we'll be there this time next year. We'll talk more about that game here in a few minutes. I felt like it was a pretty big draft nugget dropping today from Bucks general manager Jason Light. Says there have been years where he thought about trading down more than others. This year, he says it'll be about what happens and who falls to you.
Yeah.
As we sit 2 weeks here till the draft, he says he does not foresee as many teams wanting to trade up across the league. Is that a pipe dream, thinking the Cowboys could trade back?
Oh, I've kind of believed all along that you probably weren't going to get value for your pick when we continue to talk about that player 12 might be the same as player 40. So I think this is an opportunity to buy the dip.
Buy the dip.
Buy the
trade
dip.
up?
Buy the dip.
By the dip.
If one of those guys that you really, really like, yeah, and it doesn't cost you everything to go make that happen, if somebody's willing to get back to go back to your spot at 12 and it gives you an opportunity, I think what's going to happen to the Cowboys, it's going to happen potentially on a couple different levels. We did it today. Zach and I were on the draft show on DallasCowboys.com, and we were kind of talking about teams that we were worried about. We were worried about San Francisco. We were worried about the Bears, worried about the Saints, teams like that. And not just first round worry about, but there are teams that the Cowboys are covered on such a strong level. And I'm not saying that in patting us on the back, but no other team is covered on this level when it comes to what they're potentially going to do in the draft. And nobody's talking about 30 visits like we are. And nobody's talking about draft strategy like we are. And teams around the league pay attention to that. They're like, well, former scout Brian Broadus is saying this. Zach Wolchuk is saying that. Well, Dane Brugler's saying that about the Cowboys. There's a Todd Archer, Calvin Watkins, all these guys. Everybody's saying stuff about the Cowboys. And I think teams understand, and Dallas probably sitting there in their war room right now going, guys, we got to button this thing down. We've got to button this down. We can't, because we're all talking about it to a level that other teams are like going, hey, obviously they're 30 visits. They're bringing in Golden. They're bringing in McMillan. They're bringing in Burden. If you like one of these players, you maybe have to get ahead of Dallas. So to me, you have to worry about people trading ahead of you, but this might be an opportunity for the Cowboys. If you can't get value and you really like somebody and you're worried about losing somebody, this might be an opportunity to go up in this draft.
Who would you go up for? I mean, I think Carter, Hunter are obvious targets.
You know what? I've made this known. I think Genty's probably the third best player in this draft. And if it's not going to cost me an arm and a leg to go do it, if it's a simple move where somebody says, well, hey, just offer me this, and because we just want to get out of here. We don't want to pick. But the problem is, where could Genty go? That's the problem I have to figure out. They're very well, New England at 4 could be a situation. Jacksonville at 5 could be a situation. The Raiders at 6 could be a situation. The Bears at 10. I don't think I could. He's the one guy, him and Hunter, I would consider going for.
Yeah.
I can't gauge how far I need to go. That's going to be something that's going to have to be on the clock.
How far down does it go where it's essentially still the same player at 40? Is that 6? Is that are you right at the edge at 12?
I think if teams
Because you're talking about jumping into a tier. I don't know if what Todd Light said applies if you're trying to go to 5.
Yeah, I'm in a situation where I've got 15 first-round grades.
Mm-hmm.
The Cowboys might have 8. Their window is a lot smaller than my window.
Okay.
So that's where I think that I need to kind of be, like I said, I'm willing. There's a couple of players. If it's not going to cost me, like, everybody's talking, next year's one to go, not in this draft. Not in this draft.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh.
Might get some good value to move up.
So I'm more willing to think about going up than I might be going down in this draft.
And what are you willing to give, the 5 or the 3?
I'm willing to give the 3 to move. If it gets the guy that I want to get. Now you could be in a situation where you knock out a receiver and a running back.
And you're not picking again until the 5th.
And then you're not picking again. But your
offense is much better.
Yeah. See,
you've definitely improved.
I think about even moving up in the second round because I'm trying to figure out, and Eric again and I were talking about this morning on Love of the Star. I feel like I've done 3 shows, which I have already before we've done our show.
Done 4.
So I'm sitting there thinking about at 44 if Reville, the corner from East Carolina, is there. But there's a team ahead of me like Chicago that had one of the worst pass defenses in the league. They were 32nd in the league. And they're looking at corner.
Yeah.
But here on my board, I could grab maybe McMillan with a 1, and maybe Reville I have is when I'm inside my top 15. I know on my board it's that way.
Sure.
Maybe on their board it's the same way.
Little Trayvon Diggs situation falls to you.
Yeah,
That'd
if
be
you
great.
can make a small move up, maybe ahead to grab a guy like that.
Our Path into Draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at all Pluckers locations Thursday, April 24th for our annual draft party that is now just 2 weeks away. The Stars are in action tonight. Massive game. Only 4 remaining. They're going to host Winnipeg. And you can actually get into the barn for $44.
Yeah.
4 points separating. Can you win out and have them lose 3 times? Probably not.
Nope.
I think they have Anaheim and Chicago on their schedule, both teams that are eliminated. The Pittsburgh and Vancouver games, I think, have the potential to just, determine your postseason fate now that Miro's not going to be back until in the second round. And I don't know how confident you can be right now in this back line. It's been yakety sacks the last week, dude.
Yeah, a lot of it's self-inflicted. They've played sloppy. They were certainly keeping an eye up on the clock the other night, and they really just lost concentration and focus. And they played tremendous hockey for 2 periods. Like offensively, the power play's been really good.
Yeah.
But late, I mean, they got to finish. That's really what it's all about, and you cannot allow that to linger. So tonight's a big one just to get right mentally. So you'll have Otter back between the pipes. Good news, and we'll talk with Mike Heike coming up at 3:20, but Segs taking contact, participant in full practices. He's knocking on the door for coming back, so he should be ready to rock for the postseason.
Very nice. What line do you think he slides in on?
It's a great question. Maybe the second.
It'll be interesting to see how sharp he can be.
Yeah. It's a lot of time off, though, for that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they'll probably ease him back in.
I don't disagree with you, but, man, I mean, it's just – I think, to me, I could see him playing on one of the third, fourth lines maybe just to kind of get –
I mean, they'll probably mix some lines a little bit.
See where he's at.
And then you've got the opportunity to try and keep some fresh legs. Like if you have like the Donov, who's a healthy scratch.
Yeah.
Where would you put Sagan still if you're ranking best players on this team?
Ooh. I mean, right
outside
now,
the top 10?
I don't
Robertson,
think he's outside the top 10.
Hintz,
No.
Yeah.
Robo,
Johnston,
Wyatt. I mean, Miro's the best. Rope.
Rantanen.
Yeah, Rantanen. Rantanen's definitely probably before all those dudes. I'd probably maybe 8.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but that's still very good enough to, I mean, the Stars are so deep with quality players that for him to be at 8th is just, holy cow. Rangers are off today, first place atop the West, 9-4 after yesterday's win. We are now proceeding without Bangford, though, with the oblique, hoping it's a quick healer. But Josh Young is back, and that dude's hitting .467. So I think what this is shaping up to be is guys like Adolis and Simeon are a little bit up there. You're going to be looking for Langford, Young, Berger, and whoever else can come up and come through as young guys looking to sort of extend what could become a championship window again. But that's really what happened for Houston. They win it, and then boom, here's Bregman, boom, here's Tucker, and now we're able to make this thing into a dynasty. And I think that's what CY's plans got to be. But health needs to start cooperating on these youngsters.
Yes.
A Masters Thursday underway. Scotty Scheffler rocking the Nike hoodie in his first round earlier. It was a little chilly there, dealing with some weather. And he is playing well. Let me get this leaderboard up here. I saw he was at 3 under.
Number 2, now he's 4 under.
Okay, 4 under par. Nice job by Scheffler there with 2 holes to play, so he's on 17. And then Justin Rose has been on fire, though. Dude is 6 under through 10. He was 5 under through 9, just played the 10th hole and has another birdie. So he is a guy that can absolutely get dialed and go low and dominate the field. Chiafalo has more of a in-depth look at the Masters here coming up at 240. Messi made it happen for Inter Miami. They were down bad in the CONCACAF Champions League quarterfinal. They rally for 3 straight and eliminate LAFC. Meanwhile, South America as a continent proposing to host the World Cup in 2030 as a 64-team format. 64-team format there in the 2030 World Cup. Maybe they're not proposing hosting. They are proposing doubling the field to 64 teams.
Yeah, doubling the field.
I mean, you do have a lot of good teams that miss out. It's not just the USA a few cycles ago that missed. I mean, England's missed, Italy's missed. Incredible night of theater last night at the AAC. I wanted to make sure we got to everything else that's been happening. Luka Doncic in tears as we were finishing up our show last night. We carried that ESPN portion. It was fantastic. Then he dropped 45, and the Mavs offense was sputtering more. I guess if I had to interview Nico right now, my question would be where is this defense? You're getting shut down by Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves, who have the combined one of the worst defensive ratings that you can for a trio. And they're supposed to have all this length and all this size, and they got lit up. So Luka postgame asked about the support he got from the Lakers. He said they all had my back. Everybody had my back, from coaches to players. We're trying to build something special here, and that was really, really, really nice to see. Obviously, he's alluding to loyalty once again, and he feels like the Lakers have his back. I mean, the Mavericks must be better at managing a superstar next time around. I think once Nico digests this all, if he still gets to be a GM, he's going to think, okay, this is really where I messed up in allowing this to get personal. But for Luka, on the other hand, I think this might be a massive learning moment for him as well, where I think he got a message 6.5 years in, and the emotion that he displayed last night in the pregame, I think shows that, how much it hurt him. And he's got to be looking internally as well at this point, becoming a man. After you're 25 years old, you're done with your late adolescence or whatever, and he's looking forward and starting to mature. I would imagine, thinking, I drove them to hurt me this bad, and I think not talking to the team, not talking to Mark Cuban, not talking to Vegas Bob, not talking to Nico, having to have Kyrie Irving as an in-between. There's a lot of things I think that, for the betterment of Luka, he is going to benefit tremendously from this. And now he's feeling all the love. It just makes me sick that it's not happening here.
Oh, it's gut-wrenching, dude. It's last night watching him tear up like that. That was pretty heartbreaking. You feel for him there. And it would be better for him to wrap his arms around some of that stuff with the self-awareness factor and the maturation. Yeah. And it's just how long does that take for him? I think will be interesting to see. But yeah, it was, and he was otherworldly. We knew that he was going to come out of the gates, and it was going to be a double-digit first quarter for sure. It was, that first half was ridiculous. The whole game, really. So he met the moment in a huge way, and that's the type of guy that he is, and that's what's so frustrating. He wasn't just some awesome talent that you see in the NBA on any given night. Oh, this guy can score a bunch of points, but get to the postseason, get to a big moment. This ain't the guy. Yeah. No, he is that assassin. And so despite all the emotions that he was feeling, it was the biggest stage, and he was supposed to be the alien on the court, and that's exactly what he was. And Anthony Davis had a similar opportunity, and he ain't that guy.
Yeah.
You traded that guy. Yeah, you traded the assassin.
Yeah. It was a lot of the human element that comes in with sports. You could see Luka's heart was still here in Dallas. the fans, the embrace that he got, cheering every time he touched the ball, the MVP chants at the free throw line, the constant fire Nico chants. And on the other side of this, why this trade will never work is because Anthony Davis is never going to be embraced the way that he emotionally needs to feel that he is. How the hell is he supposed to feel when the guy on the other side, clearly all we want is him back?
Yeah.
And it's nothing against Anthony Davis.
No,
These
he has
players
all the
didn't ask for
intangibles.
this.
He has everything you
Right,
want.
but mentally,
Yeah, but he needed to show up last night.
and he looked disengaged.
He looked
and
terrible
I think that
last night.
the human nature of it, you have to understand why he would probably be dejected like that.
Yeah, but why was one guy like emotionally just a wreck on the bench as they're doing the presentation and goes off and scores 42?
Because he is
different
that
DNA.
That's what I'm
special
saying.
Killer.
That's what I'm saying. But Anthony Davis, he needs to figure that out, and he needs to be a better player than he was. He was basically flying under the radar this whole time. Him and it was all about Luka, and rightfully so. But if you're Anthony Davis, you want to go out there and play with your absolute best effort and find a way to match the intensity that they got from that guy on the other side of the court. And you didn't do that. That was bad on his part.
I hear you, but I do feel like he's had a governor on his effort because he's coming back from that deal, and he doesn't want to blow it out again and make it worse.
He was a bad player.
At least that's the way he's playing, but maybe he's just old, and maybe, the gravity of the moment got to him. And, that's the biggest reason that you knew Luka was the guy, because when the gravity rose and got heavier, he got better.
Mm-hmm.
He had something that no matter how mature or professional you are, you're not going to ascend to. Every superstar in the league has had major developmental issues before they're 27 years old. Jordan had to be convinced by one of the greatest psychologists to ever coach, in Phil Jackson, that you have to get your teammates involved. You're a damn ball hog, right? And his lifestyle was, I don't know, maybe by some legends equal or more extreme than Luka's. Kobe Bryant was antisocial. Same guy. Phil Jackson had to convince him, dude, you got to be buddies with your teammates a little bit here. If you want to lead them. Right now it's Shaq's team because you're alienating yourself from everybody. Obviously Jokic and all these guys. Kyrie Irving, he's in Boston. He's too heavy-handed of a leader. Alienated Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. They were like, get this guy out of here, please. 5 years later, he's in his late 20s, early 30s, and he is the ideal leader. Mm-hmm. Nico thought, Luka's strengths could be replaced by a power forward, and didn't appreciate that he had the thing that you could not mature into, which is when all the chips are down, I'm going to be the best player on the court. And he got an up-close and personal view of that last night. Did he stay courtside, or did he stay standing in the tunnel?
He was in the tunnel.
Was he? Yeah.
I mean, he was hearing it all night long.
Sure was, and deservedly so.
It was awesome. That was one of my favorite parts. It was just incessant.
Yeah. Yeah, it was necessary, and it'll be interesting. I guess if you're Dumont and you're thinking at least let's see what happens next year. But I think at this time next year, maybe even before the trade deadline, we're going to be thinking about let's try to blow this team up and recoup the picks from 2025 to 2030 or 2026 to 2030 that would at least give us a chance to draft the next guy. Because if you don't trade these guys by next year's deadline or the one after that at the latest, their value is just going to evaporate as they hit mid-30s. We got to run. Chuck Wagon coming up next, then the G-Bag of the day. Zach, what's in store?
How much is this guy making from NIL? Were you ever part of a fight while playing sports? And this D-line slogan is not going over well. That's next in the nation.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag of the Day coming up here in 7 minutes. It's time for Chuck Wagon here, and the segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you or a loved one's been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Wolchuk.
Yeah, next Wednesday, we're going to be out at Shell Shack. You can come party with the G-Bag Nation. We'll be out there off Henderson. Yep, next Wednesday.
Crawfish.
So you'll have an opportunity to come see us. And then the day after, a week from today, we've got our staple draft event where you, the Tolo, it's Draft 101. You come on out, party with me, Brian, Bobby, some of DallasCowboys.com. We're going to feed you Whataburger. It's going to be absolutely glorious. So it'll be here, 4131 North Central Expressway, downstairs at our showroom. So you show up at 6:45. You don't need to sign up. Just come on out, and it's going to be an absolute blast. We'll get things started off at 7 o'clock. We get here early, and we'll have draft talk, take your questions. And you don't have to be a Cowboy fan, as Brian has said. You're just a fan of the draft. Just come on by. It's going to be awesome. We can't wait for that. A week from tonight, Draft 101.
Don't Eagles gear it up, though.
Yeah, no. Not, please don't do that. We'll kick you out. I'll kick you out.
That's where Wolchuk draws the line.
Yeah, that's unacceptable. You can be an Eagle fan. Just
don't sing Fly Eagles Fly.
Don't you damn say that
you'll get Uncle Filled right out of it.
You go ahead and keep your damn mouth shut. You just soak it in. All right. Don't be showing up and singing Fly Eagles Fly or wearing any Eagles gear whatsoever. Not
what if they want to do the misspelling of the chants to make fun of them?
If it's to make fun of them, absolutely. As long as they follow it up with an Eagles suck chant.
Yeah.
That's okay.
And you have to be wearing Cowboys gear when you do it.
Yes, please do. Yesterday, you guys mentioned JT Toppin going back to Texas Tech.
Yeah.
So he's going to get more than $1.5 million to stay at Tech, rejecting the NBA. And I wonder if this is now going to be a trend when it comes to some of these stars. Like maybe they're not going to be a top 5 type of pick. And these schools now with the boosters can go ahead and just offer them a ridiculous amount of money. But this is a huge win. He's going to get $4 million to play basketball next season. That's how much Tech is going to play. They've got a variety of NIL stuff that they're working out for him. They've also got, the billionaire donor that I believe John Hamm's character in Landman is based off of.
Yeah.
So, hey, Cody Campbell is who to thank, that Red Raiders billionaire booster. But a huge win for Texas Tech basketball fans. They're going to be one of the favorites now with Grant McCaslin in that program, with him coming back, averaging over 18 points a game, just under 10 boards. But $4 million, I mean, hey, you want to keep your studs around, that's a good way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is good for basketball. I think it's good for college football, too.
Yeah.
That you got some of these players that are not interested if they don't feel like that they're going to get picked at a high enough spot that it's worth their while, then they kind of figured out how to do it. How do these kids stay eligible, by the way, with all the moving around? I mean, I know I just asking that question, but
I know if they're a
I wonder how
transfer, I think they get a year. I think we've got to be at the end of the COVID year.
No, we are at the end of that, but I'm just curious of how do transcripts and stuff, how do you have enough hours to stay eligible?
That's a good question.
It seems like a lot of these kids might be in a situation where they make money and they don't necessarily have to go to school. They don't go to school.
Yeah, because studying for this draft, I mean, you've got some players that had been graduated and they're just playing.
Yeah, no, I understand that. That's cool. But I just wonder when you jump in the transfer portal, are your grades and all your hours good enough to be able to go to another place and be able to be eligible through NCAA rules? But obviously, a lot of these kids are.
They must be, or maybe they're going ahead and making things work out for them to make sure that they are as well.
Yeah.
Texas A&M. Did you guys see the D-line motto that Mike Elko is not very happy with?
No, I saw that there was something going on, but I didn't see specifically.
The players
what it
came up with their own motto, and the coach doesn't like it.
Yeah, well, it's not
Is
a
it
good
the Hot
one.
Boys?
It's pretty bad.
Hot Boys 2.0.
So defensive
It's we'll
tackle
rush down the middle and be happy with it.
It's
Sack Masters.
Defensive tackle DJ Hicks. He tried to give people a reason to be excited for what's in store during an interview where he hyped up the mentality on the defensive line and what the trenches have adopted there at Texas A&M. He credited a couple of coaches, former teammates, for instilling a culture that, their new motto, it's CBO. That stands for choke a bee out.
Oh.
Yeah. Mike Elko didn't like this, obviously. Not really a good look on the program.
We say violence, but we don't want to get too specific about the violence.
Yeah.
Right? Like, play violent, be
We're
violent.
just choking the life out of the team. And, by B, we don't really mean woman.
We don't really mean that.
Yeah, we're referring to the other team as a bunch of B words.
Yeah, I mean, I do think we could probably choose something else.
That's probably
here.
something you want to keep in a private chat.
Yeah, he probably
you probably don't want to put that on.
He got
official
excited,
T-shirts.
and he overshared probably a little bit here.
Yeah.
But now that it's out, Mike Elko's got to do damage control, right? So he said it's absolutely ridiculous that was even stated. It's conveying something that shouldn't be conveyed. So we'll get that handled and addressed.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he's going to get an earful about this.
Sure.
Might have to do some extra lunges and up downs and probably run around quite a bit.
Some heavy back squats.
But you keep that in house. You don't mention that, and you certainly aren't making t-shirts and hats and stuff with that slogan on it either. But yeah, I guess in today you can't really use that slogan.
Well, at least it's not as bad as when a former Cowboys defensive coordinator Rod Marinelli nicknamed Nick Hayden the Golden Cock.
Yeah, well, that was
that of course, for how he was cocked at the line of scrimmage,
Right.
like the chicken on top of a barn.
And he was very much like a coxman there.
Yeah.
But it just didn't go over well either. It's also inappropriate, and people are just going to think about other things. But it is vulgar and violent, and it gets the people going.
Yeah. And if you got a bunch of 20, 21-year-old football players on your team, I'd just let it roll.
Yeah.
I'd tell the media, we got it handled, but I'd be like, CBO guys, let's go do this.
It just wasn't good, overall for A&M, though, so Elko's got to do the damage control. And then Kenny Dillingham, I wanted to get to this about a week ago, but he's now going to turn to public shaming when it comes to the film study. This is how he's going to call out his players. If they're watching film and he's thinking players aren't responding, he's going to now share the bad film on social media and just publicly shame the player.
Who is doing this now?
Kenny Dillingham, Arizona State's head coach.
Did he get one cracked?
No. This is a real story.
This is not because Dillingham is a noted players coach guy.
Yeah.
He's the guy that's you can be in the portal and still play for us in the playoff kind of coach.
Yeah.
He's
he
not.
said this is a way to hold his players accountable. He said things are getting filmed. You have a day off, you lose in a one-on-one rep, it's going to go on social media. You can't just take a day off because everybody's going to see it. You can't just sit out a rep. And in today's day and age, you need as many things that can motivate guys. Guys got to get to know their pressure along the way during practice. Practice cannot become complacent. It has to be like a game. So having 1,000 fans out here on the field watching and cheering, it just gets the energy level up. It puts the pressure on a little bit. So it's what we're trying to create every day in practice. It's just a little bit on steroids.
Right on. Thank you, old Chuck. There's
problem.
a proper Chuck wagon for you here in the nation. We're going to drill down on the Masters here coming up at 2:40, but time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has the G-Bag of the day.
Hey, so I'm not mad at that slogan whatsoever, but you got to keep it in house.
Right,
Yeah.
There's too many snitches out here nowadays, or bootlicks.
Well, they entitled on themselves.
A whole lot of bootlicks out here snitching for what they think is social clout, maybe. I don't know. A pat on the back. Oh, thank you for telling us that.
Oh, yeah.
You're
a real
awesome
team guy.
for snitching on that guy. Thank you. You see they did the CD, right? Yeah.
Yep.
The CD's nose white, bro. Somebody went and straight up snitched. Like I said, I see it all the time on the fan text when we're talking about it. Well, guys, here's what it actually means. What a snitch, bro. I just explained it. And here you go. You got, well, really? Snitch, bro. All right, anyway, let's see here. This is day 3 for Bobby Belt's diss to the nosebleed seats, guys.
Yeah.
Is he looking for 4 today? Is that what he's doing?
Is that what it is? I thought, I don't know,
Looking for
man.
3 today?
We lost a day.
Yeah, he's looking for 3.
I don't know what he's looking for. He's not winning.
He ain't getting 5.
For him.
All right, here's your boy Bobby Bell from the morning show, the RJ and Choppy Show. Has a diss for Eric and Zach right here, the Nosebleed Brothers. And you guys were cooking up something in the studio, but I'm not even going to do all of that.
It had to be you guys. Had to be the Nosebleeds. I thought we were cool. Okay.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
That's the best part.
Stop and blare this music as I get into my story time. Zach and Eric blew it when they stopped Young Belted just for time. Burned a bit to know that they would go and pick a fight with me. I'll tourniquet these hoes because I know just how to stop a bleed. Let me start with Wolchuk and I'll send him to his mommy's arms. He thinks that he's LeBron, but let's be honest, can't play Bronny's part. Rhymes that hit so hard he'll probably leave here with a busted lip. I'll post that shit on YouTube and I'll title it a custom vid. Damn. Got me feeling like a two brute. Bet this should go 5 times and you have to hear it every day. Got that nostril plug, now the other one is trying to bleed. I forgot his name like he's out here repping Micah P. Does he ever talk? I just don't know how Brody got this far. Probably should go back to selling all those busted lemon cars. G-bag of the decade, get your vote right, she a follow. And get the EpiPen because these nuts you about to...
Very inappropriate.
Golly,
dude.
man.
I
That's
have
ridiculous.
A lot of disrespect there.
So much disrespect, right? So many lines.
It's amazing.
He crossed a lot of lines.
That was heavy-handed, wasn't it?
I
believe so.
would say so.
Yeah, that was top row.
There's almost no more lines to be crossed at this point.
No, whatever
we
you
can
guys
come off
do,
the top row.
No.
And at 420, I believe Wolchuk and Achia Follow are going to respond with their diss track reply. And I haven't heard it yet, but from what I understand, you guys might have crossed the line back. Oh, 100%. We took it. We cranked the volume up. I think they flew in HR from Houston actually. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know. We had to monitor the situation. We did have a pre-show meeting with some suits that were a little bit more threatening than I would have liked.
No,
but we're running with this thing, dude. If Bobby's going to drop kick us like that, we're going to donkey kick him back. Right,
absolutely.
Wow. 420.
Pants him and trip him.
Who's challenging today, Lucius?
I like how hip hop totally took that guy, that Don Fontaine dude. Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Like, he had a real career, you know what I'm saying? Out here voicing for radio stations, doing TV, trailers and whatnot, movie trailers. And now hip-hop was like, guess what, bro? Read this for me.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
It's iconic, dude.
It is.
It's iconic.
Fantastic.
Now, bro. Just a regular old radio guy right there. All right, let's see what we got for you boys. Texas Rangers. Let's go to Jonah Heim.
Jonah.
He made some serious contact against the Cubs. I think that was Monday night. There were some crowd mics. Crowd mics doing their job.
The pitch, Jonah swings, line drive, base hit into right field. Garcia scores, Smith rounds third. He comes home, the throw goes to third, cut off by Swanson, and then he drops the potential relay. So Young slides in safely, and at first base with a 2-run single is Jonah Heim, and the Rangers strike first here in Wrigley.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of numbers where the Rangers are doing well, but they have had some very key hits, some big hits and some home runs with 2 strikes in the count.
See what Jonah just did? I want to do that.
You might have just heard Marcus Semien. The crowd might catching Marcus's conversation with some fans in the first row by the on-deck circle. He'd say, you see what Jonah did? I want to do that. Here's Leody Taveras, the 9th place hitter, hitting for Texas.
Like that too, buddy.
I heard that driving around, and I thought, wow, they got the mic way too close to the fans.
I thought it was a fan too.
That's awesome.
Yeah. It is.
Let's see what else we got for you boys.
Marcus is our guy.
Yeah, I got that ring still. Thank you guys for retrieving that for you, boy. I haven't used it. It's put up.
Yeah.
Every once in a while I Google it just to see if the value is risen on it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I put it up for auction.
Thank you guys. Hey. I love that.
Is this Depeche Mode?
Duran.
Epic.
Yeah, I was doing some sweating to that today. All right, let's see. Kevin Harlan live from the Celtics Knickerbockers game. He had a mix-up during the read.
Tonight from Madison Square Garden, the NBA on TNT is brought to you by the new crispy tenders at CarMax.
Oh.
What? The way car buying should be. Can that be? What is that? Wait a minute. Hold on.
I'm holding.
Hold on. Are they serving tenders with cars? Are there tenders in the car?
There is. You're in?
We just had the marriage of 2 different sponsors, and it was ugly. Who wrote that?
Who wrote that?
Yeah. Only you can laugh about it.
Well, that just goes to show you, I literally will read anything they put in front of me without even looking like, holy cow.
That is legendary.
Nothing bothers him.
What?
He's the man.
Nothing bothers him.
He just makes it fun.
Just calls it out immediately.
Yeah, he just totally makes it fun.
And yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie D. Haynes. That is Frederick Douglass Haynes III. Long line of men standing on business right there in his family. We got a church that a brother was getting ready to get himself baptized.
Okay.
And he claimed to be Jesus right before being baptized. It got kind of weird.
Faith and trust in Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior.
I am Jesus Christ.
What?
What?
Huh? All right. Well, we're going to pause right now, and we're going to have a conversation with Jared a little bit more. So, Jared, have you placed your faith and trust in Jesus Christ as the Lord and Savior?
I'm not Jared. I'll agree.
Okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead and pause the service. Jared is having some theological things that he's dealing with. So, Jared, thank you very much. We're going to continue the service. All right? So, all right. Sounds good. All right. All right. Welcome to Catalyst Church. A little awkward beginning. That is for sure. Absolutely.
So
all right.
happy Sunday, dude.
Yeah, happy Sunday. So, Jared, go ahead and go out that way, please.
Go out that way.
He said, I am Jesus Christ, boys. Hold on.
We have a lake to dunk
Jesus
you in
Christ
the
as
back.
Lord and Savior.
I am Jesus Christ.
Okay. Says he has a little theological differences right now.
That was a perfect way.
We'll get back to Jared in a second, fam.
Perfectly soft
go ahead
way
and
to
go
put
out this
that.
way.
You are going to have to exit the room there, Jared.
we don't
Go
want
ahead
you
and
in
step
here
to that
anymore.
left, please. Ushers, would you go ahead and get Jared out of here for me, please?
Clearly
Thank you.
some confusion there.
Oh, that's
Let's get him cleaned up a little bit.
I don't know. I fear we might have just faded the second coming. Yeah, I feel like. Is it Bobby Belt, our
My man
two-time
said, hear me out. Hear me out, though. Hear me out.
Yeah, hear me out, man.
Hear me out, bro.
Trust me. Jonah Heim, crowd mic, catches the action as Marcus Simeon wanting to join the party. Still online. Kevin Harlan calling Boston and New York, now offering chicken strips with your tires, and a man claiming to be Jesus right before being baptized. Man, I'm going to go with Kevin Harlan, I guess. Chief, how about you?
I mean, I don't know how we're going to top Bobby's. I don't know how we're going to top Bobby's diss track. I got to give it to him, man. Got to give him his flowers.
All right. Lucius?
I'm not mad at that. Oh, shoot, man. We go to Texas Rangers. Crowd mic went to work right there, but I can feel like there's a Bobby and nosebleeds battle coming up at some point.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
We have Harlan.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Wait a minute.
I'm changing my vote from Harlan to Belt. Brian,
Okay.
what are you doing?
Is that puts it over the top, though, doesn't it?
It's 2-1 right now.
Bobby.
There it is. By a score of 3-1.
Well deserved, Bob.
Making him a 3-time champ and potentially setting up G-Bag versus New School tomorrow morning at 2:30 in the G-Bag of the day.
Potentially.
Okay.
I'm all for this.
We're out of our depth here, boys. I'm nervous.
I mean, if it's good.
That's right.
Yeah, if it's I haven't heard it yet. Okay, Chiafala's Masters report coming up next. Where are you taking us?
Tip of the cap to Scotty and the Skillet. But the Vets have a different pick to be your 2025 Masters champion. That's next year in the nation.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Simeon sisters?
Hazel Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone. And they're all prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Time now for a Masters report with the Chief. Here's Eric.
Scotty Scheffler back with the beard the same way he won it last year. He went clean-shaven in, 22 when he won the first time. And then he rocked the beard. Now he's back at it with the beard once again. He had a 62-foot birdie putt on hole number 4.
Let's go.
To get the proceedings going. And I believe he's finished the day 4 under in second place behind Justin Rose. So tip of the cap to Scotty Scheffler, and tip of the cap to the Scotty skillet that he put together for the champions dinner. We got some photos from it, and I will say, like on those Scotty style sliders.
Yeah.
Don't you want to see the melt on the cheese?
A little bit.
Like, don't you want that? When you get that burger slider, you don't want the cheese to, I just threw it on there at the end.
No.
You want that thing melted on there, right? We all
Looks
agree
like a
with
kid's
that?
birthday party.
We're not being nitpicky when we say that, especially when we're talking about a Masters championship dinner. Like, we're not talking you're in the backyard, whatever. Even though it crosses my mind no matter where I am if I don't have the melted cheese on the burger, but especially at the championship.
This is the
dinner.
Masters. There's like 100 people there, right? How many people are at this dinner?
It's not that many.
Not that many even.
But
put the trays in the oven, melt the cheese for 5 minutes, and deliver them.
But that's the problem. You got a bunch of older gentlemen.
Might not want the cheese or something.
Can't have the cheese that way. Yeah.
Well, make a select.
You have to be mindful.
Little effort.
You have to be mindful that you have guys like Gary Player and Tom
Are
Watson.
you saying at that age you can't have any cheese?
Well, it might be a dietary restrictions for
how
some
hard
of those
is
guys.
it to just not give them cheese then?
How hard is it to just preload on the Metamucil
Or
fighter
not make
thins?
cold patties.
I just kind of feel
It's
like
a cold patty, bro.
Trust me, I agree with everything everybody's saying. I'm just saying that Charles Cootie, who won this thing back in the 60s,
Chuck,
probably cannot have a bunch of melted cheese on a burger. And that's why
You probably shouldn't even have the burger.
and that's why you have
He's
a
got
lot
the cooties, got other things to worry about.
Yeah, he does.
you got all these
Poor guy.
you got
Damn rash.
these but you have a lot of these former champions order off the menu. So, to your point, yeah, we can have the cheese stretch and all that stuff like that, but if you do choose to have the actual champion's meal, there's probably some things that they are dietary restrictions for some of them.
Well, certainly just inexcusable more than anything. But the skillet was incredible. That passed the eye test. That looked like potentially, when you talk about like a BJ's Pizookie situation, it looked like that really,
with the ice cream
really
and the cookie?
times 2 or 3 in terms of the just the eye test.
Yeah.
Perhaps the greatest skillet cookie of all time is what was presented at the champions dinner. So
not that hard to
maybe
do.
they made up for it, but I think the melted cheese is just, let's be detail oriented here.
Yeah.
Ken Griffey Jr., you might see him on the outskirts if you're watching this weekend.
I can't wait till Chia follows like 60. I take that back. He'll still be eating like 4 patty burgers at 65.
There you go.
So
there you go.
He'll just fast.
I'll be
fast
dust, but
afterwards.
You just
that's it.
That's how you overcome it.
72 hours.
I'll be dust as he's doing that. But
You have a long weekend. All of a sudden, I'll eat on Tuesday. All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Ken Griffey Jr. at the Masters this year as a credentialed photographer. So you might be seeing him doing that.
Going the way of Randy Johnson, his former Mariner teammate.
Oh,
That's
that's
pretty
pretty
cool.
Yeah. Over 225 private jets arrived and departed Augusta on Tuesday alone, with another 1,000-plus arrivals expected now over the course of the next few days. Someone even flew 14-plus hours from South Korea. That seems to be the longest PJ excursion to the Masters this year. All the way
Probably
from
a
South
sponsor.
Korea. Yeah, it's a good call. That very, very well might be. A lot of the former champions have picked who they expect to win this year. And actually, it was Rory that was getting most of the love.
Been on a tear lately.
And he's sitting 2 under right now, 5 overall. Jordan Spieth, 1 over, 43rd.
I think he just finished.
Just got done for the day, 1 over in 43rd place.
10 years since the dub.
Yeah, nobody was picking him. But
Whoa. Nobody was picking Spieth.
maybe you take a flyer, huh?
One for fun. I'm sure the odds were good.
Man, he was on fire for like 2 years, wasn't he? That
He
was
really
fun.
was.
Why do you think people haven't gravitated to Scheffler as much, or have they? I just haven't noticed it. It seemed like Spieth had Dallas behind him.
Yeah.
Where Scheffler's like twice as good, maybe 3 times as good, and he's a Dallas guy.
Right.
I don't know. Some guys just don't resonate with the town, I guess.
No, that's true. Maybe they're just all kind of like pulling each other's fans because we got a lot of DFW representation right now. Will Zalatoris, Plano
Yeah.
guy.
I think he was +2 today.
Birdman of Plano.
Yeah.
Now, one thing we know that the Masters is just so like ridiculous in terms of the rules and like just how they want to set
How they
themselves apart from every other sporting event in all of the world. Not just for those who attend, but even sitting on your couch at home.
Yeah.
The things that the broadcasters aren't allowed to say.
Yeah.
They have a list of can't say.
Patriots?
I bet. I was about to say. I bet old Broadus, who's by the way looking fantastic in his Masters getup today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Very
Got the
dapperly in
green.
North Texas mean green.
Yeah, and I want to come back has been at Broadus, who's got even better gear.
That's true.
Than me.
Okay, so let's go.
Effing idiot.
Let's go ahead, Broadus, and see if you can nail these. There's apparently 9 banned words or phrases that you can't use on the broadcast because the Masters wants to be just classier and different than every other.
I don't know if I can come up with all 9. But
No problem.
Let's try with the fans are known as patriots.
That's right, patrons. You don't refer on the broadcast to fans; they're patrons.
They're patrons.
The rough is known as the second cut.
Nailed it. There is no rough at Augusta National.
It's not even rough; it's smooth.
It has something maybe to do something else with the greens. Man, that's it. What do I got? What else?
There's no more sand traps.
Oh, okay.
Bunkers.
It's a bunker.
How
Okay.
about brain farts?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Will they allow you to use the word brain fart?
I would argue that the word fart does not want to be
go
heard.
on a
I don't
Masters
I
broadcast.
actually think it's part of the rules. If you're going to attend it, you can't fart on the property
Is
Understandable.
in Augusta.
Is
It's a fart-free environment.
do they have something to do with the pine straw? Do they use the word pine straw more than something? Because they always talk about the pine straw, and I never hear any other golf tournament. Just because they don't have pine straw, but I don't know. That's not one of them.
I'm not seeing pine straw, but it could certainly be a part of that. Obviously, there's no back 9.
Oh,
What do they call it? The second 9?
I call it the second 9.
okay.
Let's see. You have no driving range. You don't mention a driving range. It's the tournament
warm-up area?
Practice area.
Practice area.
Practice area. Yeah. Okay.
There's no reference of country club or golf course. These are all things that you'll like get a text in real time if you're on the broadcast for this. Nance will get now. He's obviously buttoned up, but it's just Augusta National Golf Club.
Well, Gary McCord got fired from doing the broadcasting because the greens he said were slicker than bikini wax.
Oh, that'll get you.
And they said you're out.
What do you say instead of twosome? What would you say?
Couple.
No
Pairing.
Pairing.
There you go.
Pairing. Yeah.
Bully bully. Groupings, I guess, is another kind of standard that you can go for the trios. There's no 4th round.
Final round.
That's right. It's the final round.
The final.
Of course, Patrick DeMont probably call it the 4th round.
Yeah.
Shaq playing well.
Zing.
And then there's something about the sponsors or
One of the
whatever.
hardest working players in golf history, John Daly, right here.
They're called
The
partners.
4th round.
That guy gets it, man.
That's right.
They're called partners.
They're called partners, not sponsors.
It's the model
So I mean,
physique.
that's the
Yeah,
type of
it's partners,
stuff.
yeah.
Like, I wonder if Nance is he's done it long enough now to where he doesn't even think about it, or if he has to have like a list out in front of him, like the don't says, the
I
do
think
says.
they have the same crew generally doing all these.
They know what they're doing.
They know exactly what they're doing.
I would still have that printed out in front of me.
We all pulling for Scotty though, right? Is that what we're doing as a show?
Scotty style.
Sure.
I mean, I like a number of these players, but yes, I prefer Scotty.
I like Spieth because I'm family friends with the family. So
look at you.
I'll pull, but I pull for Dallas here.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Good look at the Masters. We'll keep you updated throughout the day. It's Justin Rose still leading 6 under through 12. Scheffler 2 back along with Connors. The 214 says, hey, G-Bag, this is Terrence from the 214. Bobby sucks rapping. Tell him to stick to his day job. LOL. Wow,
Oh no.
that's strong criticism. I mean, we're all grading on a scale here, right? You're talk show hosts.
Yeah.
You got to be gifted to actually be good at it.
Yes.
Sure.
I think he's pretty good myself.
I think Eric's got the flow.
Okay.
Oh, don't set the bar too high.
Nah, bro, you trust me. Between us, you're the guy.
Maybe between us.
You're the guy.
The nosebleed retort coming up at 4:20. So we are an hour and 25 minutes away from that. NFL news of the day coming up next. Bully, where is it?
Let's hear from Agent Zero, the schedule release rumors, and we got a Schmuck of the Week nominee. That's next.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag.
That's a lower fee product. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Cool. I mean, of course you have. Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens. I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Big day of sports, even though the Rangers are off, Mavs are off. Stars in action tonight against Winnipeg, and the NFL Draft is now just 2 weeks away. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Hell yeah, a week from today, Draft 101 right here downstairs at our showroom, 4131 North Central Expressway. Get here. It's myself, Bobby Belt, the great Brian Broaddus, Super Bowl winning scout. He's done this a time or two. We'll have our DallasCowboys.com team with us as well. Whataburger, they're going to feed you dinner. So, I mean, that's really the star of the show. That's the reason to come. Get some free Whataburger. But no sign-up necessary. Just show up at 645. 4131 North Central Expressway next Thursday, and next Wednesday, right down the street from our studios off of Henderson, will be at Shell Shack. So happy to answer your draft questions.
Yeah,
as well.
come eat some crawfish with me.
Going to be delicious. Going to be an awesome time.
Got good crawfish there.
Well, let's start with the Cowboys news. DeMarvion Overshone, Agent Zero. He's been making the rounds. Last week it was Good Morning Football. Yesterday it was NFL Live. Today it was the Up and Adams show with Kay Adams. And Kay did ask him, hey, Demo, when do you think you're going to be back on the field?
Look, if you ask me, it's training camp. I'm strapping up my boots towards the end of the training camp. I'm flying around. Now we just, we being safe. It's a long game. This is one of the things, as good as I feel, AP, 8 months warrior, come back, and have one of the greatest running back seasons ever. It's East Texas water. That's my guy. I got to talk to him about it. But, nowadays, being young in my career, it's something that you don't want to rush. So, probably start off on the PUP list, but I'm not throwing away starting off at week 1. Like, I'm never throwing it out the door. That's something I'm working for. Yeah, I'm working for that. So best believe when I come in here every morning, like I'm looking at playing week 1. That's what I'm working towards. But I know we got professionals and trainers that's been doing this for 2 decades, 3 decades. So I'm definitely gonna trust what they got planned for me.
They got the best, Britt Brown, Jim Maurer, etc. And Overshone is an incredible worker. I mean, the way he was able to come back from the previous injury. I saw Dak out there again today when we went and did the draft show. He's constantly out there. But these guys are going to get him ready as soon as possible. To his point, they're not going to rush him if he's not quite right. But that's exciting news. I was kind of just chalking this up to I don't know. I think you should probably go into the season not expecting to have Diggs and Overshone. And then if they do come back at any point, hell yeah, that's awesome. But just have the contingency plan in place. But DeMarvion Overshone, very confident, believe it, achieve it. And you know what? I'm not going to doubt him.
I'm more confident in Overshone than I am Diggs just because it's a microfracture and the history of microfracture, which is extensive. It's just you struggle to make it back in year 1 to what you were. I think he can still be pretty good. But, I think Overshone's just maybe week 5 type of deal. You're talking ACL, MCL, PCL with this. This isn't just a simple ACL recovery. It's a lot. But, hey, 5-6 months from now, I could see him in the mix.
Freak athlete, no doubt. And he puts in the work. I mean, that's kind of the big difference between those two from some of the whispers, the Overshown and the Diggs deal.
Yeah, the commitment level, I think, is through the roof with Overshown.
Well, if you're not committed coming back from micro, it might be done. Your career might be over.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. Hopefully, and we have seen videos of Diggs working out, so I'm hoping for the best in that scenario.
You said you mentioned seeing Dak. I know, Broadish, you've seen Dak out there rehabbing and stuff. Does he look considerably leaner to you guys?
Absolutely.
Thinner? Like, because they're calling him the Slim Reaper. His teammates are.
No, it's
saying he's dropped
accurate.
30-something pounds. I'm like, there's no way he could drop that much.
No, he looks.
You think this is the lightest he's been?
No, when we go to training camp, Dak always looks like he's in shape.
For sure. Like the last 3 years, I think he's looked considerably
But like
lighter.
225 or 230 in shape, not 205 as some of the
No.
reports have said.
He's not 205. I don't think. No,
he looks fantastic. Like the video that went viral of Jake Ferguson, like 50 pounds. Like that was a joke.
That's a joke.
He doesn't have 50 pounds to lose.
Yeah,
it's impossible. But he looks fantastic. He really, really does. Here's the other cut of Overshown. This was yesterday on NFL Live, and I love this because we got the draft 2 weeks from today. Of course, we'll have all the coverage for you. We'll have our Pluckers party. We'll be out at the Pluckers in Plano 2 weeks from today as well. Then Brian and I will head out to the Star for our coverage starting at 6 o'clock, and then you should make your way out to all of the Pluckers locations across DFW because we're having fan host representation all over. It's one of the best nights of the entire year here on 105.3 The Fan. But here was Overshown's advice.
I got somebody listening to the program today, and this guy just told me Dak is 228.
228.
Awesome. It's same as always.
You know how awesome it is to be 228 and be told how lean you look.
He does though.
You're a species man.
I know one thing. Like him and Britt Brown and those, they get after it. Those guys, when we walk by, I'm like going, man, they are out there, and it's like every other day. I mean, every day. I know I do a show out there every day, and I look out there same time. I mean, that's all you're asking, man. Guys like that with the consistency and stuff like that, because they'll get you right.
Work ethic, never question.
Just hope that Diggs kind of follow the same path.
I mean, the biggest mistake I ever made in my injury history was not rehabbing the ankle rebuild correctly, and it has tormented me for 20 years.
Yeah.
I had 6 months to do it, and I got laid off. My health insurance expired.
Well,
yeah, and
that's a big deal.
I was kind of on my own at like 26 years old, clueless, and royally screwed it up.
Can't you jump back on that right now, though? I believe you can,
it can get
brother.
better. It can get better. Yeah.
Okay.
I've made it, better at times.
You almost scared the hell out of me for a second. So, oh my God. What? What do you mean?
Now you're putting in the work, Lucius. Here's DeBarby and Overshown the advice to all of the draft picks that will be selected 2 weeks from now.
What would you say to those guys who are drafted in later rounds about what it takes to make it at the next level?
Remember where you right where you're supposed to be. Don't let that number beside your name wherever you get drafted, undrafted, because just being here in my short span of time, I done seen guys that was drafted at the highest and guys that was drafted at the lowest, and those guys, you couldn't tell which one was drafted the highest because the undrafted guy, he came to work every day with a chip on his shoulder. So please don't let that number discourage you of your worth, of what you put on tape all throughout college. Just know that you got it in you. Don't let the NFL scare you from what you've been working for your whole life.
I love it. It's a great perspective. 3rd round pick, might be the best pick of that entire draft class. What are you smiling about over there?
I'm just always these text messages I get every once in a while. I'm sorry.
They're negative texts.
No, they're actually really good.
Okay, thank God.
I
love you, whoever's texting in.
No, it's funny. I got something for Dawson when he's done.
Okay. Oh, perfect. Yeah. Great. We need that. But hey, rookie of the year 2 years ago.
Hopefully it's steroids.
It's
HGH.
Get my leg back.
It's advice.
Get some that BPC 157.
Hey, whatever you can mix in there.
Have you heard about this?
Say what?
These BPC 157 peptides.
Okay.
Peptides are like the new rage right now.
Oh, the
and that
peptides.
particular one can like solve your pain problem.
Okay.
It's
heal your body, bro. The peptides. Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
You jumping on the peptide game?
You can get your hands on them.
If you can get your hands on them.
A little bit tough to get.
Marijuana's better.
May or may not have a plug.
What'd you say? What?
What?
What'd you say?
I didn't say anything, did I?
Just saying about marijuana's better.
What did I say?
I heard you say marijuana.
You are in all green today,
My
bro.
guy, bro. That's my guy.
What? No, I didn't say anything.
No, it does.
I don't. When somebody Luce is playing drops back there.
I mean, Brian, you're not
I'm just
lying.
watching the Masters.
As you should.
And like my phone right now, people are having fun.
He's on that Mad Dog.
Happy 28th birthday to the 903 who just texted in. Okay, so I love that advice from Overshown. Then we've got, when is the schedule going to be released? NFL's Vice President Mike North was on a podcast earlier this week, said somewhere in the May 13th, 14th, or 15th range is our target. But he did say there's a chance he'd come out a little bit earlier. Not a set date because you never know. If we have it done by like May 7th, we present it to Roger Goodell. Commissioner says, hey, this is perfect. We won't change a thing. Then boom, we'll come out. We'll release it. I don't know how excited people get for the schedule release. Now they've pushed it back because now it's like they got to have something to look forward to throughout the entire year in the NFL. They do a great job with this.
I think it's a big deal.
I do too.
I think it's a really
still
big
get excited
thing.
about it.
Yeah.
I think for the Cowboys, I'm definitely wondering. I'm putting in the call. I think they're going to play the Jets at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. I think they're going to get the London game this year. We'll see. We'll wait for it, but I'm going to put in the call. If I'm wrong, I'll eat my words. I'll let Crow on that.
That's a really, that London trip is a blast.
That's going to be fun if they do. And it'd be 5:30 a.m. start on the pregame show.
Mm-hmm.
We'd be done by like 11:30, and then postgame goes till what, 2:30, 1:30. So it'd be a great day.
Be a long day.
Get in, get out.
Yeah.
Knock it out. But I think it would be an amazing experience. Maybe we could do G-Bag takes on London.
Dude, let's do that. We could do the G. We could do pre and post out there.
Shows in
Fish and
London?
chips.
Yeah, could we fulfill that because we also are doing the pre and post? Like, is there a way to make that happen?
Yeah, I think
so. 2:00 here would be 10:00 there. Do I got that right? Or would it be 8:00?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Would it be 8:00?
8-hour difference.
Is it? So it'd be
7 or 8 hours.
So it'd be 10:00 at night. So we'd be working like overnight in London.
Yeah, we would be.
Yeah.
The jet lag, whatever. We'd be
it would
fine.
be cool. It's a lot of fun.
We'll figure it out. And then, of course, Thanksgiving, like who are you going to play? That's always a lot of fun. We did get some draft intel from all 32 teams, courtesy of all the contributors, the beat writers for ESPN. Cowboys intel right now. Who do you think it's from? Well, that'd be our buddy
Todd Archer.
Yeah. What's the most telling thing team owner Jerry Jones has said about the Cowboys draft plans? Well, Todd writes, When it comes to the draft, Jones has kept all options open. He believes that depth in this class matches up with the Cowboys' needs. Doesn't believe they need to force a pick at a particular spot. So at least when it comes to the first round, Cowboys can go best player available. That could be a corner, wide receiver, lineman, or even running back. There's exception to every plan, and the draft brings that concept out really well. Jordan Reed added that he is still thinking Matthew Golden, Ted McMillan, Omarion Hampton would be possibly in play, and the team's expressed interest in running backs Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins as well from Ohio State. Don't think either of them are in play there at pick number 12, but certainly at 44. Would be tremendous options for you. So we are, getting closer to this. I'm still thinking as of today, we talked about this on the draft show. If I had to bet, I do think it'd be wide receiver. I'm going to lean Ted McMillan on this. Brian did go Matthew Golden, though.
I did.
Not because that's what you would do, because you think that's what they are going to
Maybe
do.
they will.
I think they're going to sell us on the idea, or they believe the idea that Mingo is their big-bodied guy, and they're going to go with a guy with speed.
That makes some sense.
They're going to go with a guy that can be a 50-50 catcher, but he separates better than most in this draft. And I kind of feel like that they're going to look at his legitimate speed and say, this is a guy that we don't have.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to sell us on the idea that they can use Mingo as that X on the other side and then move, if they want to move CD on the outside, they can put Golden on the inside. There's some flexibility that way. I think that they don't want to, I love McMillan. Don't get me wrong. I just am saying what I think they might be thinking.
Right.
Yeah.
Any of
I
those
can see that
receivers,
argument.
any of those receivers will be worth it, and certainly more worth it than the second, third, fourth best running backs.
Yeah.
Well, are you? Do you believe they're going to sell us on Mingo, or are you hearing that they still have faith in Mingo?
No,
they definitely do.
No, they're going to sell you on Mingo. They're going to do, when they have their pre-draft meetings. They're going to, and Archer's going to ask a question about wide receivers, and Mingo is going to be mentioned, and they're going to sell you on the idea that we had a high second round grade on him, and we still do believe that he could be this guy, this big bodied X that could go in there. We talk about his blocking, how physical he played. We talk about, he just has not ever had anybody that's thrown him the ball since college that's been very accurate throwing it to him. So to me, I could see them saying, we're going to see what we have in Mingo, and that's why I think they would consider drafting Golden, just because he is unlike anything else they have on their roster right now.
Sure. And I'd argue for Emeka Egbuka, but I don't know how they feel. So maybe he's not in play there, even though they did meet with Egbuka. We have forgotten about that. They've met with
all
Egbuka.
the top receivers.
They did. Burden as well. Schmuck of the Week nominee.
Ooh.
Per usual, we're going to New York, and we're going to the Jets, otherwise known as the Jeets. And it's going to be Woody Johnson, the team's owner. Now, they signed Justin Fields, who was a member of the 2021 draft class. He's going to be their starting quarterback. So when meeting with Rich Cimini of ESPN, he's asking him about Fields. And Woody Johnson said that he felt Fields and number 1 overall pick that year, Trevor Lawrence, were the top 2 quarterbacks in that class. Quote, I think Justin Fields is going to be a total winner for us. I've been impressed with him since his early days in college. It was Fields or Trevor, and I think he's going to be really, really good, Johnson said. Now, that would be fine, except the Jets did draft Zach Wilson 9 spots ahead of Justin Fields in that draft. He just totally forgot about that, I guess.
Well, that was Brick's decision.
Yeah, Woody's slept since then.
It might be a situation where they blame the GM for that. The owner really wanted one guy, and the GM talked him into another. I mean, look what happened in Atlanta. They sign a quarterback and draft a quarterback. Sometimes the owners are like, "What? What'd you just do?" No, wait, what? I can say, yeah, you're right.
It's bad.
It is bad.
It's
but
not good.
I know we picked Wilson, but it was really between Fields and Lawrence.
I think he totally forgot Zach Wilson was even in that draft.
Well, he just forgot Zach Wilson, that he's how bad Zach Wilson
And he's forgettable.
Played for him.
He had a forgettable tenure there. There's your NFL news of the day.
Thank you, Will Chuck. NFL news of the day every afternoon, 3 o'clock. Now, the Nosebleed diss track reply to Bobby Belt is coming up at 4:20 in just over an hour. But Mike Heika, DallasStars.com, joins us next in the nation.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you. Let your friends know that the hottest afternoon show in town is G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The...
Plus, True Green backs it all up with satisfaction guaranteed. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Segment of the Fan is brought to you by Permapeer.
Springtime can reveal many foundation problems. Permapeer is an expert in identifying and correcting foundation issues in DFW for over 30 years. When shift happens, go to permapeer.com to schedule a free evaluation or call 214-831-2167. Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Stars and Jets tonight at 7 o'clock in the AAC, and we're about to talk hockey here with Mike Hike at DallasStars.com. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, to go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Wow, those baby bald eagles are starting to get big.
They've gotten so huge, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
As Mike Hike at DallasStars.com joins us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, Mike. How the heck are you?
Excited for tonight.
Yes, sir. How good are the Stars' chances of stealing this division in the last week if they can win this one?
Even if they win this one, it's still going to be tough because I think Winnipeg would have the tiebreakers. The first tiebreaker is, I believe, regulation wins, and then regulation overtime wins. I think the Jets are in a good place on both those. The good thing is if they have a strong performance, if they get their confidence back tonight, they seem to finish out with 3 winnable games with Utah, Detroit, and Nashville, who are all going to miss the playoffs. So, I mean, on that side, the scheduling could help them. But it really would have to come down to the end because Winnipeg's a very good team and they find a way to win a lot of different games.
Have you observed any signs that maybe these third period meltdowns have altered their confidence in any way so far?
No, but Pete said yesterday, I thought it was a really good comment, that one of the problems with a situation like this, especially when it's 3 games in a row, is that the next time it happens, and it will happen, then the thought process is, oh no, here we go again, almost like a golf shot or whatever. The good part is that up until this little stretch, they were 35-1-1 in closing out games. I think they're among the leaders in empty net goals with 19. So literally for the 80%, 90% of the season, they were fantastic in third periods. I think they're 12-3-3 or something like that when tied after 2 periods. Like I said, they were 35-1-1 when leading after 2 periods. So this is a recent phenomenon. It is concerning, obviously, this close to the playoffs. But they've battled this in the past and been very good at it. So in that regard, you sit there and go, okay, well, they'll be fine. But there is that it plants a seed of, and this is what I think happened the other night, is you give up 1. Oh, no, well, let's just not give up oh, no, we gave up 2. Well, of course, we're not going to give up 3, and then 5 seconds left in the game, and there's a guy wide open in the slot. So it does get into your brain, I think, a little bit, but hopefully they find a way to deal with it.
And they're still 7-1-2 in their last 10 here, Mike. It's not like they're playing bad hockey, but certainly that could linger, and they need to stop the bleeding as early as tonight, hopefully. But what do you think is some of the biggest issues there with those late lapses? Is it just self-inflicted wounds? Is it defensively? Are they just not where they need to be right now?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. So literally for the last 12, 15 games, their record's been fantastic, but a lot of it has been based on goaltending. So I believe the last 11 games they have been outshot, which is something they have not done in the Pete DeBoer era. They almost always outshoot the opposition. So that's certainly a problem. Part of the reason they're getting outshot is they can't get the puck out of their own end at times. They get stuck back there, and then when they do get stuck back there, then that's when you take penalties. So when you're just spending time in your defensive zone, those are the teams that are the most penalized. Well, Stars have been one of the least penalized teams because they control the puck, they get it into the offensive zone, they play with the lead a lot. That's also a big thing. So they've actually been playing with the lead lately, but they're just making I don't know what it is. I think their turnovers are up, so that's either a physical decision where you just screw up, or it's reading the play wrong and the opposition sees where you're going. And then the other thing is, it's just getting the puck out. They miss Miro. They definitely miss Miro because that is what he does. As much as Cale Makar or these others who win the Vezina, not the Vezina, the whatever defenseman award is, my brain's freezing here. But those guys score points. Miro controls the puck. And it's like having a great point guard. And everything plays off of that. Everything he touches, there's ripples that come off of what Miro does because he calms them down. He gets the puck out. He makes a 5-foot pass to an open forward, and all of a sudden now they're going through the neutral zone with speed. And it's just a lot of different things. So that's a big part of it. But they got to find a way to deal with it because there's a really good chance he's not ready for the first round.
Don't feel bad about forgetting names. Broadus does it all the time here on our show, Mike.
Yeah,
it's Mike Norris.
Is it the Norris?
It's the Norris.
I was ready to chime in, and with the Norris, I was thinking, is it the Selke or the Norris trophy? Yeah,
it's a Norris. Hey, good job.
Good old Norris. It's our senior staff writer for DallasStars.com, Mike Heiko, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. You brought up Miro. Is there any new news on him? They seem to note during the broadcast that he for sure would be out of the opening round series. Did the Stars push back on that at all? And we did get positive news on Seguin today, right?
Yeah, well, and again, we've had positive news. Honest and truly, and again, I don't want to talk out of school because I don't know all of the numbers, but one of the big problems with Seguin is that he makes $9.5 million and he's on long-term IR. So then there are financial contract issues that have to be satisfied for him to play a game in the regular season. He hasn't gone through the physical contact yet, or at least not enough of it to put him in the lineup. But even if they do that, there's a chance he may not be able to play in an NHL regular season game. Now, Gabriel Landeskog, who's been out for 2.5, 3 years, is going to the minors, and there's a chance he might play in the AHL to get himself ready for a return for Colorado. And so I think that option is there for Thailand. It's called a conditioning stint, and you don't need any kind of contract changes to do that. So I think that option's there. But we asked Pete about it the other day. He said he wasn't really sure. A lot of all of this is they're not really sure. And to be quite honest on Pete, I think he got asked a month ago, is there a chance Miro could miss the first round? And he said, sure, there's a chance. I mean, we don't know. And he's kind of followed that answer, which I think is a very honest answer. They don't know. I don't think there's any chance Miro could play in the regular season, but then does that mean that by game 4, if it's 2-2 or, if game 5, it's 2-2 and he's skating and he looks good, could he jump right in and play in a key game 5 against Colorado? I think it's an option. I think it's something we don't know. And so a lot of this is how he responds and, what he does when he's on the ice. And then the other issue is that we've seen when Miro comes back off whatever little injuries he has, they play him for 25 or 26 minutes. They don't ease him into the game too often because you're a coach and you want to win, and he does 100 things really well. And so then I think the temptation is if you're going to put him in, you need to have him in a really good place because I don't think that they're very good at, like I said, that just giving him a shift here and there and seeing how he works it out. I mean, maybe they'll change. Maybe that'll be something they work on. But I truly believe that they don't know. I think it's a day-to-day proposition. They're going to have to get him out on the ice. They're going to have to get him with the team. They're going to have to work him against the boards and see how the knee holds up against, physical contact. And then we'll see. Like I said, if we get to the point where it's game 7, I think he's definitely that definitely changes a lot of things if they're to a place where they could be eliminated from the playoffs. But I honestly believe we're just going to have to take it day to day at this point in time. I do believe Tyler Seguin will play in game 1. I think he's in a place where he's ready. It's just a matter of how does he get himself ready. Is that do the Stars change some things around and let him play in a game at Nashville or Detroit, or do they just do they send him to the HL, or do they just run him through practice and put him out there for game one. But I think he's going to be on the ice for game one.
Mike Hike at DallasStars.com just painting the picture of, was that a possibility of a Miro return in game 7? That kind of gave me goosebumps right there. How dramatic would that be?
Exciting.
Well, it'd be great. And Pete's history in game 7, there'd be 100 things. There's so many goofy things in this potential series. One, Landeskog is their captain. Is Colorado's captain. He's been out for more than 2 years. He's really been working hard to come back. And then the question is he going to be ready? It looks like he probably will, but we'll see. The other thing is Miro Rantanen is like he was Colorado royalty. And now he's going to go out there and try and steal their thunder. And for whoever loses, if this is a first-round series, and I think it will be, whoever loses this first-round series, is their season's just it's going to be a punch in the gut. Because both teams have aspirations of winning the Cup. Both teams have made big moves, either in the off season or during the season. So it's going to be great. It's going to be a tremendous series. And if it were to go to Game 7 and Miro would come back, it would be great drama. I mean, I think the eyes of I think Florida and Tampa are going to be playing too, potentially. And, the eyes of the East would probably be on that. I think the eyes of the NHL West are definitely going to be on this series.
How much of an ad is Seguin coming off the injury and maybe a little rusty? What do you hope, or what do you think they get from him?
Well, there's two sides to all this. He's gone through the playoffs before, and he hasn't been healthy, and it has affected his playoff numbers. Like his playoff numbers are not near as good as his regular season numbers, and that's generally because he's been hurt in the playoffs. So that history is there. Second, I think he had 22 points in 21 games to start the season playing with Duchesne and Marchment, and that line at even strength, I think, was the best line in the NHL. So now, they're playing with Granlund right now. Would they go right back to Duchesne, Marchment, Seguin? If they do, can they get that magic back really quickly? If they do, then that's just amazing. Now you're talking about a second line that, might be even better than your first line. Your first line has Robertson, Henson, and Rantanen, which might be one of the better lines in the league as well. So you take all that, then the other third part is, if you really like Granlund and Granlund's playing well with Duchesne and Marchment, could you put Tyler with Jamie Benn and Wyatt Johnston? And Tyler, when he's gotten a chance to play with Jamie Benn, as he did for, the better part of the previous 10 years, he's actually looked pretty good in that role too. So it's just a lot of, I think Tyler's going to be great. I think the fact that he's worked really hard to get through this, the fact that he had his first child, it's just things that I think help a player get centered and get in a place where they can perform well in these situations. So we'll see. But in my mind, I think he's going to have a really good playoff.
Well, thank you for all those insights and knowledge, Mike. That was terrific. And enjoy the run, sir. Maybe we'll chat with you soon.
That would be great. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Yes. Mike Hike at DallasStars.com breaking it down. And a couple exciting things there at the end. Seguin's potential impact, Miro returning. But this series with the Avs is going to be an absolute war. And whoever loses is just going to feel gut punched because either one could win the Cup, but also will be out first round, one of the two. Diss track coming up at 4:20. The Nosebleeds response to Bobby Belt, who went upside their head after they refused to vote him 5-time G-Bag of the Day champ. They will reply to that coming up at 4:20. But Krusty's Corner is next, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, which one of these defensive players in this draft fits Matt Eberflus's scheme the best? We'll do that next.
Portillo's your home is your biggest asset, and protecting it.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
To track and enhance your results. 5 DFW locations, expert providers, 972-GO Men's Tea, mensteaclinic.com. Salute.
The Rangers are off today in Seattle, and tomorrow night begin a 3-game series against the Mariners. Hi, everyone. This is Matt Hicks, inviting you to join Eric Nadel, Jared Sandler, and me. Our coverage of tomorrow's game gets underway at 8 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. We are now just 2 weeks till the NFL draft. It's time for Krusty's Corner. Former Cowboys scout, Super Bowl champ Brian Broaddus, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you very much to Reliant as well. Before I get started, too, Eric and I did a Love of the Star podcast for you this morning.
We sure did.
So,
yeah, baby.
After our show today, if you feel so inclined to get on the treadmill or go out for your walk, put it on in your ears, check it out. I thought we did a pretty good job today.
You are on fire, dude. I mean, you are so locked in right now. We're 2 weeks out from the draft, and you are just getting buckets at a rapid rate.
I'm trying.
You're like Caitlin Clark versus the scrub volunteer dudes at Iowa. You're going 22 points in 2 minutes.
Some of those shots she knocked down were like good 30 feet away
Pulling up from half court, draining
off balance, off dribble. You're like, what is happening?
Crazy how I was like, going, how about get a hand in her face? I guess not. I mean, she was knocking them down. And tomorrow, guys, we're going to do the wing challenge. So we talk about that with the wings, with the honey barbecue, with the blue cheese.
Blue cheese.
Is that what we were talking about tomorrow?
That's right. Wow. 'Tis the season for Plucker's
I think
wings.
we were
Why
trying.
not?
We'll do a bunch of different sauces and stuff, but I wanted to make sure that we wanted to see if the honey barbecue worked well with the blue cheese. Right?
Now, are you making these wings?
No.
Or what are we doing here?
I'm going to go buy these things.
Okay.
I'm going to go buy 100 of them or so, I guess. I don't know.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, we can eat a lot of wings, can't we? Dawson, we can eat these wings, right?
Said we. You mean you looking at the guy that can eat it? His name is Eric, right there.
Oh no, hey,
Eric
Guilty
can put
as
down
charged.
40 easy.
Yeah, exactly.
37's my record. Bone in.
We need 150.
Yeah, but kind of. How many did you eat that one time in 2 minutes? Was it 16?
Oh, it was. That's a good question. I think it was 15.
15?
15, yeah.
15 wings.
And beat-ups.
And we figured
but
out.
remember, he got the rhythm late.
Yeah,
he figured out his
we
technique
figured
late.
out they need to be warm.
They have to be fresh, but they slide off the bone.
Yeah,
because the second time I tried, it was like an hour after I had ordered it. And the cold, it sticks. Those wings stick to the bone.
Stick. So yeah, we're
not conducive for speed.
Yeah, I'm gonna order up a bunch of wings for us tomorrow and bring them in, and we'll do our taste test. But for Friday lunch. So excited about that.
Thank you.
And again, excited about next Thursday of our Draft 101. And like I've encouraged you even if you're a fan of the Cowboys, not a fan of the Cowboys, please show up if you're interested in the draft. We'd love to have you here. And thank you to our guys, Travis and those guys at Whataburger for providing all the food for us. They do a tremendous job. All right. I ran across some of the draft content, and this comes as I've been kind of looking at Pro Football Focus. They've really kind of locked into some draft specific stuff. And I thought this was pretty interesting. Can you guys tell me what scheme you would think? And because it wasn't part of it. What scheme would you say that Brian Schottenheimer lends himself to? Because and I ask you this question because I got an idea of Matt Eberflus. I got an idea of how Eberflus calls defense. But I don't know, and the way they kind of broke this thing down, they've got the Shanahan scheme, which is the notable play callers of Kyle, Kevin O'Connell, Mike McDaniel, Clint Kubiak. That's the Shanahan scheme. Successful outside zone run scheme, explosive plays created via play action, maximize yards after catch. That's Shanahan's scheme. Not our guy, right? That's not our guy.
No, I don't feel like that Schottenheimer.
Okay, not Schottenheimer. All right, let's go down to the next one. Modern spread RPO scheme.
Yeah.
Notable play callers: Andy Reid, Nick Sirianni, Kellen Moore, Shane Steichen.
Yeah, I think there could be some of that.
Might have some of that.
Efficient inside zone run scheme.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was Clayton Adams with the Cardinals.
Okay, yeah. High RPO rate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, creates mismatches versus man coverage.
Yeah, that's kind of what he was talking about that he wants to try and do.
Okay, we'll circle back on that one. I couldn't quite think about what, but let me give you the last one.
Well, play action. I think he's a big play action guy.
Yeah, let me give you the last one then. Multiple run read option scheme.
More of that.
This is Todd Monken. This is Cliff Kingsbury. This is Greg Roman pre-Chargers.
Okay.
Do you still feel that he falls in the multiple run read option scheme is quarterback-centric offense that allows for dual threat quarterback?
No.
Multiple run schemes that include pullers, misdirections, and options.
Yeah, I think the multiple run scheme, I agree, but not anymore. With I don't think Dak's a guy that's going to be doing a whole lot of running right now.
No, but it's just the threat that he could steal 5 yards from you. And I think he's credible enough. We're not trying to run him a lot. We're just running that action to get the look. And if they ignore him, then he'll take the free halfway to a first down, but avoiding contact at all costs.
Sure. Okay, and the last little category in that one is varied passing game depending on type of passer.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you feel like that Schottenheimer's that one, the multiple run read option guy?
Yes.
Or do you feel like he's the modern spread RPO scheme guy?
I don't think it's the RPO stuff as much. I think there's elements to a lot of this stuff because I'm kind of looking at what the Cardinals were doing. It seems like Schottenheimer's broadening his own personal horizon. So whatever it was that Schottenheimer's done in the past isn't necessarily based on the coaching staff that he's brought in, what they're doing now, which I think is awesome because he's willing to evolve. So what was Drew Petzing and the Cardinals doing? I was waiting for his name to pop up there, how they categorize him, because I think there's going to be some elements to very versatile in the way they attack you in the run game in terms of inside zone, man, outside zone, counter, pull, lead, power. All those are going to be in the mix there on the menu.
That'd be multiple runs.
Yes. And then you have the McVay factor of the cut splits and the blockers that, wide receivers that really get involved in the run game from a blocking standpoint.
Reduce
and multiple
formation.
personnel grouping. So I think there's elements to a lot of these guys based on what the Cardinals were doing, and that's where you got your OC Clayton Adams.
Okay, we'll circle back on that one tomorrow. But I want to, since on defense they've tagged Matt Eberflus. And Matt Eberflus falls under the zone-based 4-2-5 scheme.
Bend, don't break.
Yeah.
Sure.
4 down linemen, 2 linebackers, 5 defensive backs.
Funnel everything inside, keep it in front of us.
Yeah, these are the notable play callers that do this. Bob Saleh has got this one. D'Amico Ryans, Matt Eberflus, and Shane Bowen are the zone-based 4-2-5 guys. Okay. What are the goals for the 4-2-5? Apply pressure with 4-man rush, low blitz rate.
That's right.
Okay. High zone coverage rates, generally cover 3 or cover 4.
Yeah.
Penetrate interior gaps in run defense. Okay. That's what they kind of say.
That's why Osa had to come back.
3-tech. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so that's the 4-2-5 cats. Okay. Here's the players in this draft that fit a 4-2-5 scheme, okay, according to Pro Football Focus. At edge, Shamar Stewart, Texas A&M. JT Tuimoloau, Ohio State.
Hell yeah.
Interior defensive tackle, Mason Graham, Michigan.
Yep.
Interior defensive lineman, Jermary Caldwell, Oregon. Linebacker, Demetrius Knight from South Carolina.
They met with him.
Linebacker, Jack Kaiser, Notre Dame.
Okay.
Outside cornerback, Johnny Barron from Texas.
There you go. He's the best in the business.
Outside corner, Darian Porter from Iowa State. Slot corner, Jacob Parrish from Kansas State.
Let's go.
Safety, Andrew Makuba, Texas. Safety, R.J. Mickens from Clemson.
South Lake's own.
Yeah.
Let's go, R.J.
Okay, so it's what they're talking about here is as they make this presentation is that they want to start with Mason Graham as a potentially dominant 3 technique at the NFL level, who is very highly graded by Pro Football Focus. There's some changes in this. They think of pass rush development with Stewart and Tuimoloau. Yeah. I'm not sold on Stewart's pass rush.
Me either.
And Tuimoloau, I don't think rushes the passer at all.
I wouldn't say at all. I think he's more of a power rusher than he's a speed rusher.
Right. But both these guys would be better. They play with more power than they do moves.
Agreed.
Right. So they don't free themselves as much.
Sure.
Okay. On the second level, Jack Kaiser. What do you think of Jack Kaiser from Notre Dame?
I mean, super instinctive player. I mean, the dude, he's a really good open field tackler. I mean, special teams wise, he's going to be able to contribute right away.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he ended up making plays that athletically, I'm like, how in the world did he get there?
Yeah.
You know, because he's not the fastest guy in the world, but I think he really understands leverage and angles. And he's a good pursuit player because of that. He wraps up well, brings ball carriers down. But, yeah, he does lack some, like, general athleticism, but I think that he's football fast. I don't think he didn't test great.
No.
But he's faster on tape than what he tested.
They really like Knight for his elite coverage, is what they say. So they like Kaiser for the run defense, and they like Knight for the way that he covers.
Yeah, he's good in zone coverage.
Very
for
good,
sure.
very good.
I don't love him in man, but he's great in zone.
Okay, the zone coverage ability, the theme of the secondary, we have that in spades here with Barron and Porter ranked first and second among the cornerbacks when it comes to cover grade in 2024.
I'm pretty out on Porter.
Okay. If we combine coverage of across the snaps in cover 3 and cover 4, Andrew Makuba and R.J. Mickens both rank in the top 3, the power 4 safeties. Parrish rounds out the group as a solid zone player himself who could play in the slot. You love Parrish. I love Parrish. We love Makuba, right?
Yeah, love Makuba.
Do you think you have to take Makuba? We would have to take Makuba.
Second round.
I think so, too.
I think Parrish could get there in the third.
But there's people, if you look at the beast, Dane Burglar thinks that Makuba's a 4th-round player.
He does. So, I mean, there could be some, maybe Makuba could make it to you at 3.
Man, I don't know about that. I just don't know how you watch Makuba's tape and not see him.
His safety rankings were very interesting.
Very interesting there. So those are the players that Pro Football Focus has as best fits for a 4-2-5 scheme. We all do really, really like. I like Porter more than you, the Iowa corner. I like his length. We all love Barron. We love Graham. The edges I'm not really sold on with this group.
I like JTT a lot.
I mean, as far as pass rush.
Yeah.
I
get what you mean.
Okay.
So you're zeroing in more on scheme fit here as we approach 2 weeks to draft.
Yeah, how about that?
I love it.
How about that?
Do you think you can isolate it? Is it that important that in that group of players that fit that scheme, they have a significantly higher probability of being picked?
I would say it's an interesting way to do things.
Yeah.
I mean, like I say, if I could figure out what exactly that Schottenheimer wants to do offensively, and if it's the pin and pulls and the things like that, it's the movement, the line stuff.
Let's see what kind of players that
you got. Yeah, you could fit those guys. Absolutely, you could fit these guys. You could zero in on guys they would like just on potential scheme fits here.
I can't wait to watch this offense in Oxnard. That was a great primer for it.
Yeah.
Draft 2 weeks away. Our path to the draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning every afternoon, 3:40. Nosebleeds reply to Bobby Belt is now 23 minutes away. It's coming up at 4:20. Let's talk baseball. Some Rangers are struggling, but is this Ranger back to his World Series form at the plate? That's coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I have to chat with you about my friends at PermaPure Foundation Repair, Texas owned and operated. These guys are...
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Let's do some Texas Rangers news as they are off tonight, but had a heck of a win yesterday against the Chicago Cubs, 6-2, and there is a good round of updated news to talk about with this baseball team, including the possible reemergence of a 2023 hero into his World Series form. Okay, they're going to visit the Mariners tomorrow night, starting at 8 o'clock here on The Fan with the pregame, so it looks like you'll get a 1-hour Fan After Dark tomorrow night. You're getting the full deal tonight, and Blake was at the AAC last night, so I can't wait to talk with Blake here coming up at 6:40. But we have some good momentum going into a matchup with the best pitching staff of the American League. The Rangers scoring 6 runs in back-to-back games. And get this, game time temps in Seattle, mid-50s.
Yeah.
They'll feel balmy.
Yeah.
After that experience there in Chicago, weather will not be a factor. Obviously, that is an open-air but retractable roof stadium, so that's probably still long sleeve under the jersey weather, I think, for a lot of guys. Mid-50s starts to feel a little nippy here You know?
Oh, yeah.
You got North Texas blood flowing through you?
Especially because you usually get a breeze with it that hurts a little bit.
Yeah. Now, when I lived in Seattle, you get used to it.
Yeah.
55 is damn near shorts weather.
Yeah, I think
70 degrees, we're jumping in pools.
Yeah.
You know? It's crazy.
I have never been to Seattle where the weather was bad. It was like one of the... And I've been to Seattle probably 8 times. And not one day was it ever like rainy and miserable and all that. I've always gone... I was talking to Snyder about that. I'm like... At first, he was saying, man, it's just miserable. It's kind of depressing out here.
Did you always go in July or August?
I always went at some time during the football season. Or I would go to a preseason game. Scout a game.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
And I'd show up, and it was beautiful. When I was at Texas A&M in 1990, we opened the season at Husky Stadium.
Oh, cool.
Beautiful there. I've never had a bad experience in Seattle with weather. And people are always like, oh, it's raining and cold and all that. And I'm like, I don't know, bro.
Well, I wish I could say the same. You know, it was depressing. Like, it is real.
That's what John said.
It's gray for 9 months.
Yeah.
You know, and the lack of sun, it does things to your body. You need that. You need those vitamins coming from the sun.
Maybe you're the key, Brian. You're the good luck charm. You just need to move to Seattle, and then it's going to be sunny
I'll tell you
and beautiful.
What, I didn't hate Seattle. I didn't hate it. I mean, there's
a lot to like about it.
There's
Amazing
a lot.
restaurants,
I mean,
good scenery.
their downtown is kind of cool,
well, especially for a seafood lover like you.
Walking around, oh yeah,
A little hilly,
eating.
A little hilly for me, but not a bad place to visit. I think if you're looking for a Rangers road trip destination for the summer, get out of the heat.
Yeah.
You know, right around July and August, it's usually like 82 degrees. Rangers are still allowing the most base stealers in the game of baseball.
It's sad.
Which is it's kind of weird considering how experienced most of their pitching staff is and how good Heim has been throughout his career. But I think the Cubs stole another 5 on Tuesday. Yeah. Didn't have a lot of base runners yesterday, or they might have swiped another half dozen or so. But I like the story from Evan Grant today in the morning news with the headline, Texas Rangers taking drastic issues with throwing out base stealers personally. And this is catching instructor Bobby Wilson. He's the one taking it personally. Yeah. They've allowed 13 steals in their previous four game home stretch.
Have they had one caught yet?
No.
So
that's like
that a pitcher got one.
Yeah,
but a catcher hasn't.
Oh, there was right there. The pitcher got the guy.
Yeah,
who left early.
There was a step off and throw
ball. But that's not a real one. That's kind of just a base
I think it was
running
Martin
error.
got him. I think Martin stepped off and threw, and they got him at second. Yeah.
But, I mean, if you calculated that into, like, opponent OPS plus steals, you're just giving up free doubles. Every time a fast guy gets on first base, it's basically a double, and that is devastating. Doubles win games. So you're putting guys in winning position. It's amazing that they're 9-4. But so Grant looked into what's called pop time, which is the time the ball hits your glove, you got to pop up and get that to second base. And Jonah Heim right now is at 2 seconds flat, 2.00, which is exactly league average. So if you're league average at that and you're getting no throwouts, it kind of points to the pitching staff, which is, kind of what Heim, I think, was poking around at very respectfully the other day when he joined us, that we're just trying to make the pitchers more aware.
No question. And I also think it's a credit to some of the teams that they've played. I mean, Boston, that speed jumped off the screen. The Reds, same thing.
Tampa.
And the new rules.
Tampa
the rules have definitely made it a lot easier.
Well, you can't pitch over there. You can't hold.
No, 100%. But you're right. I mean, and Boch talked about it post-game, talking about the pitchers. Like, this is a pitching thing. They've got to make it to where your catchers have the opportunity to throw somebody out. And right now, they're failing at that.
So Higashioka's pop time is 2:04. Not that bad. Not much worse than Heim. Heim was 197 in 2023. I can't imagine 300ths of a second are making that much of a difference in here. I don't even know if the naked eye could interpret 300ths of a second. But this is something to look at. I think it's probably more of a Mike Maddox thing, the pitching instructor. And if it's on his plate, he's going to get it fixed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They have to. It just feels like the emphasis needs to be tenfold of whatever it's been.
Yeah, and I love this for my teams. We're not hiding from it. We're talking about it. We got a big problem here, and let's go ahead and get this fixed. Among the good news, how fired up about Tyler Mahle are you right now with that performance yesterday? His longest outing since 2022, and I I might say it's the biggest reason you didn't get swept, because they were crushing you. They scored 8 runs per game in the first 2, and all of a sudden they can't get jack squat. So I think that the fact that you shut down that Cubs lineup, and he's already got a great reputation. He says he's just trusting his stuff more right now, living over the plate instead of trying to make guys swing and miss so much, and he's just got to stay in the zone. If he can be anything close to this, you are going to have a great 1-2-3 in your rotation.
Remember that Jared was telling us yesterday about him, how he has such good control that he's able to, take the ball and work it low, bring it up. I mean, it wasn't like you said. It wasn't just like, okay, I'm struggling throwing strikes. But the control, the ability to make hitters adjust. Jared was saying the eye level,
yes,
of these batters,
because he's throwing it in the zone and they're still missing.
But
Yes.
but it's like he's taking his fastball and he's elevating it, or he's taking his slider and he's dropping it and making it look different. But he's moving the eye level of the hitters, and I thought that was a pretty darn good explanation of
100%
that he was able to have that kind of control where sometimes these guys, we was talking about, Kumar Rocker not always having control.
Yeah.
It's great for Mahle to be able to do that the last couple of times out, that he's been able to manipulate the strike zone like that.
Well, he's only throwing like 90 mile per hour with his fastball.
Yeah.
So, and it's essentially 2 pitches that he's been working with at least yesterday. It was the fastball and the splitter. So, I mean, look, that was an outstanding performance. You got to hope that you can carry that on.
Man, yeah, you keep getting 6-7 innings out of a guy like that. That's incredible. The length that he can provide in the rotation and how that saves your bullpen. Like, if that can be consistent, that's special.
He was really damn good prior to the injury. And hopefully he's getting it figured out.
I'm sure Gray and Bradford will be back. Maybe it's going to be a while, but you have Leiter and Rocker. Like, there's 7 starting pitchers here that could go win you a playoff game. I think they have that level. Justin Rose, 8 under through 16. He's dominating the first round of the Masters. Just had to cut a ball out of that straw grass stuff, and he had to cut it to bring it around the tree and towards the green. He'll probably save par from just off the green on 17 here. Scheffler is 4 back along with Connors. McElroy's through 12, 3 under, so he can make a late run here.
He's got a couple of par 5s. I think he's playing one right now.
All right.
That he might be able to make some ground up here.
But I teased, the idea of a bounce back year. Jonah Heim hitting 310. I do believe the G-Bag blessing is back in a big way. He joined us Monday. In those 3 games, he raised his average 25 points. He drove in another 4 runs, hit a bomb yesterday. OPS 931 with 3 homers. The walk-off single Sunday. I think the interesting thing here is they bring in Higashioka.
There you go.
Some guys do better when they're challenged.
Yeah, I think the fact that he realizes he doesn't have to be the guy.
Oh,
I think
that took pressure off.
I asked him 150 games.
I asked him that question, and I'm like, hey, I know you caught all those games, the championship, but having a dude that you can at least take a day off and not have to worry about getting hit with a foul tip and doing this and that, does it kind of keep you fresh? I think he's barreling up a lot of balls though, man.
Yeah.
His bat, I don't know if he's using a torpedo bat or not, but man, he is doing a good job of getting that bat through the strike zone and making contact when he has to.
Yeah, I saw Jared with the numbers today, just comparing Jonah Heim at the plate from last year to this year. And, he's up considerably in exit velo, launch angle, barrel percentage, and hard hit percentage. So all those things are up. And I think he's the guy that you could point to the most. We were talking about it in general, about the entire team in the lineup last year, about just the general fatigue factor.
He was tired.
Going from the World Series to then quick turnaround last year. But I think he is at the top of that list of guy that could most use that as an excuse for last year.
Absolutely.
And now you couple him with Higashioka and a fresh off season. You're seeing just what a benefit that's been for Heim this year.
It wasn't even really just the World Series. Jonah had to be your full-time catcher for 3 straight years.
Yeah.
That was something they were really hoping Sam Huff would develop. They just didn't have anybody else that could really platoon for him at a consistent basis, even when they were essentially fielding a AAA team. Jonah's out there catching every single night. The wear and tear on your body over the course of multiple seasons, and then you add on an extra month with a World Series run, and he caught every single game in that postseason.
He was a playoff hockey goalie, is what he was. He was playing every night,
standing on his head
every night. He was having to play. Yeah.
Okay, and then the Langford story. We're hoping to get a good update on that tomorrow. I think after this day off, how is the oblique progressing?
Please God.
I do want to say, if I'm the organization here, if I'm CY, I might go and have a quiet conversation with him about, like, you probably have enough power if you never picked up another weight to hit 40 bombs. You are so damn strong. I know you like to flex in the mirror. In your off season, you're probably walking around shirtless all the time. I don't blame you.
You should be.
Okay. But what if we did a little bit more yoga and pull-ups and dips and some air squats and just tried to be flexible? Let's see. If it doesn't work out and you want to get back in the weight room, good. But, man, we got a whole lot of muscle going on here, buddy. And it seems like the oblique, might be a result of that.
Yeah,
pretty tight. Rule that out.
Maybe tightly wound up a little bit.
Tightly wound.
And I was trying to like put this together because we were talking about it yesterday, and it's like Adolis Garcia's dealt with this a little bit. Wyatt Langford, you're trying to like identify whether or not that body type is the reason why. Are you almost too muscular?
I think Seager's had some obliques.
But then I remember that Nathaniel Lowe had an extended oblique last year.
Yeah, that's
I thought,
right.
well, that go ahead and that screws that theory up.
I wouldn't.
And I love Nathaniel so much.
I just think that
the hypothesis was one thing, and then Nathaniel Lowe.
It's just part of playing baseball.
What's the injury a fat guy can have?
That might be from too little exercise.
This was the other way.
What's a fat guy injury? Is there a fat guy injury?
Isn't it the hamstring?
Calf?
Back? Calf. Wow. Shots at pulled muscles.
It just popped into my head. I don't know why I just asked that question. I'm thinking fat guy injuries. Oh, calf. Oh, okay. Don't bring that up 41 points later.
Jeez. Okay, coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation, without further delay, the Nosebleeds response to Bobby Belt. A diss track has been laid down. Chief's nervous. He's sweating bullets over there.
I am. This is not my wheelhouse. I'm out of my depth here.
He's the one that has to sing on this, so I understand.
And like there's so many emotions involved. Like actually being in a real rap beef, that's a lot to handle. It's a lot to take on emotionally.
I like you.
I love Bob.
I like you in this fight.
I had to kill him.
Sleepless nights.
We had to kill him.
Wow, that's a big promise, and we'll get the payoff coming up next to the G-Bag Nation. I want to.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen this before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Razor Babes.
That's Squad?
Nutmeg Maybells?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maybells.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. It's time for not only Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420, but a little bit of G-Bag history, as I'm sure we'll be playing this for years to come. Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk replying to Bobby Belt's diss track Takedown that is currently G-Bag of the Day champion. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here he is, Zach with an H. Your Bully Bully.
Thank you very much. Happy National Siblings Day to all of the siblings out there. If you've got a brother or sister, make sure you send them some love today. I will have the top 10 most iconic sibling athletes in pro sports. This is going to be based on searches, okay? So think like who is...
Oh, Rowdy Beers and Rhonda Beers.
The most popular, the trendiest. I do love the Beers. 100% they're going to be an honorable mention on this thing. They didn't quite crack the top 10.
Not yet, Walter. Give him time.
But, Rowdy's going to make it. He sure is. 877-881-1053. You can let me know who do you think the most iconic siblings in sports are. But... we did have to respond to one Bobby Belt.
We didn't want to. We had to.
We had to.
This is going to hurt us more than it hurts you, Bob.
It was not a squabble that we wanted. Honestly, we didn't think that this was that big of a deal. We knew how the show works, that Bobby was going to get an honorary 5-time. He did quality work with his diss track to Peyton and RJ.
Didn't expect him to cry about it. That's for sure.
No, I didn't expect tears. I didn't think that he would be going back and crying to mom. Oh, wait. But yeah, it's one of those things where
this is going to hurt a little bit. This might hurt a lot a bit. This might be offensive to some folks. We may or may not have crossed the line.
But diss track should be offensive.
We're trying to put an end to all this.
I do want to say kudos to you though, Eric, for doing all the vocals on this. I stayed out of that. Hey. I'm tone deaf, and I didn't think anybody needed to hear that. But you have had a history of singing on the show, and the last time you sang, it was absolutely beautiful.
That national anthem was pretty special.
I tell you what, and under some. Influence of alcohol too, right? Wasn't that was that a shot day there at Shakerton's?
That was a Shakerton.
That was Shakerton shot day is what that was. National shot day, and you obliged.
Crushed it. Yeah. I could use a little Shotsky right now. I got those pregame butterflies.
You know what? We got this.
I feel bad for what we did, but I think he deserves it.
He does. Let's fire it off.
Swing by and take the belt to the Bahamas. Bobby belting out his feelings, now he's coming for the crown. All we do is lift him up, he just wanna bring us down. How quickly he forget we were the only ones around. When Bob was spitting takes off from his basement underground. The bleeders put him on and the Tolos turned him off. Cause Dax is baby boo, he ain't even Jared Goff. Quit lying about the golf. Petty little female, I'll call you Laura Croft. Your family in a loft. Boy, get them girls a house. If anyone deserves it, Bob, you know it is your spouse. Ooh. So stop with all the drama. Nosebleed seats don't even wanna. Cause all of us would hate to see you end up like your mama. She's dead.
We're not done.
With them T's, without beats. You ain't got no J.O.B. Here comes B.O.B. With them T's, without beats. You ain't got no J.O.B. Come on, B.O.B., get off the D and catch some G's, cause we know it, this show is better when your weak ass oversleep. Stay in bed, boy, I don't wanna hear a beat. Better not wake the woolly bully, aka the beast. Shout out Shaw Sharif, RJ Choppy, Pepe Russell, them the boys we wanna keep.
Wow.
Wow, that was explosive.
Covered a lot of ground there.
Well done. A lot of ground. Yeah. That was good.
I'm proud of you, Eric. That was good delivery. But I think that lyrically, I thought we did a good job.
That was fantastic, boys.
I had to exhale a little bit after that one.
Well done. Okay, so we'll have to see how Bobby receives that.
Is that a fact about Bobby's mom?
Yeah, he'll let you know about that.
My God, bro.
Yeah.
I thought that was way over the line.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, man, you got to win sometimes, you know.
If you check your text messages, we do have Bobby's reply.
Oh, did Bobby hear that?
Yeah, Bobby's heard it.
He still has a pulse?
Yeah, he's got a pulse.
Oh, he's living? I thought he was sleeping.
He said, damn, it fire, though.
Wow.
Can I read that first part?
You can read it all. Bobby replies, Joke's on you. I'm glad my mom is deceased, so Zach can't DM her.
I already did in heaven.
Wow. Okay. Quite a development here. And that, I don't know, that might have gone over the line. If I'm Bobby Belt right now, I mean, knowing his modus operandi, he's probably already in his home studio. You said it's a loft? He doesn't have a house for that many kids?
No, they live in an apartment. Yeah, it's well documented.
Yeah. It's, I don't know
didn't
why.
know that. It's about time you get to come up to the crib, you know? Hopefully this will resonate with him, and he'll look in the mirror a little bit. Again, believe me, that hurt us a lot more than I think it's even hurting Bobby right now.
What kind of text reaction we getting in here? 469 Wooly Bully is on the wrong side of radio. Okay, not quite sure what that one is.
Hope that's a good
thing. That's a dub, says the 817. Bobby Belt puts belt to butt, LOL. Okay. Bobby's was good. That one was better.
Oh,
damn.
Okay. There we go.
Says
There we
Eric.
go.
Says Eric.
Can you play it once more, says the 214. We'll play it back for you at 6:20 and tomorrow during the G-Bag of the day. Holy bleep, says the 972. Some folks missed it.
Yeah, it's coming up on the fan socials right now. I'll have it out. Got a nice little graphic to accompany and all the lyrics so you can make sure you're well in tune with every single strike that we sent his way.
All right, and with that, Wolchuk's top 10 best siblings in sport. I guess Chief and Belt won't be brothers anytime soon.
Well,
figuratively or literally.
It's going to be tough sledding.
He did that to himself. All right, most iconic sibling athletes in sports. Now, we've done like twins and sisters and brothers. This is going to be like most combined search volume.
Because let's not forget, Wolchuk, like we were the first ones in the nosebleed seats to welcome Bobby Belt's voice onto the 1,000 watts.
Nobody
of
knew
air.
who the hell a Bobby Belt was until we decided this dude's putting out some solid Twitter content. See if he wants to jump on the show, and he did. And then now look at what Bobby's been able to make of himself.
Next thing you know,
he's a part of our coaching tree. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Which, I mean, at times that's been shameful and embarrassing, but we love him still. He's one of ours. He wants to go ahead and get ticked off. Screw him.
214, I hung up on my wife to hear that, and it was worth it.
Gotta go, honey. Chief's about to diss Belt.
All right, number 10 on the list, we've got the Lopez brothers, Brooke and Robin Lopez. They come in tied, actually, at number 10. Well, I guess this would be number 9 with the Gronkowski bros, which has got to be all Rob doing the heavy lifting with the searches. How many are searching like Chris and Gordy Jr.? I didn't even know, and Dan. I didn't know there was a Gordy Jr.
No.
I didn't even know about Gordy.
I didn't know about Gordy either.
We've got the Balls, Lonzo, LiAngelo, and LaMelo. They came in at number 8. Number 7, having fallen off since they both retired, is Peyton and Eli Manning. Tremendous siblings. But they still keep, their flow going. They got all the commercials. And they're funny, man. The comedic timing, even for Eli. I've been very, very impressed.
He's gotten better.
He has. And
Not quite as good as Peyton with the comedic timing, just as with quarterback. I imagine Peyton's just about 10% better at everything. But still pretty good with Eli.
And he's good with the one-liners, 100%.
Yeah. When they're written, probably by Peyton.
Yeah, probably by Peyton. I think he's the one that's got the comedic chops. Number 6, we've got Serena and Venus Williams.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's slow, But I guess you're going by Google search.
Yep.
I'm surprised.
I thought Serena and Venus would be pretty up there as well, especially after the Super Bowl. You thought there would be a little bit of a bump there.
Yeah.
Number 5 is the Sanders, Shador and Shiloh. You've also got Deion Jr. in there as well.
Okay, this is present times.
Yeah, this is current. They come in at number 5.
Google Trends for the week.
Number 4, Steph and Seth Curry, the Currys. I think Steph doing the heavy lifting there as well. Gasol brothers getting texted in, Walter and Eddie Payton. We got several other good texts that are coming in with the Bobby and Terry Labonte. Yeah, a lot of racing families. There's a lot of racing brothers, 100%.
Yeah.
Number 3, most
takes
iconic
a lot of money.
sibling.
Takes a lot of money and parents interested in racing. Not very common. You get both those in the same household. Sorry.
Jim and John Harbaugh coming in at number 3.
The Harbaugh. I mean, dude,
the Harbaughs.
How can you argue with that? The staying power. I mean, geez, how many coaches have been at their team for as long as Jim?
I mean,
or
I'm
John.
hoping at one day we get an AFC Championship game, because then they'll have the Super Bowl. They'll coach against each other in a conference title game. Nobody else is going to be able to do that.
I wonder. By the way, real quick on that Harbaugh, Jim. That thing in Michigan is going to once again get really ugly.
It's going to get
with
ugly.
that assistant coach. I have a feeling that's not going to end very well for a lot of folk.
Yeah.
Oh, other people involved?
It was not good.
Let me tell you what, you cannot be an assistant on a staff and be the head coach and not know what's going on there. And maybe, you act like, well, I don't know. This is terrible. It's terrible news. I don't know what he was doing. It's the whole thing with like Joe Paterno and Jerry Sandusky. And how could you not know these things?
I mean, didn't Pete Carroll, he left just in time. He knew what was happening with USC.
Sure.
And they get hit with a bunch of sanctions.
But this is predatory stuff here.
But this dude's hacking on computers at home. If you're, unless you're monitoring his IP address, how would you know?
I think he's doing it with Michigan
software.
University software. That's why Michigan is part of the suit for this thing.
Yeah, gosh, that's a messy situation.
It's very messy.
So did Michigan software enable him to get in there and get past like firewalls and whatnot?
He is such a talented programmer that he figured it all out using school equipment.
Wow.
So
definitely shout out the Von Erichs, the Blades.
Sorry, I didn't mean to take that.
No, you're good.
Carrie and Kevin.
Gary and Kevin.
Fritz.
Corey and Kyle Seager getting texted in here with the Duke boys, Bo and Luke. We've got the Klitschko brothers. Absolutely. The Hulls, Brett and Bobby. I think that was a father and son.
That's father and son.
Not siblings. Matt and Jeff Hardy, the Diaz brothers, 100%. But number 2 is the Antetokounmpos. That's Giannis, Thanasis, and Kostas. That's got to be all Giannis searches. Oh, and there's also an Alex Antetokounmpo. Shout out to Alex. But number 1, most iconic sibling athletes right now going. It is the Kelsey Bros, Travis and Jason Kelsey.
AKA the Overlappers.
The Overlappers.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 in the books. Reply to Bobby Belt in the books. If you missed it, look for it on socials. And we'll play it again for the rest of you coming up at 6:20. And tomorrow, G-Bag of the Day 2:30, which features the best audio from the world of sports. Every day we see which audio we like the best. That's your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's time to hit the C-note, though. Cowboys news of the evening. 2 weeks till the draft is coming up next year in the nation.
product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your pure name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
Pepper lady. Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time now for the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening. They hosted receiver Matthew Golden today. Pictures with Jerry. Ed Werder says the Cowboys are prioritizing a good wide receiver too. My take, I think the bar is so high for a wide receiver to be good enough to have a lot of success with Dak as the defense plays clog and cover. I think it's so high. I think you should clearly be prioritizing great protection and offensive line. If you're going to speed up Dak, if you're going to get him throwing off schedule, be prepared for a lot of interceptions compared to the touchdown total. So I understand we need a second wide receiver. I just think if you get through this draft addressing wide receiver and not addressing the run game in a big way, the return on investment of wide receiver 2 is not going to be enough. Your running game has to be powerful enough to get them out of those coverages and give Dak man opportunities. And if you can't have that, then you better at least be able to protect Dak for an extended period of time. If you can't have that, then you better have a running back that is so dang good that he's just like, give me the ball, I'm going to make a bunch of people miss. I don't care how good the wide receivers and tight ends are. If you let the defense play that coverage that we've seen so many times replaying in our nightmares for the last 5 years, expect the same results. That's my take. I don't care how good wide receiver 2 is.
I don't necessarily disagree with that at all. I do think there's a way, they struggle so much when it comes to blocking out wide and in the second level to help extend chunk runs that you might be able to upgrade there as well to help the running game. That's why I love Emeka Egbuka. I think he's an outstanding blocker. If you waited to the second round, Elik Eyomanor from Stanford, also an exceptional blocker if that's the route you wanted to go. But yeah, man, I think we've seen Dak's been able to make other receivers, Cedric Wilson, there was a time Bryce Butler, Cole Beasley, you didn't have elite weapons. Then the year that you did, when you had Amari and Gallup and CD and Cedric Wilson was your wide receiver 4, you were one and done against the San Francisco 49ers. You put up 17 points in the playoffs. So I get what you're saying. I do think that it's a need, 100%. But there is something to be said about just continuing to build the trenches and then adding a runner that can actually be an explosive player.
I mean, let's prospect in the mid to late rounds at wide receiver and try to find something there. Wow, we got one here in the 5th round. No freaking wait. Let's not do that with the bigger positions of need in your offense is how I would be looking at this. Okay, linebacker DeMarvion Overshone on the change. This is great. He says, when I first came in, I think it was more so people were expecting me to get 0 based off the fact that I wore it at Texas. I like the way he went about it as he's talking about his meeting with Jerry. Says, as much as I wanted it my first year, you just don't give a rookie with nothing to show for in the league, especially a number that's highly wanted by veterans. It's something you want to make somebody earn, or you want to wait to see how everything pans out. And so the fact that I got it now, it actually means more to me than just being given the number when I got here. I feel like I earned it, and I did the right things to get it. So that's pretty cool. I think if healthy, he's going to be, a top 10 linebacker in this game? Overshone? That's not saying too much.
Oh, no, that's not saying too much. Yeah, he's an absolute game wrecker. He's phenomenal. I mean, if you duplicate what you did up until the injury last season, I mean, that dude is special.
I asked somebody over there, actually a couple different people about him, and kind of how's the rehab and stuff going on? And a couple different people did comment back, and they were saying, listen, this guy's on schedule. There's no setbacks. They're just going to be very, very smart with his return. I know we heard in the interview that he was talking with Kay Adams, right? That he was going to try and come back as quickly as possible. But they're saying, man, this was a very bad injury. Mm-hmm. This was a very, very bad injury on a very talented guy. And he's everything about him is he's very self-assured about himself and in a good way. And everybody over there loves the kid. And they love working with him and all that. But yeah, they're excited about everything being on schedule and just no setbacks. That's I think the best thing that we can hear about.
What would they say about week 1? Did they mean on schedule to play? On schedule to be there in training camp?
On schedule, I can't. I need to ask that question, but on schedule, because they're usually very cautious with their guys. I think this kid is very much he's kind of got a goal, and they've got to kind of try and. They're going to keep him and let him try and obtain that goal. But I just wonder, like I said, I need to ask exactly how can you tell? Can you tell, is this a September thing? Is this a November thing? Where are we at right now with all that? But my gut feeling is on schedule that you just take the months, that he's been out and months in surgery. And then, that's your timeline there. But maybe he's going to try and push things. But I think they're going to be very, very smart, because they don't want to hurt himself again in the future. That's something they just don't want to happen again.
Looks like McElroy's approach on 15 is going to be long. That's going to give him a chance to maybe get up and down from there for birdie.
Well, would that be, if he's at 15 and he's over the green, that might be eagle putt coming back. He might have got home in 2.
Oh.
Is what I mean.
That was a long approach.
Yeah, long approach at 15, and he's got it on the green and the backside. That would be a shot for eagle there. So
okay,
yeah.
So he is 4 under through 14. Rose in 7 under 65. Scheffler in 4 under 68. That's a quick look at the Masters. Ben Solak, ESPN, mocking Quinn Ewers to the Cowboys in the 6th round. Would you consider another quarterback now that they've traded for Milton?
There's the whispers that they're and this is the whispers coming from guys like Nick Harris and stuff like that, and he's very adamant about this, that Dallas is probably looking at adding maybe an undrafted free agent, a college one,
maybe like a Caleb Rogers.
They just don't want to go to camp with 3 guys.
Okay.
They want to go to camp with 4. So however they get that, whether it's a UDFA or maybe somebody a young veteran guy, maybe they're looking at the UFL, maybe there's somebody out of that, but they want to go to camp with 4 quarterbacks, not just 3.
I think it'd be exciting if they took a guy in the 5th round, just bring multiple young guys in here. You got multiple irons in the fire, and it kind of creates a competitive environment. I don't know if Dak would feel like that's squeezing out his guy, Will Grier. How important is it to have a veteran guy in the room like that? But when I saw that, I'm not necessarily a huge fan of Ewers, but a quarterback on day 3 would be
I think it's a little bit of a luxury situation. Like, if that's the route you're going to go, you have so many pressing needs. Broadus is talking about finding capable running backs that can impact your team today in the 5th round.
Right.
Not to say that, and maybe you double dip there, not to say that you wait till the 5th to get your guy, but there's guys that can impact your football team today in the 5th round in a way that any quarterback wouldn't at all. And you have holes galore.
I just kind of feel like, though, to me, and we had this discussion on the draft show, I think the difference between these running backs now, and we were trying to make sense of why you would take Hampton at 12, because maybe you fear that you're going to, with the 2nd round backs are very good, the 3rd round backs are good. The level, where do you want for this running game, and especially with the fact that they really don't have a running back.
I was really interested to see Marcus Mosher posted over-unders on draft position.
Yeah.
Hampton's is 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Denver at 20 would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But because you never know how the draft goes, like if we get into something wild here, and let's say Genty goes, maybe it is a New England that takes him earlier, or let's say it's Vegas and it goes with chalk, where Vegas takes him at 6. And Chicago with Ben Johnson takes Jahmyr Gibbs a few years ago when he was with Detroit. Does he see a Travion Henderson, that explosiveness, that speed, and say, give me Travion Henderson at 10? Now, all of a sudden, there's 2 running backs that are off the board. Now, the Cowboys, you got to pivot and say, well, if we want our guy, and we think, on the draft show, we said there's 4 really true, top-tier runners, right?
Yeah, the very goods. I was just trying to break it down in a pretty simple way.
That 4-group clump us was Genty, and then it's Caleb Johnson out of Iowa.
Yeah.
You've got Hampton in there from North Carolina, and Henderson from Ohio State.
Yeah.
So now, all of a sudden, if 2 of those guys are gone, the likelihood of them making it to 44 is not high. And if you covet that, and if you're really putting an emphasis on wanting to make this running game better, and you think there's a big drop-off to like, well, should we wait to the 3rd, or at 44, could we take Quinshon Judkins? Maybe you do pull the trigger on a Hampton. That'd be the kind of scenario that I think it would make sense.
Yeah.
Or I could see it making sense.
Yeah.
I love how fired up you guys get about this draft. The best draft coverage in the world is 2 weeks from tonight right here in the G-Bag Nation. 214 says, we get it, Gavin. You'll throw shade at Dak no matter what. Making up a fake run game that the Cowboys hadn't had since 2018 is hilarious, General. I mean, he's obviously great at putting up amazing regular season stats. A lot of that has been schedule, but whenever they come up against a real credible team, a good defense, the playoffs, I just think it shrinks. And it's not necessarily shade at Dak or any quarterback. They all have to have a good running game. This idea that a quarterback could be good enough, I think we've seen it, once or twice? Tom Brady with the short passing game to Dion Lewis.
Mm-hmm. James White and company.
A few of the GOATs have been able to recreate the running game with the short passing game. But outside of that, I haven't even seen Patrick Mahomes do it.
Well, I think also, you don't really need a great running back if you are a Mahomes, if you are a Brady. Although Brady won a Super Bowl with Corey Dillon, and I can understand that, where an Isaiah Pacheco can get the job done for you. I don't know that you're in a situation like that right now where Dak is in his career. I think that you do need an elite running back to really help take pressure off him and kind of be the bell cow of that offense.
Okay, we have an edition of Football's Finest coming up next. Eric, where are you taking
A
it?
bunch of stuff to get to. Got some great, interesting draft nuggets for you, plus your Throwback Thursday football clip of the day next here in the Nation.
A&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. It is time for football's finest. We're 20 minutes from the Expressway. Here's the Chief. Take it away.
Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Got a lot of good draft stuff here. How about that? 14 days away. And I saw from Scott Hansen, 150 days away to the first Sunday of the season.
Really?
He tweeted out, and he's still tweeting about Red Zone. Maybe Scott Hansen is not going to go away from us on our football Sundays, because he tweeted out earlier today, 150 days until Red Zone. So he's still kind of selling it like he's still going to be that guy, which is exciting.
He's reminding the NFL Network they've got 149 days to negotiate
to get
with
his
him.
deal done.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe that's what this is. I like that. So we have a couple of things to address. The first of which is the news on the best pass rusher in the draft out of Penn State, Abdul Carter.
Mike Green and a Marshall.
Hey, I'll let you go with that.
I do love me some Mike Green, but I'm okay with Abdul Carter. I have him rated higher.
Adam Schefter says that
There's
Abdul,
stress foot fractures, huh?
yeah, his medical recheck in Indy, he had it today, showed that the stress reaction in his foot is healing. There has been improvement and no surgery will be needed. So we'll see how much less of a factor that would be, because I was wondering if a team like the Giants at 3, because it seems like it's going to go Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, and then at 3, the Giants, do they feel like they have enough guys on the edge? They've invested there a fair amount. And do they have questions about the health stuff? Would they go Ashton Jeanty route or something like that? I don't know. Make up for the Saquon Barkley stuff. But I guess if he's
double down,
they just overcompensate and just go Jeanty at 3. I mean, it can make some sense. I mean, Broadus, you mentioned it for the Patriots. I mean, really after 2, it's all bets are off. But Abdul Carter with the health update here, and I believe he was visiting the Giants today. I'm sure that's the most likely way that this thing plays out, but that's certainly good news for him, because that foot stuff, if we were picking in the top 5, if it was the Cowboys,
It'd be concerning.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd hate to draft a guy and then it's like all of a sudden, damn, he's got to have foot surgery his rookie season and he barely plays.
Now, Shedeur Sanders visited the Pittsburgh Steelers. Kay Adams asked him to grade the visit. He, of course, said it was a 10 out of 10.
Of course it was.
So I actually had some odds. I would like to get y'all's thoughts on this. And we kicked this around a little bit on Love of the Star today with Broadus. But Walchuk, I have a couple of over-unders for draft selection, NFL player props, of where these guys are going to end up.
Let's do this.
So like Ashton Jeanty, over-under pick 8. Do you think he will still be on the board at pick 8?
No, I think he's going to be gone.
Jackson Dart, over-under, pick 23.5.
I think he'll be gone.
Think he'll be gone by then.
Yes.
So you would go with the under on both of those guys.
Yeah.
Now, I think it's interesting on Jackson Dart. I saw this today because that's one of the things where when you're evaluating these quarterbacks and it's the situation that you were in, and Lane Kiffin is setting up Jackson Dart for success.
Oh, very much so.
I mean, the easy button stuff is through the roof there, and you love that as a play caller, but when you're trying to evaluate Jackson Dart, a guy who only had 14% of his passing attempts were actual drop back passes.
All shotgun.
Lane Kiffin's the type of guy that's like, hey, we'll hit you with a bunch of play action. We'll give you a bunch of RPO stuff, 10% screen rate. Like, we're going to make it as easy on you as possible, quarterback. So under 15% of his passing attempts were actual true drop back passes.
Yeah.
So it's something to consider. And then like on the flip side, Shedeur Sanders getting no help from a schematic standpoint with his coach. So I just feel like there's, something interesting to, when you're trying to evaluate these quarterbacks, it's so tough.
It's really a crapshoot.
How can you do it with Dart when that's the offense that he was fortunate enough to be placed in? Here you go, Walchuk. O'Marion Hampton, running back, North Carolina. They have his over/under draft selection at 20.
Oh man, because he could go right at 20. I'm gonna end up going under here.
Under again. Okay.
Would be
3 for 3 on unders right now.
Would it be a push if he went at 20?
Yeah, it would be a push.
Push.
You know what that makes me wonder, though? I mean, if the 12 and 40 are the same pick, I don't think it'd be that much of a reach to take Hampton at 12 if Vegas is projecting 20th.
Look, if like a Tedrow McMillan were on the board, then I would say yes.
How fast is 4.46 to you guys, though? I mean, they say he's explosive, and I know he's big. He must be quick and strong.
He's super quick, and he's very strong.
But they say, I mean, home run potential. Does 4.46 spell that in the NFL?
I don't see like the type of explosive speed from him. I actually thought Caleb. That's why I favored Caleb Johnson a little bit. I thought he showed off a little bit more top speed in the open field.
Dawson, I've said this about this kid since January. He's DeMarco Murray. That's how he plays. I mean, he's got the ability to. He's a tough inside runner. He can get the ball to the edge. He just doesn't have. I don't think he has home run speed.
I don't think he's got that top end gear.
I just don't. I think that he's one of these guys that, you talk about the vision, the creativity. He can navigate through a defense. That's something he does. The pad level, the balance. He's a hard guy to knock off his feet like DeMarco was. He just kind of a guy keeps his momentum forward. But there are times when you see him get caught. And that's where, I think that long speed, he's just not going to blow you away with that. But he's just the kind of guy that wears you down with his running style.
He does. He gets better as the game goes on. Yeah. Like he'll beat you up with like, here's a 3-yarder, here's a 6-yarder, here's a 4-yard gain, and then boom, he'll pop for a 23-yard chunk.
Yeah, I think when you're talking about a power back, a physical guy like that, grinder guy who gets better as the game goes on, coupled with a 4.46 speed, I'd say that's pretty strong. That's pretty strong. How about this one? Shedeur Sanders, his over-under right now for draft selection is pick number 9. Zach Wolchuk, over-under pick number 9 for Shedeur.
Yeah, I don't see him falling past the Saints at 9 personally. So I guess I'd go under on that.
Okay, and then the Penn State tight end, Tyler Warren, over-under pick 9.5. You think he goes in the first 9 picks?
I think he should go in the first 9 picks. I'd go over on that, though. I think there's some people feel differently about him. I think some might have Colston Loveland as the top tight end in the draft. I don't see that at all, but I'd take Tyler. We talked about that on the draft show today. I'd go Tyler Warren in the top 10 in a heartbeat. I love the dude. I love the way he plays. Mm-hmm. But some other teams might think like Broadus does and say he's not a top 10 pick.
Yeah, I wonder if Genty's gone, would the Bears want to make a pick like that because of the Laporta factor in that Detroit offense with Ben Johnson, and he's a guy that obviously can go inline as well. So now here's some analysis about Ted McMillan, a guy that most Cowboys fans, I feel like if we polled Cowboys fans of realistic options at 12, Ted McMillan would probably be right there at the top of the list. Big body receiver from Arizona. And this was Mina Kimes and Ben Solak talking about the idea that Ted McMillan, his stock's been falling. The mock drafts have him getting picked after the Cowboys at this point. So this is just their back and forth and discussion on why they think that is garbage.
Why do you think he's dropped? Catches everything, doesn't drop the football, big plays. That seems like something that a lot of NFL teams need, Ben. Like what do you think's behind it? And do you disagree with some of those reasons that people have?
A guy like McMillan's never going to win the combine, certainly not by not testing, right?
Yeah.
And then obviously Golden has himself a big day. A player like McMillan, who does not run well on a 40-yard dash, ran a 4.53 at his pro days, is the kind of the official number. That player's just not going to rise during the pre-draft process unless he has crazy jumps or insane measurables. And McMillan has good size, good length. It's not like, Mike Evans walking down the carpet. The comp for him from my perspective is Cortland Sutton. McMillan 6'4", 213. Sutton was 6'3.5", 218. Sutton ran a 4.54. McMillan ran a 4.53. And you brought up McMillan in contested situations. He's got a volleyball background. And we love a volleyball background at receiver because those guys tend to have really good body control in the air, excellent timing when it comes to addressing the football, and then the accuracy. They get their hands to the ball because they're used to striking. So you see that with McMillan. He's just so natural when he elevates. And so I have a guy who can win back shoulder for me. He can win red zone for me. And then he has good enough and the routes and good enough explosiveness to win on that intermediate breaking menu. So to me, that's a wide receiver 1 through and through.
Kind of makes me want to make a volleyball team out of my receivers. I know, should that be some off-season work? Yeah, should we be doing when we're in California enjoying the summer weather? Yeah. Like get on some sand and get that work in from that standpoint.
The Rudder Room has volleyball nets. We could practice in the back.
Yeah, dude. Let's get the fellas over there. Every once in a while, we'll see a coach from time to time. Why not see a couple of players over there having themselves a good time? So that was some encouraging analysis there. If you're wondering about Ted McMillan, and they talk about him being the guy that could be a number 1 wide receiver, but that's the best part is you don't have to be that. Whatever receiver they take, you're the complementary piece to CeeDee Lamb. What does that do for you? So Ted McMillan, Golden, whoever it is, I saw from DraftKings they have the probabilities of first-round position drafted for each team, 30% right now that it's a wide receiver for the Cowboys.
It's definitely trending in that direction.
What do you think the second position is, according to DraftKings, most likely that the Cowboys take at 12?
Running back?
No.
Corner.
Yeah.
And then it's offensive line, then it's defensive line, then it's running back. And Brian Schottenheimer, he's talked about this. And aren't the Cowboys pretty comfortable with allowing their head coach to have some say when it comes to this stuff?
He'll absolutely have say.
And he was at the owners' meetings just last week. He's talking about how over the last decade or so, and in this draft more than ever, you can find capable, impactful running backs all throughout the draft. So the depth and ability to find backs late make it to where it's not a priority. And so if that's the perspective of Schottenheimer, I wonder how much weight that holds in the war room if you have a couple of guys saying, hey, at 12, let's just get the biggest need that we have right now, which most people say is running back. Let's just knock this out. Schottenheimer raises his hand up like, fellas, I got 10 other guys that I like here that we can get round 2, round 3, whatever.
They will have had that discussion before the draft.
Sure.
Because when they put their stack together, they'll have
Hayes in the barn on draft night.
Yeah, what order they will go in. But yeah, the argument for that then would be when they go through the stack and start to talk about, okay, why do we have this running back in this spot or that spot? Yeah.
I do think a huge thing coming up, though, in terms of the Cowboys at 12, Will Johnson, the Michigan corner, finally going to work out.
Yeah.
He's going to work out on Monday, 10 a.m. in Ann Arbor, now that he's healed up from his hamstring. And that's one of your biggest questions about any prospect in this class, right, Broadus, is just what's your speed?
Yeah, I have other corners ahead of him, and it's not just about the speed. I just think of the ability, but I will feel a lot better if he just gives me a 40-yard dash time, whether it's 4.56, a 4.65, or if it's a 4.42. I just please give me a time to work with. That's all I want.
Yeah, and I think because every other box feels like it's checked off when it comes to the way the Cowboys
He's not
like
very
their
healthy.
corners, right?
Yeah.
The healthy factor.
No, this past year he was banged up.
But that's all the top corners in this draft have some question about their health.
Even Barron?
No, not
okay,
Barron.
I should. Sorry,
excluding him.
Sorry, but you're talking
Benjamin
about
Morrison,
Morrison.
Notre Dame,
You're talking about
Revel from East Carolina.
Yeah, they've all Johnson. They've all got questions about their health.
And we were talking today on Love of the Star, Chuck, like Broadus wants to go Revel at
44.
At 44.
I'd love it.
Even if you didn't take the running back in the first round, and now you're going to wait until round 3, very likely, to get your running back. If some of those Caleb Johnsons of the world are there, he's going with the off the ACL, but still tape tells you he's the best corner in the draft.
Yeah, he'd probably be my number one guy if it weren't for the ACL.
And the Cowboys Dr. Cooper is the one who did the surgery, so we know Blue Star Special waiting to happen. How about the Falcons bringing in Matt Ryan to help mentor Michael Penix Jr. this offseason? That's how you get it done right there.
Man, I think Michael Penix might be like an under-the-radar story right now that's about to blow up.
Yeah.
I think it was Justin Simmons talking about some of the things he was doing last year in camp and practice, and he's like, this guy's the truth. I think if he stays healthy, conversation for top 10 easily this year.
I love that, especially in that division where you're going to have some opportunities against some teams that aren't the cream of the crop necessarily. But Raheem Morris, head coach of the Falcons, he's like, I want to bring in Matt Ryan so that he can just help out and mentor. He's like, I want to know what Penix's arm routine is. I want to know what he's eating, where he's traveling, how many days a week he's working out, because we think this guy has so much promise, so much poise. So they certainly believe in him there. Obviously, you still have the Kirk Cousins stuff that has to be dealt with. Now, I'll close it down here in the finest with our Throwback Thursday football clip of the day. I don't know if you guys were aware of this, but this is the 1-year anniversary of the death of O.J. Simpson.
Oh, I did not.
So this is one of the
been a year, huh?
greatest lines ever. We take you back to the ESPYs, the night that Norm Macdonald took the stage.
And there's Charles Woodson. How about that? What a season he had. Great, man. He became the first defensive player to win the Heisman Trophy. And congratulations, Charles. That is something that no one can ever take away from you. Unless you kill your wife and a waiter, in which case... all bets are on.
At the ESPYs, dude, Norm Macdonald pulling no punches. RIP to the late great as well.
Get him a body bag. That might be more harsh than what you did to Bobby Belt.
Yeah, I was trying to take away some of the blow of the diss track there with that one.
We'll replay that diss track for you coming up at 6:20 if you missed. It's getting quite a reaction on the text and on social media. I imagine it's on the fans' Twitter and Instagram page by now. We'll hit the expressway. Takeaways from an insane day at the Masters and an insane night at the AAC with Luka coming back and whooping the Mavs last night, plus everything that's been breaking throughout your broadcast day in the world of sports. That's all up next. LA Live at 5:40. We're back in the nation.
Lola Bee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Let's hit the expressway. It's time, brought to you by the On Time Experts. Okay, that's the presenting sponsor of the expressway, the On Time Experts. We'll get to this in just a couple of minutes. I'd love to get your thoughts on this, the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. Why was Cuban so bothered by the fire Nico chants last night at 877-881-1053? We'll get to your text on that. I have a few thoughts in a moment. Couple of quick items here that caught my eye. This is 16 seconds on soccer. Don't go anywhere. Don't freak out. The MLS announced plans that they're going to explore a switch to its schedule that would align with the international calendar as early as 2027. They play in the 6 months that Europe doesn't, and it creates some issues. So I know a lot of local or domestic soccer fans will be interested in that one. But at the Masters, Justin Rose, he did bogey 18. That's such an impossible tee shot. I'm surprised anybody ever pars that hole. But he's 7 under, so he was at 8. He finished at 7. Defending champ Scotty Scheffler, Connors, 4 under. They're in with 68. McIlroy's fallen off. I didn't see him. Did he bogey or double bogey?
No, he double bogeyed. He double bogeyed the par 5 15th, and we thought that he was in good shape, that he was over the green. He must have hit into the water.
Oh.
And but I didn't see what happened, but he did double bogey the par 5, where that is for a lot of guys.
That approach must have been like his 4th shot.
Yeah, that was
shot.
Yeah, he might have been he might not have got the ball around the corner and was in the pine straw and had to pitch out amongst other things. But yeah, that if you look back and maybe think, wow, he lost this tournament.
That's where it happened. 15.
Maybe, yeah, that double bogey was. Everybody else seems to be birding that hole, and you take a double there, man, you're losing shots at the field for sure.
Okay, this next Masters story. This might be the coolest kid out there, but sometimes cool isn't far from clueless. I don't know. You tell me. But we had a player take a leak in Rays Creek. Brian, does that offend you?
Wow.
Should he be reprimanded? Could he be eliminated? Jose Luis Ballester, I believe
he's
the Spanish amateur.
He's an amateur, yeah.
21-year-old Spaniard. He does play at Arizona State.
He won the U.S. Yeah, he won the U.S. amateur this year.
He was in need of a bathroom break and decided when you gotta go, you gotta go. Ballester said he forgot where the bathrooms were on the left of the tee box on 13.
Yeah.
So he ran down to the tributary to Rays Creek and relieved himself while Justin Thomas was still on the 12th green. He said, I was like, I really need to pee.
Oops.
Didn't really know where to go. And since JT had an issue on the green, I'm like, I'm just going to sneak here in the river. And probably people would not see me that much, except they did see.
Oh, no.
Leading to?
Oh, no.
A roar from the patrons.
Oh, they were roaring.
It appeared we had a, what do you call that, a Schwanz sighting?
Oh, we had a Schwanz out.
They clapped for me, Ballester said. Probably one of the claps that I really got today, real loud. So that was kind of funny. Says it was not embarrassing at all for me. If I had to do it again, I would do it again.
They're clapping for the Schwanz.
Unapologetic urinator at the Masters.
They might have a word with him.
Does he have? Do they have an area to go though? Like, does he?
Oh no, they have.
On the 13th tee box, they were on the 12th green. On the 13th tee box, there's porta potty.
Come on, that's
the 13's a par 3. So yeah, there's one right there.
Yeah,
next to
that's pretty unforgivable, right?
Just one of those deals that kids on the job, 21 years old, they're freaking clueless. They don't know what they don't know.
Oh, we're all idiots.
There's nothing more liberating than an outdoor pee as a gentleman.
I agree.
I think we
Took
all
one
know
yesterday.
That. Yeah, did you really? Good for you.
I oftentimes step out in the backyard and relieve myself.
Yeah. I mean, this is pretty This is pretty amazing right here.
Yeah, my
but not the Masters.
My driveway is behind the house, so when I'm back there. So yesterday, I put Remy in the car seat, buckled her up, thought, man, I got to take a leak. This is unfortunate because I don't like to leave the kids when they're buckled into the car for anything. Anything could happen, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I just stepped toward the back.
Did she
of the
ask you what you did?
back of the fence line? Nope. No. She minded her own business.
Would you have more respect for him if he went like Mark Schlereth style and just peed right there in his pants?
No.
You wouldn't.
Only you do that.
You couldn't do that.
I'm not the only one that does that. Professional athletes do that all the time, particularly in football.
You did it at work.
In football,
here.
it happens all
You did
the
it here
time.
at work.
You did do that at work that one time.
I did do it at work.
You stood up right here and did that.
You stood up and did it at work while we were all sitting here doing radio.
And you liked it.
You watched it.
No, I did not.
You watched with your eyeballs.
No, I did
That might
not.
be my favorite bet payoff until I smelled it. I'm like,
I did smell. And then I looked
was-
at your shoe, and there was just a puddle, and it was pretty.
It was
rough.
all in my Crocs, man.
Yeah, it was rough.
A Croc full of pee. What are you gonna do?
Okay, the question is out there for you at 877-881-1053. Why was Cuban so mad at the people chanting "Fire Nico"? 254 says Cuban was ticked at himself for allowing such disrespect for the team he loves. Wished he never sold. That's Tim in Falls County. Salute to you. Mark Cuban looked full of regret for selling out. There could have been a number of suitors to buy majority stake, but he did it with the devil. He says, like Shark Tank, got greedy and got burned. I did think it just, I don't know. You know, he talked about how the organization was clueless. You know, he had that interview a couple of weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, maybe he's trying to tell us that Dumont's the one that should be blamed. I don't know. He hired Nico, so maybe there's pride attached to that.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just bothered by the franchise being so torn apart that it's hurting his heart for them to be here. It's like a parent watching your kids fight. It's just tearing him up. But I think he's been an advocate for the fans since he bought the team. And I thought, you don't want to be misaligned with the fans right now. This is the fans' only way of communication and expression.
Yeah, and he had to expect this coming in. Like this, like you're sitting down there, you knew what to expect last night. We all knew what was going to happen. So you can't sit there and be surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like you knew there would be Fire Nico chants, but witnessing everything and the emotions that were involved in last night, like it was, I mean, I can only just try and think of what was going through his mind. And it's just looking around at a franchise that was literally just in the NBA Finals a few months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know where they're going right now. Everything is, they just nuked themselves.
Yeah, he's in crisis.
Yeah, and a player that you literally spend a career trying to find, you just traded.
Yeah.
And he ain't coming back, unfortunately. And now what are you left with? You're left with a bunch of broken pieces.
469 says that's not anger, it's shame and guilt. I don't know if he has any guilt. You know, he sold the team. From my understanding, if Mark Cuban had paid Luka Doncic the Supermax contract of $70 million, there wouldn't be the cash flow because he doesn't have the empire of money that would allow him to pay luxury tax like the Warriors to keep a contender together.
Yeah.
From my understanding, Mark Cuban lost money almost every year he owned the Mavs.
He did.
And he couldn't see himself having the kind of revenue, because the Mavs don't draw a lot of revenue, even though they're in a top 5 market, to pay Luka and keep your PJ Washingtons, Lively's, Gaffords, all these dudes. You know, you got to be willing to pay like $300 million to keep a championship team together. Denver couldn't do it. And you know, so I don't think that Mark Cuban feels like I let the city down. He was trying to find rich enough owners that could deliver us the dynasty that he knew he could no longer do in the economy of today's modern sport.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. I think Mark Cuban, I think he also probably looked at that, you could say that Luka contract and said, there's no way I can do this. And now, he is a billionaire, but on the terms of billionaires who own NBA teams, he's on the low end of the scale. And if it's possible to be a low end billionaire, well, he is.
Well, we're entering an era where like private ownership of sports teams isn't that viable anymore because you have to be an insane billionaire.
You have to be a hedge fund, or you have to have some type of business,
because the contracts are so big and the CBA is now so restrictive with the luxury tax stuff.
It's dollar for dollar once you go over.
Yeah, it is. It is nowhere close to what it was when he got on board 25 years ago. It's a different landscape.
Yeah, I think he sold this team because he knew he couldn't pay Luka, but he tried to find somebody that potentially could. But ultimately, it ended up them moving on from it.
Could he have sold like a percentage, like we've seen the Eagles and the Giants now do, kind of what that trend is in the NFL to try and get like better cash flow? I mean, would that have been possible to give him enough money then to work with to get the deal done?
So he could have sold 10% of it, got $300 million, and used that. I think he could have.
Because it seems a little bit like, he made the sale, but he thought that he'd still be involved in the basketball side of it, which clearly he's not.
I mean, that's a great question, right? But so in order to then keep the team, he would have to do that consistently
every year.
They would be losing 9 figures, in order to keep a championship team together. And who knows? Like, I think if you were looking at it from an investment perspective, just sheerly investment perspective, maybe you could make the Mavs the Bulls of the 2020s, right? And now you're winning so much that now you're a global brand. But the risk reward at your age, I have a chance to get $3 billion, set my family up for life, spend the rest of my life with my kids, and I can still pull for the Mavs while being governor, while Vegas writes the checks to keep this dynasty alive. I trust that Mark Cuban's intentions were in a pure and great spot.
Yeah, and I think that he sold it of like the scrutiny factor with his kids and like them not wanting to have to deal with it. But I think ultimately the financial aspect of what was going to amount, like Walchuk, you asked a great question about doing the thing where private equity buys a percentage of it. Ultimately, you're just sort of kicking the can of the inevitable.
True.
You can't really sustain that. And so eventually it was going to fall in the lap of, are my kids going to have to take this on? Eventually he was going to have to sell if that's what he didn't, if he didn't want to
go all in.
Yeah. Okay, I would say, by the way, other takeaways. DeChambeau now's 4 under through 16. He just birdied 16, so he's in the hunt a little bit here, finishing up his first round at the Masters. I would say, by the way, I know I watchdog sports cries, quality sports cry from Luka. Show people you're emotional, but you can keep it together. You don't want to totally break down. A little quiver, a little tear.
No boo-hooing.
Nailed it. Brian Windhorst wrote, this was the night that Luka fully became a Laker. That was him, and as his teammates and staff supported him and rallied around him, lifting him up. I think we'll see shortly within the next 90 days or so that the draft and free agency is going to be wrapping up. Who else could want out of this situation? And I do wonder, what Kyrie and AD and Jason Kidd are thinking right now. Like, it has gotten so bad, I would look at this as a sinking ship. Now, I'm sure Nico is selling everybody, and they love and respect Nico. Like Kyrie and AD's generation of basketball, Nico's damn near a god, right? He's a mentor. He was the guy at Nike that everybody had to go through. And, the way that he goes about his business is, mentor stuff. So maybe with that generation, they'll look at Nico and be like, well, you believed in us, so we want to bring this thing back. But I don't know. If it wasn't for those previous relationships, I would imagine a bunch of people would want to be getting out of here in the first opportunity. Zach Cram, ESPN, looked at what's next for Dallas. Top priority, getting Kyrie back healthy. And then they have their pick and 2 other firsts and 12 players earning contracts between $2 and $16 million, which is a good place to trade from. My question for you guys, would you rather see them use those picks and trade for players, maybe a KD to try to push this thing over the top, or do you want to trade your players for picks and just plunge right back into the lottery and that spot we were right before we got Luka?
I think I'm on board with nuking this whole thing this summer. I don't think that's in their plans at all, but I would certainly be on board with that.
Yeah, I think that's the way I would lean as well. I wonder if you could do a compromise like, let's try to make this happen, and then if it's not good at the trade deadline, then we're pushing the button when maybe contenders are desperate for a guy like AD.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, you could probably wait and see if Kyrie's able to come back or what his time frame is.
I don't know how you can watch that game last night and think he could help you that way.
That wasn't good, but AD's not a consistent dominant player.
And I know he had a great game the other day where the game-winning basket and all that stuff like that, but that was a big stage. That was a big opportunity for us as Mavs fans to sit there and realize, okay, this is why we went and got this guy.
Yeah.
In a showdown game with all the emotion involved, that that he did not play better.
Okay.
That bothers me.
How did Patrick Dumont become convinced that this was a good idea? More detail revealed in the timeline that caused the Mavs to trade Luka. And this is where, you really have to have diamond hands with your stars and refuse to get swept up in how frustrating they can be. Apparently, the 5-game, 10-day roadie in late January, right before the trade, they wanted him to go and be with the team. And Luka's camp felt like, hey, we came back too soon, and that's why it re-aggravated in Christmas. So the plane rides and travel won't be good for our recovery. We're staying home. And that decision reportedly confirmed to Nico, not that he should trade him, but that he should pick up the phone and call Rob Pelinka while he was out there on that road trip. And that was the catalyst that reignited the conversations with Rob Pelinka.
Yeah.
It's crazy that Nico, with such a stoic reputation, could get so wrapped up in the emotion. I think that's really profound here.
I believe that if Luka was still playing, they would have never traded him.
100%. A source told The Athletic in this report, okay, this is Athletic, like 4 or 5 different reporters contributing to this post-game piece last night. Patrick Dumont, only being on the job for months at the time, felt like Nico had done such an amazing job adding Washington and Gabbard and Lively and Najee, and I guess you could throw Quentin Grimes in there, that he just thought, my God, this dude has a gift for team building.
Yeah.
Since I've got here, everything he does, it's like, we're going to trade. We got to get better. We got to trade. Now we're contenders. Just let him do this one. Can you imagine if he trades Luka, what he's going to get back? I mean, we got a great defender in Max Christie and Anthony freaking Davis here. Go Nico. And it's that utter lack of experience that I think is going to be the narrative of record. As we move on to the future, like, why was this possible that it could even happen? It's because you had a brand new owner on the job that, again, didn't know what he didn't know.
See, that's why I don't know why anybody didn't step up.
Yeah.
And maybe they did. Tim said this. I'm sorry. Tim McMahon did say this, that there were some people in the organization that did step up and try and convince him not to do it. So, but I just can't believe that he wouldn't listen.
Wasn't it too late at that point?
I think Tim said that. Am I wrong about this, guys?
Not everybody was in favor of trading him.
Yeah, not everybody was in. So that tells me that somebody said, whoa, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
So maybe Dumont maybe that Nico was so adamant about doing it, that everybody else's voice didn't even matter.
I think he was so ticked off that somebody, quote, an employee, wasn't doing exactly what he said. Because when you're in the corporate world and you're as powerful as he was, people shake in their boots. And for the first time, probably in a long time for Nico, there was an employee inside his building that pretended like he had farted everywhere he went. Luka didn't even want to talk to him. And I think that drove a very powerful man mad. And as a result, maybe he convinced himself that this was actually an increase in value. Stars and Jets coming up at 7 o'clock. The Jets sporting the number 1 defense in the NHL, allowing just 2.3 points per game. Stars are suddenly on a 3-game winless streak. And it's starting to feel reminiscent of the 2023 Rangers run where they couldn't get anything right for the last few games. But I think tonight you look at Robertson and Johnson and Rantanen and Hintz, and against teams like Winnipeg, you need excellent players to be the difference. And maybe you can get them 3-1 like you did last time they were at the AAC. Abdul Carter's medical recheck in Indianapolis showed the stress reaction in his foot is healing, so he could be good to go here for teams interested in taking him in the top 5. Okay, and then a college football note. Arch Manning finally becoming QB1 and rebuffing the transfer offer, says, I wanted to be the quarterback at the University of Texas, and sometimes it's worth the wait. So congrats to him, and best of luck to the Longhorns. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has LA Live.
A Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
R.I.P. Daddy Juice. Back in the press area of Madison Square Garden, after the chase was about winding up, Robert Kardashian, Kim's dad, and he was representing OJ. he's reading this suicide letter that OJ had written. And we're all standing in the press room. I'm standing next to Ahmad Rashad. And he's going through this letter saying goodbye to people or whatever. And then all of a sudden, he goes, and my good friend Ahmad Rashad. And the whole room looks at Ahmad Rashad. And Ahmad just looks down to the ground. And then he just walks away and got in a limo and just dissed a freaking period. He just disappeared. I'm sounding like LeBron.
Let's go.
Just disappeared.
He disappeared. Excuse me.
That's a regular disappearance.
Yeah,
I love you, CA.
Don't focus on that. Yeah, okay?
Incredible.
I like the correction, bro.
And just dissed a period. Excuse me, freaking period.
Wow.
He just disappeared. I'm
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Freaking period. Excuse me. Come on, you guys calm down. Let me make a big deal out of that. Hey, yeah, man. R.I.P. Daddy Juice, a.k.a. Blueberry Juice, O.J. Simpson. It's the day, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, April's a hell of a month for him. April's a hell of a month for Daddy Juice. I'm pretty sure he went over the paperwork when he got up to wherever he was supposed to be. He was like, oh, shoot, come on. We've been waiting for you. We're printing out your little file right now.
You got him going up, huh?
Yeah. You know, everybody goes up until you go down.
It's like if you could have just stayed home in the month of April, you'd be all right.
You know, okay, my
take
guy.
that month off.
All right, man, let's get into this. LA Live 105.3 The Fan. This is a Thirsty Thursday late night edition, April 10th, 2025. Welcome, people. Welcome, Tolos. Welcome, first-time listeners. Welcome, last-time listeners. Never listen to you guys again. Shout out to everybody on these highways. Y'all be safe out here, man. Somebody ran into my son the other day. Yeah, totaled out his brand new truck, bro. But he's alive and well, not hurt, not in the hospital. You have to everything else we can deal with.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Would have been a different call if it was a different story.
Yeah. Some of those car wrecks, man, they tear it up real good. It gives you that feeling of appreciation immediately after, like, wow.
Oh, that truck was toe up. And so was the BMW that hit him. And he spun around and went face to face with a 18-wheeler.
Oh my God.
And the 18-wheeler hit him too, but the 18-wheeler was doing the trying to slow down.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, dude.
I told him, bro. I was like, man, well, you know what? It might sound
like
crazy. I told him. Might sound crazy, but it's a good thing that you had this accident. You can walk away from it right now, because now you really respect how fast things can happen to you. Hold up. Had to hit that post. Sorry, man. You can realize how fast things can happen to you, so you move about a little bit more safely out there on these roads, man.
I think every wreck I've been in, it's made me safer.
It's the sounds, boom, 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 and you just out of control. It goes real slow. Shout out to everybody on these roads, Interstate 20, 30, 45. I-35 in Louisville, that bridge, I'm scared of you.
Dude, I can't believe you said that. I avoided it last night.
Scared
I
of
had
it.
to get up to the colony. It said go 35. I got up there and I said, hell no, I'm going 635 to the toll. I knew it was coming for
Hell
me.
no.
I mean, it gets so narrow up there.
does.
They got
So
walls.
scared, bro.
35 is like a damn third world country.
It is.
The on and off ramps
No
are so
disrespect to
small.
third world countries, because I'm sure that some of them have nicer freeways than 35.
Yeah, bro, that's scary, man. Especially when it's raining or something like that. Some type of weather event is happening. Please, I do not want to be over there.
Okay, the 121 to 35 exchange, you were like 700 feet in the air. You know, I want to throw that in there as well.
That's scary.
That's another one I avoid.
It's always the ones with the walls, too. They are intimidating, because you can see where everybody else hit the wall before.
Yeah, no
you see a
shoulder.
rear view mirror or something right there. You're like, oh, my God. Your girl's trying to talk to you while you're like, oh, my God, look.
Why are there skid marks on the wall?
There's debris. This is awful.
LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. And G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. That is Lucious on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all. Find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here, Bobby Belt. Shoots at the nosebleed, boys, but they got something for him, too.
It had to be you guys. Had to be the nosebleeds. I thought we were cool.
Later.
Okay.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Stop and blare this music as I get into my story time. Zach and Eric blew it when they stopped Young Belted just for time. Burned a bit to know that they would go and pick a fight with me. I'll tourniquet these hoes because I know just how to stop a bleed. Let me start with Wolchuk and I'll send him to his mommy's arms. He thinks that he's LeBron, but let's be honest, can't play Bronny's part. Rhymes that hit so hard, he'll probably leave here with a busted lip. I'll post that shit on YouTube and I'll title it a custom vid. Damn. Got me feeling like a two brute. Bet this should go 5 times and you have to hear it every day. Got that nostril plug, now the other one is trying to bleed. I forgot his name like he's out here repping Micah P. Does he ever talk? I just don't know how Brody got this far. Probably should go back to selling all those busted lemon cars. She back up the jacket, get your vote right, she a follow, and get the EpiPen because these nuts you about to
I just caught that one. Go back to selling the busted lemon cars.
That stung, bro.
Yeah, that's pretty good right there, Bobby. But y'all dropped a hot one, man. Played some more for G-Bag of the Day for Shizzo.
Yeah, I think it's coming up at 6:20 as well if you want to stick around for it.
Good. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a ladies' night. Boys, are you familiar with Belle Biv DeVoe?
Why does that ring a bell? Belle Biv DeVoe.
Why does it ring a bell? Hey. This been I met the sexy girl. They're from the boy band New Edition.
Okay.
Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, Mike, Ralph, Johnny. Well, Ricky Bell, the Belle of Belle Biv DeVoe, him and his wife, they just had a baby. Well, they're expecting a baby.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, they made an announcement they're expecting a baby, their first child together. My man said, wow. I'm only telling you this because, okay, my man is 57, she's 42. Yeah. They've been married for 20 years together and just now having their first child.
Late bloomers.
20 years, bro.
Yeah. It is a blessing, you know. I think some people would say it's unfair to the kid, but at least the kid gets a life. You know, you could have 20 years with your parents or no life.
I'm trying to figure out how you pulled it off. How'd you pull that off for 20 years? Unless it was like some type of medical situation that we just don't know about. They're not telling us. Yeah. If you did, hey, y'all made a great decision, in my opinion, because you got to live your whole lives with each other before the baby comes in.
Yeah. You know, I think more and more families are doing that, waiting longer. I mean, I think my parents started their family when they were like 23 years old. So, and that was the norm back then. But now I think, get out there, enjoy life, because once you start that family, it's definitely time to settle down.
Yeah, everything changes when that baby comes around. 20 years. I thought that was so strange, man. Good for them, though.
It's a long time.
That's a long time to be with somebody.
Yeah.
The representative goes away. Like, you get to meet the real person at this point. 20 years. Yeah. I always thought that was wild. Let's see what else we got. Speaking of boy bands, Dawson might feel me on this one. Back in elementary, boy bands introduced me to that low vibrational feeling of jealousy.
Okay.
Yeah, one of my